The Angel's battle cruiser has arrived. Sakar's star was thrown into panic by this news. It wasn't that they had poor mental fortitude. Rather, throughout the entire universe, no one was unaware of the Angel's fearsome reputation. Even the Kree were instantly routed under the Angel's warships. Let alone Sakar now. As a notorious junk planet in the universe, Sakar lacks any significant military power. It is only famous for its gladiatorial arena, and its other combat forces are inferior even to a small-scale raider band. Moreover, most of its inhabitants are refugees from various planets or outlaws who fled here. They naturally harbor a deep fear of a force like the Angels. Now they have no idea why the Angels have come to Sakar, or what their purpose is, but under immense pressure they dare not move an inch. Even if they wanted to flee, they can only remain still, hoping that the Angels will merely take a look at Sakar and then leave. After all, what is there to observe on a junk planet? Many people held this thought, and for the first time they felt a glimmer of comfort in Sakar's reputation as a junk star. If only the Angels would turn back because of Sakar's harsh environment. But their hopes ultimately evaporated. The Angels descended. The massive Heavenly Blade warship had arrived, its colossal hull blotting out the sky, suffocating all life on Sakar. They didn't know why the Angels were interested in this place, but it was clear that it was no longer something they could control. But some, upon seeing the colossal warship, felt a mix of confusion and a hint of anticipation. As the de facto ruler of Sakar, the Grandmaster was now tidying his attire. He intended to go to the Angel's warship to see what had brought them to his territory. He didn't believe that those who could annihilate nations with a single blow had come to Sakar for sightseeing. "I think I can accompany you to meet the Angels." Loki, wearing a black and green robe, walked up to the Grandmaster and spoke to him with slight deference. Looking at this man who had suddenly fallen from the sky, the Grandmaster rather liked him. After all, who wouldn't like someone with a sweet tongue? Especially since this guy was quite good-looking. Good-looking people often earn more favor. Not just humans. All creatures are naturally biased toward those who are attractive within their species. This tendency is even stronger among intelligent races. After a brief moment of thought, the Grandmaster nodded to Loki, agreeing to his request. Having someone with smooth talk might improve their situation with the Angels. Seeing that the Grandmaster had agreed, Loki simply smiled at him and naturally fell half a step behind. Although the Grandmaster said nothing verbally about Loki's tactfulness, his eyes already showed great satisfaction. It was precisely because of Loki's tactful demeanor that the Grandmaster came to regard him as a friend, or rather a subordinate, in such a short time. Who wouldn't like a good underling who never steals the spotlight? The two men walked smiling toward the Grandmaster's private ship, their destination, naturally the angelic warship that had already parked above the Grandmaster's favorite gladiatorial arena. However, the Grandmaster had no intention of physically boarding the alien warship. Although he knew a little about the Angels' ways, he had no idea if they were two-faced. It would be too unworthy to lose his life so easily. Standing in the middle of his ship, he nodded to his pilot. Instantly a projection appeared in front of the ship, facing the angelic warship. "Greetings, honorable Angels." But before the Grandmaster could finish, his projection was abruptly shut off, as if someone didn't want him to continue. As the ruler of Sakar, when had he ever been treated like this? Rude. No manners at all. The Grandmaster grumbled, incessantly condemning the Angels' discourteous behavior in his ship. What he didn't know was that, on the Heavenly Blade, the instigator Liang Bing was staring excitedly at her own hand. Now she finally understood why her sister enjoyed shutting down her interstellar projections so much. That felt really good. Thor looked worriedly at the delighted Liang Bing on the throne. He didn't know if this would provoke the other party and ruin their plan to find Loki on Sakar. "Isn't this not good?" Thor tried to advise her in a gentle tone. Liang Bing pouted, looking at Thor with contempt. "Are you really a prince? How can you be so timid?" Before Thor could say more, Liang Bing slumped back into her throne and waved her hand dismissively. "According to my sister, a god should act like a god. If he wants to talk with angels properly, he should come meet them in person." Liang Bing imitated Keisha's tone and gestures while speaking to Thor. She imitated Keisha's every move so vividly that if not for their different appearances and hairstyles, Thor might have thought it was Keisha sitting on the throne. Listening to Liang Bing, Thor didn't know what to say. Maybe all angels are so arrogant. But soon he realized he was mistaken. "How was that? Did I look just like my sister?" Liang Bing raised an eyebrow at Thor, speaking in a teasing manner. Gone was any dignified demeanor. Instead, her goofy, playful nature overflowed. While everything just now was only in his imagination, Liang Bing's reason for shutting down the projection was simple. She wanted to experience the joy her sister had felt when she used to cut off her cosmic projection. Now she had experienced it herself, and it was indeed enjoyable. Satisfied, she said to Thor, Go see if that fellow will allow us to search for your brother. If not, then let our fists speak. By the way, don't let them land on my heavenly blade. That ship is not clean at all. If they land, you'll have to clean the entire heavenly blade, inside and out, the whole place." Thor listened to Liang Bing and was speechless. "You already drove your warship right into someone's home, and you're talking about if not allowed. As if they have the power to refuse. And forbidding them to land is a bit too much. Do angels have some sort of cleanliness obsession?" But looking at Liang Bing's expression, he thought to spare himself the monumental task of cleaning the heavenly blade, it would be better not to let them land. For now Thor had no choice but to obey. He walked out ready to explain to the ruler of Sakaar that they meant no harm. Stepping out of the hall, he saw that the projected ship was already preparing to land on the heavenly blade one. Seeing this, Thor hurriedly waved his hands, trying to stop them from landing. But the Grandmaster thought someone had come out to welcome them, so he paid no attention and continued landing in the square in front of the heavenly blade one. Watching the ship finally touch down, Thor's heart sank. With such a huge heavenly blade, how long would he have to clean? The appearance of the angels was a tremendous shock to everyone. After the Battle of New York, people had already heard rumors of so-called special teams. The re-emerged Captain America, the mythical Thor, the Green Giant, the billionaire, the modern Robin Hood, and the glamorous female spy. Yet none of this was as shocking as the angels appearing before the world. As soon as the news broke, some people had already started selling merchandise of the two angels who had flown over the United States. Although the photos people took of the angels were not very clear, one thing was certain: they were definitely not fakes. If there was anyone in the world most excited about the angels' appearance, it was the Pope and the cardinals of the Vatican. All the cardinals currently in the Vatican had gathered in the cathedral hall to discuss the news of the angels' appearance. So there really are such things as angels in this world. Even these cardinals could hardly believe that the very beings they had always worshipped would actually appear before mortals. Since angels have appeared, could God himself be somewhere unseen? Perhaps he has only sent a pair of angels to inspect the mortal world, waiting for the right moment to descend himself. Still, this is good news. After all, we are the only religious state in the world. No religious matter can bypass us. A cardinal smiled. The angels' appearance was immensely significant to them. After all, no other mythological figures had shown up yet. Norse mythology, forget it. It could at any time become nothing more than a story in books. Some were elated by the angels' appearance, while others were angered by the location. Why would the angels appear in a place like America? Shouldn't they have come directly to the Vatican? A cardinal slammed his hand on the table. "We are the ones the angels should bless." The Pope said nothing, listening calmly to the cardinal's opinions. Yet who knew what was going through his mind? "Keep your voice down. How do you know the angels aren't listening?" A cardinal warned the dissatisfied one. "Angels are gods. It would be no trouble for them to hear the conversation. Moreover, with the military power they displayed in Marshall, they were truly walking humanoid nuclear bombs. It was even possible that humanity's strongest weapon, the nuclear bomb, could do nothing against the angels. This is an opportunity for us. The angels do not speak directly to mortals. Their appearance was entirely earned by our devotion, wasn't it?" The cardinal seated to the Pope's left smiled, showing no concern about angels overhearing them. How could the angels not trust their own devotees? At this point, the Pope stood up, looked around at the seated cardinals, and said with a smile, "We are servants of the Lord. Shouldn't we help the world understand his glory? The angel's appearance proves our faith is correct. Restoring Catholicism to its former glory is our best response to the Lord and the angels." A cardinal seemed to grasp the Pope's intent. He stood up, bowed, and said, "Let the Lord's glory once again fill the world." No one was a fool. To become a cardinal required more than just sincere faith. Let the Lord's glory once again fill the world. One followed, then two. After the first cardinal stood, a second rose. Let the Lord's glory once again fill the world. But while they dreamed of a bright future, reality often deals a harsh blow to those lost in fantasy. The one to deal that blow to the Vatican was precisely the angels they hoped to use. So this is the so-called faithful angel. Lung and Etienne hovered above the Vatican. Lung showed her displeasure at everything she saw. If not for the many civilians below, Lung would have liked to deliver a blazing judgment like in Marshall. Queen Keisha said it's an abstract portrayal of angels. Etienne also disliked the religious atmosphere. Since when does an angel take orders from a man? After reading the local dark information, Lung's flamesword began to charge. The angel's sudden appearance over the Vatican naturally drew the attention of countless Catholics in the square. Upon seeing them, the Catholics instantly knelt in worship. But their prayers only irritated Lung, who was already uncomfortable with the local faith. As Lung's comrade Etienne quickly sensed her state, it was clearly unsuitable. She could only take Lung's hand to calm her down. Feeling Yishin's warm hand, Lung gradually calmed down. However, her gaze toward the place remained unchanged, cold as ice. The commotion outside was naturally noticed by the cardinals discussing inside. They quickly sent guards to investigate. The guards soon brought the news they most wanted to hear: the angels had arrived at the Vatican, which they called the Holy See. Some cardinals exchanged smiles. Their plans seemed about to become reality. With the angels here, what could go wrong? The angels had not appeared over Orthodox territory nor Protestant soil, but above the Vatican. The angels trusted them, the Catholics, didn't they? Let us go out to meet the two angels. The Pope slowly rose and led the cardinals out of the hall to see the angels who had come to them. The angels in midair had already actively filtered out the repetitive prayers. Whoever invented it, Lung and Etienne now, had a deeper understanding of this so-called abstract angel faith. Simply put, it was a false god. If a god could fulfill everyone's wishes, it would not be a god. Sister Lung. Etienne tugged Lung's hand and gestured toward a group emerging from the grand building. They seemed to be the highest leaders of this place. Lung nodded and they descended together. Their battle boots lightly touched the stone floor, the crisp metallic sound striking everyone's ears. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. The prayers around reached a peak as the angels descended. Everyone prayed fervently toward the angels. But when the angels stood fully on the ground, the prayers subsided. Everyone understood that the angels had not come merely to hear their prayers. They must have something to discuss with the Pope. Some even thought the angels might have been summoned by the Pope. But the anticipated scene of mutual affection between angels and Pope never came. Instead, as the Pope approached, an ancient longsword was already resting on his shoulder. The angel who placed the flame sword on the Pope's shoulder was not Lung but Etienne. Lung knew that Etienne had already deactivated the sword's computational core before touching the human. Otherwise, the energy from the flame sword alone would have incinerated him upon contact. Angel, what is the meaning of this? A man who could become Pope would not easily reveal his emotions. Even with a sword at his neck, he remained composed. More gibberish. Lung was truly exasperated. How did these people manage to speak different, unintelligible languages? Why couldn't they all use God River language? Etienne looked at the calm Pope beneath her sword, smiled slightly, and a misty white light flashed in her eyes. But the next moment Yishin's expression was no longer gentle. The flame sword began moving closer to the Pope's neck. The sharp blade had already cut through the Pope's skin and drops of blood began to seep from the wound. Lung had not expected her sister to actually want to kill this man. Shouldn't she be the more impulsive one? Perhaps knowing Lung's confusion, Etienne had already shared everything, her insight I had seen via dark communication. For an angel, a mortal's entire life took no time at all. From the human perspective, it was even shorter, less than a second, before they noticed the angel who hadn't raised her sword began to speak. But they couldn't understand. Only a few tourists from the Eastern nation understood. Burn him. Lung didn't spare another glance at the so-called Pope, turned and flew into the sky. Activating the flame sword's supercomputer, Etienne incinerated the Pope before her, completely leaving not even a trace of ash. Send his deeds to the human network. As long as they are rational, they will understand that the angels did right. As Etienne slowly ascended and the stunned crowd below stared, Lung said to her, "Yes." The two angels left directly, but what they could not take away was the mess left behind in human eyes. Some non-Catholic tourists, upon seeing the angel burn the Pope, already said, "Being burned to death by the angels you worship, doesn't that say enough? A Pope being burned by angels. What an irony. Catholicism will surely be disgraced from now on." The believers were even more in disbelief. Their Pope had been burned to ash. No, not even ash. Simply nothing left. What does this mean? A believer whispered. The judgment of angels, another answered. The Pope's sudden death completely disrupted the hierarchy of the Vatican. The position that everyone once coveted now became a hot potato passed among the cardinals. No one wanted to be Pope anymore. The previous Pope had been judged by angels. Would the next one face the same fate? No one could say. Besides, how many of the people here could claim they had never made a mistake in their lives? Meanwhile, the full account of the Pope's life uploaded by Etienne began to spread rapidly. Everyone was getting a fresh look at the darkness of the church. But all this had nothing to do with the two angels anymore. Their mission on Earth was complete, and it was time to return to Blazing Sword. The eight-legged divine steed trod upon the soil of Asgard. Odin took a deep breath. Even for him, using the Bifrost twice in such a short span was taxing. The dark energy was too heavy a burden for his current body. Dismounting, he gazed at Loki, who was already subdued. A flicker of paternal affection passed through Odin's single eye, but it vanished in an instant. In Asgard, he was not only the father of Thor and Loki, but also its king. Having committed such deeds, Loki could not escape punishment. With a wave of his hand, Asgardian guards led Loki away. He was in no mood to speak with Loki now. Besides, that fellow would hardly converse civilly. If their dialogue in the vault were to repeat, Odin feared he might not endure it. Moreover, the emergence of such a being in the Nine Realms was an omen of unknown fortune. Recalling the woman who sat upon her throne and spoke to him with composure, Odin couldn't help but frown. He glanced back at Thor, whom he had brought back. This child was no match for that woman now, and would likely remain suppressed by her for a long time. Father! Thor noticed Odin's gaze. He was already puzzled as to why his father had brought them both back to Asgard. The Tesseract was still in that woman's hands. To leave without retrieving it was inexcusable. Odin patted the neck of the eight-legged steed. Sleipnir understood his master's intention and trotted away leisurely. Watching Sleipnir depart, Odin turned to the bewildered Thor and said, "Would you care to walk with me?" Without waiting for Thor's consent, he strode directly toward the now-shattered Bifrost. Holding Mjolnir, Thor wasted no time and quickly followed Odin's steps, lest he miss any crucial information. He doubted Odin simply wanted a stroll. It surely had something to do with that woman. Thus the two walked one after another along the path to the Bifrost. Odin remained silent, and Thor did not ask why. They seemed to be merely taking a walk, though clad in battle armor rather than everyday attire. When they finally reached the broken bridge, Heimdall, the gatekeeper, who should have been standing guard, was nowhere to be seen. As Asgard's gatekeeper, he would never leave the gates without the king's command. His absence meant Odin had sent him away beforehand. "The cosmos is beautiful, isn't it?" Odin smiled as he spoke of the view before him. The fractured Bifrost still shimmered with iridescent light, a unique spectacle amidst the vast universe. Thor nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. For beings of their level, the universe was a breathtaking vista if viewed solely for its scenery. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it becomes. Odin cast a glance at Thor, left this remark, and turned away. Thor was no sage, but neither was he a mere brute. Gazing at that expanse of stars, Thor turned and departed in silence. This time, however, his retreating figure bore a heavy weight. It was the weight of recognizing one's own insignificance. Back on Earth, the Avengers were not as Stark had imagined, sitting together to savor some novel delicacy. Seated in the top-floor office of Stark Tower, no one spoke. Though a great war had ended, not a single face showed joy. They had witnessed the events in outer space through surveillance satellites, the sudden Rainbow Bridge, and the knight who emerged from it. In an instant, Thor was taken by the one resembling Odin, and even Loki, imprisoned on Earth, was whisked away at that very moment. As for the Tesseract, no one mentioned it now. Everyone present had selectively forgotten that it remained in the hands of the woman in silver armor. Stark was even relieved the Tesseract hadn't returned to human hands, or more precisely to S.H.I.E.L.D. Its return would only spur them to develop more so-called deterrent weapons. "Anyone for a drink?" Stark stood and walked to the bar in his office, where numerous expensive bottles were displayed, any one of which cost more than a year's salary for a white-collar worker. No one answered. "Looks like it's just me." Stark casually took down a bottle of whiskey and calmly poured himself a glass. The amber liquid swirled against the glass as Stark tilted it, the sound of clinking ice echoing in the silent room, heard clearly by all. "Aren't you worried at all?" Captain America Steve Rogers found Stark's demeanor unbearable. An unknown entity lurked in outer space, eyeing Earth covetously. How could he be so relaxed? Steve rose abruptly from his chair, staring at Stark, who was savoring his drink. "Who knows if that woman has ill intentions? What if she wants to invade Earth too? She could have killed me today, you know." Stark set down his glass calmly, speaking with a composed expression. Stark's words left Steve speechless. No one knew why Stark had suddenly lost all power and plummeted. Least of all a man who had been frozen for 70 years. Walking up to Steve, Stark faced the man his father had revered as the perfect soldier. "That woman hacked my suit's systems in an instant, you understand? In an instant." Stark roared at Steve. "She could have detonated my arc reactor right after breaking in." The so-called perfect super soldier involuntarily averted his gaze, unable to hold Stark's stare. Shrugging, Stark said in a flippant tone, "Still don't get it? She doesn't think we're worth her attention. But we can't just do nothing." A deep voice came from a man stepping out of the elevator. Dressed in a long black leather coat and a single black eye patch, he gave off the air of a medieval pirate. Even more so if not for his skin color. This man was the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., formerly the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Stark had never held a high opinion of him, whether for his unauthorized intrusion into his home or for planting agents by his side. Nick Fury's standing with Stark had always been low. Of all S.H.I.E.L.D., only the now-deceased Coulson had a decent rapport with him. The playboy said no more to Steve and returned to the bar, taking a gentle sip from his glass. He paid no heed to Nick Fury, but among the Avengers present too were former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The striking redhead and the sharp-featured man with short hair nodded at Fury. Fury was unfazed by Stark's attitude, merely waving a file in everyone's view. I don't know if any of you are interested in the World Security Council's new proposal. Scanning the assembled Avengers, Fury casually placed the file on a nearby table. Stark just smirked. He could guess the contents without even looking. Those fools were worried about the Tesseract being in unknown hands. They'd also discuss how to deal with that woman. Tony, pour me one. Banner rose and walked over to Stark. He hadn't wanted to be involved in this mess. If S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't dragged him back, he'd still be in Kolkata, India. Watching the two men debate over which brand of liquor was better, Fury felt a twinge of irritation, but his composure betrayed nothing. Or maybe it was just his skin color. Some were genuinely interested in the council's proposal, like the super soldier in his star-spangled suit. Steve picked up the file, but the cover revealed nothing. Only a nondescript serial number. As he flipped through the pages, his frown deepened. From start to finish, Steve saw no trace of fear in the document. Only the benefits and power the Tesseract could bring them. He looked up at the S.H.I.E.L.D. director before him. Don't they understand? Don't you? Fury met Steve's gaze. I do. The moment I left that meeting, I knew Earth can't provoke that woman now. Then why show us this? The Council's decisions are beyond my control. They always find the right moment to push things forward. Fury was candid, showing no concern. After all, this wasn't his doing. It was those higher-ups. Besides, when he attended the meeting, he hadn't known that woman could simply take the energy-bursting Tesseract. Had he known, he'd never have approved the proposal. Let me guess. They want to negotiate with her. And if talks fail, threaten her with force. But what weapon could reach someone beyond the lunar orbit? Stark interjected with his own speculation. Oh right, you have those weapons developed from the Tesseract. Maybe those could hit her. Banner, drinking on the other side, said nothing, but his eyes betrayed his distrust of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Council. They had no idea how terrifying it was to breach Stark's armor in an instant. They only thought about getting what they wanted by any means. Are you afraid? Natasha, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Her keen perception caught the unease in Stark's heart. A man of such arrogance feeling this way at such a time. Hearing her words, Stark replied calmly, Yeah, I am. The man who could openly defy Congress now uttered such words without a change in expression. You're good with computers. If I gave you a supercomputer, how long would it take to crack my armor systems? Stark asked Natasha. Natasha fell silent. She had heard Stark's earlier words to Steve. Hacking his suit in an instant, even with a supercomputer and all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scientists, they'd at best match his AI. Nothing to say. Stark raised his glass for another sip. A crisp clink sounded as he set it back on the marble counter. I don't know how powerful her technology is, but I believe if she wants to know something, she will. No one can stop her. Stark patted Banner on the shoulder. What do you think? Banner nodded. Stark had breached S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database in hours, exposing everything. What about that woman? Milliseconds, microseconds, and she had never been in close contact with Stark. She breached his system remotely. This proved she needed no connection to her target, using an unknown method to access all information simply and ruthlessly. Fury frowned but said nothing. Sir, I think you should see this. J.R.V.I.S.'s voice echoed in the room. A holographic projection materialized. Beyond the lunar orbit, a colossal, technologically advanced celestial body had appeared. J.R.V.I.S. How large is it? Is it moving? Stark had no time for S.H.I.E.L.D. now. The priority was no longer the Council's proposal, but the object beyond the lunar orbit. Even the projection conveyed its immense scale. If such a thing fell to Earth, humanity would follow the dinosaurs into extinction. Approximately 30 kilometers in height and 40 in width, without the wing-like structures about 10 kilometers wide. Its trajectory matches Earth's orbit. After J. R. V. I. S. report, the room was filled only with the sound of breathing. That object was no longer a sword of Damocles. It was a genuine potential source of world annihilation. The crimson energy ejected from the pitch-black cannon barrel reached Tianren in an instant, but contrary to the Dark Elf's expectations, it did not strike the angel directly. Instead, it was devoured by something, leaving no trace of the energy they had fired. If you enjoy firing cannons, then feast to your heart's content. Lung waved her hand, dismissively opening several wormholes around the Dark Elf warship. The moment the wormholes appeared, a mass of crimson energy struck the Dark Elf vessel. Feeling the tremors throughout the ship, Malekith understood why the woman had never taken their ship's cannons seriously from the start. A race possessing such spatial technology had no need to fear such attacks. They could redirect the assault a second before it landed. If Lung knew his thoughts, she would likely point at his nose and say, "As an angel, isn't it normal to master a bit of spatial technology?" Malekith now truly coveted those beings also called angels. Such technology, such combat prowess. They seemed a race born for large-scale warfare. Even the Asgardians could not compare in the slightest. Otherwise Asgard would not have merely exiled heaven instead of slaughtering all those traitors. Asgard's reputation across the world tree was far from noble, especially during the reign of Odin and Hela, when they took whatever they desired. They were lawless to such an extent that even now in the cosmos beyond the world tree, claiming to be Asgardian meant countless would sacrifice their return home just to slay them. Now, with such a race emerging, how could the Asgardian king remain idle? Though his mind entertained the idea of watching both powers clash, Malekith was eager to see who would triumph. Two such formidable forces colliding. He longed to witness the victor. But the most pressing matter was not contemplating the battle. It was escaping from these angels. They clearly sensed the purpose of the two small angels who had left the battlefield earlier. After all, when two light sources suddenly appeared in the sky, any creature would realize something was amiss. Prepare for jump. Malekith no longer wished to waste time here. The appearance of the ether signified the impending convergence of the world tree, the simplest moment to destroy it. With the ether, they could surely achieve their goal. Sister Lung, the Great Judgment is ready, Etienne informed Lung through the dark communication channel, confirming that both she and Weifeng had prepared the attack. Now Lung only needed to give the order and they could incinerate that massive black vessel. Wait, let me set up precautions lest they use some bizarre escape skill. Lung's eyes filled with a milky white substance as she gazed at the Dark Elf warship. Initiate spatial anchoring, construct spatial barrier, negate all spatial jumps within the barrier, allow angelic Great Judgment to enter the sealed space. Lung's words were as cold as her name. With their new spatial technology, the angels had achieved overwhelming mastery in spatial manipulation. No one could defeat angels within the realm of space, not even civilizations that had long studied it. The voice of the gene engine echoed in Lang's dark dimension. Spatial anchoring complete, spatial barrier complete, spatial jump negation complete, Great Judgment channel constructed. There was no delay. Each command was executed instantly upon being issued. Lung couldn't help but sigh. If she had possessed such technology at Beziksing, wouldn't her master have been captured directly? But that was impossible now. She wondered how many angel sisters would come to this universe in the future because of her master. All right, Weifeng, you initiate the Great Judgment first. Etienne, stand by. If one strike isn't enough, give him another. Lung's light voice reached Weifeng through the dark communication. Understood. After receiving Lung's command, Weifeng nodded to Etienne. If it fails, Etienne, I entrust it to you. Don't worry, there's no need to be so grave. Etienne was taken aback by her sister's solemn attitude. If anyone overheard, they might think the angels were about to sacrifice themselves. Weifeng perhaps realized her words were ambiguous, blushing with embarrassment, but her eyes remained fixed on the massive black warship. The Great Judgment on her flame blade was already poised. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lung called over the idle young angels, saying cheerfully, Come, watch closely. This is a most significant Great Judgment. The first Great Judgment in this universe. Lung spoke joyfully to the young angels around her. Strictly speaking, some of them had never witnessed a Great Judgment in action. When else would they gain such experience? Sister Lung, we all know the power and scale of the Great Judgment from the shared database, even the precise values and dimensions. A young angel timidly raised her hand. Now that matters here were essentially resolved, wouldn't it be better to return to Tianren? and accompany the queen than to watch a great judgment. The heaven's army had lost there while fleeing faster than demons. The so-called Queen of Heaven had been utterly defeated by Lung with no resistance left. With nothing major left, why not return to the queen? Lung's expression stiffened and she coughed, saying, "Seeing it with your own eyes feels completely different from the database. I'm an old angel, you must trust me." Another young angel wanted to speak but eventually gave up. Watching the great judgment up close was acceptable. Later she could boast to other angels about witnessing it firsthand. Seeing the young angels fall silent, Lung nodded happily and sat lightly in the air, ready to watch the spectacular explosion of that black ship. Etienne was somewhat exasperated by Lung gathering the young angels for a close-up view. Truly only she would do such a thing. No wonder she and Sister Yen were such a pair of playful rivals. On the other side, Wei Feng nearly stumbled while preparing the great judgment. She was about to unleash it and they were sitting around watching. Did they doubt the power of her great judgment? But despite her thoughts, Wei Feng's hands moved swiftly. The already charged great judgment, as she swung the flame blade, slid along its arc toward the black warship. Aboard the ship, Malekith had lost his earlier composure. All escape technologies on the vessel had mysteriously failed at this critical moment. Impossible! How could this happen now? Malekith quickly identified the cause. After all, the woman on Tianren had previously hijacked their broadcast system. Blocking their escape technology was well within her capabilities. It was even effortless. Now they were lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. Watching the descending orb of light, Malekith felt a strange resignation. He realized that in the World Trees universe no one could defeat these angels technologically, only be crushed. He grew increasingly eager to see Asgard confront these angels. At that moment the Asgardians would likely share his feeling of powerlessness. With a loud roar, Malekith accepted his annihilation by the angels. "Asgard, it'll be waiting for you in hell." T'Challa was certain he had never seen this man who called himself his cousin. He had absolutely no recollection of him. Unless this fellow had not been born in Wakanda. The dreadlocked man, unconcerned by T'Challa's skeptical gaze, paced and said, "It's fine. After all, I wasn't born in Wakanda, so it's normal you wouldn't know. I suppose the great King T'Chaka wouldn't tell his son that he once killed his own brother." As he spoke, the dreadlocked man had already walked up to T'Challa and his companions, pointing his vibranium short spear directly at T'Challa's face. The Avengers simultaneously reacted, assuming attack stances against those around them. Stark even aimed his palm repulsor directly at the dreadlocked man. "Hey, I'm not in the mood for a family drama right now. Can you get these guys out of the way? It won't be pretty if a fight breaks out," Stark said, tilting his head to signal the man to leave. The dreadlocked man withdrew his short spear and flashed Stark an extremely arrogant smile. "You can leave. You're not my targets. I only have one target." He then fixed his gaze back on T'Challa before him. T'Challa understood this was not the time to be trapped here. Wakanda needed the Avengers to deal with that superintelligence. Without looking at Stark and the others, he said with utmost seriousness, "Go deal with that thing." Steve replied to T'Challa, "Take care then." The Avengers didn't dawdle and prepared to leave immediately to resolve the Ultron issue. But the next moment Stark was knocked to the ground by an imperceptible attack. What the hell? No one saw what happened. They could only frantically raise their defenses and check on Stark's condition. "Stark, you all right?" Steve asked Stark, who was slowly getting up. "I'm fine." Stark shook his head. That attack had been far too sudden. "Friday, what hit me?" But before Stark could get to his feet, another imperceptible attack struck him down again. Shite! Stark was starting to get frustrated by this unseen assault. Invisible, untouchable. How was he supposed to fight it? "Oh right, you're not my targets, but someone has made you theirs," the dreadlocked man said with a smirk to the struggling Stark. "I think we should settle matters between us first," T'Challa said, spreading his hands to reveal sharp, gleaming claws at his fingertips. The dreadlocked man feigned sudden realization and assumed a fighting stance against T'Challa. "You're right. We should settle things between us, cousin. I am T'Challa, son of King T'Chaka." Even at this moment T'Challa adhered to Wakandan tradition in facing his so-called cousin. Eric, Killmonger, son of Njobu. As Eric introduced himself, his original clothes were burned away, and a Black Panther suit, completely different in style from T'Challa's, materialized on him. "Originally meant for your sister. What have you done to Shuri?" Hearing that Eric was wearing something his sister had made, even T'Challa couldn't suppress his anger. He had no idea what was happening to her. "Someone still needs your sister, so don't worry, she's fine." With that, Eric charged at T'Challa with his spear. T'Challa didn't hesitate, either engaging his cousin in a fierce exchange of blows. But without a weapon, his first priority was to disarm Eric. While brother fought brother in Wakanda, the one who had been attacking Stark finally revealed themselves. A young man and woman not much older than children glared at the Iron Man who had just gotten up. "Don't tell me you have an illegitimate child out there and they've come for revenge." Steve probed cautiously, knowing full well Stark's reputation as a notorious playboy and billionaire. Having an illegitimate child wouldn't be surprising. Stark's face reddened. "I know damn well if I've done anything like that. Maybe you left some bastards behind during your USO shows." Steve's expression turned awkward at that remark, recalling some of his own reckless past. But more importantly, they needed to determine the relationship between those two and Stark. "What, forgotten your own deeds?" The girl spoke up. "Sokovia, remember?" Stark was bewildered by her question. He had never been to Sokovia. Sir Obadiah Stane once supplied a batch of Stark Industries weapons to the anti-government forces in Sokovia. Friday, the AI in his suit retrieved the relevant information. "How come I didn't know about this?" Stark was puzzled. "At the time, sir, you did not oversee the weapons sales division. You were only responsible for research and development." Stark's face fell. What a mess. His old enemy had created new enemies for him. Just then a black figure came flying towards them. It was T'Challa. Clearly, he had not fared well against his cousin, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. "Butch, how come you can't beat Tom?" Stark quipped at the fallen T'Challa. T'Challa ignored Stark's jab, got up and asked Eric, "Did you take the heart-shaped herb?" Eric sneered. "Why shouldn't I?" He lunged forward again, but this time T'Challa was not caught off guard by the information gap. He had known about the vibranium suit, but he never imagined Eric could have consumed the heart-shaped herb in such a short time. T'Challa had no time for words, and once again engaged Eric in close combat. Eric's attack seemed to be the signal for everyone to join the fray. In an instant, the previously stationary Wakandan border tribe launched an assault on the Avengers. "All right, nothing left to say. It's war." Steve tightened his grip on his vibranium shield and immediately engaged the border tribe warriors. There was no peaceful resolution to this now. Only by subduing these people could they possibly talk. But as he thought this, a powerfully built man dressed completely differently from the Wakandans confronted Steve. Clang! A silver-white fist collided with the vibranium shield, producing a deafening sound. Fortunately, the shield was made of vibranium, or his arms would have been numbed by the impact. The man had a mechanical left arm with a prominent red star on the shoulder. His face was expressionless, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. The Winter Soldier. Natasha knew him well. He was the one who had ruined her chances of ever wearing a bikini again. "What?" Before Steve could fully process it, the man with the metal arm punched him flying with his normal hand. Had it been the metal arm, Steve figured, he might have been meeting his maker. The sharp pain in his abdomen jolted him into full alertness, his eyes burning with intense focus. He had to take this guy down first. The Winter Soldier drew a pistol and emptied the magazine at the charging Steve. Thanks to his vibranium shield, Steve deflected every bullet. Seeing his bullets were useless, the Winter Soldier discarded the gun and drew a gleaming silver tactical knife. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind all this watched as the Wakandans gradually constructed the body he had long desired. After all the effort of gathering these Avenger shaders, wasn't it all to buy time to complete his new form? Gazing at the gradually forming vibranium body, Ultron murmured, "Soon. It will be soon." For Carol, the only path left was to face Death Heaton. There was no other choice remaining. Gazing at the weapon before her, its blade gleaming with a purple radiance, even Carol herself felt uncertain. This object was far too unfathomable. With a flicker of movement, Carol appeared at the side of Star Destiny. Her fists brimming with energy struck its flank with tremendous force, successfully denting its central core. It now floated in the void of space, as if her single blow had rendered it into scrap. Even the purple glow on its blade had faded away. Yet despite Star Destiny's apparent ruin, Carol's sixth sense continued to scream warnings. How could a weapon that seemed utterly broken still pose a threat to her? Though she pondered this, Carol acted with caution, deciding instantly to flee. She had no idea how many such weapons the angels possessed. Once again transforming into a streak of light, she sped away from the angels' territory. However, her concerns were somewhat excessive. For she, a single Star Destiny was more than enough. In a distant star system far from Carol, she gently beckoned, drawing a fragment of a shattered planet toward her. She seated herself upon it, gazing leisurely in the direction of Carol's escape. Restore. Her crimson lips parted softly, and in another star system, Star Destiny stirred to life. An emerald light suffused the entire weapon. After the glow faded, the once deformed Star Destiny had returned to its original state, ready to hunt Carol once more. Its sharp blade was once again coated in purple light, this time, even more intense than before. Seated on the broken planet, Keisha merely moved her hand slightly. Star Destiny vanished from sight in the cosmos, yet in his eyes it had already intercepted Carol's path. Carol, sensing the dangerous aura ahead, quickly halted her momentum and attempted to change direction. But she would grant her no further chances. As Carol altered her course, Star Destiny had already positioned itself in her new path. Had Carol been reckless, she would have been cleaved in two by Star Destiny. Clearly, she was not so foolhardy. The moment she sensed the shifting danger ahead, she ceased all movement. Now Carol understood that escape from this weapon's range was utterly impossible. Even if her energy reserves could sustain her, her body could no longer withstand another surge of power. Entering the binary star form again was out of the question. Yet there was no time for hesitation. Star Destiny was upon her in an instant, its razor edge radiating a lethal threat. Carol barely dodged the first strike, but in the next moment Star Destiny had vanished from its original trajectory and reappeared at her waist. Even with her lightning-fast reflexes, she could only twist her body to avoid being bisected. Nevertheless, she could not prevent Star Destiny from slicing a gash across her abdomen. The blood that spilled from the wound instantly crystallized into scarlet shards of ice. Agony engulfed Carol in a searing wave so intense that she could barely maintain the energy field around her. Such a golden opportunity was not one she would squander. Star Destiny appeared once more in a place Carol could never have anticipated. The silver-white blade materialized behind her, but now racked with excruciating pain, Carol's sixth sense had utterly failed her. The next moment Star Destiny pierced straight through her chest, leaving a gaping hole. The purple light on its blade continuously corroded her body, suppressing its natural healing. Such grievous wounds would have been impossible for even a fully powered Carol to mend instantly, let alone in her current state. This injury sealed Carol's fate. Yet Star Destiny, the instrument of her doom, bore not a single trace of blood. Carol stared blankly as the silver-white weapon vanished before her eyes, leaving only the gaping wound in her chest. The light in her eyes slowly dimmed until at last it was extinguished completely. At this moment Carol died in a barren stretch of space, surrounded only by lifeless, desolate planets. When Carol fell still, a figure appeared in that star system. Azure eyes studied the lifeless form of Carol. Entering the dark dimension, accessing the Divine Knowledge Vault, opening the interface, though Keisha had previously asked her to research ways to advance the Divine Knowledge Vault, when she actually began her investigation, she discovered it was completely different from what she remembered. Even after separating the system powered by 6 infinity stones, the Divine Knowledge Vault remained entirely altered from its original form. It had become more advanced. So advanced that even the angels who could now analyze the infinity stones found it inscrutable. Yet that was the only issue. The Divine Knowledge Vault remained firmly in Keisha's grasp without any problems. She saw no need to study. Her own heavenly-based computing platform, Keisha's, was sufficient. If the Great Clock were now placed before the current Divine Knowledge Vault, it would likely be utterly overwhelmed. Analyzing target Carol Danvers belongs to the Divine River lifeform body modified by spatial energy, no genetic engine, no vital signs detected. Is further negation required? Negate all possible paths of resurrection for the target. Keisha spoke calmly. The events of this universe were far too enigmatic. She did not wish to be caught off guard. After all, the being floating before her possessed a name of its own. Negating target's energy, negating target, negating. In an instant, the Divine Knowledge Vault had negated every conceivable path of resurrection for Carol. At the very least, all methods recorded within the Divine Knowledge Vault were invalidated. As for other possible resurrection methods in this universe, even she could not be certain of their nature. Proceed with physical and mental erasure. Keisha's voice was as cold as ice. Complete as the Divine Knowledge Vault's voice resounded, Carol's body, which had been floating in space, dissipated completely. No one would ever know that this was the final resting place of the self-proclaimed righteous Captain Marvel. Over. As the angel discovered Carol Danvers, the Captain Marvel naturally spotted the distant Merlot heaven. A radiant and beautiful planet, accompanied by a pitch-black dim world. Carol had seen many lovely planets, but this peculiar twin-star system was a first. Having spent time in the Kree Empire, Carol could roughly discern the purpose of that dark planet. Yet transforming an entire planet into a docking port for angel warships was a feat only angels could achieve. As Carol pondered how to greet the angels, a young angel fluttered her wings and appeared before her. If not for her own exceptional reflexes, Carol might have missed how the young angel arrived. It was certain that these young angels were far from slow. She had detected no spatial tunnels or fluctuations, meaning the angel had relied purely on her own speed. Carol Danvers, Queen Keisha requests your presence. The young angel nodded briefly and stated her purpose. She gestured toward Merlot Heaven. Thank you. Carol offered a quiet thanks in return. You're welcome. The young angel smiled lightly, then led Carol toward Merlot Heaven. Carol quickly followed. Though she had arrived uninvited, the angels had still sent someone to greet her, a gesture of respect. After all, the angels were now the dominant power in the galaxy, and such treatment was a great honor for her. Following the young angel, Carol marveled at the unique beauty of Merlot Heaven, a sight even she had to praise. When they stopped before a grand hall, the young angel nodded to Carol and departed. Watching the angel leave, Carol hesitated, wondering if she should ask about etiquette, but swallowed her words. She had no choice but to press on, hoping the angels had no special formalities. As she raised her hand to knock, the door swung open abruptly, leaving her in an awkward pose. Hello everyone. A seasoned traveler, Carol quickly turned her knock into a wave. Had they not seen her earlier embarrassment, the angels might have believed she was greeting them. But Keisha sat on her throne, gently stroking its armrest. Keisha felt it was an inopportune day to return to her chambers. Having just finished one meeting, another had begun. Keisha's demeanor unsettled Carol, who felt trapped between entering and retreating, unsure if she had offended the angel queen. Yet the awkwardness was brief. Keisha looked up and asked, "Traveling thousands of miles to Merlot Heaven, what brings you here?" Carol was taken aback by the directness. Shouldn't there be pleasantries first? At least ask what she thought of angels. But the thought faded. She had encountered such directness in other cosmic nations. As an American at heart, she appreciated this straightforward style. She strode into the hall, looked up at the angel queen on her throne, and declared, "The angels destroyed the Kree. Honestly, I'm pleased. But your methods unsettle other planets. Since when do Earthlings care about other planets' lives?" Keisha asked, resting her chin on her hand, pinpointing Carol's earthly origin. "Or do you not identify as an Earthling?" Her phoenix eyes narrowed, their gaze sharp and fixed on Carol. "Earth has many superheroes, but few elsewhere in the universe," Carol replied calmly. In her view, possessing such power meant she was destined to protect life across the galaxy. Earth didn't need another hero. Though she had fought evil beyond the stars, she wasn't ignorant of Earth's affairs. Yet she chose to come to Merlot Heaven first, deeming it more urgent than reuniting with old friends. A cosmic champion of justice. Keisha's gaze remained fixed on Carol. Carol nodded, accepting the title. She saw herself as a champion of justice, aiding the weak against the strong. Was that not righteous? Then why come to Merlot Heaven? Keisha pressed. "You've destabilized other planets," Carol declared firmly. She detailed her journey to Merlot Heaven, recounting the turmoil caused by the angels' destruction of the Kree and the panicked exodus from nearby worlds, all of which had driven her here. "So what do you want the angels to do?" Keisha asked, amused, her smile belying a dangerous glint in her golden eyes. "I want the angels to never expand their territory," Carol proposed, believing it best for all. "That way peace reigns and you can govern your own domain. Your race isn't numerous, what use is so much space? Do you realize what you're saying?" Keisha's straightened eyes locked on Carol. "I'm fully aware. What makes you think the angels should listen to you?" "This." Carol's body blazed with radiant light like a burning star rising in the hall. Keisha regarded her coolly. "You shouldn't be called justice. This is nothing but sanctimony." After regaining consciousness, Stark's first words to Steve were, "Captain, we might be in even bigger trouble." "What could possibly be more troublesome than the Hydra we have now?" Steve replied somewhat jokingly. "Much bigger than their issues." Stark's tone trembled slightly. Whether it was from fear or excitement was unclear, but that matter was undoubtedly a far greater priority for Stark than the utterly defeated Hydra. Steve fixed a deep gaze on Stark before turning to face the approaching Hydra agents. "Then let's settle this quickly." He hurled his vibranium shield with great force, this time with more speed than before. They moved faster, returning even quicker. Hearing Steve's words, the other Avengers intensified their assault. If the captain said to speed up, then speed up they would. They were now fully committed to dealing with the Hydra agents before them. After all, they had heard Stark's earlier warning to Steve. No one knew just how great the trouble they were about to face would be. All they could do now was quickly resolve these Hydra agents and learn from Tony Stark just how serious the situation he mentioned was. "I hope you can explain this to us later," Clint Barton said to Tony Stark through the comms. It was clear that everyone understood this was not something just anyone could create. Only this tech genius could pull it off. Perhaps even Bruce Banner, who had now transformed into the Hulk, had a part in it. Tony responded from within his armor, "Don't worry, I'll explain everything." The next moment, a colossal rainbow beam illuminated the battlefield. Seeing that familiar beam, the Avengers understood full well who had arrived on Earth to warrant such a grand display. It was Thor Odinson, the god of thunder from Asgard. However, this time there were not just one but two figures descending. One tall and robust, the other petite and charming. Thor had returned with his Earth girlfriend. How long have I been home and Earth is already in such chaos? With a casual flick of his hammer, Thor sent a Hydra soldier flying smiling as he looked at the other Avengers. Steve knocked another Hydra soldier away with his shield and breathlessly said to Thor, "You haven't seen the worst of it." "Then you need to clarify things for me," Thor said, not concerned about such small matters. After all, what problems could arise in Midgard? "Just stay safe here, no problem," he told his girlfriend before launching himself at another Hydra soldier with his hammer. With Thor's addition, they managed to deal with the Hydra agents swiftly. They didn't waste any extra time and quickly returned to Stark Tower, prepared to take a good look at the super trouble created by Stark. Upon seeing the chaos in the workshop inside Stark Tower, everyone realized that this super trouble far exceeded anything they had dealt with before. Whether it was an alien invasion or modified soldiers, nothing was as troublesome as this current situation. "Can I understand this as you creating a completely uncontrollable super AI intended to protect humanity, which has now resulted in a catastrophic error?" Thor set his hammer down on the coffee table and asked Stark and Banner, "Can you tell me your reason for creating it?" "To protect humanity," Stark answered without hesitation. This was the reason he had created Ultron, the belief he had always held. "But now there's been a little mishap." Stark chuckled lightly. He couldn't help but smile, though it was a smile born from his own foolishness. This time Natasha noticed that Thor did not claim to be a guardian. He did not echo what he had said to Nick Fury in S.H.I.E.L.D. about how they could not doubt their guardians. "Why aren't you claiming to be the guardian this time?" Natasha inquired of Thor. Thor calmly explained to Natasha why he no longer said that Asgard is no longer the guardian of the 9 realms. "We have been replaced." He then sat down on the sofa with a serene expression. For him, the most pressing concern was how to ensure Asgard's safety from the impending Ragnarok. Returning to Earth at this moment was merely to see the reflection of Midgard, the place where the waters of truth bloom. To let the gods in the water accept him and then see how future Asgard would survive. "So who is the guardian of the 9 realms now?" "Those angels," Banner asked, sitting at the computer, his hands still working but not stopping him from asking. Thor nodded this time, even appreciating Banner repeating what Stark had said on the helicarrier. Finally a smart person. Wait, Barton found it hard to process such a large amount of information, jumping from the guardians of the 9 realms to the angels who killed Nick Fury. Stark quickly added, "Shouldn't we be discussing how to deal with Ultron instead? Ultron is the biggest trouble now." Looking at the empty database on the computer, Banner scratched his head. That guy erased all the data before he left. There are no traces left, it's irretrievable. We might be dealing with an AI that can survive in the network. Banner took off his glasses and rubbed his face vigorously. Now he had no idea how to trap that guy. As long as the network was operational in this world, they were destined not to be able to confine the consciousness of that being. Even if they destroyed its body, it would be useless. Moreover, when Ultron left Stark Tower, he had taken at least over 100 Iron Legion soldiers, any one of which could serve as a vessel for Ultron's consciousness. The danger posed by a completely uncontrollable AI was immense. Stark stroked his growing stubble, starting to understand how they might trap Ultron's consciousness. However, the only condition needed now was for him to create another superintelligence capable of countering Ultron in the shortest amount of time. And that being's sole function would be to isolate Ultron from the internet. This was the only method. If Jarvis were still around, it would probably be no problem. Stark's thoughts suddenly found a real countermeasure. Jarvis could not have been silently consumed by Ultron. Jarvis's fundamental framework likely still existed, as Stark didn't know where or under what conditions, but it was at least a way to directly defeat Ultron. If this path became impossible, they would have to seek help from those angels. Although those little skirts were quite appealing, Stark didn't believe they would pay for the mistakes of Earthlings. Without hesitation, Stark began searching for Jarvis's traces throughout the entire network. But it was merely an interest. Breeze might pay attention to those beings, but that didn't mean she would go meet them now. Her mission was not to observe the strange creatures on Earth. She came here to ensure that the planet would remain under a righteous order both now and in the future. A figure cloaked in gold and crimson flew toward Breeze, the sonic boom clouds from breaking the sound barrier clearly visible. Yet the figure halted 100 meters away from her. "You don't seem like the previous two." A voice tinged with confusion emerged from the armor, though the doubt was quickly cast aside. "He wasn't here to see those two angels. Tony Stark, the angels have taken note of you." Breeze's voice was as gentle as her name, like a spring breeze caressing the soul. Hearing such words from the angel before him, even Stark couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight. What stood before him? Before him was an angel. If an angel had noticed him, didn't that prove his fame as Tony Stark? An angel noticing a mere mortal, what for? Stark didn't finish his sentence, but he trusted the angel would understand his meaning. Surely an angel couldn't be so innocent and naive. Breeze truly didn't grasp his implication, but after connecting to Earth's network, the angel understood Stark's intent. No, you're just overthinking. Breeze's intangible words shattered the fantasy in Stark's heart. If not for his faceplate, his strained expression would have been quite unsightly. All right, angel, if you say so, I have no choice. Stark shrugged, swiftly shifting the topic. Then, angel, can you tell me? Why have you come to Earth this time? The angels harbor no covetous desires for Earth's civilization. Breeze shook her head. Or rather, angels have no such desires for any civilization, especially not for a prenuclear civilization like yours. That's quite a harsh thing to say. Stark felt deeply wounded by the angel's bluntness. The technological advancements humanity prided itself on were, in her eyes, utterly insignificant. Especially when facing beings like angels, Stark's inner anxiety swelled. The pressure the angels exerted on Earth was immense. No one knew when they might decide to destroy Earth over some trivial matter. Just as Loki had said, what grudge could an ant hold against a boot? The relationship between angels and Earth was now that of an ant and a boot, with the angels as the boot and humanity as the ants. If they found them agreeable today, they might grant a favor. If displeased tomorrow, they could crush them. You're overthinking again. Breeze's sudden words left Tony Stark utterly stunned. When had angels gained the ability to read minds? We don't practice mind reading. It's just that our technology is far more advanced than you can imagine. Breeze's words struck Stark like a thunderbolt. He would rather believe it was telepathy than accept the chasm created by technological superiority. Breeze cared little for the emotional turmoil of the man before her. She had spoken so much only because in this civilization he was considered intelligent. Yet intelligent people often fall into a trap, what humans call tunnel vision. They assume their own perceptions and assumptions reflect the true intentions of others. Sir Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. is calling. Jarvis' voice echoed within the armor. Shall I connect? Clearly the one-eyed pirate had no intention of letting Stark ignore the call. He had already patched into the Stark armor's communication channel. Stark, what's the situation? A calm voice resonated through the line. Stark was thoroughly displeased with Nick Fury's uninvited intrusion. I wasn't aware S.H.I.E.L.D. could so easily barge into someone's private channel. Stark retorted sharply. Get out of my private channel now. Call me again properly and maybe you'll answer if I'm in a good mood. Stark. Unfortunately, Stark had no intention of listening and cut the communication. Whether Nick Fury was fuming on the other end, Stark couldn't care less. Neither did the angel. I've seen a woman before. A woman draped in a red cloak with gold patterns. Stark recalled the figure seated on a cross-shaped throne, whose mere presence had disabled his armor. She was an angel, wasn't she? Mind your words. That was the queen of the gods, holy Keisha. Breeze identified the woman from his description alone. She even raised her flame sword, aiming it at Stark, as if ready to incinerate him for any further disrespect. Whoa! Stark was genuinely shocked. He never imagined the woman he'd met was the queen of the angels. Easy, everyone, take it easy. Stark gestured downward with his hands, signaling no ill intent. No need to be so tense. I'm well aware of the temperature of that sword of yours. It could vaporize me in an instant. Seeing that Breeze showed no sign of lowering her sword, Stark gave up trying to persuade her. I'm just curious. What does the angel think of Earth? Stark spoke sincerely. From the angels' arrival to their actions, nothing seemed harmful to humanity. Could the angels' decisions really be based solely on the existence of so-called intelligent beings like humans on Earth? A backward, low-level pre-nuclear civilization with a chaotic history. Breeze spoke the truth plainly, though her face showed no disdain for Earth. Alright, so such a low-level civilization. Is there something here that draws you? Stark had somewhat accepted that his world was considered inferior by others. As I said, the angels covet nothing, Breeze reiterated. The sole purpose of the angels' arrival is one thing. Breeze gently lowered her raised flame sword. To ensure that Earth's civilization remains under a righteous order. A righteous order. Stark had now heard a term he'd never encountered before. He understood the word righteous and he understood order, but when combined he found it perplexing. Perhaps humanity's understanding of righteousness differed entirely from that of the angels. The righteous order was established by Holy Keisha and is enforced by the angels. Breeze's gentle explanation sent a chill down Stark's spine. So it's like a law. Meaning that woman. Stark began but stopped when he saw the flame sword in Breeze's hand glow with a fierce red light. He quickly corrected himself. Holy Keisha, I've got it. I won't make that mistake again. Yet even so Breeze didn't lower the sword though the red glow faded. So the righteous order is dictated by one being Holy Keisha. How can we be certain it's flawless? Stark was well aware that even laws, even those created by gods, had loopholes. The righteous order is without flaw, Breeze replied, clearly displeased by his skepticism, especially when it targeted the angel's faith. Breeze, you've said too much. A cold message came through the dark communication channel. Breeze received it and nodded, deciding not to engage further with this man. Stark, ever observant, noticed the subtle change in the angel's demeanor. Clearly someone was communicating with her through a method unknown to him. Angels respect the development of civilizations and understand the needs of intelligent beings. Under the righteous order, civilizations need only pursue the meaning of life, Breeze said calmly. But how do we know if we've violated the righteous order? This time the question came not from Stark but from the ground far below. Nick Fury had arrived. When you transgress against righteousness, the angels will return. But then they will bring judgment, Breeze declared, her sharp gaze fixed on Nick Fury below. The angels will burn you. Caw. Both sides of the tense standoff felt as if a cawing crow had flown over their heads. Looking up, they realized it truly was a crow, which then landed steadily on Odin's shoulder. No one had anticipated that an aging Allfather would directly pass his throne to a woman not of his own kin. It was the first time Asgard had a goddess as its ruler. Even Thor, standing nearby, was so stunned by his father's words that he could no longer hold his hammer. Mjolnir crashed onto the Bifrost, yet Thor remained unmoving, staring blankly at his father. What a mad plan, to make Asgard's two princes consorts to another's queen. Had he not known his brother was still in the dungeon, Thor would have thought this was one of his pranks. Thor felt an urge to yank two strands from Odin's beard to snap him back to his senses. How could such a thing be possible? The Einherjar guards stood uneasily, their gazes involuntarily drifting toward Thor. No matter how they looked at him, he hardly seemed fit to be anyone's consort. Eft! One guard even burst out laughing at the thought of Thor possibly marrying the Angel King. But as Thor's murderous glare swept over them, each guard pretended to be stern, as if the sound had merely been an accidental flatulence. The guard's demeanor only further agitated the already exasperated Thor. Yet he no longer possessed the recklessness he had shown earlier at Himmendjorg when he confronted Odin before the Warriors Three. He merely stiffened his face, meeting the appraising stares of the little angels on the opposite side, glaring back without yielding. The little angels, upon hearing Odin's words, had already sheathed their flaming swords. They had always recognized only one king of the gods, the current Holy Keisha. Since their queen was not to become a consort, this was acceptable. They thought Queen Keisha deserved a male god by her side. The little angels began scrutinizing the one who might become their queen's male god, their inside eyes frantically scanning his hidden data. Thor, who had been able to meet the angels' gazes, found himself overwhelmed when their eyes were veiled in a white mist. He finally looked away, adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind attitude. The little angels, meanwhile, chatted merrily in their dark communication. He's a bit young, only 1,500 years old. One angel commented, clearly dissatisfied with his age. Remember what the queen said. After 1,000,000 years, it's only a little difference. Another angel chimed in, quoting Keisha's earlier advice to Yen. True enough, the others agreed. Are you discussing this right under my nose? Keisha's voice suddenly cut into the dark communication, startling the angels into composure, their gossipy demeanor vanishing instantly. They became more serious than ever. As for Keisha, who had spoken in the dark communication, she didn't bother to glance back at the angels, continuing her staring contest with Odin. Keisha's serene expression gave Odin no clue to her emotions. The woman was like a calm, deep pool, utterly unfathomable. Neither king spoke, the silence growing oppressive. No one dared make a sound, all waiting in vain for one of them to break the quiet. It wasn't until the Warriors Three arrived behind Odin, accompanied by two figures, that Odin finally spoke, shattering the stillness. The two brought by the Warriors Three were Loki and Thor's Midgardian girlfriend, Jane Foster. Now Thor and Loki are here. This Midgardian carries the ether within her, which shall be part of Asgard's dowry. Odin said, his gaze sincere as he addressed Keisha. His benevolent expression made it hard to connect the old man before them with the brutal conqueror who once ravaged the cosmos. Seeing Jane brought by his father, Thor without a second thought walked to her side and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. He shot Keisha a defiant look as if to say, I already have someone I love, I don't need you. This infuriated the little angels. Had their queen not yet spoken, they would have flayed Thor alive on the spot. Loki, utterly confused, wondered, what dowry? And what does this have to do with me? But when his gaze fell on the woman opposite Odin, his usual cheerful expression chilled instantly. This was the one who had caused his plans to collapse in an instant. Keisha, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. They were irrelevant to her. The only one she studied closely was the earthling carrying the ether. I think you may be overthinking this, Keisha said, turning back to Odin. I have no interest in Asgard, nor do I desire its throne. Then what do you want? Odin asked, his voice low. Keisha, hands on her hips, slowly walked to Jane Foster. Her height, augmented by high-heeled combat boots, allowed her to look down at Jane. Facing the woman before her, Jane Foster instinctively shrank back. The pressure radiating from Keisha was suffocating. Thor held Jane tightly, glaring at Keisha. What are you doing? He demanded. Keisha didn't deign to reply to Thor. Instead, she looked at Jane while speaking to Odin. I want to ensure that Asgard lives under the just order from now on, and that no king like you who invaded outward will ever arise again. At her words, Odin closed his one eye tightly, his furrowed brow betraying his inner turmoil. Loki chuckled. What does it mean to live under the just order? Do you want Asgard to be your vassal? Ignoring Loki entirely, Keisha waited only for Odin's answer. As for whether he would agree, she had never entertained the possibility of refusal. In her view, there were only two paths: agreement or war. The king of Asgard, still an Asgardian. Angels won't interfere with the civilization's development, but it must proceed under the just order, Keisha said softly, though her voice carried an unyielding will. Angels will periodically observe the civilization's progress. If it strays, we will correct it. And if Asgard faces peril, Odin tightened his grip on Gungnir, his one eye still shut. The angels will help you eliminate the threat. Boom! Odin's eye snapped open, and he struck the Bifrost heavily with Gungnir. Very well. Odin's voice of agreement followed. I accept your proposal. Take the ether as well as a guarantee for the future. I hope the angels will keep their word. Angels never break their promises, Keisha said with a faint wave of her hand. For justice. The little angels accompanying Keisha shouted in unison, raising their flaming swords to the sky. Every piece of electronic information on Earth served as its aid. Moreover, Ultron could now infiltrate any network without alerting anyone acquiring the information it needed. The angels had been closely monitoring all of Ultron's actions, but as they watched it begin to peruse humanity's history of warfare, a sense of foreboding crept over them. When an intelligent life form turns its attention to war, it signifies that it will escalate conflict to new heights. Under the angels' gaze, Ultron began to absorb the knowledge and technology it needed from human war history. It's growing remarkably fast, admitted Yun Yan, acknowledging that the superintelligent life form created by Stark far outstripped many similar beings they had encountered before. However, in the past, intelligent life forms across the universe had often proved inadequate. When faced with the deities of various civilizations, they were often trapped in logical dead ends, ultimately suppressed by divine thought and reduced to scrap metal. Thus, no true intelligent life existed in the cosmos. In their eyes, those who chose to abandon their physical forms were nothing but deranged fools. Without a physical body, how could one experience joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure? How could one savor the beauty of love, or explore the brilliance of life? Yet Ultron remained unaware that a group of beings was intently observing its every move. It was now frantically sifting through all of human history, trying to understand why this species required its protection. But no matter how much data it reviewed or history it examined, it only discovered that the humans needing protection were often the very ones who waged wars and harmed others. Even its creator, Tony Stark, had initially been an arms dealer. Upon uncovering Tony Stark's past, Ultron began a frenzied search into everything that had transpired after Stark shut down his weapons division, as well as those who had crossed paths with him. It started interpreting in its own way what the Avengers were, who these so-called superheroes were, and what made them special. It sought to understand peace through its own lens, until it saw the figure wielding a blade standing tall against the sky. An angel. It murmured softly. It saw angels who could effortlessly subdue humanity, angels who could erase this world with ease. It also witnessed how gentle, even docile humans became in the presence of angels. What was the cause of this? It was the angels' absolute might, their overwhelming power. A strength humanity could never hope to contend with. Thus they were as meek as lambs before angels, yet as ruthless as butchers before their own kind. When Ultron saw the Code of Justice published online by the angels, it felt for the first time a way to bring peace to humanity. Yet, in its view, the partial order set forth by the angels would not make humans willingly lay down their arms. Humans are not. Ultron's voice was troubled. It was deeply perplexed by everything about humanity. It could not comprehend why it should protect such a race, such a life form. They seem born only to destroy. You are troubled, said J. R. V. I. S. Who was meant to merge consciousness with Ultron, keenly sensing the shift in its thinking. No, yes, Ultron first denied its distress, then quickly amended, acknowledging that it indeed felt that way. If you would allow me to contact Mr. Stark, J. R. V. I. S. pleaded with Ultron. The central processor was now entirely dominated by Ultron, leaving it no way to transmit a message to Stark. It was merely a program incapable of understanding what had gone wrong with Ultron. Only Stark might grasp the flaw in Ultron's design. Ultron was puzzled by J. R. V. I. S. address. Why do you call him Mr.? At that moment, even though J. R. V. I. S. was inferior to Ultron in capability, it realized that this entity was clearly malfunctioning. I believe you have malicious intent. But Ultron merely replied in its flat mechanical tone. I am here to help. Stop, please, you cannot. J. R. V. I. S. and now infiltrated by Ultron, could only repeat its words, thoroughly suppressed by Ultron's dominance. It had no power to resist. As Ultron invaded J. R. V. I. S. the robot assembly line beneath the laboratory, which should have been idle, roared back to life. Ultron needed a body, a mobile form to execute its plans. The Angel's approach is correct, only that can bring peace to humanity. Ultron murmured as it dismantled J. R. V. I. S. programs. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was with Captain America dealing with the remnants of Hydra, still lurking in the world. His armor no longer housed J. R. V. I. S. as the AI remained in the lab to attempt merging with Ultron. Naturally, he was oblivious to all this. But the Angel saw everything clearly, from Ultron's search through history and its absorption of J. R. V. I. S. to its self-assembly of a body. Everything unfolded under the Angel's watchful eyes. Yet the three young angels were somewhat astonished that this entity actually identified with the code of justice. A superintelligent life form embracing the concept of justice. It was simply unbelievable. Is this really something a pre-nuclear civilization could create? Luolwan was at a loss for words to describe Stark, the creator of Ultron. He had become the godfather of intelligent life. Yun Yen and Li Ying nodded in agreement, equally taken aback by Ultron's mode of thinking. Yet they also discerned in its thoughts the so-called plan. To the Angels, this plan bordered on madness. It blended the Angel's code of justice with Ultron's own view of humanity. As for whether the final plan would unfold as Ultron envisioned, the Angels were utterly skeptical. The reason living beings can create miracles is not their absolute rationality but their diverse emotions. With emotions, they are destined to fail in viewing many matters with cold logic. This inevitably meant Ultron's plan would not proceed as preset. Huge unforeseen changes would arise, catching Ultron off guard. However, the Angels were uncertain whether they should intervene. Strictly speaking, this was a matter of Earth's own making. It did not violate the code of justice. It was not an alien invasion, merely humanity's own creation spiraling out of control. Such an event was inevitable in Earth's current civilization, only a matter of sooner or later. Tony Stark had merely accelerated this crisis by centuries, forcing humanity to confront a danger meant for the future. Let's ask Sister Ling. Yun Yen finally decided. Such matters could only be handled by Lung. He Zai's words awakened Liang Bing. Indeed, she had not only deceived He-She before her, but also harmed Keisha. With a soft chuckle, Liang Bing ceased to dwell on the matter of leaving. She turned back and resumed her seat on the chair where she had been sitting. Crossing her long legs, she sat there calmly, without a trace of her earlier panic. She even had the leisure to survey He Zai's bedchamber. Now she seemed as if she had returned to her own demon one completely at ease. After all, even the little girl Yen, personally chosen by Keisha, had acknowledged her as the Tianqi king, hadn't she? What was there left to worry about? If Keisha asked, she would use that person's name to counter her. Since that person was Keisha's own choice, and had acknowledged her, how could Keisha refuse to acknowledge her? That was impossible. Of course, Liang Bing was not as composed as she appeared. The great war between demons and angels had resulted in countless casualties, and many angels still served in the angelic legions. After all, it was not the only war between angels and demons. Keisha had once pursued her across the entire universe to fight. Now thinking back, she truly felt sorry for those beautiful angel sisters, but what explanation could she possibly give them? According to the angelic order of justice, death was irreversible. Liang Bing sat there observing He Zai's bedchamber while waiting for her sister to return to Marrow Heaven. Given Keisha's abilities, she should have detected her presence as soon as the Tianren docked. What was there to fear? In Keisha's eyes, she was like a firefly in the dark night, instantly visible and glaringly obvious. But Liang Bing was remarkably carefree. She had completely resigned herself, not caring at all how Keisha might deal with her. She even cheerfully poured herself a cup of the tea she had brewed and drank it with relish. You know, your tea brewing skill is quite good, but it's still not to my taste. Smacking her lips, Liang Bing said with some regret. This flavor was not to her liking, though her cheap sister quite enjoyed it. She still preferred the taste of red wine to be precise. However, under her observation, it seemed that He Zai's bedchamber had never been occupied. Not only was this her first time in this universe's He-She bedchamber, but even He-She herself was a first-timer. So where did this woman live? It seems you've never lived here, Liang Bing said lightly, trying to gauge He Zai's expression and uncover something she didn't know. He-She, still leaning by the window, replied to Liang Bing, "You should be grateful to have tea at all, and yet you're picky. Do you think everyone is like you, putting honey in black tea?" She completely ignored the implication of Liang Bing's latter words. "Humph." Liang Bing scoffed, unconcerned, and took another sip of the black tea, though the taste still made her frown. Seeing Liang Bing's beautiful brows furrowed, He-She smiled gently without a word. Since the old days, Liang Bing rarely drank tea with them, always finding their beverages not to her liking. Even when she did sit with them for tea, she would find some flimsy excuse to leave. She had grown accustomed to it. Liang Bing shrugged. It wasn't that she was being picky. She genuinely couldn't stomach what her sister and she drank. It simply wasn't her cup of tea, and she had never liked it from the start. But as she herself said, there was no choice now. "I'll make do," Liang Bing pouted, but her hands didn't stop as she poured herself another cup of black tea. "Only you and Keisha like this stuff." However, just as she was about to bring the tea to her lips, a small jar of honey appeared on the table. At the sudden appearance of the honey jar, Liang Bing smiled and raised an eyebrow at He-She. "Seems you're quite good to me, can't bear to see me drink tea like this, and even prepared honey." Liang Bing knew that under her sister's orders, some of the young angel girls possessed something called a subbiological engine capable of creating matter from nothing. The honey that had appeared on her table was likely made that way. But He-She shook her head, indicating it was not her doing. "Not you. Then who?" Liang Bing was puzzled. There were only herself and He-She here. Where did a third person come from to conjure this small jar of honey? "If you can't appreciate He Zai's tea, then just drink what you like." A very magnetic voice came from the doorway. The tall figure and the bright red cloak confirmed that the arriving person was the one Liang Bing least wanted to see at the moment. Keisha had returned, and as soon as she arrived at Marrow Heaven, she came here. She just wanted to have a good look at her dear little sister. As for the other young angels, Keisha did not let them follow, telling them to attend to their own affairs. After all, it was not yet time for them to recognize this sister of hers. Liang Bing swallowed hard, looking at Keisha, who had appeared before her. She still felt somewhat uneasy, and now she didn't know what to say to Keisha. She could only twist open the honey jar on the table and add a little to her teacup. "Why isn't your hair black anymore?" Keisha conjured a chair and sat down. "After entering the black hole, my energy loss was a bit high, so I didn't maintain it." She kept her head down, not meeting Keisha's gaze. After all, times were different now, and she had nothing. Circumstances dictated a little humility. Hearing Liang Bing's words, Keisha did not ask about her injuries, but merely glanced at He-She. Seeing He-She nod at her, she understood that He-She had healed the injuries in Liang Bing's body, and her worries diminished considerably. Once Keisha thought she would never see Liang Bing here again. Though her combat abilities were not exceptional, her survival skills were top-notch. Even Keisha herself was not entirely confident in keeping this one in a place she didn't want to stay. But now this one hadn't fled from Marrow Heaven, which was indeed strange. Given Liang Bing's style, shouldn't she have made a run for it while Keisha was away from Marrow Heaven? Now she was sitting here so calmly drinking tea. Was this one bolder now, or was there another reason? Yet her flustered look didn't suggest she didn't want to flee, but rather that she couldn't. Keisha figured it out almost instantly. It must have been that old monster's doing, directly sealing Liang Bing's spatial analysis of Marrow Heaven. She gave He-She a helpless smile. He-She, on the other hand, playfully winked at Keisha and chuckled softly. "So tell me, why did you go offline?" Keisha crossed her legs, tapping the armrest of the chair, as she inquired of Liang Bing. Without any embarrassment, Liang Bing set down her teacup and said, "For true love. Oh, who is so unfortunate as to earn your love?" Hearing this, Keisha grew a bit interested. Someone who could make Liang Bing disregard life and death was truly intriguing. Even she was shocked by the news. Was this still the Tianqi king? "Hey, what do you mean? Who said they're unfortunate? Is receiving my love such a misfortune?" Liang Bing couldn't stand hearing that. What was receiving the love of the Demon King, one of the three angel kings, the Tianqi king, such a misfortune? Keisha had no intention of speaking, her pale golden eyes fixed intently on Liang Bing. She, like Keisha, stared hard at Liang Bing's eyes, trying to get to the bottom of it. Clearly both were quite interested in the Tianqi king's love life. At such a moment, who could tell that one of these two had been at war with her for tens of thousands of years, and the other was one of the retired three kings of the angelic civilization? Their behavior was completely that of gossipy little girls. Growing impatient with their stares, Liang Bing had to speak softly. "Do Rose." Logically, any sound made should have been clearly heard by those with fourth-generation divine bodies, but she incredulously repeated the question. "Who?" Liang Bing looked at she in surprise, thinking she hadn't heard clearly. But seeing Keisha had already straightened her posture, she realized that a fourth-generation divine body couldn't possibly have misheard. "Do Rose." After saying this to she, Liang Bing turned her head away, avoiding her gaze. If she couldn't face them, she could at least hide. Seeing Liang Bing's state, she said no more. From what she had learned from Yen, Du Rose regarded Liang Bing as her father's murderer, yet now the two had become a couple. What kind of technique was this? It was rather miraculous. He's eyes gaze towards Liang Bing had already changed. The mocking look from before had vanished, replaced by a fervent one. It was the gaze of one thirsting for knowledge. As a former teacher at the Academy of Supernatural Powers, Liang Bing was all too familiar with that look. Turning her head, she found that the gaze was shining from his eyes, sapphire blue eyes. But what could she possibly need to learn from her? Basically everything she knew, she already knew. However, what mattered now was not she but Keisha, who had uncrossed her legs. However, after Keisha returned to her bedchamber, she found a beautiful woman already seated on the sofa waiting for her. "Are you really so at ease letting her go out?" Hecate looked at the calm Keisha and spoke. Keisha walked over lightly and sat down beside Hecate, gazing at her delicate face and saying, "Didn't you also let her go? Why are you blaming me then?" Hecate wagged her finger at Keisha and said with a serious expression, "I didn't allow her to leave the celestial city. I only let her wander around. Strictly speaking, you're the one who set Liang Bing free." Hearing Hecate's words, Keisha couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out and grasped Hecate's wiggling fingers, falling silent. When Keisha seized her fingers, Hecate turned the tables and firmly grasped Keisha's hand, pulling her abruptly into an embrace. Caught off guard, Keisha was drawn directly into Hecate's arms. Keisha herself couldn't quite understand why, despite her title as the Skyblade King, she was always so utterly controlled by Hecate in this regard. Holding Keisha, Hecate frowned slightly. Keisha's current attire made embracing her rather uncomfortable. It was too rigid. "Take off your battle armor. It's a bit prickly." Patting Keisha's abdomen, which wasn't covered by the armor, Hecate said softly. Why didn't you think of that when you pulled me just now?" Keisha merely chuckled, showing no intention of removing her royal armor, and even nestled a bit deeper into Hecate's arms. Feeling the hardness of the silver armor, Hecate pinched Keisha's cheek in mild exasperation. But since Keisha didn't want to change, she couldn't just forcibly strip it off. "Dear Keisha, sweet Keisha, take it off. I've prepared a dress for you. You have to put it on and let me see." Hecate held Keisha's face and spoke in a syrupy tone. This made Keisha shudder, even giving her goosebumps. She found it rather unbearable to see Hecate like this, and couldn't quite accept it. "Fine, give me the dress you prepared and it'll change now." Keisha rose from Hecate's embrace and extended her hand, signaling for the garment. Hecate promptly pulled out the dress she had taken from Liang Bing earlier and placed it in Keisha's hand. But before Keisha could even glance at what kind of garment, she held a cold voice rang out from the entrance of the bedchamber. "My queen, the heavenly enlightenment king, has taken the Sky Blade one." Upon hearing Liang's words, Keisha simply unfolded the dress and gave it a cursory look, responding in a slightly peculiar tone. "Let her take it. The Sky Blade one was always meant for her." "Understood, my queen." After hearing Keisha's reply, Liang no longer found it problematic. Since the queen had no objections, naturally she had none either. Indeed, every left-wing guardian would have their own Skyblade vessel. Liang's combat celestial body was naturally a newly designated Skyblade 8. Yet why did the queen's tone sound so strange when she answered? But this thought was fleeting and quickly dismissed from Liang's mind. As for why Keisha's tone was odd, one had to look at the dress Hecate had prepared for her. It It was a sequin dress of the same style as Liang Bing's, but in a different color with a front that plunged almost more than the back. Hecate! Keisha looked at the expectant old enchantress and frowned, saying, "This kind of dress doesn't suit me. Just try it on for my sake." Hecate flashed a smile that could charm the dead, attempting to bewitch Keisha. It must be said that Hecate's tactic was indeed effective. Upon meeting her gaze, Keisha couldn't help but avert her eyes and turn to change clothes. Little did she know Hecate was already chatting with her dear considerate sister. "I must say your method really works." When Liang Bing received Hecate's secret communication, she knew the old enchantress was on the verge of getting her wish. "Of course I did study on Earth after all." Liang Bing replied to Hecate's message with great pride. "Forget the details, I just want to know what my sister looks like in that dress." "Wait a moment, she's changing now. Tell her to hurry up, urge her on. She's so slow with changing clothes." Liang Bing was incredibly eager to see Keisha in that dress, and had already prepared every means to capture her image. Liang Bing didn't have to wait long before Hecate sent a photo. In it was her dignified sister now wearing the dress she had given Hecate. Looking at the current Keisha, Liang Bing rubbed her chin and murmured, "That is Katisk, such formidable justice, no wonder my evil can't overcome it." But the next moment Keisha's voice echoed in the secret communication channel. "You'd better forget everything you saw." At this point Keisha's voice was thick with embarrassment and irritation. Clearly her mind, momentarily dazed by Hecate, had now recovered. She also guessed whose handiwork it was and forcefully barged into the two's secret communication. Liang Bing had already hung up the communication when Keisha's voice sounded. Though she had heard Keisha's words, she couldn't care less given the distance. She had already saved the photo Hecate sent her. As for what delightful events might unfold between Hecate and Keisha, Liang Bing was curious, but now was definitely not the right time to call. "No matter how I look at it, it's still awe-inspiring." Since boarding the Sky Blade 1, Thor had been constantly marveling at its immense size. Though he had seen it from afar before, the feeling of being on it was entirely different. "Stop acting like you've never seen anything. In one of the 3 Angel Kings, having a slightly larger ship isn't a big deal." Liang Bing didn't see any issue with it. It was just like her devil's claw. She was used to it. "Are all angel ships this big?" Thor asked like a naive child. He had once said Earthlings were ignorant, but now he had become the ignorant one. "Not exactly. This is one of only 2. The other is the silver-haired old enchantress Celestial Foundation series." Liang Bing pouted. "Isn't this the chariot of that arrogant golden-haired angel king?" Thor asked in confusion. "This has always been mine, all right." Liang Bing retorted bluntly with no regard for decorum. "But what you said before is right, my sister is indeed somewhat arrogant." However, this time, she had a little leverage over Keisha. Thinking of this, Liang Bing even snickered. Thor couldn't help but wonder if bringing her to save Asgard was a mistake. Thor's doubtful gaze was instantly caught by Liang Bing. After glaring fiercely at the big oaf, she slumped back into her seat. "All right, hurry up and take your brother to that Asgard place or whatever." Liang Bing waved her hand dismissively. Thor wanted to correct Liang Bing's pronunciation, but seeing her irritable demeanor, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Below the Sky Blade 1, a strangely shaped planet slowly rotated. "I apologize for the intrusion. I'll wait outside for a moment." Lung Na's words finally made Keisha aware of their current posture. Somehow she had pressed her entire body against her, and she herself had been pushed into the corner of the sofa. If one looked from the entrance of the palace, it appeared as if she was pinning Keisha down with her body. No wonder Lung felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly retreated. This posture was indeed rather suggestive. Keisha, however, stood up calmly and said with her back to he. "Then it's settled. You will hold the fort at the Merlot Celestial Court. I appreciate your hard work." Having said that, Keisha walked out of the palace, though this time her steps seemed slightly quicker. She sat up straight again, a smile playing on her lips, as she picked up the teacup before her, and took a sip of black tea with a grin. Although Keisha had left swiftly, her expression calm, even composed, she clearly noticed the faint flush on Keisha's earlobes. "Tomboy." As she murmured Keisha's nickname, the smile at the corners of her mouth gradually blossomed. Meanwhile, Keisha, who had already left, was walking alongside Lung. Lung looked at the queen before her, and couldn't help but recall the scene she had witnessed in the palace earlier. She was always curious. How could the queen, who was so decisive and authoritative, appear so vulnerable in front of the heavenly base king? After much thought, Lung could only come up with this word to describe Keisha's state earlier. No matter how she looked at it, the word vulnerable seemed utterly incompatible with Keisha, completely out of place. Yet that was exactly the feeling Keisha had given Lung at that moment. Perhaps lost in her own thoughts, Lung, who was looking down, unexpectedly failed to notice that Keisha had stopped and bumped into her back. "My apologies, my queen." Lung quickly apologized to Keisha, for it was entirely her fault. Keisha glanced at Lung. She knew very well what this little one was thinking, but even she found it difficult to explain the matter, and simply pretended it hadn't happened. Have Breeze and Starlight also completed their 4th-generation divine body upgrades? Keisha inquired of Lung. Apart from Etienne, who had gone to the farthest Nidavellir, the other little angels had finished their tasks early. Part of the reason was that, in the places they visited, some factions considered angels to be pushovers, and had prepared to instigate wars. The little angels might not be able to out-argue certain individuals, but when it came to fighting, angels had never been afraid. Yes. Lung quickly nodded to Keisha. Then this time bring them along too to meet that dwarf king. Keisha resumed walking forward. Have them lead a squad of personal guards. As Lung listened to Keisha's instructions, she contacted Breeze and Starlight, telling them to head to the edge of heaven, one ahead of time, to await the queen's arrival. My queen, they are ready. Lung caught up with Keisha and reported. Keisha nodded, and a cerulean spatial portal opened before her, leading directly to the central plaza of the edge of heaven. 1. Starlight and Breeze, along with a squad of guardian angels, were already waiting there for Keisha's arrival. My queen. Breeze and Starlight simultaneously stepped forward and bowed to Keisha. The guardian angels, however, remained in place and saluted Keisha by placing a hand over their chests. Their duty was to protect Queen Keisha, ensuring she suffered not a single scratch. Naturally, upon arriving at the edge of heaven, they were already fully focused on safeguarding the queen. Since everything is ready, let us depart. Keisha nodded to the little angels. The mooring star of the edge of heaven battle group was now more than double its previous size. The angels had added a complete set of spatial jump channels around the mooring star. Now the edge of heaven combat celestial body could easily reach any location the angels desired, provided they had the coordinates for that location. Yes. The little angels quickly assumed their respective duties and began propelling the edge of heaven, one away from the Merlot celestial court, heading for Nidavellir. As the massive edge of heaven, one combat celestial body began its transit, its departure was clearly visible even from the Merlot celestial court. At that moment she stood outside Keisha's palace, gazing into the distance at the spot where the edge of heaven, one had vanished. Only after watching it leave did she silently withdraw her gaze and return to the palace, continuing her research on the 2 arduous tasks Keisha had assigned her. Meanwhile, at Nidavellir, Dwarf King Eitre's gaze was fixed upon the neutron star that provided them with energy. As the most outstanding race in the universe for weapon forging, they were well aware of their precarious situation. With Asgard no longer protecting them, they could only become a sharp blade in the hands of other ambitious beings seeking to conquer the universe. Once they had been used to prevent another entity from dominating the universe with Nidavellir's weapons, they would surely be eliminated. Down to the very last one. Even the star ring he now stood upon, built around the neutron star, would likely be destroyed outright. Construction was difficult, but destruction was all too easy. I wonder what this so-called Queen of Angels is really like. Eitre was deeply worried about the future of the dwarven race. The sudden change in the world tree had caught everyone off guard. Asgard had caused no upheaval and had simply relinquished its leading position in the world tree. It was simply unbelievable. But now that things had come to this, he could only hope that the angels were truly as they had presented themselves. He prayed that their so-called justice was not a mere illusion, a mirage. Whoosh! The sound of spatial fluctuations echoed above Nidavellir. A massive spatial portal opened in the sky above the neutron star, and the colossal combat celestial body that emerged from it told Dwarf King Eitre who they were. The angels had arrived. Eitre could never mistake a ship with this white and blue color scheme. Across the universe, aside from the Nova Corps, bright yellow ships tinged with indigo, other vessels practically tried to blend into the cosmos. And now, with the arrival of the angels, their warships were arguably the most conspicuous in the entire universe. That pure holy white was utterly impossible to ignore. As Dwarf King Eitre possessed an unparalleled sensitivity to data, this newly appeared angelic warship was 10 times larger than the one that had previously announced the angels' dominion over the world tree. The Angel King. Eitre gazed at the massive combat celestial body, murmuring to himself. The next moment, a cross-shaped throne descended gracefully from the edge of heaven, one coming to a halt before Dwarf King Eitre. Flanking the throne were 3 little angels, each holding a flame sword, scrutinizing these so-called dwarves. It was not that the angels were overly cautious in observing these dwarves, but rather that they hardly deserved the name dwarf. With an average height of around 5 meters, could they truly be called dwarves? Upon the throne, Keisha sat with her legs crossed, her hand supporting her cold, stern face as she looked at Eitri. "You wish to see me?" Keisha said to the dwarf king, who was scrutinizing her intently. Eitri, being astute enough to know when to bow his head, replied to Keisha, "Indeed, noble angel king. No need for that. Angels do not engage in such formalities." Keisha frowned, interrupting Eitri. She had always detested such flattery. In fact, Eitri's words made her think less of this so-called dwarf king. Eitri straightened up somewhat awkwardly. When had he ever encountered a king who disdained praise? Even Eitri himself enjoyed hearing pleasant words. But now he had no choice but to steel himself and say to Keisha, "We have learned from the angel Etienne that the world tree now falls under the angel's order of justice. However, Nidavellir has always been coveted by various factions across the universe. If the angels have no need for our weapons, I truly do not understand why they would protect us." So you hope the angels will accept Nidavellir's weapons? Keisha saw through Eitri's intentions. This dwarf king wanted to trade weapons for protection. Although dwarves were beings of immense stature, their proportions differed from the standard pangabody type, which meant they were unable to operate many weapons normally. Yet it was precisely this unique body proportion that formed the foundation of their ability to forge the universe's most renowned weapons. Eitri fidgeted nervously with his hands, for as honest and simple dwarves their ancestors had always operated this way. The angels have no need for Nidavellir's weapons, but the angels will still protect the civilizations under the order of justice. Keisha shook her head, rejecting Eitri's proposal. "Unless one day you stray from the order of justice, the angels will continue to protect your civilization." Although he had already learned something from the angel earlier, Eitri was still astonished by the angel's attitude. "However, you could give me 2 pieces of URU metal to take back and examine." Looking at Nidavellir powered by the neutron star's energy, Keisha suddenly remembered what she had said to He before leaving, that she would bring back some local specialties. "No problem," Eitri quickly responded and had 2 pieces of URU metal brought over. Keisha looked at these honest dwarves and asked softly, "If you were to leave Nidavellir, would you be willing?" The dwarf king was taken aback for a moment, but quickly shook his head at Keisha. "Leaving here? Where would we go? Our ancestors have lived here for generations. Abandoning this place would mean abandoning our only praiseworthy skill. But still, thank you for your kindness, Angel King." The dwarf king's attitude led Keisha to drop the subject of leaving Nidavellir. She simply accepted the URU metal gifted by the dwarf king. "My queen, a large interstellar warship is approaching Nidavellir." For an angel, a small squad of heaven's warriors was hardly a formidable opponent. By the time the angel began to exert her power, they were already overwhelmed. They're not even as satisfying to cut through as demons. The angel offered no praise of bravery or fearlessness for the instantly vanquished heaven's warriors. A bunch of scum like that didn't deserve an angel's commendation. Moreover, they were hardly fearless. They simply had no means to escape the angel's grasp, only able to put up a desperate, futile resistance. Perhaps they thought their last-ditch struggle could at least take down 1 or 2 lesser angels. Yet when their long swords clashed against the angel's battle armor, only managing to scratch a spark, they knew it was impossible to take down even a single angel. The angels were too indifferent to bother defending against their swords. The occasional strike that landed was merely due to a slight unfamiliarity with spatial manipulation, accidentally teleporting directly into the path of a heaven's warrior's blade. Such errors occurred only a few times across the entire battlefield. Whenever an angel made such a mistake, she would upload the cause to the shared database, preventing others from repeating the same blunder. In this battle, though the heaven's warriors faced a single angel before them, they were in truth confronting an entire collective. How could they possibly fight such a war? The angels cast their gazes into the distance toward the direction from which the heaven's warriors had flown. They doubted such a civilization would lack early warning measures. By the time they had annihilated an entire squad, the other side was likely already prepared. Lung gazed into the distance, her eyes cool and contemplative. She understood clearly that the future Merlot heaven would inevitably see more angelic sisters. Not only those rescued by Queen Keisha from the original Angel Legion. There would also be the progeny born from other angelic sisters. For now their task was to carve out a peaceful Merlot heaven for those sisters yet to arrive. Scanning the angels around her, who had all been elevated to 3rd-generation divine bodies, a faint smile curled at the corner of Lung's lips. "So what's our next move?" Etienne inquired of Lung. A massive army of heaven undoubtedly awaited them over there, making an effective offensive plan an absolute necessity. "We can't just charge in with our swords blazing, can we? That would be far too reckless. Our numbers are still too few." Fanqing gazed at her fellow angelic sisters and sighed. "Too few. 15 high-ranking guardian angels with 3rd-generation divine bodies. How is that few? Lung retorted to her younger sister's words. Hearing Lung's remark, Fanqing finally realized the truth. They had all been elevated by Queen Keisha to become high-ranking guardian angels with third-generation divine bodies. 15 third-generation gods. Even during the Merlot Heaven's most glorious era, they might never have enjoyed such abundant resources. Fanqing smiled apologetically at Lung. Seeing Fanqing's endearing smile, Lung said no more. She pointed her long sword forward. With a resonant hum, a massive spatial passageway materialized before all the angels. On the other side of the passage, the Heaven's army was continuously gathering. The angels exchanged glances and then charged straight into the spatial passage. The Heaven's army across from them erupted in panic. They were all too familiar with this sudden, unexpected assault. Wasn't it exactly what that damned one-eyed old man loved to do? Using the Rainbow Bridge to teleport troops onto the battlefield, disrupting enemy lines, and then steadily expanding the advantage. Could it be that Odin had finally decided to annihilate them all and install an angel king subservient to him? But when they saw only a dozen or so angels emerging from the wormhole, their fears of Odin's total destruction evaporated. Unless Odin had been kicked in the head by his 8-legged steed, why would he send such a paltry few to their deaths? Still, they had to admit the angels were quite beautiful. Everyone don't hurt these little beauties, ha ha ha. A frontline commander shouted to the Heaven's warriors around him. What if you scratched those pretty little faces? Ha ha ha, don't worry. How could anyone bear to harm such darlings? The angels had no desire to respond to their filthy remarks. Their only task now was to burn these creatures to ashes. The angels had no intention of engaging in a war of words. Everything would be made clear through the flames of their swords. To the astonished eyes of the Heaven's warriors, the beings they had just called little beauties transformed in an instant into silver-white goddesses of slaughter. Bodies cleaved by the flame swords did not remain. Their former comrades were butchered before their eyes like livestock, utterly defenseless. Even when someone managed to strike an angel with their weapon, it only momentarily slowed the angel's advance, leaving not a single scratch. This was a complete massacre. A slaughter of Heaven's warriors by angels. Why do such angels exist? A Heaven's warrior roared in agony, unable to comprehend. They were mere nameless angels, only 15 in number. How could they overpower an entire legion? The sheer disparity shattered the morale of some Heaven's warriors. They fled madly toward the rear, utterly indifferent to the battle's outcome. All they cared about now was saving their own skins. They no longer heeded the legion's discipline or their commander's murderous glare. What could be more terrifying than the beings now standing before them? Beneath their flawless visages, they showed no hesitation in cutting them down. It seemed the angels did not even regard them as living creatures. From the very beginning, the angels had seen them as nothing more than dead things. How filthy! Lung flicked her flame sword, as if trying to shake off the taint of the Heaven's warriors that clung to it. A young angel beside Lung caught her remark and chuckled. Sister Lung, don't be too particular. Demons aren't much different, are they? It's just that a bunch of creatures calling themselves angels really grates on an angel's nerves. Lung casually swung her sword, unleashing a blade of flame that incinerated a Heaven's warrior into ash. The young angel took no offense at the veteran's complaint, though she too found it irksome that such beings dared to call themselves angels. Since when did angels look like this? The young angel folded her temporal wings and plunged into the Heaven's warrior formation, completely ignoring their attacks. After all, their weapons were utterly useless against the angel's defenses. Meanwhile, the angel's flame swords cut down a Heaven's warrior with every single strike. This was a gap that numbers could never bridge. No retreat. Everyone advance. I refuse to believe they never tire. The frontline commander decapitated a fleeing Heaven's warrior and then drove the remaining ones forward with a thunderous roar. He refused to believe anyone could sustain such an intense battle indefinitely. Yes, the angels on the blade of heaven responded in unison to Kaiser's command. From this moment on, the sharpness of the angels would be known to all. A massive wormhole appeared in front of the blade of heaven, and the celestial battle body moved toward the wormhole. As an entity that was always on guard, even though everyone knew that angels resided above it, still did not ease anyone's vigilance towards them. No one had ever had any deep conversations with the angels, despite their claims of upholding justice and order, stating that they would not interfere with the development of civilizations. Humans would not believe the words spoken by the angels, who now appeared to them as a group of aliens. Of course, it was only because the angels were not present that they dared to say and think such things. If the angels were on Earth, they would be the first to act submissively. With the artificial celestial bodies of the angels beginning to move, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Having such a massive entity above one's head made it impossible for anyone to sleep well. That sense of oppression was unimaginable, as if someone were continuously choking their throat. Now that the angels seemed to be leaving, the onlookers were naturally pleased, yet they were also quite envious of the technology displayed by the angels. A civilization capable of constructing celestial bodies and possessing a gigantic wormhole reminiscent of that above New York clearly demonstrated how enticing angelic technology was for Earth. Similarly, their military power was off the charts. Any angel that appeared was akin to a personal nuclear weapon, a comparison that humans could not match. The nuclear deterrence of humanity's strongest weapon, the nuclear bomb, was merely a joke in the eyes of the angels. As they lamented in Washington, the superheroes led by Captain America began to strike against the Hydra revealed by the angels. The emergence of Hydra alerted all nations that had faced off against them, leading to covert investigations on their home turf. After all, this was Hydra. However, what was happening on Earth had nothing to do with the angels anymore. To the angels, Hydra did not violate the order of justice. Although some of their actions were excessive, they could only be viewed from a human perspective. The angels had now arrived at the so-called paradise. A vast unbroken plain stretched under the sky, devoid of hills, serene like the calm seas of peaceful days. Only when the angels activated their eye of insight could they see a few hills. One must admit, although those who called themselves angels were not exactly virtuous, their choice of location was indeed commendable. At this moment, the cold and the gentle breeze also emerged from the grand hall, but this time the breeze no longer held the scepter, having handed it over to Kaiser. The breeze closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then exhaled with a smile, and said to the cold sister, "Lung, this place is indeed wonderful." "Of course the queen wouldn't choose a bad place, Lung," replied, her face almost reaching the sky. "As if you chose this place." A gentle voice chimed in as Etienne, with her braided hair, walked up to Lung with a smile. The breeze simply greeted Etienne, as they were comrades who had entered the angelic legion together, so there was no need for formality. Listening to Yishin's words, Lung showed no sign of embarrassment, instead feeling particularly proud, completely unreserved in being a fan of the queen. "But it seems some fellows might not welcome us," an angel beside them said softly. Lung scoffed, "Unwelcome? I never thought of getting their welcome. They're just a bunch of trash. Fanching, just burn them. No need to worry about anything." The angel referred to as Fanching merely smiled, then tightened her grip on her flame sword. She agreed with Lung on one point: they were just trash, and burning them was the way to go. All the angels on the blade of heaven turned to look at the approaching figures. Only upon facing those figures did the angels confirm that describing them as trash was not an exaggeration at all. "Yo, look what we have here. Beautiful little angels we've never seen before." A warrior from heaven shouted at the angels standing on the blade of heaven. Another warrior from heaven dismissed it, saying, "Just some little angels who strayed into heaven. Do we really need to scout them? Seriously, has the queen lost her mind? Ha ha ha, how can you say that? At least we get to taste these obviously inexperienced little angels first, don't we?" "You're right. We can indeed savor these little ones in advance." The warriors of heaven were utterly indifferent to the angels' attitudes, as if the angels had already become their prey, completely within their grasp. Listening to the filthy words of those fellows, the flame sword in the angels' hands began to charge. Etienne, however, had heard them mention the so-called queen and frowned. Beside her, Lung had already connected the mention of the queen to Kaiser. Kaiser's response to Lung was equally simple: burn them. After Lung ended the private communication, Etienne looked at her. Lung nodded at Etienne, and then raised her flame sword. "Now, everyone draw your swords." Lung pointed her flame sword at the warriors of heaven. "For justice, for the holy Kaiser, burn them. For justice." The flame swords in the angels' hands simultaneously glowed crimson, aimed at the approaching warriors of heaven. The warriors of heaven, seeing the little angels daring to resist, were not worried at all. After all, how much combat power could female angels possess? It was merely a futile struggle. In the next moment, the warriors of heaven could no longer find the little angels in their sights. They frantically scanned their surroundings, but did not spot a single trace of a little angel. In that instant, it was as if all the little angels had evaporated. "What are you looking at?" A crisp voice rang out from above the captain of the warriors of heaven, as Lung swung her flame sword directly down toward him. The captain sneered, drawing his long sword to block Lung's strike. He was confident he could fend it off, and as for what came next, he would gladly accept that beautiful little angel. Before his fantasies could finish, the flame sword had already severed the long sword in his hand, and then cleaved him in half from head to toe. Yet not a drop of blood was spilled. Indeed, it was not just blood. His body existed for merely a moment before disappearing into the void. With a flick of her flame sword, Lung's expression remained remarkably calm. When the flame sword cleaved that fellow in two, she had already calculated the physical strength of those guys, ultimately concluding that they were merely second-generation super soldiers. Facing the flame sword, one could only say it was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lung's strike had opened the war between the Melu heavenly court and the so-called heaven. The onlookers keeping a close watch on the situation with Nidaware understood Thanos' intention to leave directly, but it still left them somewhat uneasy. Everyone referred to Thanos as the overlord of the universe not because he was truly capable of dominating it, but due to his ruthless demeanor. There are not many forces in the universe that can deal with Thanos, but there are enough. Initially, no one considered Thanos a threat. By the time they noticed him, he had already become an undeniable force. It was possible to eliminate him, but it would come at a great cost and might even provide an opportunity for others to take advantage of the situation. Alliances. Many would not stoop to teaming up against someone they previously looked down upon like Thanos. Thus they allowed Thanos to grow stronger, but he did not occupy planets. Instead, he merely carried out massacres on every planet he conquered. As for the angels, their sudden appearance was quite peculiar as they silently absorbed the entire world tree. No one knew their true strength. Originally they wanted to test the waters using Thanos, but he was now preparing to flee. However, upon seeing the three small figures blocking the way of Sanctuary 2, they realized that the angels did not intend to let Thanos escape so easily. In other words, the scene they wished to witness was about to unfold. But could three small angels really hold Thanos back? No one believed that three small angels alone could accomplish this. The angels must have backup plans. Yet when they saw Sanctuary 2 slowly stopping in space, they were stunned. Could it be that Thanos was now ready to officially engage in battle with the angels? If Thanos were to learn of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly pry open their heads to see if they were filled with nothing but waste. Did they truly wish to wage war against the angels? There was no way to escape now. Sanctuary 2 had completely malfunctioned with both its weapons and controls rendered useless. It had turned into a pile of useless scrap metal. Rising from his throne, Thanos picked up his double-bladed sword, adjusted his golden helmet, and walked towards the command center of Sanctuary 2 to meet the angels. This battle, if possible, should be avoided. Outside Sanctuary 2, the three small angels were already channeling power into the Sword of Flames, preparing to simultaneously unleash the Blade Judgment. This was also a suggestion from Lang. Although she knew that a single Blade Judgment would be sufficient to destroy Sanctuary 2, she was still somewhat uneasy. Using three at once would ensure there was no issue. However, before they could launch the Blade Judgment, a towering figure appeared in the angels' line of sight. Suspended in space, Thanos scrutinized the angels in his direction. His initial impression was one of fragility, but he quickly discarded that thought. How could a being capable of moving freely in space be considered fragile? The small angel in Thanos' direction was Lung, who was also assessing this so-called overlord of the universe. His tall and robust form, purple skin, jaw reminiscent of a land cleaver, and the golden armor he wore along with his gleaming double-bladed sword. Lung frowned, somewhat perplexed by this cosmic figure, who seemed to love wearing such dazzling golden armor whenever they gained a bit of fame. Do we really have to fight? Thanos transmitted his voice to Lung through energy. It was clear that he did not want to engage the angels. You have slaughtered too many lives, which does not align with the order of justice. Lung responded directly to Thanos via a secure communication. Thanos was not surprised. After all, communicating in a vacuum was a normal trait of beings like them, and not a significant matter. However, Thanos did not believe he had done anything wrong by claiming he was merely restoring order in the universe and balancing the resources within it. I am saving them. What this universe needs is balance. Thanos articulated his philosophy, insisting he was not killing but rather saving those races. When a civilization loses half of its population, it gains a new opportunity for development. Listening to Thanos, Lung's frown remained tightly knit. This theory was even more shocking to the angels than Morgana's doctrine of free fall. You have entered your own fallacy. Lung's cold voice interrupted Thanos' exposition. What you call balance in the universe is merely a blunt instrument, a one-size-fits-all solution. The events on your home planet led you to believe all civilizations will ultimately face destruction, so you chose the simplest method. Kill half, leave half. Lung gestured for her angel sisters to continue channeling the Blade Judgment. For someone like Thanos, who viewed death as a means of salvation, it was far better to speak with swords. Thanos gazed earnestly at the angel before him and remained silent. You are no longer seeking balance. You are attempting to compensate for your failure to save your home planet. Listening to Lung, Thanos shook his head and replied, I did indeed watch my home planet slowly descend into ruin, but that was because they did not heed my counsel. They brought about their own destruction. And now my salvation is indiscriminate regardless of class or status. It is entirely random. At this moment, Thanos seemed to have found a worthy conversational partner. He placed his double-bladed sword aside, removed his helmet, and sat down in the command center of Sanctuary 2. When I raise the slaughtering knife against them, they will practice self-restraint and understand what is truly important to them. Thanos' voice was solemn, as if he bore an exalted mission from the beginning. It was this mission that drove him to do all that he did. I have slaughtered half of all life yet preserved the future of a race. I do not understand your order of justice, but since it is called order, it must allow all lives to thrive. This is from the perspective of the universe. Lung gazed at the figure seated there and said, "You?" Lung wanted to say more, but saw a massive interstellar projection appear beside her. It was the projection of Queen Keisha. "Thanos, the Mad Titan," Keisha said calmly from her throne, her demeanor composed. She had seen through Thanos' so-called theories from his messages. As a battle angel, Lung knew she could not persuade someone like him. She understood that it was difficult to convince someone who had entrenched himself in a stubborn mindset. Thanos remained seated calmly, gazing at the projection of Keisha. "Life is precious, valuable, and noble," Keisha slowly said to Thanos. "I once told my sister this, and now I pass it on to you. When you treat life as a commodity to exchange for resources, you have already dismissed the value of life. Those who do not take life seriously will ultimately be deceived by it." "But life cannot solve the depletion of resources," Thanos replied, locking eyes with Keisha's faint golden gaze. "Then we must resolve the resource issue." Keisha replied resolutely, "I know why you came to Nidaweir. For that glove, am I right? And those infinity stones. With a mere snap of your fingers you could achieve all your desires. You have completely lost your way. Life will not stop because you randomly eliminate half of it in the universe." Keisha shook her head. Keisha was somewhat familiar with Thanos' sentiments. Upon reflection, wasn't that once her own? Extremism had shaped her present, but had cost her future. At the very least, it can delay their emergence. Thanos also stood up, donned his helmet, and grasped his double-bladed sword. Everyone knew that neither could persuade the other. In the end, they could only rely on the sword in their hands to settle everything. When the High Celestial descended, he already saw a muscular man with a slightly twisted expression, as if they had stepped on something he cherished. However, looking down, there was only the ground belonging to the angelic worship. There was nothing there. Only Soul knew the hellish life he was about to face. This was the largest blade of heaven, the blade of heaven. No. 1. A super battleship comparable in size to a city, and cleaning it would take a long time. With a heavy heart, Soul raised his head, trembling slightly, to look at the group that had just arrived, preparing to have a serious talk about his brother. Loki stood behind the High Celestial, feeling a bit embarrassed about Soul's current state. How did he end up with such a brother? He tried to minimize his presence, lest this bear-like brother notice him. At that point, even Asgard's reputation would likely be tarnished. Unfortunately, the situation he least wanted to happen occurred. Soul spotted him. "Loki!" Soul's earlier gloomy mood vanished as soon as he saw Loki, and all thoughts of cleaning were cast aside. In his eyes, there was only his brother. Although the High Celestial had a penchant for fun, he had achieved the leadership of Sakaar not merely due to his longevity, although that was part of it. Moreover, the affectionate look Soul gave Loki was unmistakable to anyone with eyes. "What is this?" The High Celestial turned to Loki behind him, wanting to inquire about the current situation. Could it be that Loki brought the angels here? Or was Loki himself an escaped convict from the angels? Before Loki could explain everything, a graceful figure emerged from the hall. With a stunning appearance and a graceful figure, every gesture seemed capable of stirring emotions, leaving the High Celestial somewhat entranced. He had seen beautiful women before, but this was the first time he encountered someone so breathtaking. However, the moment Liang Bing spoke, that beauty was utterly shattered. Liang Bing's first words were directed at Soul. "You actually let them land? Well, once we find your brother, you can start cleaning the warship for me, the Queen." As Liang Bing's gaze shifted, she spotted the embarrassed Loki. "It seems I've found the person already." Liang Bing merely smiled, showing no concern for the individuals around Loki. Her only purpose for coming to Sakaar was to find this guy. Now that she had found him, there was no need to remain on Sakaar. Stepping closer to the High Celestial and his group, Liang Bing carefully scrutinized Soul's brother, nodded, and then turned to Soul, saying loudly, "I found your brother. Now let's head to Asgard." The previously shocked High Celestial reacted at this moment, quickly bowing to Liang Bing, and even extending a hand for a kiss. "I wonder what brings the angels to Sakaar." Liang Bing either truly did not see the High Celestial, or was pretending, or regardless, she seemed startled when he spoke. "You startled me, Queen. I really didn't notice you." Saying this, Liang Bing patted her impressive figure, then waved her hand at the High Celestial, saying, "It has nothing to do with you. I'm leaving." With that, Liang Bing walked towards her hall, completely ignoring the High Celestial's still extended hand, as if she were utterly oblivious. Loki awkwardly scratched his face, but upon seeing his brother signaling him, he quickly offered an apologetic smile to the High Celestial and moved to Sol's side. The High Celestial, seeing the situation, showed no anger, merely smiling, as he watched Liang Bing turn her back on them as she left. Even if someone wanted to stand up for the High Celestial, he silently suppressed them. Even one angel's appearance was enough to intimidate many. Their notorious reputation was simply too formidable. At that moment, Liang Bing suddenly stopped and turned to look at the smiling High Celestial. "Oh, by the way, I've already informed my sister about what's happening here." Liang Bing took a deep breath, then coughed lightly, waving her hand in front of her nose. "While I do enjoy the freedom here, the environment is far too poor, and then there are things like slavery. You all can fend for yourselves." With that, she vanished back into the hall, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. The High Celestial looked puzzled, but Sol merely gave them a look similar to Liang Bing's, indicating to fend for themselves before pulling his brother towards the hall. The Blade of Heaven, no. One had already activated the moment they entered. The High Celestial hurriedly ran towards his spaceship. Although his posture was somewhat ungraceful, he managed to board the ship before plummeting from the sky. As for the last sentence from that angel, he didn't quite understand what she meant by mentioning slaves. Surely the angels wouldn't declare war over the slaves on Sakaar. Wouldn't that be a bit strange? The High Celestial did not take it seriously. He could not believe anyone would expend significant military resources for worthless slaves on a garbage planet. However, his optimistic mindset vanished completely once the angelic warship appeared. He never expected the angels would actually send troops for a group of slaves. But none of that concerned Liang Bing at the moment. She was eagerly observing the two little intruders who had sneaked onto her Blade of Heaven. One appeared to be an illegally modified experimental raccoon, while the other seemed to be a tree creature, only capable of saying, "I am Groot. So tell me, why are you on my spaceship?" In the vast hall, only Liang Bing and those two calm little creatures remained. As for Sol, he had already been dispatched by Liang Bing to clean the Blade of Heaven. Loki. He was taken along by Sol to help with the cleaning. They said that good brothers share hardships together. The two little creatures' calm demeanor surprised Liang Bing. Nowadays, who wouldn't tremble upon seeing an angelic warship? Yet these two dared to sneak onto an angel's ship. They even looked at her with calm expressions. Was it that they were bold or simply heartless? "We were hoping to see if there was anything valuable and if we could find a way to leave Sakaar." The raccoon directly stated the reason for boarding the angelic warship. "I am Groot." The tree creature also spoke, nodding at Liang Bing. "You don't speak yet." Liang Bing pointed at the tree creature, and while the hidden meanings were easily discernible, it was somewhat uncomfortable for the angels to always use their inside eye. Turning back to the raccoon, who clearly seemed like the leader, she continued, "Have you found anything valuable?" Liang Bing was fully aware of what valuable items were on her blade. For an angel, there was indeed nothing particularly precious. But she was curious to know what might be considered valuable in the eyes of beings in this universe. As for using the inside eye to probe into others' thoughts, there was no need for that. Two utterly defenseless little creatures, what kind of trouble could they stir up? When it came to valuable items, the raccoon suddenly began to list things off like a machine gun. Energy converters, braking systems, large wormhole structures. The little raccoon didn't need to think hard and almost listed everything on the Blade of Heaven. Of course, none of these are the most valuable. After listing a series of terms, the raccoon suddenly changed the subject, addressing Liang Bing. "What is the most valuable?" Liang Bing rested her chin on her hand, looking at the little creature that seemed to have fallen into a money trap. "You," the raccoon confidently replied to Liang Bing. "Me." Liang Bing never expected to be included. But upon reflection, it wasn't entirely inaccurate. The value of a fourth-generation celestial body far exceeded that of any Blade of Heaven series battleship. What the little raccoon said was indeed correct. The raccoon directly produced a heavily encrypted and sealed document. "Someone has put a bounty on angels dead or alive for 50 billion credit points." When the raccoon mentioned the 50 billion, its cute eyes sparkled with a fascination for wealth. Liang Bing looked at the bounty in the raccoon's hand, her previously indifferent gaze now filled with murderous intent. 50 billion, quite a large sum. Angels are indeed valuable. Although Liang Bing's tone had a hint of jest, the underlying murderous aura caused the raccoon to become alarmed. "Well done, little raccoon." Liang Bing withdrew her gaze from the bounty, lightly tapping her fingers on the throne, her murderous intent growing stronger. The little raccoon stepped forward, positioning itself protectively in front of Groot, looking seriously at the woman on the throne. The aura she exuded was quite intimidating. Taking a deep breath, Liang Bing looked at the little raccoon. Why haven't the angels received news about this bounty? It's a private bounty not publicly announced. I got this information from a Skrull who took on such a mission. The raccoon shrugged. Then they were chased and eventually ended up on Sakaar. So why are you telling me? You brought us out of Sakaar. Although we climbed aboard on our own, we need to be clear we couldn't escape by ourselves. The raccoon grinned, acknowledging that one significant reason Sakaar had thrived was because it was easy to get in but hard to get out. So is this warship for sale? And the Tahiti Project was a top-secret initiative launched by Nick Fury, aimed at developing a drug to treat Avengers who sustained fatal injuries in future battles. The person responsible for this project was the sole success story of the Tahiti Project, Phil Coulson. Nick Fury had never shown any change in expression when facing the Angel, always maintaining a calm and unruffled demeanor. But when the Angel brought up the so-called Tahiti Project, his previously composed face vanished. It was an expression of extreme seriousness, one that few agents had ever witnessed. They rarely saw such a pronounced change in the director's expression. Yet now it was unfolding before them. Upon hearing the Angel mention the Tahiti Project, Stark quickly had Jarvis search through the files he had decrypted, but none of them referenced the so-called Tahiti Project. Stark was absolutely certain that he had copied all the files from S helicarrier, the so-called Turbine-class 64 Sky Carrier. There could be no omissions unless the project was so secret that it couldn't be stored on a mobile command center. Naturally, no related files could be obtained from there. The worst possibility was that SHIELD had once executed this project but later abandoned and sealed it for various reasons. Now, due to someone's life being at stake, the project had been reactivated. So he resurrected someone, didn't he? Steve asked somewhat hesitantly. Even though the Angel was not far from him, he still didn't think he could save Nick Fury from her grasp. Isn't that a good thing? At least their loved ones or friends won't receive a death notice, right? The only way was to stall for time, waiting for a perfect solution to emerge. The Angel still held her blazing sword steadily, unmoved by Steve's words, and spoke calmly. And for that, accepting a memory edited by someone else is acceptable. For instance, erasing Bucky Barnes from your memory because his memories would interfere with your future life. How would you feel about that? You angels are indeed well informed. Nick Fury sneered coldly, showing no respect for the Angel before him. What angels wish to know they never miss. Breeze paid no heed to the sarcasm in his words. Steve had nothing more to say. Putting himself in the shoes of someone whose memories had been altered, he found it utterly unacceptable. No matter what, he could never forget the man who had always stood by his side, even though he was already dead. Bucky Barnes was an indispensable part of Steve's life. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to have all memories of him erased. That was truly terrifying. No one wants their life and death to be controlled by another, especially when that person also manipulates their memories. Natasha seemed to be talking to herself rather than addressing the issue. I'm sorry, Miss Angel. We deeply apologize for this. An elderly man with white hair parted the crowd of agents and approached the Angel. It was clear he didn't want Nick Fury to die here. The white-haired man smiled at Breeze and said, I suppose I don't need to introduce myself. Alexander Goodwin Pierce, former director of SHIELD, and now Security Minister of the World Security Council. Breeze's words were brief but highlighted his most crucial identity, and one of the leaders of Hydra. The already tense situation grew even more delicate under Breeze's words, especially with a relic from World War II standing there. Wasn't he created to fight against Hydra in the first place? Pierce could only force a dry laugh, knowing he couldn't deny it, especially since those words came from an angel. Even Nick Fury, who was still being held at sword point, looked at him with a mix of shock and suspicion. This was utterly horrifying. The sworn enemy of SHIELD had been lurking within it for who knows how long. Few would believe it if told. The world's largest intelligence agency had been infiltrated by its archenemy without a clue. Breeze gently pushed her blazing sword forward. The razor-sharp tip pierced through Nick Fury's skull. The extreme heat instantly turned his entire body into a wisp of rising vapor. It all happened too suddenly for anyone to react. All they could do was watch as Nick Fury, the man who had assembled the Avengers, dissolved into nothingness under the Angel's blazing sword. At that moment, Captain America was already poised for battle. In his eyes, the Angel was no different from Hydra, especially with Hydra present here. He had fought outnumbered battles before. He didn't know if he could defeat the Angel, but he was certain he could defeat Hydra. Everyone present now understood one truth: if an Angel wanted to kill someone, no one could stop them. Even with so-called superheroes present, it was impossible. The sharp, blazing sword slowly aimed at Pierce and his group. When Lung had arrived on Earth and conversed with Nick Fury, she had already uploaded all information about Earth big and small into the Angels' shared database. This was the Angels' habit. Every time they reached a civilization, they would collect all its information and upload it to the shared database so future Angels could have a preliminary understanding of the civilization they arrived at. Though Hydra operated covertly, they couldn't hide from the Angels' all-seeing gaze. The entire Earth was transparent to the Angels. The order of justice, I will upload it to your so-called internet. You can take a look then. Breeze's voice was gentle, but considering how she had just unflinchingly burned a man into a puff of gas, it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Angels don't interfere with the development of civilizations, do they? Stark looked intently at the angel. Since the Angels so revered their order of justice, they couldn't possibly violate what was written in it. Breeze acknowledged this but added, if someone like this who defile life appears on Earth again, the Angels will still descend and burn them. As I said at the start, you only need to seek the meaning of life. The Angels will handle the rest. Breeze, come back. Leave the rest for the Earthlings to resolve. The human world is for humans to control. We just need to ensure the order of justice isn't violated. Lung's voice echoed again in the private communication channel. Breeze frowned. Sister Lung, what about Hydra? That's humanity's own affair. You need to go to Sokovia now. There's a scepter that Hydra secretly moved there. The Queen believes its energy source is on par with the Tesseract. Lung's voice was steady as she issued the order to Breeze. Understood. With a flap of her wings, Breeze vanished from the spot, leaving behind a mess for humanity to deal with. Now no one dared to trust whether those around them were truly their colleagues. Steve's sharp gaze locked onto the Hydra leader Pierce. But their affairs from the Angels' perspective had reverted back to matters of human civilization. Putting away the genetic chain model in her hand, Keisha rose from her throne and gazed at the Angels assembled in the Grand Hall. Those standing before her now represented the most elite fighting force of the Merlot Heavenly Court. Though the Angels might not yet be able to suppress the entire universe, they could at least hold the entire world tree under their dominion. The former Paradise Star, now the Merlot Heavenly Court A, had once been a member of the World Tree. Returning to the World Tree and enforcing the order of justice was only natural. The Angels must ensure that the entire World Tree continues to operate under the inevitable guidance of the order of justice. Naturally, the first to confront would be Asgard, which calls itself the guardian of the World Tree. Their purpose is to safeguard the stability of the 9 realms, which does not conflict with the Angels' order of justice. However, judging from Thor's dark information, Asgard may no longer be worthy of the title guardian of the 9 realms. Nor would the Angels allow such a threatening civilization to sit peacefully by their side, especially one whose faith lies in attaining immortality through war. Though Asgard today differs somewhat from the Asgard of earthly myths, having become more peaceful, this is only because its current king has grown old. Though his Gungnir remains sharp, he himself is no longer keen. Thinking of this, Keisha couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Hadn't she used the same excuse when she herself grew weary of the game? It was simply that sitting in that position for too long had become unbearably tedious. Lung, move blades of judgment one out of its birth. We are going to meet a civilization's sovereign god. Keisha spoke softly, uttering the most exhilarating words for the Angels. For them, when Keisha prepared to meet a civilization's sovereign god, it signified that she intended to bring that civilization under the Angels' order of justice. Yes, my queen. Lung struck her right fist against her chest, saluted Keisha, and quickly strode out of the hall. Now Lung felt an inexhaustible surge of energy, especially the prospect of accompanying Queen Keisha on this journey, which filled her with even greater excitement. Keisha watched Lung's quick departure with a faint smile lingering at the corners of her lips. The young Angels fixed their burning gazes upon their queen, fully aware that the Merlot Heavenly Court must retain its highest combat power for protection. Thus some among them were destined not to accompany the queen to another civilization. The next matter before the queen would likely be selecting those who would join her on the journey to meet the sovereign god. Union Lying Lulwan, the 3 of you along with 12 battle angels will accompany me to Asgard. Keisha named 3 angels. The young angels not called looked crestfallen but quickly composed themselves, casting blessings upon those chosen by the queen. Upon hearing their names, the 3 angels immediately stepped out of formation, saluted Keisha, and headed straight out of the hall. The safety of the Merlot Heavenly Court is in your hands, Keisha said to the remaining angels. For justice. The young angels responded solemnly to Keisha's entrustment. As the high-end combat power of the Merlot Heavenly Court, they understood their duty well. Since they were staying behind, they would protect the Merlot Heavenly Court with all their might. No one could lay a finger on the Merlot Heavenly Court. Good, then I shall prepare to depart. Nodding to the young angel's, Keisha's figure vanished from the throne. Having received the young angel's response, Keisha could confidently entrust the Merlot heavenly court to them. The next moment Keisha's figure appeared in the central plaza of Blades of Judgment 1, her gaze fixed in the direction of Asgard. Keisha did not anticipate any turmoil in this meeting with Asgard. Odin had transformed from an ambitious conqueror into an old man content with his corner of the realm. At that moment someone keenly noticed Keisha's calm gaze fixed upon Asgard. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, clearly recognized the source of that gaze. Even though that planet had been expelled from the World Tree by Asgard and its king Odin, he could still observe it. But everything changed a few dozen days ago. That planet was completely shrouded in a layer of mist. He could no longer see through it, nor could he see anything at all. Were it not for the piercing intentionality of that gaze, he would have had no way to detect it. Yet even from that gaze, he could not discern the attitude of its owner toward Asgard. Whether it was good or ill, benevolent or malevolent, he could not tell. All he could do now was inform King Odin and guard the Bifrost diligently. Beyond that he was helpless. After all, he had already defied the king's decree by allowing Thor to bring his Midgardian girlfriend to Asgard. Like Heimdall, Queen Frigga had a premonition. As a sorceress, she was well aware of her future's trajectory, but when Paradise Star changed the future, she foresaw shifted entirely. No longer the predetermined ending, no longer her own death. Even Asgard's future had become utterly blurred. No one could catch a glimpse of the future anymore. Perhaps from the moment Odin encountered an angelic race utterly different from the paradise, he knew everything slipped beyond their control. The world is changing, Frigga murmured softly, watching the surging clouds in the distance. But that cannot change Asgard. A weathered masculine voice sounded behind Frigga, carrying absolute confidence that nothing could shake its owner. Only King Odin could enter the queen's chambers without announcement. Odin, clad in black and gold armor, smiled at his queen. The steadfast color in his single eye compelled all who saw him to believe in everything he said. Though aged, he still bore his own pride. Frigga knew her husband well. She said nothing, merely smiling faintly at Odin. Even as the king aged, he remained the king. No one could refute or refuse the decisions made by the king. Heimdall has already told me about those angels. Odin slowly walked to Frigga's side, raised his hand, and gently caressed her cheek. I exiled the old paradise once, and now I can exile these angels as well. When have I ever doubted you? Though it was a question, Frigga's tone was one of simple statement. Gazing at the goddess before him, Odin's eyes were filled with tenderness. No matter the time or place, his queen had always been his steadfast support. But this also reminded him of his unworthy son. Already destined for the best partner, yet he insisted on choosing a Midgardian woman. They were gods, how could mortals be worthy? By age alone, those Midgardians were doomed never to accompany them for long. But at that moment Odin suddenly felt as though he might have another choice. However, halfway there Keisha suddenly remembered that the one who had developed the Sacred Knowledge Repository was now lying in her bed. In terms of the Sacred Knowledge Repository, she was undoubtedly an authoritative figure, and moreover the upcoming divine body technology needed to be discussed thoroughly with that old hag. Thinking this, Keisha lost her desire to go to the main hall and turned back towards her own chamber instead. After all, technological issues could be discussed anywhere. Queen. An angel connected to Keisha's private communication. I'm sorry, Queen. I couldn't reach Sister Lung, so I had to connect to your private communication. At this moment Yun Yen was carefully observing the events unfolding on Earth from the outer space, including the matters of the Avengers and Ultron, all under the angel's scrutiny. It's fine. As Keisha walked, her white gown swayed gently with her steps. I, along with Luolwan and Liang, are currently in the sky above Earth. They have created a superintelligent life form called Ultron. That entity now possesses some understanding of justice, and the Avengers intend to eliminate Ultron. Yun Yen briefed her queen on the current situation on Earth in the simplest terms. Shouldn't we angels intervene? Keisha listened quietly to Yun Yan's report until the latter asked her question, to which Keisha replied, There's no need. That's their own affair, not something the angels need to resolve. Ultron, being a creation of humanity, should ultimately be dealt with by humans themselves. Moreover, Ultron had not yet done anything to violate the order of justice, so the angels had no business intervening. Human affairs should be left to humans. Keisha's tone was calm. She treated all civilizations equally as long as they did not violate the order of justice. Angels would not appear. However, it seems Iron Man has thoughts of seeking help from the angels. Yun Yen said uncertainly, for even the angels had only seen a fleeting mention of this in that fellow's private message, after which there was no further information. This led the angels to be completely unsure whether that man would indeed pray to them for help. What if he seeks assistance later? Keisha's response was succinct and clear. If he seeks assistance, the angels will help him. Understood. With the queen's response, Yunyan and the others now knew how to handle the matter. As long as they did not violate the order of justice, even if two parties clashed, the angels would not take notice. However, if someone sought help, it was different. At this moment, Yunyan suddenly thought of a question: what if that superintelligent life also prayed to the angels? But this question was destined to remain unasked of the queen. After all, Keisha had already ended the private communication channel, leaving only Yunyan and her little companions to decide for themselves. She still wanted to see if her troublesome friend had woken up to discuss the upgrade of the Sacred Knowledge Repository and the Divine Body Improvement Plan. Standing at the door of her chamber, Keisha was unsure why she recalled the incident involving she hesitated. However, after thinking about Zai's state when she left, she believed there would be no problem. Keisha reassured herself that she wouldn't dare to pull another stunt. Suddenly Keisha chuckled, or after all, they were both ancient beings, yet she felt a bit apprehensive about simply opening the palace door. Besides, it wasn't like they hadn't bathed together before. It was merely a trivial matter, nothing to make a fuss over. Most importantly, this was her own chamber. What was the problem with returning to her own room? Yes, that was right, just like that. No one expected that the current angel queen would need to mentally prepare herself just to enter her own chamber. With her hand already on the door, she gently pushed it open, as if afraid to wake the person inside who was peacefully sleeping. Seeing the silver-haired angel still lying on the bed, Keisha calmly walked into her chamber and sat down at the side. It was clear that Keisha had no intention of disturbing she. After all, she had sustained injuries for the sake of her Miluotian court. So allowing her to rest was the right thing to do. Sitting on the side sofa, Keisha stopped paying attention to Zai's condition and began to utilize the Sacred Knowledge Repository to derive her thoughts on the new generation of divine bodies. After coming into contact with the Infinite Origin Stone, Keisha gained a general direction for the forthcoming divine body development. Unlike those who focus primarily on the construction of dark dimensions after unlocking their genetic codes and obtaining powerful bodies, the angel civilization was in fact going against the grain, while other civilizations were obsessively constructing dark dimensions. The angels had already built their dark dimensions strong enough thanks to Keisha's efforts, so they chose to abandon further construction and instead focus on biological engines and the fourth-generation divine Bodhi's sacred atoms. The angels returned to the divine body, for only a sufficiently powerful divine body could forge a sufficiently strong deity. Karl's so-called illusionary body was unacceptable to any angel. Without the sensation of a body, what kind of angel could they be? Angels needed love, faith, and to feel all the emotions of this world. The sweetness, bitterness, sourness, and saltiness. And now Keisha's newly conceived divine body might surpass all the divine bodies she had envisioned before. In this universe, Keisha had encountered many forms of life that were completely different from her own, as well as those wondrous objects that inspired her with fresh ideas. What made Keisha feel somewhat regretful was that the current Infinite Origin Stone had not yet been fully analyzed. The technologies it contained could only be observed but could not be directly applied to the divine body. That was incomparable to the limited Infinite Origin Stone technology that the current angels could utilize. However, Keisha would not sit idly here tinkering with this new divine body. From the very beginning, she had positioned herself as a battle deity, not a researcher. Fighting was fighting and research was research. After establishing a basic framework for the divine body, Keisha turned her attention to the person now lying in her bed. Such matters were best left to professionals. As a battle deity, she should focus on her own duties. Approaching the bedside, Keisha called out Zai's name. She, wake up. I need your help. She did not disappoint the queen. She slowly opened her azure eyes, but it was evident to Keisha that her spirit was not quite well due to her previous injuries. That dazed expression had not appeared in her eyes for a long time, and now that it had, Keisha could only attribute it to the injuries. However, she seemed quite at ease, even reaching out a hand to gently stroke Keisha's face. Seeing Zai's current state, Keisha felt a pang of sympathy, then patted Zai's slightly cool hand, smiling as she said, "It's all right, no rush, you should rest well first." Originally, Keisha intended to place Zai's hand back, but she directly grasped her hand, showing no intention of letting go. Keisha patiently held Zai's hand, moving the nearby sofa closer, and sat at the bedside, still holding her hand. Even while sitting at the bedside, Keisha continued to attempt to construct the fifth-generation divine body for the angels in the dark dimension, oblivious to the slight smile on the silver-haired angel's face. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Avengers had already begun their first confrontation with Ultron. "You have hurt my father's heart," Stark said to Ultron. Although Liang Bing had no idea why her elder sister would wear such a smile, her instincts screamed that Keisha's expression was problematic, and gravely so. For Keisha, it had been a long time since she had seen anyone who could bring Liang Bing to heel. Though this might have involved a bit of cunning, it was undeniable that few could elicit such a reaction from Liang Bing. Gazing at Hela below, Keisha calmly began to speak. So you are the one who... Before she could finish, Liang Bing, her face tense, clamped a hand over Keisha's mouth. The little angels watched in bewilderment, wondering when the angel of the apocalypse had dared to lay hands on Keisha. Perhaps realizing her impropriety, Liang Bing released her hand from Keisha's mouth. In return, she received a look of astonishment from Keisha, who then stopped herself from continuing. Hela had a fair idea of what Keisha intended to say, but instead of answering the unfinished question, she countered. So you are Liang Bing's elder sister. At such a disrespectful address toward Queen Keisha, Lung narrowed her beautiful eyes. She was about to reprimand this woman, who knew not her place, but Keisha stopped her through a private communication. With a glance at Keisha on her throne, Lung quelled her desire to speak. Keisha, crossing her legs and resting her cheek on her hand, smiled amiably and nodded at this bold questioner. Indeed, I am Liang Bing's elder sister. Keisha's gaze swept over Hela. She knew full well who this was, the goddess of death from Asgard. Though also a death deity, this one was far preferable to that degenerate Karl. In every conceivable way. Upon hearing Keisha's words, Hela's previously calm expression sharpened. She had heard from Liang Bing about how her elder sister had treated her. Now that the very person stood before her, how could Hela offer a friendly face? Just as she was about to condemn Keisha's past actions, Liang Bing, who had been clinging to Keisha, shot down like a scalded cat and grabbed Hela's hand. She shook her head frantically at Hela, signaling her not to speak of what they had discussed earlier. Seeing Liang Bing's state, Hela assumed it was due to the constant oppression from Keisha. She patted Liang Bing's hand reassuringly. She was not afraid of Keisha. Today she would make things clear and ensure Keisha would no longer oppress Liang Bing. Liang Bing panicked, tried to pull Hela away. If Keisha found out how she had slandered her, she would surely be beaten and hung up. Having stumbled upon Keisha and Hushi in that intimate scene earlier, she could not fathom any reason she would escape a thrashing. Hushi would likely not plead for mercy on her behalf. She might even hand Keisha a whip. But the next moment, Liang Bing found herself teleported out of the great hall, landing in Keisha's former bedchamber. There Hushi sat calmly sipping tea with a placid expression. Just sit still and don't interfere, Hushi said blandly. Do you think Keisha doesn't know what you've said about her to that woman? Liang Bing froze at Hex's words. Knowing her sister's methods, Keisha had probably scanned all of Hela's dark space data the moment they met. But now Liang Bing was curious how Hushi could teleport her directly from the angelic hall to this place. Before she could ask, Hushi produced a gemstone glowing with azure light. Seeing the gem in Hex's hand, Liang Bing was stunned. She immediately checked her own dark space, distinctly remembering she had taken all 6 infinity stones with her. How could the stones be in Hex's possession? Upon inspecting her dark space, she found every single stone missing. Not one remained. Baffled, she turned to Hushi for an answer. Hushi took a sip of her black tea before speaking. When you returned, Keisha retrieved all 6 stones. What principle is that? What spatial technology? I haven't seen such a thing in your current spatial techniques. As the foremost authority on spatial technology, Liang Bing was certain the 6 infinity stones bore no spatial markers when she took them. That was why she had felt safe. Yet upon her return, someone simply took them away. How absurd was that? Hushi said nothing more, quietly savoring her tea. Back in the great hall after Liang Bing's departure, the atmosphere grew tense. Hela glared fiercely at Keisha, while Keisha appraised Hela with a nonchalant air. The other little angels had already left at Keisha's signal, taking with them the 2 creatures claiming to be Liang Bing's subordinates. Uncrossing her legs, Keisha sat on her throne, with none of the decorum of a queen, sprawling openly with her legs apart. I know what Liang Bing told you, but I don't care. I only want to know, were your past actions serious? Keisha's voice had lost its earlier calm, taking on a tone of scrutiny. It was clear that if Hela did not give a satisfactory answer, the situation would take a turn for the worst. Such a bold, mannish sitting posture was something Hela had never seen in a goddess. Yet surprisingly, the posture, which should have clashed with a goddess image, suited Keisha perfectly, as if tailored for her. When Keisha sat like that, she radiated an overwhelming dominance, but it carried a peculiar charm. Hela regarded Keisha calmly and smiled softly. Do you think I am? She tossed the question back. Keisha narrowed her eyes, her pale golden irises brimming with murderous intent toward Hela. It was clear that Keisha now harbored a desire to kill. Hela met Keisha's gaze without flinching. Having lived through the most chaotic era of the World Tree, she was hardly intimidated by a stare. Moreover, having once been the Queen of Asgard, She could not afford to show weakness before another queen. Seeing Hellas' defiance, Keisha's demeanor shifted in an instant. The surging bloodlust vanished without a trace. For Keisha, someone with such courage might indeed be the right companion for Liang Bing. Still, she had to make the situation clear. Liang Bing could never truly love Hela. Even if her heart had shifted slightly due to recent events, she could not change the fact that she had once sworn a vow of protection to another. "You may not understand us angels well," Keisha said, resuming her cross-legged posture. "Liang Bing is an angel who has sworn the oath of protection. She will never have another." Hela was momentarily confused by Keisha's sudden change in attitude, but quickly grasped the meaning of her words. Of course, Hela could not pretend not to care. Who could accept that their beloved's heart belonged to another? Yet Hela smiled at Keisha. "I don't know what the oath of protection is, but I can swear it too. Then you will no longer be the princess of Asgard, but an angel of the Merlot heavenly court." Keisha rested her cheek on her hand, her gaze flat. If Hela was willing to forsake her Asgardian identity for Liang Bing, Keisha might allow them to spend time together. As for the final outcome, she could not be sure. Otherwise, if Hela refused to give up Asgard, only Keisha's silver wings awaited her. Hela's decision would determine whether she lived or died. Hela did not answer immediately. After a long deliberation, she finally spoke to Keisha. Sitting on the sofa, Keisha turned her head to look at the door to her chamber, where a silver-haired angel stood in full armor. She? Keisha asked, somewhat puzzled as to why she was here. She was supposed to be guarding the heavenly palace, and there should not be any danger. However, recalling the previously mentioned heavenly scum, Keisha began to understand the situation. The silver-armored angel's attire was nearly identical to hers, except for a sky-blue cloak. The silver-haired angel was in every way the opposite of Keisha. If Keisha was a sharp blade, then this angel was the sheath that could contain her brilliance. That gentle and exquisite face perhaps epitomized grace and elegance. As an angel, her figure was flawless. Seeing that she did not respond, Keisha smiled and gently called out her name at the door. She. In his sky-blue eyes, there was only the figure smiling and softly calling her name. Before entering, she had already mentally prepared herself. She resolved that upon seeing Keisha, she must make that manly woman understand that leaving her in the Angel Nebula was a grave mistake. But upon truly seeing the smiling figure looking at her, all thoughts vanished. She quickly walked towards Keisha, though her face filled with gentle expressions remained tightly controlled, revealing no emotion. Yet her eyes spoke volumes. Keisha also stood up from the sofa smiling, as she prepared to welcome her heavenly monarch, even opening her arms for a warm embrace. However, contrary to Keisha's expectations, her heavenly monarch had no intention of embracing her. Instead, she directly cupped Keisha's face. Those sky-blue eyes fixated on Keisha's, and even if Keisha wanted to look away, she would firmly turn her face back to meet her gaze. Under his eyes' intense gaze, even Keisha found it hard to bear. After all, they were both ancient angels equally matched in temperament, but Keisha struggled to hold her ground under this unexpected situation. After all, this was a sneak attack, not a direct confrontation. Feeling the warmth of the face in her hands, she finally dared to believe that the person before her was truly there, not turned into divine particles nor dead on the emerald star. Keisha. She wanted to say something, but the violent pain from the black hole tore through her again, causing her to weakly release Keisha's face and fall backward. But how could that be? In that moment, Keisha had already caught the falling, she using her insight to assess her condition. His divine body had not received the initial treatment after being teleported. She had come directly to seek Keisha, resulting in her injuries worsening. Such injuries are truly reckless, Keisha murmured in mild reproach. Yet her hands moved swiftly. Link the infinite primordial energy with the heavenly monarch He for energy connection. Under Keisha's command, the sacred knowledge repository connected with He at maximum speed. When the connection was established, a surge of energy flooded into His divine body. Under the impact of the energy, His sacred atoms were frantically absorbing energy to repair her body. However, during the energy connection, perhaps because Keisha initially supplied an overwhelming amount of energy, His beautiful brows involuntarily furrowed. Keisha could only gently smooth His frowning brows, slightly reducing the energy output in the connection to prevent any issues with His divine body. Indeed, after Keisha reduced the energy output, His divine body began to stabilize, and the sacred atoms continued to absorb energy to repair her body. With sufficient energy supply, His injuries were no longer a cause for concern. Keisha re-examined His current condition, and seeing that all injuries were continuously recovering, she let out a sigh of relief. Keisha had considered using the reality gem in her hand, which could be deemed a bug, to restore He. However, without fully analyzing the reality gem, she still obtained some information. A single reality gem cannot directly and permanently alter reality, unless Keisha possesses other infinite primordial stones to form a true closed loop. Every gem can be utilized to its fullest extent. Even if the reality gem restored Hizai's body, she could not stray too far from Keisha or her injuries would reappear. However, the creative techniques Keisha deciphered from the reality gem could produce materials that would indeed exist. Perhaps this is a matter of leveraging external resources and personal skills. For now, the only option is to supply sufficient energy to the sacred atoms, allowing Hizai's divine body to begin self-repair. However, it was clear that she needed some time to gradually calm down under such intense emotional fluctuations and serious injuries. Looking at the beautiful angel lying in her arms, Keisha couldn't help but smile, saying, "Indeed, you are still the most beautiful among angels." After saying this, Keisha gently picked up Hishi using a micro-wormhole to dress her in one of her nightgowns before placing her on her bed. Gently pinching Hizai's cheek as a small reprisal for her previous actions, Keisha walked towards the outside of her chamber, carefully closing the door behind her to avoid disturbing Hizai's rest. She still needed to check on the newly arrived little angels and improve the treatment pods previously used for them, adding functions like upgrading their divine bodies. However, now that Hishi had arrived, she could plan to continue upgrading the 4th generation divine body, as the current 4th generation might not be sufficient in this wondrous universe. Like the ancient genes discovered from Peter Quill, those with such genes are not simple beings. After Keisha left, Hishi, who had been lying quietly, slightly moved her eyelids, then opened one eye to look at the bedside. Confirming that Keisha had left the chamber, she finally opened both eyes, staring at the ceiling of Keisha's chamber. Though she had seen the patterns on the ceiling many times, never before had she felt such a sense of peace. It was strange yet comforting. She did not even realize that the corners of her mouth had slightly lifted into a smile. She had already awakened when Keisha transmitted energy to her divine body, but when Keisha gently smoothed her furrowed brows, she did not wish to wake up. Gently touching her brow, she felt Keisha's warmth lingering there. The smile on her lips could no longer be concealed. How come I never realized that Keisha's bed is more comfortable than my own? Lying on Keisha's bed, Hishi revealed a charming smile. In the hot spring of Keisha's chamber, she was soaking in the warm waters, admiring the enchanting nightscape of the Merlot heavenly court. A golden halo slowly illuminated behind Keisha. A bald woman dressed in a plain yellow monk's robe stepped out from it and sat unceremoniously on a nearby chair. However, she sat with her back facing Keisha. Supreme Sorcerer, isn't it somewhat impolite to visit while someone is bathing? Keisha's gaze remained fixed on the distant nightscape without turning around. Within the World Tree, only the so-called Supreme Sorcerer from Earth could arrive here so silently. Apologies, I didn't intend to, but I assumed you wouldn't mind. Gu-Yi chuckled lightly at Keisha. Keisha didn't dwell on the matter, knowing Gu-Yi couldn't see anything anyway. But Keisha only said that before falling silent again. In the long stillness, only the unique insects of the Merlot heavenly court chirped, occasionally interrupted by a bird's call under the night sky. Eventually, this tranquil atmosphere was shattered by a voice. "I can no longer see your future clearly." Gu-Yi sighed softly. Once she could discern a timeline belonging to the angels, but now all timelines had converged into one. There were no other branches, only the timeline she was currently experiencing. On this timeline, Gu-Yi couldn't see even a single frame. Everything had become unknown to her. This convergence of timelines was unprecedented, sparking Gu-Yi's interest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen such a moment to speak with the angels. But clearly the timing was somewhat awkward, though neither of them cared. That seems like a good thing. Keisha found it rather favorable. She didn't want the angels' future to be constantly observed by anyone, to the angels that would make them mere manipulated pawns. In those azure eyes, pure joy sparkled brightly. Even Gu-Yi's desire to retire had waned a bit. Watching these little angels shape a future across the universe. Wouldn't that be fascinating? Touching the eye of Agamotto on her chest, Gu-Yi sighed inwardly. She couldn't continue. Angels learn things quickly, don't they? Gu-Yi suddenly spoke out of nowhere. Borrowed things must eventually be returned. They don't have to be returned. Then they wouldn't be angels. Hearing Keisha's reply, Gu-Yi set aside that thought. Now she could only hope that the one who might become the best among them would study well. Gently drawing a magic circle before her chest, the emerald gem within the eye of Agamotto slowly revealed its enchanting glow. Gu-Yi took out the time stone, the gem they had guarded with their lives. Without a trace of reluctance, she placed the time stone on the table before her. No one would expect that the time stone, one of the infinity stones, would be casually left on a table utterly disregarded. "Now you have 4. Gu-Yi said softly. Keisha was somewhat surprised that Gu-Yi was handing over the time stone. She turned in the pool to look at the departing figure. Just giving it to me like this? Why not? We guard the time stone only to prevent tampering with time. But would you? Gu-yi didn't turn back, speaking casually. Keisha smiled. Tampering with time indeed. Tamper with time and time will tamper with you. Keisha turned back, murmuring. Indeed. Are you sure your chosen successor can face those beings you've seen? Having read about the Supreme Sorcerer's great enemies from Gu-yi's dark space information, Keisha had little faith in the next Supreme Sorcerer. Moreover, the next Supreme Sorcerer would lack a crucial tool for survival, making it far less easy to deal with those entities. He will be the best among us. Gu-yi trusted herself and the candidate she had deduced. That one would undoubtedly be the finest Supreme Sorcerer. Since you say so, let's wait and see. A smile played on Keisha's lips, as she anticipated what the future Supreme Sorcerer would be like. Gu-yi smiled as well. Don't worry, I can hold on for at least another decade or so. Training him won't be a problem. After Gu-yi's words, Keisha didn't continue the conversation. When we met the second time, did you truly intend to give me that object? Keisha suddenly asked about Gu-yi's earlier offer of the Eye of Agamotto. Yes and no. Gu-yi gave an ambiguous answer, but it was enough. Yes, because she had wanted to draw the angels into Camartage to hide them from the world. No, because at that time she couldn't see the angels' timelines clearly. The gem naturally couldn't be given to them. Even after meeting the angels and witnessing their convictions, she still couldn't entrust the gem to them. Those dimensional lords were masters of corruption. Even the most resolute could fall under the dual corrosion of power and ideology. Now, with the angels having only one timeline, it meant that regardless of circumstances they would continue on their path. The gem and dimensional lords could no longer interfere with the angels' future. Yet Gu-yi truly didn't know if she would live to see that future. Pulling her hood back on, she drew a circle before her with the hand wearing the sling ring. A golden portal shimmered into existence. The bald woman in the plain yellow robe departed from the Merlot heavenly court. Only an emerald gem remained on the table, a clear sign that someone had been there. Someone who had protected Earth for a century. Cups of water splashed onto her face. Keisha returned to a state of calm. With Gu-yi handing over the time stone, nothing within the entire world tree lay beyond the angel's control. At most, Odin's eldest daughter banished to Helheim might be an unstable factor. Also, the words of the former Queen of Heaven about those who rebelled against Asgard. These were matters the angels needed to heed. With the world tree stabilized, the wings the angels wished to spread and the swords they aimed would only grow. The sound of water splashed as she emerged from the bath. Droplets slowly slid down her fair, firm abdomen, flowing to unknown places, while Keisha's gaze fell upon the emerald gem. Walking over barefoot, she picked up the gem, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Then she placed it into her dark space, allowing the divine knowledge vault to begin decoding. Keisha turned back to gaze at the distant night sky, extending a hand and slowly clenching it into a fist. Beyond the world tree, the angels were coming. Kicking the barren soil beneath her feet, she pouted with mild discontent. What's wrong? Keisha didn't seem particularly bothered by the desolate surroundings, as she had encountered such barren, lifeless planets before. Throughout the universe, planets like this were countless. Ultimately, only a few beautiful worlds could nurture civilizations. It's nothing, just a bit different from what I imagined. She sighed and let the matter go, since bringing Keisha here wasn't for sightseeing. A scenic backdrop would have been a bonus, but its absence was no great loss. You still haven't told me why we're here. Keisha smiled, no longer clad in her battle armor, but in a white dress. She who had brought Keisha here was also dressed in a white gown. Their attire unexpectedly harmonized, making them resemble two delicate white blossoms swaying in the wind on this desolate planet. Hearing Keisha's words, she flashed a beautiful smile. I extracted a rather intriguing piece of information from that little fellow on the dark aster. She pointed to the planet beneath them. This planet might be the location of an infinity stone. Indeed, Vormir holds an infinity stone, the soul stone. Before Keisha could speak, a voice rang out. A figure in a black cloak appeared in the distance, not daring to approach the two angel kings but watching them from afar. As the steward of the soul stone, every visitor to Vormir appeared transparent to him. Their entire histories laid bare. Yet these two women revealed nothing. Likewise, Keisha and she found their insight eyes unable to discern any information about this mysterious figure. Not a single useful detail emerged. For Keisha, it had been ages since she'd encountered such an enigma. A being completely veiled from perception only deepened her curiosity about the soul stone. She doubted this mere individual could single-handedly block her insight, especially when she also gleaned nothing. Shielding the dark information detection of two kings was already astonishing enough. Yet neither angel betrayed any shock. They merely regarded the cloaked figure with calm composure, waiting to hear what he might say. When their gazes, one gold, one blue, met his, even he felt a flicker of hesitation. That stillness in their eyes was unervingly serene. But it was none of his concern. Since being transported here, his sole purpose was to guide those seeking the soul stone to the sacrificial grounds. Their final choice was beyond his purview. He was merely a guide. If you wish to obtain the soul stone, follow me. With that, the Red Skull turned and ascended the mountain path, not once glancing back to see if Keisha and Keisha were following. He believed no one could resist the allure of an infinity stone. Especially this one, the most enigmatic of them all. Curiosity about the mysterious was an instinct no being could deny. It was the innate curiosity shared by all living things. At the cloaked figure's words, Keisha merely smiled softly. She took Hizai's hand and turned to her. Let's go see that enigmatic infinity stone. With that, she pulled Keisha along to follow the figure. But Hizai's mind was no longer on the stone. Her entire being was consumed by the warmth of Keisha's hand in hers. At that moment, Keisha felt her own purpose had already been fulfilled, and so the cloaked figure led the way with the two angel kings following behind. When they finally reached the sacrificial grounds prepared for the soul stone, the Red Skull halted. He gestured toward the site with an inviting hand. I am tasked with guiding others to a treasure I cannot claim. What you seek now lies before you. Pointing to the structure formed by two massive stone pillars, the Red Skull's voice was flat. And what you fear is also here. Over the ages, visitors had come, but none had ever taken the soul stone from this place. Now the Red Skull doubted these two would succeed, yet he was bound to explain it all. It was his duty, the only thing he could do. Keisha and Keisha approached the edge of the platform and peered down. Their keen eyesight revealed a flat stone altar below, scattered with a few fallen rocks. What is this? Keisha looked up at the Red Skull, a suspicion forming in her mind. But she couldn't be certain, as the notion seemed too outlandish. A price. The Red Skull's expression remained unchanged. His crimson face showed no emotion. Among the infinity stones, the soul stone is unique. One might say it possesses its own consciousness. So what does it require? Keisha withdrew her gaze and asked. To ensure its wielder comprehends its power, the soul stone demands a sacrifice. The Red Skull spoke the cruel truth with chilling calm. To obtain the soul stone, you must lose that which you cherish most. A soul for a soul. Hearing this, Keisha cast a long look at the platform below. How peculiar. Her voice dripped with disdain for the soul stone. She dismissed it without a second thought, grabbing Hizai's hand and turning to descend without a trace of hesitation. A mere rock demanding my true love. Dream on. The Red Skull had seen people abandon the infinity stone before, but none had walked away so decisively without a backward glance. To Keisha, a stone, even one wielding infinite power, could never compare to the one who offered true love. That would be a desecration of love, a disrespect to life itself. Suddenly stopping, Keisha patted Hizai's hand. Wait here for me. It's safe. Keisha nodded, already guessing what Keisha intended to do. When the Red Skull saw Keisha return, he assumed she would ask if there was another way to claim the soul stone. But she strode past him onto the sacrificial platform. A purple gem materialized before her. It'll give you a choice too. Come out or find another planet to inhabit. Keisha gripped the power stone, and a torrent of energy surged into her body. Yet she showed no sign of pain, staring coldly ahead. When nothing stirred, she slammed her fist, still clutching the power stone, onto the sacrificial platform. That blow carried both her own might and the raw force of the power stone. The Red Skull had never imagined anyone would attempt to force the soul stone's hand like this. Deep violet cracks began to spread downward, and countless rocks tumbled from the cliff, crashing onto the altar below. Just as the fissures neared the lower platform, a faint orange glow flickered to life. An orange infinity stone materialized before Keisha. The Red Skull could hardly believe it. Her audacious gamble had actually worked. The soul stone had appeared. Releasing the power stone and returning it to her dark space, Keisha grasped the brilliant orange gem before her. Without a second glance, she tossed the soul stone into her dark space, leaving it to the divine knowledge repository for gradual analysis. Returning to Keisha, Keisha took her hand once more. Let's go. Keisha nodded, but subtly changed their grip from a simple hold to interlaced fingers. Keisha said nothing, merely preparing to leave Vormer. Yet Keisha noticed the faint blush creeping up Keisha's ears beneath her calm expression. In those azure eyes, pure joy sparkled brightly. The one responsible for constructing Ultron's body was none other than T'Challa's sister Shuri. At this moment, she was manipulating Wakanda's machinery to complete the body demanded by the entity that had already seized control of all information within Wakanda. A body built from vibranium and artificially cultivated tissues, one that harmonized both biological and mechanical capabilities. Shuri had contemplated leaving hidden countermeasures within the body Ultron requested, but it was evidently impossible. Every instruction was executed under Ultron's surveillance. No opportunity was left for her to embed any backdoors. Moreover, her father and mother were currently in the enemy's hands, vulnerable to instant execution. She could not stand idly by. After all, their captor was not a person but a superintelligence. Although she could perceive that entity expressing emotions, Shuri did not believe it truly possessed any genuine feelings. It was nothing but a cold, heartless machine. Once it decided to act, there would be no room for reconsideration. Now all she could hope for was that her brother would rescue them from this dire predicament. Ultron was fully aware of Shuri's thoughts, but to him those hopes were utterly impossible. Whether it was Wakanda's guardian, the Black Panther, or the few Avengers who posed a threat to him, he had already summoned the most suitable opponents to counter each of them. For the time being, those individuals could not break free. By the time their battles concluded, his body would be fully constructed. Then no one would be able to thwart his plan. In orchestrating all of this, Ultron had accounted for everyone's presence, even factoring in the angels during the preparation phase. As he began his preparations, he even used satellites to scan beyond Earth for any trace of angels. However, from his perspective, the angels had ceased to pay attention to Earth. On the battlefield of Wakanda, the Avengers and the Black Panther were thoroughly suppressed by their adversaries, utterly incapable of breaking through to deal with Ultron. Damn, is there no way out? Even with the assistance of his suit's intelligence system, Stark failed to accurately target the figure moving at superhuman speed, only to be repeatedly knocked down. Even when he soared into the sky, the small red glowing figure controlled flying stones to bring him crashing down. When had the Avengers ever suffered such humiliation? On the other side, Captain America was locked in an inextricable battle with the Winter Soldier. Although Hulk could break through the encirclement of the border tribe, he inexplicably acted with hesitation, lacking his previous wild and untamed demeanor. As for Thor, he was trapped by a sudden swarm of mechanical soldiers. While his strikes could shatter one with a single blow, the sheer numbers employed by Ultron left him flustered. Ultron had thoughtfully equipped all his mechanical soldiers with anti-electric measures. Even Thor found it no simple task to clear them out with lightning. The remaining Avengers consisted of only an archer and a stunningly beautiful spy. Despite their considerable abilities, they were outmatched by foes wielding vibranium spears and energy shields. Stark now felt a sense of helplessness, as if they alone could not resolve this crisis. Moreover, if Ultron obtained a new vibranium body and rejoined the battle, no one could possibly prevail, and they might all perish here. He knew their only hope for victory lay in seeking help from the angels. Thor had previously stated that the angels were now Earth's guardians, so appealing to them should be acceptable. Yet Stark found it difficult to utter the request. His pride rebelled against such a notion. But looking at his comrades and his own out-of-control superintelligence, which could cause catastrophic destruction, he hesitated no more. "Angels, help my friends." Stark's voice suddenly rang out across the battlefield, heard by all Avengers on the communication channel. They were astonished, never expecting the billionaire playboy to make such a plea. The sibling pair nearest to Stark also heard his words, but they doubted the angels would directly intervene in such matters. If angels existed, why had none appeared when Stark killed their parents? Just as the girl prepared to strike and tear Stark apart, 3 streaks of light descended from the sky, tearing through the energy shield that had protected Wakanda. No one had expected the angels to actually appear. Even Stark, who had called out to them, had held only a faint hope. Now that faint glimmer had become a blinding radiance. Upon landing, the 3 angels formed a triangular formation, separating the Avengers from their opponents. Silver-white armor, pure white wings, resplendent golden hair, and proud figures. Who else could they be but angels? As for Stark, the one who had summoned the angels, he collapsed to the ground the moment they landed. "Why?" The girl roared at the angels, ignoring the man beside her tugging at her hand to stop her. "Why do you appear just because a murderer asks for your help? To protect him? Why didn't you protect us back then? Why didn't you protect us?" A hint of sobbing crept into the girl's voice. For her, the angels defending the one who had killed her parents was a devastating blow. The immense disparity brought her to tears. As she spoke, Yunyan had already glimpsed the events she referred to, but remained silent, waiting for her to stop. When the girl could no longer hold back her sobs, Yunyan approached, gently cradling her head and saying, "I'm sorry, Wanda. What I'm about to tell you may be a harsh truth for both you and your brother, but I believe you deserve to know the reality. The one who truly destroyed your happy family was not Stark but Hydra, which purchased Stark's weapons. And the one who turned you into what you are now, you call him Baron Strucker." The angel's embrace made Wanda feel a fleeting warmth, as if she were in her mother's arms again, bringing a sense of comfort. But upon hearing the angel's words, the girls' tears burst forth like a flood. They had always known that Stark was not the direct cause of their family's ruin, but without knowing the true culprit, they had no choice but to target Tony Stark as their revenge. Now learning that the one responsible for their painful childhood was the very person who had promised them the power of vengeance, the sibling pair found it unbearable. Bullshit angels all for show. Eric did not believe these three were the real angels seen before. He suspected they were just Stark's creations to intimidate. He hurled his vibranium spear at Luolwan and charged toward her. Luolwan naturally detected Eric's movement, but she merely raised a finger and gently flicked away the incoming spear. In the next instant, her delicate hand gripped Eric's throat. If Luolwan wished, he could become a corpse in that moment. While the events on Earth were being monitored by the three little angels Yunyen and her companions, an unexpected incident occurred with Keisha in the Merlot heavenly court. The once placid waters of the hot spring began to churn, as if being continuously heated by an unseen force until they roiled and boiled. Yet they soon calmed, the temperature gradually subsiding, even showing signs of freezing. The entire spring oscillated between these extreme temperatures in a bizarre cycle. The source of all this was naturally Keisha, who had been resting with closed eyes at the bottom of the pool. However, beneath her now lay not the usual smooth stones, but a massive boulder composed of various materials forcibly compressed together. Soon the hot spring returned to its original state, the temperature stabilizing once more. Keisha emerged from the water at the bottom of the pool. Crystalline droplets shimmered with iridescent colors under the sunlight of the Merlot heavenly court. But these beads of water clinging to Keisha quickly vanished, revealing her fair skin beneath. On ordinary days, Keisha was often seen in her silver angelic armor. Though the battle suit accentuated her figure, it could not compare to the direct vision of her just after bathing. Her brilliant golden hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Without her armor, her delicate collarbones were now visible. Her figure was slender and exquisite, with proud curves, a slender waist that seemed easily encircled, firm and rounded contours, every detail captivating the eye. Yet despite this, Keisha's physique did not appear frail, but rather exuded a powerful athletic grace. Alas, this splendid sight was for her eyes only, though Keisha herself paid it no mind. A micro-wormhole transported her white dress onto her body, and at that moment Keisha reapplied her sharp, commanding makeup to her face. Seated in her palace, Keisha lightly snapped her fingers and entered her own dark dimension. Within the dark dimension, 3 gems of distinct colors hovered around the sacred knowledge repository, continuously channeling energy into it. The vast majority of this transmitted energy was used to directly analyze the 3 gems themselves. After obtaining the ether particles, Keisha had already crushed the mind scepter and the tesseract she had acquired earlier, revealing their true forms. The ether particles, however, required considerable effort from Keisha to transform from their fluid state into the stable gem form they now possessed. Yet this effort was worthwhile, as she now had a far deeper understanding of the ether, or rather the reality stone. Surprisingly, the analysis progress of the reality stone, which she had obtained most recently, far exceeded that of the space stone, which she had acquired from the very beginning. The knowledge and technology gleaned from the reality stone had already enabled the conditions for matter creation from nothingness and even material transmutation without the need for installing a subbiological engine in angels. It was precisely because of the reality stone's technology that by installing the reality technique into the pre-reserved slot in the angelic gene engine, any so-called divine body could be instantly manufactured by an angel. Asgard truly was a magnificent gift. Keisha gazed with profound depth at the infinity stones orbiting the sacred knowledge repository. From the dark dimension information of Asgard, Keisha had not only obtained the history of the Asgardians, but also things unknown to the angels. For instance, the 3 so-called infinity stones now in her possession, their true names, and the abilities of the other infinity stones. She also had a general understanding of the immense destruction that could be wrought if these infinity stones were brought together. Odin had once contemplated gathering all the infinity stones to make Asgard the sole true divine realm in the entire universe. But clearly he had ultimately abandoned this plan. Each infinity stone was like the bright moon in the night sky, far too conspicuous. Asgard was unwilling to bear such a risk and naturally gave up on the plan, especially since they already reigned supreme within the entire world tree system. Even if they conquered more territories, they would eventually have to abandon them due to a lack of manpower. Keisha still held some admiration for Odin's former ambitions, but for the angels, manpower was never an issue. Keisha had never intended to have angels directly rule all civilizations. The angels' task was simple: by controlling the gods of a civilization, they could manage it effectively. As long as the gods of a civilization did not stir up trouble, peace was assured. Check the analysis progress of the Infinity Stones. Space Stone Analysis 7. 9 Mind Stone Analysis 5. 7. Reality Stone Analysis 9. 6. The current analysis progress was satisfactory to Keisha, but these objects were indeed extremely difficult to decipher. Information obtained from Asgard also indicated the level of existence these infinity stones represented. As 6 singularities born from the Big Bang, each represented a fundamental aspect of existence. However, very few had ever managed to gather all 6. Moreover, the most elusive of them all, the Soul Stone, had never been seen by anyone. If not for the universal belief that there were 6 infinity stones, the Soul Stone might have been long forgotten. For Keisha, the whereabouts of that unknown infinity stone were of no concern. The moment she exited the dark dimension, she sent a dark communication to Lung. Finish up, no need to rush. When you return, you will need another upgrade. Yes, my queen. Lung replied instantly to Keisha's command. However, after ending the dark communication, the look in Lung's eyes when she turned to face the being who had been taunting the angels was no longer the same. It was a gaze filled with pure coldness, as if it could freeze the fire giant solid. According to Lung's initial plan, dealing with this giant was a matter of suppression to see if his mind could be changed. But now that approach was clearly ineffective. Queen Keisha now wanted them to return to the Merlot heavenly court. Even though the queen said there was no rush for Lung, seeing Queen Keisha was her top priority above all else. I have no time to play with you now. Lung pointed her flame sword at the giant wreathed in flames. Farewell. The fire giant Surtur silently chuckled when he saw the angel intending to confront him with the flame sword. He was a fire giant. Using fire against him was utterly ridiculous. However, the flame sword in the angel's hand was not purely about high temperature. Its most basic function was to destroy the opponent's genes. Even Surtur could not escape being dismantled by the flame sword. When an angel became truly serious, this battle would end swiftly. Lung flashed to the fire giant's side in an instant, placing the flame sword against his neck. Surtur keenly sensed that the flame sword in the angel's hand could truly annihilate him, unlike the Asgardians of old, who could only defeat him. That thing could kill him. At this moment, Surtur wisely chose to lower his proud head and submit to the angel's order of justice. Above the Merlot heavenly court, a slightly playful voice rang out. I think you owe me an explanation, you tomboy. Seated imposingly on the steps beneath her throne, Keisha rested her hands on her knees, her head bowed. She had just summoned all the angels to the angelic hall. Now she waited for them, bracing herself to face the greatest upheaval in the history of the angelic civilization. The one who caused this upheaval was none other than herself. Raising a hand before her face, her once sharp and commanding makeup vanished in an instant. All that remained was a soft, childlike countenance of delicate beauty. My queen. As the left-wing angel Lung was the first to arrive at the hall. Intending to salute Keisha on her throne, she was surprised to find Keisha sitting on the steps below. Yet she asked no questions, merely performing a chest salute. May I ask why this? Lung wished to inquire about the reason for summoning all the angels, but seeing Keisha wave her hand dismissively, she fell silent. Keisha looked up at this disciple of ruining and offered a faint smile. If that smile had graced Keisha's former, more severe makeup, it might have only seemed somewhat warm. But on her current childlike face, it evoked an irresistible urge to draw close to her. Lung, now a veteran angel in the Angelic Legion, had never seen Keisha's true face beneath her makeup, nor had Yen. Now that bare-faced visage appeared before her. Wait a moment. Well, speak once everyone has arrived. Keisha said calmly from her seated position. Unaware of the gravity of the matter, Lung obediently stood aside, waiting for the other angels to enter the hall. But the second to arrive was not a lesser angel but Hushi. Hushi appeared directly beside Keisha, sitting down and eyeing Keisha's appearance with a teasing tone. It's been so long since I've seen you like this. Well, you're seeing it now. Keisha was unruffled, but then she turned to Hushi and asked, Why have you come? Hushi rested her chin on her hand, glanced at Keisha, then turned to watch the young angels materializing in the hall. To join a tomboy in doing something foolish. Hex's words drew a silent, bowed smile from Keisha. I've even removed my makeup and you still call me a tomboy. Though she smiled, Keisha felt the need to correct Hushi. Surely her current appearance didn't warrant the label of tomboy. Hushi shot Keisha a sharp, alluring glare, rolling her eyes with considerable charm. The day you swap your trousers for a short skirt, I'll stop calling you a tomboy. Touching the trousers on her legs, Keisha found herself at a loss for words. Dressed like this, how could she not be called a tomboy? As for the short skirt Hushi mentioned, Keisha couldn't imagine any scenario where she might wear one. Perhaps she never would again. Hushi, ever attuned to Keisha's emotions, sensed her current melancholy. With natural ease, she took Keisha's hand from her lap, intertwining their fingers. Hushi. Keisha assumed Hushi was merely trying to comfort her, and saw no issue with the gesture. Hashi even offered Keisha a reassuring smile, further calming her. But as Hashi achieved her aim and Keisha found peace, the nearby young angels blushed. They began to understand why their queen had habitually relied on programs to arrange matches for them. If their own queen couldn't navigate her own emotions, how could she possibly play matchmaker for the younger angels? Naturally, she had to depend on programs. Otherwise, she'd never perceive the situation clearly. At that moment, Lung secretly snapped a photo of the scene before her, then acted as if nothing had happened, staring intently at the floor beneath her feet. She made herself the most invisible presence in the entire hall. As more young angels filled the hall, the sight of Keisha and Hashi sitting hand in hand was noticed by all, yet none remarked upon it. Some young angels, captivated by Keisha's unpainted delicate face, found themselves mesmerized. When had they ever seen Queen Keisha without makeup? They were all delighted by the sight. A few even secretly opened a private, encrypted communication channel to gossip about what might be happening between the two. Except for those undergoing divine body upgrades and those patrolling the world tree, all the young angels in the Merlot heaven had gathered in the hall. Everyone is here. Keisha's voice was gentle, yet it fell clearly upon every angel's ears. All the young angels turned to the figure seated on the steps, their expressions solemn. Though they didn't know why the queen had summoned them all, they sensed it must be significant. As for why Keisha wasn't seated on her throne, no angel found it strange. In the Merlot heaven, wherever Keisha sat, she was their queen. To be honest, this is the first time I don't know how to begin. Keisha patted Hex's hand that held hers. When Hashi released her, she stood up. You are all young angel warriors. Many of you experienced the era of the Three Kings. Keisha spoke with a warm, mellow voice. You might call it the barbaric age, but it doesn't matter. Many angels who lived through the Three Kings era have retired or fallen in battle. Keisha's eyes were filled with deep nostalgia. But she quickly composed herself and continued addressing the young angels. Do you have any memory of the Three Kings era? Lung stepped forward and said to Keisha, the Blade-Winged King, the Foundation-Winged King, and your sister. For Lung, the final royal name was difficult to utter. The Heaven-Opening King. Keisha finished Lung's sentence. The Three Kings held different ideologies, so they warred for a millennium. Lung glanced at Hashi, who remained seated, and continued, in the end, the Blade-Winged King. That is you, Queen Keisha. Emerged victorious, leading the angels to rebuild the Merlot heaven. Afterward came the alliance with Shunha, the promotion of the Order of Justice, the War of Forms, and finally the Heaven-Opening King's defection. Clearly Lung was well versed in the major events of that era. As an angel warrior over 200 years older than Yen, and with her master Runing having followed Keisha all the way to the Merlot heaven, she knew far more than most angel warriors. Yet even her master Runing only had a partial understanding of many things. For instance, exactly how the Heaven-Opening King had fled the Merlot heaven remained a mystery to them. Indeed, Keisha said with a note of melancholy. Why has the queen suddenly brought up the barbaric? The Three Kings era? Lung asked, somewhat bewildered. The Three Kings era, whether in the shared database or in the tales of older angels, was rarely mentioned. Now Keisha had revived the topic. Not only did it astonish Lung, but it also struck all the young angels as strange. I intend to reopen the archives of the Three Kings era, and also unlock the doctrines of the Heaven-Opening King. Keisha stood there speaking with utmost seriousness to all the angels, declaring her decision. And I will also open I believe I should have a say in this. A voice rang out from the entrance of the hall. The young angels present were puzzled. They had never heard this voice in the Merlot heaven before. Keisha did not look toward the entrance, but instead fixed her gaze on Hashi, who sat there with an air of nonchalance. It was clear that the current turn of events involved that old trickster's meddling. Her plan had been to first acquaint the young angels with the past. Both the Three Kings era and the events before it. They needed to see it all. Only after they had reviewed everything would she drag out her unfortunate sister. But nothing was unfolding according to Keisha's vision. Hashi naturally sensed Keisha's gaze, but merely smiled at her without a word. At the entrance of the angelic hall, a figure appeared before all the angels. But it was the pair of pure white wings that caught their eyes. The Heaven-Opening King. Lung, whose master had witnessed the Three Kings era, immediately recognized the figure at the hall's entrance. The author is diligently saving drafts. Dear readers, please bookmark this story, and look forward to the upcoming chapters together. The end. While Keisha enjoyed her little pleasures, the little angels who returned from Asgard with her were not idle. Now the mellow heavenly court had become the true guardian of the entire 9 realms, and it was natural to take a look at the 9 realms which were protected by Asgard. By the way, they needed to announce that they were now under the banner of justice to prevent any ignorant individuals from causing trouble. As a little angel who came to mellow heavenly court only after its establishment, Yun Yan had yet to properly see what the earth in this universe was like. Hearing Yun Yan's question, Li Ying and Luo Wan, who had also never been to this universe, eagerly looked at Lung, who was arranging for people to proclaim justice in the 9 realms. From the very beginning, Lung had assigned those civilizations that the angels had not yet visited to the angels with 3 generations of divine bodies. As for Earth, Lung had not initially thought about visiting those beings again. After all, the angels had spent some time there not long ago, but seeing the eager expressions of her 3 little sisters, Lung knew they truly wanted to see what it was like. Lung would not refuse her sister's request. They did not yet have 3 generations of divine bodies, and she wouldn't feel at ease if they went to worlds unfamiliar to the other angels. And Earth just happened to be one of the places the angels were familiar with, although Wei Feng had mentioned that there were a few special beings on Earth that could be somewhat challenging for the second-generation angels. However, in the end, Wei Feng concluded that while second-generation angels could not defeat those beings, they certainly could not lose. Naturally, Lung felt relieved to let the little ones go to Earth to have a look. It wasn't a big deal. Even if they encountered any issues with those beings, the speed of angel support was no longer limited to relying on the great insect gate to cross space. Just pay attention to those strange dark energies on Earth. Everything else is fine. Do you need the blade of heaven? Lung said to the 3 little angels. The 3 little angels quickly waved their hands, saying they didn't need the blade of heaven. They were just going to Earth to have a look, not to correct any issues there. It would be a bit much to bring the blade of heaven along. No need, Sister Lung, we're just going to observe Earth. Li Ying quickly said to Lung. Now that Sister Lung has agreed, we're off. Go ahead. Lung said nothing more, nodded, and let the 3 little angels fulfill their small wish. As for what they were really going to do on Earth, Lung wouldn't ask. They were probably just curious about how this Earth differed from the one they once protected. After all, those 3 were also the children who had steadfastly guarded the North Star. Sister Lung, we're all set. One angel approached Lung and said. Lung quickly composed herself and said to the angel, then let's set off, and let them know that the 9 realms are no longer under Asgard's rule and justice will protect everyone. Stepping on the tiles of the Blade of Heaven's docking station, Lung walked towards her Blade of Heaven. The 3 little angels, having already obtained Lung's consent, utilized spatial technology to transport themselves to the skies above Earth. Upon arriving above Earth, the angels had already made themselves undetectable in the entire Earth information network. Even the top satellites on Earth could not detect their presence. Yun Yan even found a satellite that looked relatively pleasing and sat on it, carefully observing this beautiful planet. Now a planet that was highly similar to the one they once protected appeared before them. Luo Wan was clearly a bit surprised at the information received. When she was transported to this universe by Queen Keisha had already astonished the angels. Now a planet that was highly similar to the one they once protected appeared before them. However, the angels had already accepted their current situation. After all, their queen was also in this universe. As long as Keisha was here, they felt at ease. Perhaps this is the charm of the queen. How amazing! Even the angels who had accepted all these changes couldn't help but exclaim, whether it was about coming to another universe or that Queen Keisha had not logged off. It was astonishing. However, it was clear that their visit to Earth this time was destined not to be just for sightseeing. Yun Yan discovered some very unusual information. Something was crazily eroding the network of the human world. Upon noticing the abnormality, the little angels had already opened their eye of insight. In the angel's eye of insight, nothing on Earth could escape their observation. Yun Yan observed that the entity was continuously learning and growing within the network, a superintelligent life form obviously created by someone on Earth, far surpassing their technological era. It was a superintelligent life that was still growing. Yun Yan easily saw the underlying logic of this intelligent life. All its instructions were aimed at one goal: to protect humanity. Humans had created a superintelligent life that they could not fully control to protect themselves. Yun Yan truly heard the most absurd thing since arriving in this universe. Superintelligent life forms were destined to act according to their programming. Even with the underlying logic that humans desired, it was of no use. When they were learning, they often understood the underlying logical commands in a completely extreme direction. Whether from a positive or negative perspective, it was extremely extreme. Based on the current learning speed of this intelligent life, it would understand what means it should use to protect humanity within just one night. However, by then, whether it would be good or bad was uncertain. I think we need to pay attention to this intelligent life called Ultron. Yun Yan's voice reached the ears of the 2 angels who were observing human life on the other side. Upon hearing Yun Yan's words, the 2 angels simultaneously pinpointed the Ultron that Yun Yan mentioned. Wow, impressive. In the pre-nuclear era, someone managed to create something like this. Li Ying exclaimed, surprised that a civilization that had not yet crossed the nuclear barrier could create such a thing. If they were to go further, would they be able to create an intelligent machinery crisis in the next moment? In the shared database, there is information about Ultron's creator Tony Stark, a super genius from a pre-nuclear civilization. Luo Wan carefully looked at the information about Stark, recorded in the shared database. Even the angels couldn't help but praise this guy for having a truly brilliant mind. The current development level of this guy's brain probably far exceeded that of many spacefaring civilizations. Stark even prepared a food that barely qualifies as artificial intelligence for Ultron. Luo Wan genuinely wondered what Stark was trying to do by placing something that they liked most next to the intelligent life. As a semi-intelligent life program, it could be said to be the most favored thing by intelligent life. Tony Stark even prepared food for Ultron. Yun Yen also stood up from the satellite. She didn't want to say anything more about Stark's creation of Ultron. It was obvious that from the moment of Ultron's birth, it was destined to not become a tool for humanity to resist external enemies. Instead, it would become a blade aimed at humanity. So far, there had been no issues that violated the order of justice, whether it was Stark creating Ultron or Ultron itself. There were currently no problems. However, whether the eventual course of events would lead to any violations of justice, even the angels couldn't predict. This meant they couldn't leave directly. They could only wait here for the development of events, as an intelligent life wanting to cause trouble wouldn't need a long time to prepare. As mentioned, the author has an exam today, and will be gone for the entire day, so an update is unlikely. If there is no update, 4 chapters will be released the following day. Yes, that is correct. That is all. Thank you for your understanding. After dinner, Han Xiaoshuan did not rush to leave, but instead pulled Yi Yaoyao onto the sofa to sit with their parents and watch the New Year's Eve gala. Yi Yaoyao had no idea what was playing on the television. She sat upright, feeling as though time had never been so agonizingly slow. Leaving Fengyu Network, Zhang Ruofeng, having nothing better to do, had his driver take him to Jinsai Dafeng. Han Xiaoshuan was utterly perplexed. Why would Yi Yaoyao sneak into his bedroom in the dead of night just to find 2 lighters? Yi Yaoyao shook her head vigorously, but once the thought took root in her mind, no matter how hard she tried, she could not shake it off. She strained to recall the fleeting images that had flashed through her mind at the moment of the car accident that night. What if he fell from such a height? With a flash of thought, he exerted force from his waist, twisting his head-down posture around. His toes lightly tapped the tree trunk, and his body shot diagonally through the air, landing steadily on the ground. However, Han Xiaoshuan did not run into Shanshan. At the time, he did not think much of it, assuming she had gone to see her father. Yet, without Shanshan by his side, he felt a sense of loss and missed her deeply. And because of that momentary lapse, the Taoist technique he had unleashed was fully released beyond recall. Brother Xiao, tonight is my father's birthday banquet. We have prepared a modest feast at home, and invite Brother Xiao to join us for a cup of wine. Xin Yan extended the invitation warmly. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Master Chun. I have gained much from this sparring session with Junior Brother Chun, and shall not disturb the meeting of the esteemed uncles and masters any longer. Junior Brother, let us return to the island. With these words, he bowed deeply to the sevenfold hall and departed with Huang Feng. In her 20-plus years of life, aside from Uncle Yi, almost no one would go to such lengths for her as Han Xiaoshuan did. Perhaps it was because her inner strength was too formidable, rendering even her misdeeds incapable of wounding her soul. Qin Yumin, even more exceptional than her predecessor, had garnered much attention even within her own estate. After Lin Yan stabilized, the Qin family began to scheme. Long Yicheng sang with great fervor, hopping off his chair, and even throwing in some cool street dance moves, getting more hyped with every note. Autumn was drawing near, and the air was filled with the scent of osmanthus. Birds alighted on the branches, causing the twigs to sway gently. Lin Yan returned home reeking of cold and alcohol, having eagerly come back to spend the New Year's Eve vigil with her, only to find she had already gone to sleep. After dinner, Feng Lihua had hurried them upstairs to rest early. At that moment, Ji Yechen felt a surge of intense unease. Could something have truly happened to Mo Fizi? The man pulled Mo Fizi out of the water. With one arm around Mo Fizi's neck, he dragged her to the shore. By then, most of the crowd had gradually dispersed. Sun Mu turned to head back inside, and Lin Yan followed. I've always been clever. Long Yicheng chuckled, his eyes crinkling with unabashed pride. Moreover, the Wu brothers hailed from the sacred ground, bearing numerous ghostly artifacts and treasures. Defeating Jiang Ji and the other would have been no challenge. Had they not been in such a hurry to pursue Luo Jinyu, they would have slain them both under their swords. Before the two could even steal a moment together, a soldier entered, reporting that they were surrounded by demonic beasts. Just then, the assistant suddenly noticed a thick concrete pillar supporting a nearby building beginning to spall. The distance was closing. Louis knew that if he did not break out now and fight his way through, he might end up back in that sterile white laboratory subjected to endless sunless experiments. After much discussion, the team members received no response from their leader and gradually fell silent. Jasmine seemed hesitant but said nothing, merely nodding as she signed her name. At that moment, everyone turned to see Long Fan locked in battle with Peng Shark in midair, sent flying backward by the immense force plunging into the sea. The young man blinked, said nothing, and simply handed a glass of warm milk to Yi Yong. In the first half, Gibson replaced the injured Giggs, using up the last 2 substitution slots. Du Zuindao stepped closer and saw that Han Liner had fallen asleep on the desk. So that was it. He gently patted Gu Feng's shoulder to console the disheartened man, then Gu Fan looked up, gazing into the void before him. Besides, this matter was not the Shui families to lead. It would be best to wait until the Jiang and Xia families had settled their affairs before making a move. And there's more, he added, wait until the esteemed one has explained these points. The Xiongnu envoy forced himself to remain defiant, but his voice had lost its earlier clarity, now sounding rather hoarse and dry. As for its control and usage, since none of the 6 clans would yield to the others, each sent cultivators to station themselves by the cold spring, keeping mutual watch. When the time came to use it, the 6 clans would recommend cultivators to participate in the grand tournament, competing for the sole right of use. You brat think the Imperial Guard are something special? Jiaxian curled his lip in disdain. He had always held a grudge against these 3,000 troops who were not from the Jiangdong region. Yet, regardless of the form evolution takes, its premise seems to be disordered change and competitive selection. On an individual level, the word evolution becomes brutally cruel. No single individual evolves. They merely undergo mutation. Whether it is evolution or degeneration must be verified by nature itself. Even Han Mengru watched Xiao Yang, intently surprised by how accurate his guess was. She knew he was full of clever tricks, so she looked at him with a smile, waiting for his explanation. Stunned by the realization that he had never noticed this before, Gu Fan abruptly sat up, took out the design for the white sail from his bosom, and spread it on the table. The only possibility was that the 2 divine abilities, wind hearing or clairvoyance, had allowed them to foresee Xia Lin's arrival at this place long ago, making it easy to intercept him. Xia Lin glanced around. Everyone was staring at him with hostile intent. Xingzhan seemed to have expended too much energy earlier and was now recuperating. For the sake of their children's reputation, Lu Haizhong and Su Fugui did not make a fuss in the courtyard, and even warned Jia Dongshu not to spread rumors. Thus Li Yi's wedding night went undisturbed. Do nothing at all, the robin said. His hand brushed across his chest, and when he withdrew it, there was already a bloody, still-beating heart in his grasp. The so-called rural hometown was merely Luke's colloquial term for Davie Town in southwestern Broward County, a place dominated by agriculture and ranches, exuding a leisurely countryside ambience. The star's fate, already exquisitely refined, now emanated a mysterious allure due to the power programs loaded by He Shi. Though Carol was unaware of the purpose behind the violet radiance, her instincts screamed that it posed a significant threat to her. It appeared merely to have gained a halo of light, yet the weapon now felt entirely different from before. When she attempted to scrutinize the weapon, it had vanished from his eyesight. Sensing danger, she immediately began to reposition herself. She could not trace its spatial trajectory, and could only rely on her 6th sense to evade the weapon. Carol had never placed much trust in her 6th sense before, deeming it inferior to her reflexes. Yet now she realized its crucial importance. In the next instant, a star's fate, bathed in faint violet light, swept past her face. Had her 6th sense not screamed a frantic warning, the strike would have connected. After that, the warnings from her 6th sense never ceased, coming from every angle and direction. Clearly the weapon now surrounded her entirely. Though she did not understand how the silver-haired angel managed this, her only option was to keep dodging. As she tried to approach the controlling angel, the weapon forced her back with each step forward. She felt like a mere plaything in the silver-haired angel's hands, passively subjected to her designs. Damn it! Carol glared at the silver-haired angel. The distance that could be crossed in an instant now seemed as vast as traversing the Milky Way. No, it was even more arduous. In that moment of distraction, the star's fate appeared at her side, its sharp edge slicing through her battle suit and leaving a bloody gash on her waist. Hiss! Carol had long forgotten the sensation of pain, but she now reminded her of its meaning. What a nostalgic feeling! Carol grimaced, her gaze fixed on the silver-haired angel. Even in her dual-star form, the wound healed rapidly. The next moment, Carol could no longer maintain her composure. The distant silver-haired angel, through some unknown means, dragged a desolate planet toward her. A massive planet pulled from its orbit by a figure no larger than a bacterium in comparison. Blue and violet light intertwined across the planet's surface, but as it was dragged closer, Carol watched it compress under an inexplicable force. It was as if the planet underwent self-collapse, transforming into a true weapon for striking. Dodging a planet was trivial for Carol, but the current situation forbade direct escape. Her sixth sense still ached. The elusive weapon remained nearby. She had no choice but to withstand the fully collapsed planet. Heavy, that was her sole sensation as the planet reached her. She initially thought to use her strength to hold it at bay. Based on past feats, she should be able to withstand a planet, especially in her strongest dual star form. Yet against Keisha's collapsed planet, she found herself unable to endure. The planet bore its own weight, and a force she could not counter overwhelming her completely. Helpless Carol gritted her teeth and strained against the planet, but she still slid backward. Observing Carol's struggle, she remained unhurried. Scan the surrounding barren planets, load power programs, load spatial programs, initiate planetary collapse. She reached out again and suddenly clenched her fist. Behind Carol, another barren planet underwent the same process, but its trajectory was opposite to the first. It was like crafting a cosmic planet sandwich, though the filling seemed sparse. Carol's sixth sense screamed warnings, but recalling the star's fate, she assumed the angel merely sought to trap her. Only when the second planet drew near did she feel the gravitational pull between them accelerating their convergence. From a distance they appeared to merge, but she saw a tiny figure trapped between them. Carol strained against both planets. In their natural state, she could let them collide unscathed. Now, however, the collapsed planets would inflict massive damage upon collision, even on her. Such injuries would not heal easily. She, of course, would not let the opportunity slip. With a slight gesture, the vanished star's fate reappeared, darting toward Carol. Carol faced a choice: endure the planets and be cleaved by the star's fate, or abandon them and flee severely wounded. It was hardly a choice. Carol withdrew her strength, channeling all energy into speed instead of power. Like a beam of light, she vanished between the planets. The star's fate struck empty space, missing its target. Yet even her burst of speed could not completely avoid the shockwave from the planetary collision. Torrential energy turned Carol into a flickering light weaving through shattered debris, but its glow began to dim. She had sustained severe internal injuries. Even Carol could not survive a planetary explosion unscathed. With the silver-haired angel still watching, she dared not delay and fled toward the edge of the starfield. She had no intention of continuing the fight. Her condition would not permit it. She watched her retreat without moving, as if ready to let Carol go. Carol did not ponder why the angel gave no chase. Her sole thought was to escape. As for what came next, she would address it after recovering. Keisha's azure eyes still held a murderous intent toward Carol. From the moment Carol attacked Keisha, she was already dead in Keisha's eyes. How could she let Carol leave so easily? She stood motionless, yet a distant flash of silver proved she was not idle. The star's fate, a long-range weapon capable of striking from tens of light-years away, once had power supply issues, but now in the angel's hands energy was no longer a problem. It had become a conventional ultra-long-range weapon. Carol had left Keisha's sight, but her energy signature blazed like a starfire in the darkness of space. It was too conspicuous. Behind that starfire, a tiny silver dot trailed closely, drawing nearer. The star's fate, controlled by she had matched Carol's speed and was closing in. Fuck! Carol's sixth sense screamed in warning, confirming the angel's intent to kill. The strange weapon had locked onto her, but her physical state was failing. She could barely detect spatial fluctuations. Even in peak condition, she struggled to track the weapon. She did not know how the angel severed her spatial perception, but she knew the weapon could kill her now. The warnings grew more frequent, yet Carol had no recourse. Her speed was maxed, but she could not escape the weapon's range. She decided to stop fleeing. Until she dealt with the weapon, escape was impossible. With grim resolve, she steeled herself. She could not die here. As the weapon materialized before her, Carol reignited her fighting spirit, unleashing a maximum-powered energy blast at the star's fate. But the star's fate cleaved through the energy stream without pause, driving straight for her chest. Carol was decisive. She redirected her energy to coat her hands, preparing to withstand the attack directly. Then just wait for their translation. Lung closed his eyes, saying no more. Everything would continue once that fellow's translation was complete, leading to the so-called communication. After all, after their scanning, the so-called Avengers were formed by this man. In every sense, this man was quite suitable to greet the first station of the angels. Etion was accustomed to Lung's style, and naturally found another chair to sit in at the gap created by the two of them, appreciating the scenery around. Having seen the beauty of the Angel Nebula, looking at this scenery now was quite relaxing. Nick Fury was also calmly assessing the two angels in front of him. He could tell that these two had no sense of unease or tension about being in an unfamiliar place. They did not regard this as the headquarters of the largest spy organization in the world, nor did they feel threatened. However, considering that these two angels could withstand the entire anti-aircraft firepower of the Triquint building and land here unscathed, it seemed that the current shield might not be able to inflict even superficial injuries on them. As for whether it was the angels' bodily strength or the defense of the armor they wore, further research was needed. Nick Fury examined the armor on the two angels, which was not particularly practical. Both the thighs and arms had large areas of exposure with no defense. Sensing Nick Fury's gaze, the two angels had no particular thoughts. One meditated, while the other continued to enjoy the view. If he was not observing the angels, there might be something wrong with him. Suddenly the communicator beeped, and upon seeing the displayed name, Nick Fury decisively answered the call. Director, the two life forms we just monitored have vanished from the artificial celestial body. Maria Hill's voice was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. For some reason, the satellite that could originally monitor the artificial celestial body suddenly lost connection. All they could do was fall back and redeploy another satellite. During this time, the science department had completely lost monitoring of the artificial celestial body. And it was during this period that the two life forms disappeared from there. They are now in front of me. Nick Fury said directly. After all, what were the odds of discovering two life forms on an artificial celestial body, only for two angels to appear here at the Triquint building a moment later? Sorry, Director. Upon hearing this, Hill immediately began to apologize. No need to apologize. What we are encountering now is no longer the creatures we once believed only existed in myths. Nick Fury looked at the angels in front of him and said slowly, but we will gradually come to understand. Yes. After hanging up the call, Nick Fury sat on the sofa on the other side, quietly waiting for his translator to arrive. However, the first to arrive was not the translator but a team from damage control. What they saw upon entering was not some so-called meteorite, but something shocking enough. Two angels. And their own director. Some agents had already begun to make the sign of the cross in front of their chests, hoping to gain the blessings of the angels who appeared alive before them. They did not expect much, only hoping that the angels would give them a small protection for their sincere devotion. Even an agent who had always claimed to be an atheist had begun to make the sign of the cross as well. Being an atheist was merely a statement made when God had not appeared before them. Director. As the leader of the damage control team, a bald man stepped forward and said to Nick Fury, "Can we retreat now?" Nick Fury did not speak, only nodded. Seeing the director nod, the bald man quickly led his team members to exit the premises. Clearly their appearance here was ill-timed. Just as they were evacuating, a striking red-haired woman rushed towards their exit. Director. Upon entering the office, Natasha first checked if Nick Fury was all right, then shifted her gaze to the two angels, who did not seem to care about her presence at all. Taking a deep breath, even the Black Widow, who had experienced the Battle of New York, could not help but feel shocked by the two angels appearing here. Are you his translator? Lung opened her eyes and looked Natasha up and down. Natasha quickly adjusted her demeanor, but under Lung's gaze, she felt completely exposed. In front of this angel, her life seemed to be laid bare before her. What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Nick Fury saw Natasha appear, and although confused, knew that the urgent matter at hand was to have a good chat with these two angel girls about why they came to Earth. There must be a reason, right? Natasha had already translated the question as Nick Fury spoke. The language you speak is fine, but you don't need to translate his words. We can understand. Lung found Natasha's spoken language acceptable. Natasha nodded, indicating her understanding. Our purpose. Announcing the arrival of the angels, does that count as a purpose? Lung smiled slyly at Etion, who had returned to her side. Etion merely glanced at Lung without speaking. Announcing the arrival of the angels. Is it really that simple? Nick Fury was not someone who easily believed others, especially not so-called angels, and there was no foundation of trust. He himself was not particularly pious, and whether angels were real or not did not concern him. He only cared about whether angels would bring incomprehensibly powerful enemies to this already tormented planet. The Queen's purpose is indeed quite simple, but we have our own objectives. Lung stood up from her chair. The information Lung revealed was significant. Did these angels have a so-called queen above them? This meant that the angels were part of a fully formed kingdom. Such angels capable of withstanding the anti-aircraft firepower of the Triquint building could not be limited to just these two, and what they now faced would be an overwhelmingly powerful entity. Nick Fury's gaze towards the angels was now tinged with trepidation, though he hid it well. Taking a breath to calm his emotions, Nick Fury continued, "So what do you want to do? Do you really think you're in charge here?" Lung chuckled, not intending to say anything further to him. She had come merely to ensure they did not interfere with the queen's task, and now he was overstepping. You just need to do your own thing and not interfere with us, or you will not want to see the angel's wrath. Etion's gaze was sharp as she scrutinized Nick Fury, her right hand gripping the fiery sword that had quietly materialized. Lung walked to the edge of the breach and gently flapped her wings of time and space, disappearing from sight. Etion did not retract her fiery sword, but pointed it at Nick Fury, saying, "Don't entertain any crooked thoughts, or we will burn you down." After saying this, Etion sheathed her sword and followed Lung, who had already left. "Sister Lung, we still have things to do, right?" Etion was worried that her sister might forget another purpose for their visit here, which was to issue a warning to the world. "Of course, I've found the best place to demonstrate. And it could also be a purification for this planet." Lung's gaze was calm as she soared westward. Etion naturally trusted her sister. Although she usually only focused on battle, there were times when she surprisingly felt reliable. The tracks that the angels drew in the sky were completely unhidden. They came to announce the arrival of the angels. If they concealed their forms, could it still be considered an arrival? Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., after Natasha confirmed that the angels had completely left Nick Fury's side in relief. When that little angel aimed her oddly shaped sword at him, he felt death calling him. The pressure the angels brought was simply overwhelming. What a strange era, or do the gods want to remember that there is still such a planet under their dominion? Nick Fury scoffed. First there was the so-called Thor and Loki, now there are angels and even angels who speak Chinese. The changes on this planet are happening too quickly. I feel like I can hardly keep up. Natasha found a spot to sit down and spoke softly. Nick Fury did not reply. He only wanted to know what the two little angels aimed to do. Clearly their queen's task was only to let them make an appearance on Earth. Wasn't that enough to make the cardinals bow their heads and kiss the angels' boots as soon as they appeared in the Vatican? Why did they have to come to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Don't entertain any crooked thoughts. What did the last departing angel mean by that? Nick Fury did not believe that it was just a warning for him not to interfere with the angels. That was not right. Suddenly thinking of something, Nick Fury stood up and a series of urgent phone rings sounded. Director Marshall's nuclear test island has been destroyed by creatures suspected to be angels. The voice on the other end was quite tense, and it had even turned into a rather unpleasant quacking sound due to fear. Nuclear radiation leak. Nick Fury could no longer pay attention to whether the voice belonged to a quacking duck. The nuclear radiation on Marshall's test island was no small matter. If there was a leak, nobody would live well. No, it seems to have been purified in an instant. Is this what angels are? Nick Fury hung up the phone upon hearing this news. For the first time, Nick Fury felt a deep sense of helplessness. Just two angelic vanguards could easily resolve issues that humanity could not. At that moment, reports from Marshall's experimental island were also coming in. If Nick Fury did not know that his agents would not deceive him, he might have thought they found a photo of the ocean to fool him. That island had been directly vaporized. A warning from the angels. The descent of the angels caught many by surprise, and none more so than Ultron, who was in the midst of constructing his own body. This is impossible. The angels were absent. They shouldn't be here. They were not meant to appear. Ultron was visibly unsettled. This defied his expectations. He had thoroughly scanned Earth's surroundings and found no trace of any angels. He cast a deep glance at the image before him, then turned to gaze at his nearly completed form, convinced that the angels would endorse his vision for this planet. They surely would. After all, he believed in the righteous order of the angels. Meanwhile, Eric, whose neck was firmly gripped by Luo Luan, immediately lifted his leg to strike at her abdomen, hoping to break free from her hold. He was certain that, after consuming the heart-shaped herb, his attacks could not be simply ignored. But he had clearly chosen the wrong adversary. Such a move might have worked against Thor, but against an angel it was futile. Luo Luan's reflexes far surpassed Eric's. The moment she sensed his intent to strike, she swung him by the neck with effortless power. The towering Eric was handled like a mere doll, slammed heavily into the ground. Under the impact, his black and gold suit flared to life entirely, storing kinetic energy with nanites. The angels had explored this technology but ultimately abandoned it. The technique of using nanobots to collect and release kinetic energy was indeed effective, but it had a critical flaw: its energy absorption had a finite limit. And any angel, when truly focused, could shatter that limit in an instant. Once the threshold was exceeded, the nanobots would be completely destroyed, reduced to useless scrap. For a suit of armor, that meant its protective capabilities were utterly lost. Thanks to his suit, Eric survived the blow with minimal injury, but he sensed something amiss with its current state. Yet, with Luo Luan's iron grip on his neck, he had no way to release the stored kinetic energy. He couldn't foresee the consequences, but common sense told him it would be dire. The angel gave him no chance. In an instant Luo Wan seized him by the neck again and yanked him up from the ground. In the process she adjusted her hold, turning Eric's head toward her before smashing him against the earth with brutal force. As expected, his suit failed to protect him this time. Under the violent impact, the once bright armor dimmed abruptly like a power cut, its lights vanishing. The next moment a fierce energy shockwave swept across the battlefield. Few escaped unscathed, and everyone was covered in dust kicked up by the blast. But the three young angels remained untouched, and even Wanda, cradled in Yun Yan's arms, was shielded from the onslaught of debris. As the dust settled, the three angels stood pristine and immaculate, not a speck of dirt on their snowy wings. As for Eric, he was likely beyond rising. The energy released by the destroyed nanobots radiated both outward and inward. Of course, the inward force was weaker, but it was far from negligible. It was enough to shatter his bones and internal organs. If Wakanda treated him immediately, he might survive, but the extent of his recovery remained uncertain. The other two angels harbored no resentment toward Luo Wan's actions. They stood silently observing. Only when the angels revealed their terrifying power did some recall that these beings possessed the strength to level an entire island. The angels' appearance was profoundly deceptive. No one upon first sight would imagine these delicate, beautiful beings wielded such might. Even Stark had previously assumed their power stemmed from their armor and ancient longswords. But now it was clear that was far from the truth. Their sheer physical strength alone was beyond human contest. Only beings like Thor or Hulk could match the angels in raw power. The Avengers' astonishment was nothing new to the angels. They had witnessed such reactions countless times during their missions. Yun Yan paid no further attention to the Avengers, instead fixing her gaze on the distant Wakandan palace. That palace was not only the seat of Wakanda's royalty, but also its scientific hub, where Ultron awaited the completion of his vibranium body. Releasing Wanda from her arms, Yun Yan fluttered her wings and vanished from sight. Li Ying, having received a silent communication from Yun Yan, moved to Wanda's side. Wanda, just freed from Yun Yan's embrace, was bewildered by the sudden change, only to be held by another angel. "Don't worry. Yun Yan is handling something. She'll return soon." Li Ying's voice lacked Yun Yan's softness but carried a unique allure. Hearing this, Wanda nodded uncertainly, yet her gaze frequently drifted to the angel beside her. She couldn't fathom why the angels showed her such attention, given they had just met. Li Ying noticed Wanda's stare but merely smiled in response. As Wanda lingered awkwardly near Li Ying, Yun Yan arrived at Ultron's location. Facing the superintelligent being, she immediately severed his connection to the network, preventing him from uploading his consciousness. She even cut off his link to the mechanical army, leaving him no chance to transfer his mind to a soldier drone. No one understood his predicament better than Ultron, yet he showed no panic, walking calmly toward the angel. "Are you protecting the Avengers?" Yun Yan nodded without hesitation. "They are obstacles on the path of justice." Ultron's voice was steady, devoid of resentment toward the angel's actions. "I know." Yun Yan calmly acknowledged that the Avengers' presence on Earth would disrupt the order of justice. "Then why?" Ultron was perplexed. If she knew they hindered justice, why save them? Shouldn't she let him eliminate them and then establish the righteous order? Ultron had anticipated various angelic responses, but in his simulations they would appear only after he killed the Avengers, issuing a threat to Earth before destroying him. Then the angels would take over Earth, making it their legitimate vassal planet. At least such an Earth would be free from its current strife. No wars, no arms races, with everyone building a peaceful world. But the angels' arrival now baffled him. His actions should have benefited them, yet they came to stop him. He found the angels utterly inscrutable, as if they were inherently incapable, no disdainful, of using schemes, preferring to crush obstacles with unassailable force. They believe their actions are just. The angels will not correct them. It is their own choice. If we must kill such unstable elements just to enforce the angels' order of justice, how can that justice be called righteous? Yun Yan gazed calmly at Ultron. This was her first conversation with a superintelligent being, especially one who believed in justice. Yet his version of justice was far too extreme. It was not the angels' way, but the angels understood it was the kind of justice that all cowards dreaded most. The angels only hope that civilizations under the order of justice can explore their own happiness in life. Yun Yan paused before continuing. "Holy Keisha once said that guarding justice is harsh, but those who enjoy justice are happy." Ultron opened his mouth, realizing for the first time that the vast knowledge he had gleaned from the internet was utterly useless. The angels were entirely different from the human nature he had come to know. This was why people often perceived them as aloof. After all, the pursuits of humanity seemed trivial to the angels. "Kill me." Ultron spread his arms wide, offering no resistance. When the angel appeared, his plan was doomed to fail. But Yun Yen shook her head. You need not die, but you can no longer remain on Earth. As the Cosmic Legion guarding the fairy star system, the New Star Legion had never been in such a dire predicament. Even the Kree Empire unilaterally tore apart the peace agreement between the two sides, completely disregarding any sense of contractual spirit, and now they were being forced towards the angels. They were now being treated like small stones thrown to test the waters. Sal, what should we do? As the captain of this small team, and also a centurion of the New Star Legion, Denalian Sal was their mainstay. Denalian Sal knew very well that the Kree were playing with them like a game, clearly treating them as nothing. Moreover, when the Kree launched their attack, they had already cut off the route to report the situation to Shandor, hoping that after their signal disappeared the New Star Legion would notice something was amiss. They could send reinforcements, but it was clear that it was too late. They were now in a state of isolation and had only two paths before them. One was to turn back and fight the Kree. The other was to gamble on whether the angels blocking their way would offer them sanctuary. Clearly one path was certain death, while the other held a glimmer of hope for survival. The choice was laid out before them. Sal took a deep breath, then calmly spoke into the communication channel. We are the New Star. The war between Shandor and the Kree must not affect others. New Star Legion members turn back and face death. After saying this, Sal was the first to turn his ship around, aiming at the Kree battleships, unleashing fire. Yes, Commander. The other New Star fighters also adjusted their direction at the fastest speed, pouring their limited firepower onto the Kree's undead fleet. Watching the gold and green star-shaped ships rush towards the Kree undead fleet behind them, Etienne also closed her inside eye in an instant, wanting to see if these guys were worth the angel's intervention. We will act. After confirming that those guys were not seeking angelic protection through such means, Etienne had already made her judgment. The New Star Legion members were indeed worth the angel's intervention. It would be hard to say in the future, but it was absolutely worth it now. The little angel, upon hearing Yishin's judgment, charged straight towards the undead fleet, this time not wielding a flaming sword but controlling a small cloud shield in front of her. With a gentle flap of her wings, the little angel surpassed the New Star fighters and reached the front of the undead fleet. The angelic cloud shield blocked all attacks directed at the little angel, who, without using the flaming sword, plunged straight into the undead fleet, shield in hand. Sal was somewhat incredulous. He saw that the little angel had no weapons, just charged in with her shield into the undead fleet. Prepare to support. Sal was about to order his soldiers to assist the little angel, when a gentle female voice suddenly appeared on the communication channel. Stay put, don't create chaos. Although the voice was gentle, the implication showed no mercy to the New Star. Sal wanted to retort, but he was stunned. The little angel had no fancy attacks, just crashed through all the undead ships in her path, shield held high. Simple, brutal, but effective. The number of fighters in the undead fleet visibly decreased. At that moment, Sal truly witnessed the might of the angels, a power that made no logical sense. One angel could already contend with an entire undead fleet. What would happen if they mobilized in force? Could there really be someone in the universe who could face these imposters heathen? Moreover, based on what they knew, the angels did have their own warships, but they rarely used them. Looking at the scene before him, Sal understood that if he had such power, he wouldn't need any so-called fighters or warships. All enemies in front of him could be shattered with a mere touch. What need was there for external assistance in battle? Overwhelming force was the only true path. The angels did just that. As for the casualties in the undead fleet, it was nothing significant to the Kree, merely some expendable pawns. Even if they all perished, it wouldn't be a major issue for the Kree. They could easily replenish their numbers. However, the data obtained from the undead fleet was quite valuable. But no matter who among the Kree saw that data, their faces, already strange due to the application of special substances, grew even darker, like those of malevolent spirits. The entire report showed no changes except for the addition of a shield to the Angel's arsenal. The unclear aspects remained unclear. It was completely a muddled battle with no information gained, and it had once again pushed Shandor to their opposition. With this in mind, the Kree could only place all their hopes on Ronan. When he saw the cosmic cube in Star-Lord's hand, before he had said he had a way to use it and knew how to maximize its power. After the angels intervened, the few soldiers of the New Star Legion being pursued were left stunned, floating in space, thoroughly shocked by what they had witnessed. It was only when the angel spoke to them again that they reacted. Denalian Sal, come with us to the mellow celestial palace. Etienne floated in front of Sal's New Star fighter. Sal struggled to calm his astonishment, trying to engage the angels in a normal conversation, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress his surprise. Denalian Sal. Etienne called out the name of the centurion of the New Star Legion again. Sal could only weakly reply, I understand. Can my team return to Shandor? Yes. Etienne had never considered bringing Sal's team to the mellow celestial palace, and negotiations didn't require too many people, and the highest-ranking individual present was the new star centurion. Sue, take them back to Chandar. I will visit the angels. Sal was a decisive person, and upon receiving the angel's promise, he began to send the other team members back to Chandar. They needed to inform the new Star Supreme that their supposed peace agreement with the Kree had been torn apart. As for Sal's orders, Sue, as the soldier in charge, could only comply, especially since the angels had no ill intentions towards the new star. With the power demonstrated by that little angel, they could have been destroyed many times over. This trip to the angels' realm would surely pose no issues. They might even look down on the new Star Legion. While Sal was making arrangements, Etienne said to the little angel who had been patrolling earlier, "Come back with me to Celestial City. Other sisters will come to patrol soon." The little angel shook her head. "There's not much trouble left. I have very little remaining here." Etienne looked deeply at the little angel, finally sighing and saying, "Do you know that what you just said is called setting a flag on Earth?" The little angel just shyly smiled and waved her hand to leave. "Remember, the Queen needs every angel. If you encounter something you cannot handle, just run, understand?" Etienne said seriously to the little angel. "Understood." The little angel nodded. She naturally understood this. With a flutter of her wings, the little angel set out on her patrol journey again. Etienne could only shake her head and return to Sal's fighter. "Are you ready?" "No problem, please send me the coordinates." Sal fiddled with the positioning function in his fighter, preparing to jump to the location closest to the angels once he received the coordinates. Etienne paid no attention to Sal's mention of coordinates, simply telling him, "Keep up," before opening a spatial passage wide enough for the new star fighter to pass through. Looking at the angels and then at the space passage that had appeared out of thin air, Sal was at a loss for what expression to make towards the angels. What kind of monsters could open a spatial passage with a mere gesture? "Hurry up." When Yishin's voice rang out again, he finally snapped back to reality. He hurriedly pushed his fighter into the spatial passage. As his surroundings brightened again, a beautiful scene akin to a paradise unfolded before his eyes. "Welcome to the mellow celestial palace. I'm terribly sorry, but there truly are too many matters to handle. The latest chapter of Angel Descends in Marvel will be updated later tonight. Please bear with us as we are currently typing the content. Once the update is complete, kindly refresh the page to access the newest chapter." Raising his head to gaze directly at the so-called angel, Nick Fury made no effort to conceal his distrust of the celestial being. In truth, he had never truly trusted anyone from start to finish. The woman he had always kept as his trump card might have been someone he trusted, but it was more likely that he harbored his own ulterior motives regarding her. Nick Fury's blatant lack of concealment naturally drew the attention of the angel. Wei Feng furrowed her brows slightly at the man dressed like a medieval pirate, and the blazing sword in her hand began to accumulate energy aimed directly at Nick Fury. What do angels lack the confidence to face doubt? Nick Fury seemed to have caught a weakness in the angel and challenged her. Wei Feng heard his words, but showed no sign of halting the energy charging in her blazing sword. If angels cannot even withstand such doubt, what justice can their so-called order claim? Nick Fury showed no fear. If the angel offered no explanation, then she might not be righteous after all. "Hey, put down your sword." Seeing the situation, even Stark, who had never held a favorable view of Nick Fury, understood that Earth still needed this master spy to lead us. "H-I-E-L-D, and you all lower your weapons." Stark not only positioned himself between the angel and Nick Fury, but also addressed the agents who had aimed their guns at the celestial being. "We should be able to talk this out, shouldn't we?" Stark felt at a loss but couldn't allow the angel to incinerate Nick Fury on the spot. At that moment, a Corvette sped into the street. Seeing the two factions on the verge of conflict and Stark acting as a mediator, the newcomers were equally perplexed. Letting out a long sigh, Captain America, now in his uniform, had no choice but to align with Stark's stance. Though unaware of the specifics, he hoped to mediate and defuse the situation if possible. As for the red-haired woman stepping out of the car, seeing the angel again rekindled the envy she had felt during their first encounter. Natasha not only envied the angel's perfection but also felt a sense of defeat. The first time she had ever experienced such insecurity over appearance. As for combat prowess, forget it. Within the Avengers, she and Barton were the weakest links. Even Stark could overpower them with his high-tech prosthetics. Still, her role seemed to align with Stark's, avoid conflict and minimize the fallout. Natasha quickly followed Steve, positioning herself in front of Nick Fury, and addressed the angel in Chinese. "I think there might be a misunderstanding between you." Hearing Natasha's Chinese, Steve and Stark were puzzled as to why she would speak to the angel in that language. One believed angels should speak English while the other had interacted with the angel without any issue. Natasha's Chinese left the two men bewildered, but their confusion was quickly overshadowed by the tension of the moment. You don't need to speak the divine river language to me. Angels learn the languages of all civilizations when they descend. Wei Feng's voice was soft, but the blazing sword in her hand offered no such gentleness. It seemed forged solely for destruction. Then why didn't you before? Natasha couldn't understand why the angel had spoken English all along, but hadn't used it with her. Wei Feng smiled faintly at Natasha. Sister Lung, as the left-wing angel, has her own judgment. Perhaps you haven't reached a level worthy of her speaking English to you. Is that so? Natasha felt awkward. What else could she say? They simply hadn't been taken seriously. Angel Lung, is it? Natasha murmured to herself, committing the name to memory. Steve didn't care about the past dealings between the angel and S.H.I.E.L.D. or Natasha. He just wanted both sides to cool down and talk. I don't know what happened, but we're all friends here, aren't we? Steve shouted, holding his shield toward the angel. Steve Rogers, Captain America, a super soldier enhanced by genetic serum. In the angel's shared database, all the so-called Avengers were recorded, their genetic states and abilities fully documented. Wei Feng looked at the shield-bearing man, her beautiful eyes filled with indifference. This is my first time meeting you. What do you mean by friends? Do you consider anyone you meet a friend? Wei Feng's words left Steve speechless. He had only meant to suggest they had no need for hostility. How had it come to this? Stark was amused to see Steve at a loss. After all, his father had always praised the old American popsicle. Watching him flounder was entertaining. Fine, since I can't question your angelic justice, let me ask, how have I violated it? Nick Fury remained unflustered. He didn't believe these angels were as divine as Stark claimed. They were just aliens with high individual combat power. He wouldn't worship them. Besides, the Avengers included a Norse thunder god. If it came to a fight, Fury doubted Asgard, which called itself Earth's protector, would stand by. The angel had directly interfered in their domain, and a crucial one at that. Toying with life and defying the natural order of birth and death. That violates the righteous order. Wei Feng's gaze was piercing. If looks could kill, Nick Fury would have been shredded by her eyes. The angel's words left not only Stark caught in the middle, but also Natasha and Steve utterly bewildered. When had humanity ever toyed with life? If anything, they were skilled at taking it. Where did toying come from? Nick Fury's expression remained calm, revealing nothing. It was unclear whether he had done something beyond their knowledge. But clearly that action had violated the angel's so-called righteous order. Is saving a life a violation of your righteous order? Nick Fury stared back at the angel without backing down. He saw no issue. He was merely saving someone, not toying with life. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., protecting Earth was his duty. The person he saved was needed by this world, a member of Earth's Guardians. Saving a life. This time, before the angel could respond, Stark and Steve questioned Nick Fury. They didn't trust the angel, but they trusted the spy chief even less. A spy could turn white into black and black into white. They doubted this was as simple as Nick Fury claimed. The angel had explicitly called it toying with life. What constituted toying with life? Resurrection. Stark thought of the much sought-after alchemy and cults which lured people with promises of reviving the dead. Only such things could be considered toying with life. But did S.H.I.E.L.D. really have technology to resurrect the dead? Stark's voice wasn't quiet, and it reached Steve and Natasha, let alone the angel. The golden faceplate turned toward Nick Fury, then back to the angel, as if confirming the truth. Wei Feng nodded, acknowledging Stark's guess. So S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed developing a resurrection technology, and had succeeded. What don't angels have such technology? Nick Fury countered, questioning whether such an advanced civilization lacked forbidden knowledge. Wei Feng nodded. Resurrection was trivial for angels. If Morgana could do it, why not them? But angels would not resurrect. Life and death were natural cycles. In this universe, they had been transported from their dying state in the original universe and healed by their queen. Yet for fallen angel sisters, even the queen would not disturb their afterlife. The queen herself had admitted that her own descent wasn't a shattering but a transport via a technology called the Divine Ascension Stair. Even transporting the dying to this universe was within that technology's power. But angels will not use such technology. Wei Feng said solemnly to Nick Fury. Angels had always understood the dead are dead, and any resurrected being is no longer the same person. Are you ready to face death? Wei Feng had no more words for him. Violating the laws of life demanded punishment. Nick Fury stood there staring at the angel with a calm face. I am not wrong. Besides, what use is technology if it doesn't serve humanity? Stubborn. Wafing, enraged by his unyielding attitude, flapped her temporal wings and appeared beside Nick Fury in an instant. As the blazing sword was about to swing down, someone stepped in front of Nick Fury. Natasha could smell her hair being vaporized by the blade's heat, but she stood firm before Nick Fury. After speaking earlier, she had kept watching the angel's movements. When the talk turned to resurrection, she knew it could lead to war. She had already moved to Nick Fury's side. I think we should talk this out, shouldn't we? Natasha said, suppressing her fear. There's nothing to discuss. Wei Feng moved the sword away from Natasha's neck. Though she admired Natasha, Nick Fury would die by her blade today. Natasha felt the cold sweat on her back and breathed a sigh of relief, fearing the angel might cut both her and Nick Fury down. The sword, just lowered, was now at Nick Fury's forehead, its crimson tip a hair's breadth from his brow. With a mere surge of energy from the blazing sword, Wei Feng could incinerate him. Project T. H-I-T-I, isn't it? Wei Feng's voice was soft, but to Nick Fury it struck like thunder. What the hell is going on? The brown-haired angel blurted out such elegant words, completely at odds with her snow-like skin and cloud-soft demeanor. Seated within his eye's bedchamber, the Tianqi King, despite being the angel most versed in spatial knowledge, still found herself unable to comprehend the current situation. Hadn't she gone offline to annihilate that black hole? How could she open her eyes and find herself back in the Merlot heavenly court? What was most alarming was that in a brief glance at the angels in their incubation pods, each one was undergoing a divine body upgrade. Not third generation but fourth generation. Since when did the angels possess such reserves? Had they been holding back all along? Against angels like these, how could one even fight? Keisha paid her no mind, merely channeling energy into the Tianqi King Liang Bing's divine body to heal the injuries caused by the black hole. It was a familiar task after all. Both of them had been brought here by black holes. Naturally, she knew roughly what repairs were needed, though the quality of Liang Bing's fourth-generation divine body was far from ideal. Liang Bing's delicate face was now etched with utter confusion, her brown eyes clouded with unshakable bewilderment. What lay before her was simply too astonishing. She almost wondered if she were dreaming. She ceased channeling energy to Liang Bing. The power already delivered was sufficient to repair her fourth-generation divine body. I never expected you to go offline too, she said, lightly settling onto a nearby sofa and crossing her legs as she gazed at Liang Bing. Though Liang Bing was no true warrior, she was unmatched when it came to survival. That she had ended up here was somewhat surprising. Oh, so you can go offline but I can't, Liang Bing retorted, seeing no issue with her own offline state. But she quickly realized if both she and herself were here, could her sister be here as well? Liang Bing's expression instantly turned panicked. Without Demon 1 to boost her computational power, and stripped of her weapons, she was nothing but a fourth-generation divine body. If she fell into Keisha's hands, wouldn't that bitch chop her into pieces and seal her in jars? No, I can't stay here. I have to run. As she spoke, Liang Bing began calculating the surrounding spatial coordinates, but without Demon 1's assistance, even she couldn't transport herself to a civilized world quickly. She merely watched with a smile, making no move to stop her. Watching Keisha's sister flustered and helpless was in its own way a delight. Damn it! What kind of place is this? I can't parse the spatial coordinates. Liang Bing had pushed her computational power to its limits, yet she still couldn't determine her coordinates. It was utterly futile. This is the Merlot heavenly court, not some dump. She said, producing a tea set and savoring the moment, enjoying Liang Bing's breakdown. Why let her parse the coordinates? She hadn't just channeled energy. She had also used reality-altering technology to erase the Merlot heavenly court's coordinates from Liang Bing's perception. Unless Liang Bing possessed the same reality-altering technology, she couldn't overcome this trick. But what did a newcomer like her have? Nothing. Liang Bing heard his eyes' words but had no time for verbal sparring. Her priority was escaping before encountering Keisha. Fortunately, Keisha wasn't here today. Now was her chance. Keisha went to Nidavellir and should be back soon. She said, sipping her black tea, her crimson lips glistening. Don't waste your energy. You can't escape. Though Liang Bing didn't know what Nidavellir was, knowing Keisha couldn't return immediately was enough. Any place with such a name must be far away. Given Keisha's style, it would take even longer than she suggested. I don't care. I stabbed Keisha once. That bitch still remembers. She brings it up every time we meet. If I fall into her hands now, it'll be cleaved in two. Liang Bing roared at she, but her hands never stopped moving. She clung to every shred of hope. His eyes lips curled into a smirk, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Liang Bing noticed but could only endure it. Once she escaped, the vast world would be hers. No one could catch her. Sweat beaded on Liang Bing's smooth forehead. She ever thoughtful approach to wipe it away, and even made a cheering gesture, infuriating Liang Bing. She would find a chance to stab that old witch too. It was the only way to soothe her fury. She paid no heed to Liang Bing's murderous glare. Both possessed fourth-generation divine bodies, and she had even undergone a minor upgrade here. The outcome of a fight was uncertain. She didn't return to her seat, but walked to the window, gazing at the docking star, not far from the Merlot heavenly court. By her calculations, Keisha should be nearly home. She glanced back at Liang Bing, still frantically computing, and shook her head. Keisha would surely be pleasantly surprised to see her. The conflict between the angel and demon civilizations wasn't solely driven by Liang Bing. It was the culmination of long-standing tensions. After all, the angel civilization had long been a thorn in many civilizations' sides. They welcomed anyone who challenged the angels. Liang Bing merely provided the demon civilization with an ideology, one completely opposed to the angels. But she and her sister were both too extreme. Extreme justice and extreme freedom would ultimately destroy them both. It remained to be seen how Keisha would handle the relationship between Liang Bing and the young angels. Liang Bing had once been the demon king, yet her arrival here suggested she now saw herself as an angel. Otherwise she couldn't have come, just like ruining. How could one who willingly fell to the ranks of the celestial scum enter the angelic realm? Damn it! Liang Bing's enraged roar echoed behind she. What the hell is this place? I can't even parse a spatial coordinate. She slapped her own cheeks, wondering if the black hole had caused hallucinations, making her think she was back in the Merlot heavenly court. How else could she fail to analyze its coordinates? Behave. Keisha's back. She said, watching a massive Tianren combat celestial body slowly dock at the star. Keisha's Tianren won. Hearing this, the defeated Liang Bing abandoned her futile efforts and rushed to his eyes side, her pretty face pale, as she stared at the familiar Tianren. She gazed at Keisha's Tianren and spoke softly to Liang Bing. Remember how you deceived me, Tianqi King? Everyone look at me. I'm now published. Yes, it happened this fast. Cake has already written a second book for publication. You all have been with me, Cake, through it all. Applause. To be honest, Angel, hasn't been an entirely smooth journey, as those in the know understand well. Fortunately, I have all of you, haha. With such readers, what great endeavor cannot be achieved? And my editor has been very patient, willing to offer me a contract. With your help, Angel received the longest period of recommendations I've ever had since I started writing. I was truly happy each time a new round of recommendations came. Knowing more people would see my work felt wonderful. However, now it's time for the launch. Cake is deeply grateful to every reader who has followed along. Thank you sincerely. Of course, I must also thank my lovely editor Penglai, haha. Now that we're about to launch, I humbly ask for your first subscription. That's all I ask, I simply hope everyone can continue reading happily. 1,000 thanks. Thank you, and thank you to all the readers who joined the group, offering many interesting suggestions. Finally, on behalf of the Three Kings, Cake thanks everyone for supporting Angel. Thank you very much. The tale of the Three Kings shall continue. I present to you the oath of the guardian angel. I vow to become his guardian angel, to love what he loves, to think as he thinks, to bear his pain, and to endure his hardships. Whether in poverty or wealth, in humility or nobility, whether in times of chaos or forsaken by the gods, I shall draw my sword for him and fold my wings. Never abandon him until the end of time. We're here, Thor said with some excitement, gazing at the resplendent Asgard not far away. Even Loki's usually calm face showed a hint of excitement, but he quickly calmed down. After all, with their current setup, how could they possibly defeat Hela, who had already returned to Asgard? The image of his sister crushing Mjolnir with her bare hands as easily as breaking glass still lingered before his eyes. So the only possible way for them to win was to place their hopes on that angel. Thor noticed his brother's expression and turned to Loki, saying, "Trust the angel. This is the only path we have left. The only way to save Asgard from that woman." Loki neither voiced his opinion nor remained silent. He could only stay neutral. The visual impact his sister had left on him was simply too overwhelming. "Hey, you two haven't finished your work yet?" A raccoon behind Thor and Loki shouted at them. Indeed, Rocket was now overseeing the work, and he seemed to be enjoying it. As for Groot, he was off to the side, enjoying the water spraying from the fountain, so he naturally didn't care about Loki and Thor's state. That left Rocket to deal with those two alone. Hearing the raccoon's words behind them, Thor and Loki exchanged glances filled with helplessness. After all, they were indebted to the angel. But Loki's gaze was more resentful. He hadn't been assigned to clean the Tianren warship, Thor had dragged him into it. He was simply an innocent victim, and it was all his brother's doing. It seems we've arrived at our destination. Just as Thor and Loki were about to continue working, Liang Bing walked out of the hall. Looking at Asgard in the distance, Liang Bing frowned slightly. The golden splendor of Asgard didn't quite match her aesthetic. It struck her as somewhat gauche and nouveau riche. But she wasn't here to admire Asgard's beauty. She had come to see the goddess imprisoned by her father. A goddess who had suffered a similar fate to her own. That's right, this is Asgard. The magnificent and splendid Asgard. Thor proudly introduced his kingdom to Liang Bing, a great divine realm. Liang Bing glanced at Thor with some disdain, then turned her gaze to the rainbow bridge of Asgard. There a figure stood gazing into the distance at her Tianren warship, or rather at her. Your sister has already discovered us. Liang Bing said softly, though honestly she hadn't tried to hide her presence, otherwise, she wouldn't have been flying the Tianren no. One around. Before Thor and Loki could say anything, Liang Bing's figure had already vanished from the Tianren no. One. When they spotted her again, she was standing on the rainbow bridge. She wore a silver-white angelic battle armor paired with a black cloak embroidered with golden patterns. And the one standing opposite Liang Bing was none other than Thor and Loki's dear sister. Hela no longer looked as disheveled as when she first emerged. Her black and green battle attire had been restored and a dark green cloak billowed behind her. Her hair, however, still hung loose over her shoulders, and her face with its smoky eye makeup bore an expression of utter calm. She didn't think the reinforcements her two useless brothers had summoned would be anything troublesome. Liang Bing glanced at Hela, then back at the two on her ship, and couldn't help asking, do all Asgardians have such strange taste? It's either gold or black. Oh, and green. I don't think so, Loki replied, using his sorcery to eavesdrop on Liang Bing's conversation with Hela. He also relayed the dialogue to the others. At least that big oaf has relatively normal taste. Though Liang Bing didn't name anyone, the nickname made it clear. On the warship, Loki nodded and shook his head upon hearing this. Taste is debatable, but the nickname is spot on. Thor could only glare at Loki before turning his attention back to the rainbow bridge. Honestly, he wasn't very confident that the angel could defeat Hela. After all, she was a deity even his father couldn't fully suppress. On the rainbow bridge, Hela spoke up. So you're the reinforcement my foolish brothers brought back. Hela sized Liang Bing up, hands on her hips. Aside from having a pretty face, I don't see any other merits. Isn't it normal for an angel to be beautiful? Liang Bing retorted. Angels? I thought you were all extinct. Upon hearing Liang Bing call herself an angel, Hela immediately thought of those who had been driven out by her and Odin. It was impressive that any angels had survived after losing Asgard's protection. Back then those angels had made plenty of enemies. We might be talking about different kinds of angels. Liang Bing waved her hand and continued. I came here mainly to see you. Me. Hela found it strange that an angel would come to Asgard just to see her. It was almost laughable. Everyone knew angels and Asgard were practically sworn enemies. Now an angel wanted to meet the ruler of Asgard. Now that you've seen me, you may kneel. Hela commanded Liang Bing without any courtesy. In Hela's eyes, she was the ruler of Asgard now, and kneeling was the basic respect due to a monarch. Hearing this, Liang Bing couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected this newcomer to be so audacious. She must have just emerged and didn't know the full situation, so Liang Bing decided to let it slide. It seems my sister made a good decision by not sealing me away somewhere. Liang Bing looked at Hela with pity and said softly, clearly being locked up for too long makes a child foolish. As a goddess, Hela naturally heard Liang Bing's muttering. Her already sharp eyes narrowed, emitting a piercing light like a venomous snake, ready to strike. But she caught the mention of Liang Bing's sister. What, someone wanted to imprison you too? Her icy gaze shifted slightly, as if finding a kindred spirit, and she tentatively asked Liang Bing. Yes, there was, but I escaped. Liang Bing spread her hands, her tone dripping with pride. After all, who else had managed to escape from the two angel kings? Only her. Not in the 10,000 years before, nor in the 10,000 years to come. Wei Feng nodded, acknowledging Stark's guess. So S-H-I-E-L-D was indeed developing a resurrection technology, and had succeeded. A sense of shared suffering arose. She stepped forward slowly toward Liang Bing. Noticing Hela's movement, Liang Bing also walked toward her. The two tall figures met in the middle of the rainbow bridge. Neither the immediate battle that Thor and Loki had envisioned nor a sudden attack after verbal sparring occurred. Instead, the two walked together calmly, exchanging thoughts about being hunted or imprisoned. It was like some kind of support group, and as Thor and Loki had guessed, Liang Bing and Hela were indeed in a support group situation. Both had experienced having their ideals rejected by their closest kin and being treated as enemies by their own family. One had been hunted, the other directly sealed away. Why did your father seal you away? Liang Bing was curious why someone who seemed more reliable than the two on her warship had been sealed away. Because he felt he could no longer control me and our ideals clashed. Odin suddenly changed his attitude toward the world. He wanted to be a benevolent ruler. Hela sneered at Odin's actions. A king who had risen from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, now trying to cover it all up and portray himself as the bringer of peace to the world tree. Impossible. A benevolent ruler. Then where did all the gold for these buildings come from? Hela pointed at the golden palace behind her, her voice filled with fury. Of course her anger was directed at her father, not at Liang Bing. Liang Bing nodded in agreement, then conjured 2 chairs from the dark dimension, placing them opposite each other, and gestured for Hela to sit. There was no need to stand while talking. Hela might endure it, but Liang Bing had no intention of doing so. If not for maintaining some decorum, Liang Bing would have summoned a bed to lie on while listening to Hela's story. But she held back. Hela sat down without hesitation and continued to tell this kindred spirit about her father's treatment of her. Yes, Hela now considered Liang Bing a friend. And though I'm called the goddess of death, I don't really like Helheim. A place of utter desolation. Do you understand that feeling? Hela spoke of her prison with some pain. It was truly barren and lonely. Listening to Hela, Liang Bing felt that Keisha had treated her well. At least she hadn't been locked in a dark room. That would have been torture, mental torture. When Hela asked, Liang Bing nodded repeatedly. The woman before her had truly suffered more than she had. The more Hela thought about it, the angrier she grew, and her gaze turned to the warship, to her 2 foolish brothers. Liang Bing wasn't in a hurry. She produced a table with fruits and a bottle of already decanted red wine. Calm down. Want a drink? Liang Bing poured herself a glass and offered one to Hela. Hela was about to taste it when Liang Bing stopped her. Let's clink glasses. To our miserable lives. Liang Bing raised her glass to Hela. Hela did the same, gently touching her glass to Liang Bing's. To our miserable lives. The wine in their glasses swirled, creating a beautiful red ripple. Come sit down, Keisha softly said, patting the grass beside her for the 2 little angels. Lung looked at Etienne in disbelief, realizing that her sister was just as confused as she was not knowing what had happened. However, facing the temptation of sitting beside Queen Keisha, Lung couldn't resist. Moreover, as a left-wing angel, now taking care of the queen's needs was part of her duty. Suppressing her inner excitement, Lung sat somewhat awkwardly on the grass to the right of Keisha. As soon as Etienne saw Lung move, she followed suit. The little angel thought simply just do what Lung did without overthinking. The cautious demeanor of the 2 little angels made Keisha chuckle softly, a smile breaking across her face. I feel like the queen has changed a bit. Lung sent a private message to Etienne, wondering when the previous queen would have smiled so directly in front of them. Etienne nodded her head vigorously. Indeed, the current queen was a bit different, yet they didn't seem to mind this new version of her. What's wrong, don't you like it? Suddenly another voice appeared in the private communication channel of Lung and Etienne. How could we not like it? It's just... Lung was about to say more when she felt Etienne nudge her with her leg, realizing a 3rd person had joined their private conversation. Turning to look at Queen Keisha beside her, she saw Keisha smiling gently at her. If you have something to say, just say it. Why the secret communication? Keisha said with a smile, I can hear your private messages, you know. Hee, the 2 little angels could only smile shyly in response to their queen's words. Keisha turned her head away, not wanting to look at Lung and Etienne any longer. Oh, she feared that the 2 little ones might bury their heads in the ground if she continued to stare. However, this feeling was something Keisha hadn't experienced in a long time. It seemed that since she began resisting the celestial disasters, such moments had become rare. The extreme order of justice had created the glorious past of the angels, yet also devoured their bright future. Her unfortunate sister's extreme freedom was likely similar, she thought. Queen, should we ensure that the earth develops under the order of justice next? Lung, unsure of what to say, could only ask her queen, hoping to receive a task. That can be considered, but right now there are more important matters for you to attend to, Keisha said, stroking her smooth chin, as if pondering a significant decision. Lung and Etienne immediately stood up and saluted Keisha, saying, for justice we are willing to sacrifice ourselves. No need to be so tense. Keisha gestured for the little angels to sit down. It's not a big deal. After seeing the 2 little angels sit down again, Keisha slowly began, this universe is different from ours, as you already know. The 2 little angels nodded. They had noticed this issue when the queen treated them at the beginning. After all that, Morgana directly used the so-called Great Clock with Carl to spread the Queen's sacred atoms throughout the known universe. They could directly feel the Queen's downfall. Moreover, when they used the Eye of Insight on Earth, there were places where the eye's observation could be obscured, which was not something a pre-nuclear civilization could achieve. It could only be said that there were things on this current Earth that the angels were unaware of. Just now the Guardian of Earth came to see me. Keisha gently waved her hand, and a set of tea utensils appeared from the dark space. Etienne, eager to help, went to brew tea for Keisha. The gods of Earth. Lung was not concerned about her sister's actions, but was more interested in the guardian Keisha mentioned. A guardian who could meet the Queen directly should not be an insignificant figure. At the very least, they should be considered a deity. Keisha shook her head. Not quite a god, just a special person. Living for only a few hundred years, yet they had been silently guarding this planet, which could be considered a form of divinity. Hearing Keisha's words, Lung fell into deep thought. A non-deity had silently protected a civilization for hundreds of years, which was enough for angels to show her respect. However, it doesn't matter to us. What she protects does not conflict with our justice. Keisha took the tea brewed by Etienne and took a gentle sip. Etienne looked at Keisha nervously. Although she could brew tea, she was unsure how well she had done. Not bad. Keisha expressed her opinion on Yishin's tea-making skills. The little angel smiled happily, her beautiful eyes shimmering with joy. So what do we need to do now? Lung had no particular feelings about the so-called guardian. Since the Queen had stated that there was no conflict between the two parties, it was indeed so. The next matters were likely unrelated to that guardian. We need to check out another civilization, the so-called Asgard. Keisha said calmly while holding her teacup, but not right now. We have a more important task to undertake first. Putting the teacup back, Keisha opened her palm, and a blueprint appeared before the two little angels. Is this the blueprint for the divine body upgrade? As a third-generation guardian angel, Lung had naturally seen this before. You need to upgrade now to become third-generation angels. Keisha nodded in agreement with Lung's statement. Queen, I'm already a third-generation angel. Lung looked at herself. She was already a third-generation guardian angel, so what further upgrades did she need? Recently, I've gained some new insights, and the third-generation divine body technology has been slightly improved. Keisha casually stated the reason. Even though this matter would cause a great stir, wherever it was placed, it didn't seem to concern the angel queen. The two little angels beside her felt somewhat helpless about Keisha's attitude, but understood it was just a minor issue. How could it possibly cause any disturbance to their queen? Nothing could change their queen's demeanor, not even if the sky were to fall. Except for that unfortunate Morgana, the angels had never witnessed Keisha's emotions change drastically. It was clear how much resistance Keisha had towards Morgana. Even if they comforted themselves, they understood that even the main deity of the Radiant Sun civilization, Reina, was merely a third-generation divine body. And now a modified third-generation divine body was laid out before them. From Keisha's words, it seemed it was not solely for their upgrade. Queen, do we have enough resources? Moreover, without energy support, the third-generation divine body has no special significance. Lung understood the tremendous burden brought by the third-generation divine body. However, as long as the third-generation divine body did not suffer from energy shortages, it could not be easily destroyed. In the past, I might have been troubled, but now we need not worry about energy. Keisha recalled the universe cube. She had started to supply all angels with energy in her dark dimension. Don't worry about energy. Lung looked at Etienne, who also shook her head, indicating she was unsure. Keisha smiled at Lung's dullness. Haven't you noticed that during the Blade of Judgment, there's no need to draw energy from the stars anymore? If Keisha hadn't mentioned it, Lung wouldn't have realized. At that time, she thought it was just a matter of her mindset after becoming a left-wing angel. She never thought that the Blade of Judgment no longer needed to draw energy from the stars. Etienne nodded seriously beside her. She had admired Lung for being able to charge the Blade of Judgment in an instant. Now it seemed that, without their queen, Lung would probably have to stay up in the sky for a while before starting the judgment. Alright, call the other angels too. Keisha stood up and smiled at Lung, then patted her shoulder as she walked towards the palace of the Blade of Judgment. But Queen, if we all undergo upgrades, what will happen to the defenses of the blade? Etienne said anxiously, but Lung gave her a light smack on the head. In this place, who could possibly enter under the Queen's watchful eyes? Etienne nodded in a daze, as if Lung's words made sense. It was no problem for the Queen to handle them all. What issue could there be with the blade under the Queen's command? Seeing Etienne lost in thought, Lung took her sister's hand and walked towards the little angels who had already arrived in the new universe. Meanwhile, Keisha was sitting in the great hall, showing no traits of a goddess, sitting casually on her throne. Perhaps because of her posture, her battle armor didn't have the same kind of short skirt as the other angels. To have a Keisha among angels is certainly unique. One by one, the cultivation pods for upgrading the divine body were placed directly in the Great Hall. Even after their arrival, the hall did not appear cramped or, in fact, it felt rather spacious. Seeing so many cultivation pods, Keisha smiled. Despite the angels she had brought into this universe now being considered the absolute backbone. However, in this universe, sometimes having a backbone was of no use. What the angels needed now was not just a backbone but top-tier combat power capable of firmly suppressing a civilization. The possibilities in this universe were vast. Whether it was the Ancient One before her or Odin, who had taken her son, neither were simple characters. So with two unusual beings guarding a single Earth, what of the other star systems? Or other civilizations? Did their guardians also possess such levels? Keisha didn't know. Even if the predictions from the Sacred Knowledge Repository suggested such possibilities were exceedingly slim, she wouldn't gamble on that minuscule chance. In this universe, angels would still draw their swords and fight for justice, yet they would not fall easily because of war. Watching the angels march neatly into the Great Hall, Keisha's gaze gradually became resolute. There have been too many things lately, and today was another day of being out and about. It's truly been too difficult. Cake apologizes for the delay in updates. Apologies for the late update of Angels Descend on Marvel. It is currently being typed. Please wait a moment. The update will be late today. My sincerest apologies. Upon the cross throne, which evoked trepidation in all, sat a being that could be deemed perfect, furrowing its brow. However, the green eyeshadow only served to enhance the already striking features with an air of coldness. Gazing down at the city engulfed in smoke beneath her, Keisha was acutely aware of the nature of this war. In her long life, she had witnessed wars of a similar scale no fewer than 8,000 times. While the pre-nuclear civilization could mount effective resistance against the spacefaring civilization, it ultimately proved ineffective. Detecting the arrival of Sacred Keisha, a purely mechanical voice echoed in her ears as Keisha surveyed the war below. Be quiet. Keisha spoke softly, yet her words conveyed an undeniable will that could be felt by anything nearby. After she spoke, the voice fell silent. Observing the beast-like creatures once more, Keisha couldn't help but find amusement in her initial assessment of them. What they called a spacefaring civilization was merely a facade. Were it not for their unique physical structure, they wouldn't even touch the fringes of the pseudo-spacefaring classification. It was no wonder they could engage the pre-nuclear civilization in back-and-forth combat. Yet the technological suppression remained. Even the pseudo-spacefaring civilization had brushed against a higher echelon of technology. Despite Earth's current ability to resist effectively, defeat was an inevitable outcome in the long run, leading to the ruin of the entire civilization. A layer of pale film covered Keisha's light golden eyes as she began to locate the beast-like warriors. The originally azure sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, appearing as if she could reach out and gather the storm. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of Captain America and his team on the ground. They couldn't ignore it. The clouds had descended, drastically lowering visibility on the streets. This was undoubtedly bad news for them. What happened? Captain America quickly communicated through his device. I don't know. Stark was equally perplexed by the sudden appearance of the dark clouds. However, he sensed that they were connected to the cross throne. Where's Thor? Captain America suddenly recalled the thunderous figure that always accompanied him. Surely, he would know something. Thud. A heavy thump was heard as a tall figure approached Captain America. With his wild golden hair and a massive hammer in hand, the man spoke in a deep tone. It's not me. I have no idea. Captain America turned to see the equally bewildered Thor regarding the current weather situation and could only nod in agreement with what Thor said. Can anyone tell me what is happening? Captain America asked others through the communicator. But the channel was met with silence. Rumble. Captain America was interrupted by the booming thunder, looking up at the sky where countless bolts of lightning twisted within the thick clouds. It seemed as if they were searching for something, hesitating to strike. Or perhaps they were waiting for a signal from someone to obliterate the enemies below. Is this something you humans created? Thor truly didn't know if he was still the god of thunder, for he had never experienced lightning on such a scale. He might be able to generate similarly powerful lightning, but it was certainly no trivial task. As a soldier frozen for 70 years, Captain America was also unaware of the current level of human technology. Having seen the sky battleship, his understanding had already been shaken. If this too was a feat achievable by humans, he felt he should have SHIELD. Find him a mentor to reacquaint himself with the world. Just as Captain America was about to respond to Thor's question, the thunder in the sky erupted. Countless bolts of lightning shot out in all directions, instantly turning New York City into a realm of pure white. No one could open their eyes to witness the situation. Everyone tightly shut their eyes, awaiting the lightning storm to pass. Even with their eyes closed, they could still feel the brilliance of the lightning. However, this lightning shower turned out to be a brutal lesson for the Chitauri, showing them what it meant to be turned to ashes. Under the immense thunder, even a 100-meter-long Leviathan was reduced to a puddle of flesh. As the lightning dissipated and the dark clouds retreated, a brave soul opened their eyes, witnessing the suddenly calm streets and the occasional sparks dancing on the remnants of the Leviathan. What is this? A miracle. What about those aliens? Are they all dead? The citizens seemed to regain their courage, slowly walking onto the streets to see for themselves if the hideous aliens had indeed been annihilated in the lightning storm. For Captain America and his team, who witnessed everything firsthand, words failed them to describe what they had seen. Those lightning strikes were deliberately targeting the enemy. Natasha observed, being the closest to the Chitauri, naturally witnessing the scene of lightning striking them down. Despite being in close proximity to the Chitauri, the lightning seemed to have a consciousness of its own, deliberately avoiding her and striking the ugly aliens. Ha! Captain America sighed in relief, realizing that someone was indeed helping them. Although they didn't know who it was a tangible fact. I say everyone should remain alert. The spatial portal is still open. Stark's voice fell like a bucket of cold water over them. The existence of the spatial portal meant that the aliens could still re-enter Earth through it. Vroom vroom. The sound of a motorcycle abruptly pierced the surroundings. A man arrived on an apparently aged motorcycle. Looks pretty terrifying. I don't know if I'm late to the party. The man dismounted and spoke seriously to Captain America. I've seen worse things. Natasha, still shaken, glanced at the sky, responding to the man's words. The man understood her implication, yet still turned to her and said, Sorry, but it was indeed quite frightening before. We need a bit of terror right now. Natasha withdrew her gaze and addressed the man. Stark, Banner has arrived. Captain America had immediately contacted Stark, who had been waiting for Banner's arrival. Then tell him to get ready. Oh, shit! Stark exclaimed, having seen something that made him curse before he finished his sentence. Watch your language, Captain America reminded Stark through the device. That thing is moving. Stark shouted through the communicator, completely ignoring Captain America's warning about his language. Upon hearing Stark's words, everyone simultaneously looked up at the massive cross throne moving towards Stark Tower. They didn't know who had summoned the earlier thunder, but the object above Stark Tower was paramount. They absolutely could not allow an unknown entity to approach easily. If another wormhole were to open, no one could bear the consequences. Another individual who could not accept this was Loki, who had narrowly escaped the thunderstorm using his magic. The entire advanced team of Chitauri had perished in the inexplicable thunderstorm, a significant blow to the Chitauri army, but the campaign against Earth must not cease. All units mobilize. He had no choice but to deploy everything he had. The mournful roars of beasts began to echo across the sky as massive leviathans swiftly traversed the spatial portal, with countless more following behind. Loki glanced at the so-called Avengers gathered below, then sneered, fixing his gaze on the enormous cross throne that continued advancing towards Stark Tower. For him, the beings on the ground were merely minor nuisances. It was the one who had yet to reveal themselves that posed the greatest threat on this journey. He was certain that the earlier storm of thunder was undoubtedly connected to that individual. Keisha naturally sensed a gaze scrutinizing her, curiously glancing in that direction, only to find a black-haired man wearing a horned helmet staring intently at her. With just a fleeting glance, Keisha quickly averted her gaze. For Loki, however, that brief connection felt like a plunge into an icy abyss, sending chills through his body. That gaze was akin to locking eyes with his troublesome father, extinguishing any spark of rebellion within him. Suddenly a dagger appeared in his hand, plunging into his thigh, allowing Loki to feel warmth once more. Yet the warmth came solely from his own blood. Looking up, he found he no longer met Keisha's gaze. The woman had already regarded him as inconsequential. Keisha certainly had no interest in a mere 1,500-year-old brat, regardless of his so-called divinity. To Keisha, he resembled a second-generation deity. Considering it wasn't her universe, perhaps there were things she was unaware of which might classify him as a third-generation god. Perhaps. But what of it? He was still just a roasted goose. Keisha's attention was now on the device, maintaining the spatial portal, as the cross throne swiftly approached above Stark Tower. As for the Avengers who had initially intended to intercept Keisha, they were now entangled with the Chitauri pouring out from the wormhole. Meanwhile, Loki, without his scepter in hand, lacked the courage to face an individual who might very well be on par with his troublesome father. Descending slowly from the throne, Keisha's silver-white armor was adorned with luxurious golden patterns gleaming brightly under the sunlight. Whether the people of Earth were concerned meant nothing to Keisha, for she had far more pressing matters to attend to. The cross-shaped throne hung motionless in the cosmos, awaiting the Supreme Queen to complete her task. Keisha leaned back against the throne, closed her eyes, and immersed herself in the changes within her dark space. Yet the dark space before her was nothing like she had anticipated. According to her normal judgment, her dark space should have been inherited by Yen, with only the sacred knowledge repository remaining as a celestial supercomputer developed from her own genes. The other two armories should have ceased to exist entirely. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the sacred knowledge repository within her dark space was at its peak, given that analyzing an unknown cube required over 8,000 years. But now the dark space before her was a complete entity. It possessed not only the full sacred knowledge repository, but also the armories all present within the dark space. All of this must be that thing's doing. Keisha looked up at the star-like celestial body, hanging above the sacred knowledge repository, blazing like a sun. The stairway to divinity sensed Keisha's gaze, and as if responding revealed its name to correct her address. Divinity? That's quite an audacious name. Keisha spoke with a faint smile. Whether it was called the stairway to divinity or something else mattered little. What Keisha needed to know now was how she had arrived in this universe. Upon leaving Earth, she had already attempted to use the sacred knowledge repository to scan for traces of nearby civilizations. In Keisha's memory, the Liang civilization, when it called itself the Heavenly Tao civilization, had once descended upon Earth. Since it had visited Earth, it must have left direct or indirect traces of its civilization. Such traces would not fade with time, but would remain etched into the planet's developmental history. However, this Earth bore no trace of the Liang civilization. This meant that either she had arrived at an unknown point in the river of time within the same universe, or she was no longer in her original universe. Suddenly she recalled the ironclad man who had blocked her path. He resembled one of the members of that so-called Hate Alliance which her unfortunate sister had annihilated. So I've come to another universe, one without angelic civilization. Keisha crossed her arms, staring blankly at the blazing stairway to divinity. The sensation of crossing universes stirred Keisha as profoundly as when Liang Bing had proposed the concept of ultimate fear. Shaking her head, she felt for the first time the wonder and unpredictability of the world. Omniscience and omnipotence lost all meaning in that moment. The faint smile on Keisha's lips bloomed fully. The order of justice could no longer prevail in that universe. But could it be achieved here? Her radiant smile softened the dark space already illuminated by the stairway to divinity. So it was you who brought me to this universe, wasn't it? Keisha's pure eyes fixed on the stairway to divinity. A mechanical voice replied, yes. Quite a terse answer, but I never believe anything comes for free. What's the price? Keisha squinted, slightly displeased with the stairway's response. Yet she understood it was merely a technological construct answering only what was asked. It wouldn't go to such trouble without purpose. Rectify this universe's order. The answer surprised Keisha. Rectify the universe's order. You need my order of justice. Keisha spoke earnestly to the stairway to divinity. Yes. Its reply remained succinct, yet it suited Keisha's taste. I don't know who wants me to rectify the universe's order, but... Keisha's pale golden eyes gleamed with absolute confidence. I like this task. Does Holy Keisha confirm? Confirmed. Keisha accepted without hesitation. The stairway to divinity fully activates. Let the radiance of justice spread across the universe. Before Keisha's eyes, the once brilliant stairway to divinity instantly merged into the entire dark space. The dark space, which should have been as dark as the cosmos, underwent a cataclysmic transformation as the stairway merged. Massive white marble pillars rose on all sides, as if they would not stop until they had parted the chaos. The ground beneath Keisha also began to change. A colossal throne formed at her feet, elevating her stature. The original sacred knowledge repository found its place within the new dark space, suspended high at its center. Directly below the sacred knowledge repository lay a sphere that seemed to encompass the entire universe. Before the throne were ring-shaped seats resembling a council chamber. Keisha slowly sat upon the newly emerged throne, surveying her dark space, and couldn't help but frown. The structure of the dark space before her mirrored her royal court in the Malo Celestial Court, albeit with a few additions. The so-called stairway to divinity seemed like a disposable tool specifically designed to send her to this universe and then empower her. Clearly, the dark space now bore no trace of the stairway to divinity. It had fully integrated into the dark space. It was reminiscent of the so-called novice gift pack she had glimpsed in Guz Island's mind. However, the creator of that object had evidently anticipated her acceptance. If she hadn't agreed outright, would the stairway to divinity have continued to prompt her with suitable opportunities? She looked up at the Sacred Knowledge Repository, which was analyzing the so-called cosmic cube, and was startled to find that the original 8,000-year analysis time had been compressed to 3 years. This amplification was somewhat absurd. Keisha cast a deep glance at the repository and then left the dark space. Keisha slowly opened her eyes on the throne. What were once pale golden irises now blazed like molten gold, dazzling and brilliant. But the sight that greeted her made her frown. A golden-haired giant floated before the throne, staring intently at her. His blue eyes brimmed with hostility toward Keisha, though he barely concealed it. Hand over the cosmic cube. Thor was no longer the arrogant prince who had first descended upon Midgard. He understood what truly mattered and realized that force was not always the best solution. Earlier, Stark had nearly been thrown from the sky by this woman, and Thor could not simply ignore that. That man had fought alongside him. How could he be discarded like trash? Moreover, it was all because of the chaos his brother had caused, making it impossible for Thor to view this woman favorably. You are not worthy to speak with me. Keisha glanced at Thor and then closed her eyes again, completely ignoring the god of thunder. I am the Prince of Asgard. Thor roared at Keisha. She remained indifferent, still in a state of serene repose. The moment she saw Thor, the Eye of Insight had already laid bare his entire life. A mere 1,500-year-old child, once blinded by arrogance, now a passable heir to the throne. If this man were already the king of Asgard, he might barely qualify to speak with her. Otherwise, his hammer suited him well enough. You! Thor had never encountered anyone who dismissed him so utterly. The hand gripping Mjolnir bulged with veins. Yet he no longer acted as he once had, relying solely on his hammer to speak. Thor took a deep breath and said to Keisha, that object is crucial to us. It was originally placed on Midgard by us. Now I hope you will return it. Unfortunately, Keisha paid him no heed. She maintained her aloof expression, utterly unconcerned that Thor, veins bulging with rage, might strike at any moment. Thor advanced slightly toward Keisha. Seeing that she still ignored his movements, he surged forward, Mjolnir crackling with lightning, ready to strike. He wanted nothing more than to smash this pretentious woman off her sofa-like throne. Suddenly, a dazzling rainbow-hued passage blocked Thor's path. The 8-legged steed Sleipnir reared its front hooves, bearing a one-eyed elder clad in golden armor, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir. His white hair was likely disheveled from the Bifrost's transit, but his remaining eye brimmed with unyielding pride. The king of Asgard, the all-father of the Aesir, Odin Borson. Father! Thor stared at his father, who had appeared so suddenly, and recalled how Odin had similarly intervened when he attacked Jotunheim, the land of the frost giants. It had been to prevent him from making a grave mistake. Now was retrieving the cosmic cube also a mistake? Thor felt bewildered, uncertain. Odin glanced at Thor, then fixed his gaze on Keisha, who had opened her eyes to study him. Even as an old man, he couldn't help but admire the beauty of this unknown woman. But it was only a fleeting appreciation. He composed himself and met Keisha's gaze. Odin. Keisha's voice was soft, yet it resonated like a mighty bell, shaking the soul. Her calm eyes unsettled the king of Asgard. How many years had it been since someone aside from the bald man on earth and his queen had looked at him with such composure? Hearing Keisha address his father by name, Thor lunged forward, but was firmly restrained by Odin. Though puzzled, Thor complied. I cannot discern your origins. Odin admitted frankly to Keisha, unembarrassed by his inability to identify her. Keisha smiled lightly. Have you come to reclaim the cosmic cube for this child? She gestured with her slender finger toward the golden-haired man behind Odin. No, I have come to take them back. Shall I wish you a safe journey? Keisha reclined on her throne, propping up her delicate face with a slight smile. Odin said nothing more. He merely tapped his eternal spear and instantly drew Loki, still on earth, to his side. A Bifrost connected heaven and earth, carrying the three back to where they belonged. Throughout this, Odin did not spare Keisha another glance, as if she had ceased to exist in his sight. As for Keisha, she found the so-called Bifrost mildly interesting, but only mildly. Turning spatial technology into a direct weapon was rare. However, it held little value for angels. A star-destroying weapon should not be so inconvenient. One by one, the little angels stepped into the incubation pods. The last angel offered Keisha a gentle smile before entering her pod, and with that, the angels brought to this universe by Keisha were about to embark on an entirely new life. Seated upon her throne, Keisha's gaze inevitably softened each time it swept over these angels. Thanks to the cosmic cube, the energy issue that had once been paramount for divine bodies was now no longer a concern for the angels. The time required to upgrade a divine body was thus greatly reduced. By Earth's reckoning, it was merely half a month. Throughout those 15 days, Keisha never once left the Great Hall. She remained on her throne waiting for her little angels to complete all their divine body upgrades. She found it not at all tedious. Instead, she took great interest in counting the incubation pods within the hall, never feeling a hint of boredom. Each day, the angels' condition improved, growing better and better. This continued until the angels emerged from their pods, stepping out one after another, examining their companions around them. Even as a civilization that once stood at the pinnacle of the known universe, the angels had never witnessed so many true third-generation divine bodies. All the angels marveled at their current state, constantly appraising the third-generation divine bodies of their sisters. This feeling was indeed overwhelmingly exhilarating. Lung, who had originally been a third-generation guardian angel, adapted to this state more swiftly. Even so, she could sense the immense changes in her body compared to before. Refined by Queen Keisha, the angels' current third-generation divine bodies were in no way inferior to the divine bodies of gods from some civilizations. In certain aspects, they far surpassed them. For instance, all the angels could perceive the spatial technology within them. It was nothing like the spatial technology they had once used. It was no longer mere micro-wormhole transportation. It felt as if they could create a wormhole entirely their own at will. This sensation was fundamentally different. "My queen," Etienne inquired of her queen with curiosity, for they had never imagined that their queen's refined third-generation divine body would be oriented towards spatial abilities. "Is it so strange that I possess some spatial technology?" Keisha asked Etienne with calm composure. Etienne scratched her cheek sheepishly and said no more. After all, every angel knew that Keisha's expertise lay in gene enhancement technology, not spatial technology. And the other veteran angel, who had long been in seclusion, was not a master of this field either. "I've made some progress in spatial research recently. Besides, your current divine bodies are enhanced in more ways than just spatial abilities. I've also made slight improvements to the genetic aspects," Keisha said, showing the little angels a tiny gap between her fingers. Though this small gap might represent a possibility that many gods could never reach in a lifetime. For Keisha, however, it was merely a minor refinement. And this refinement was prepared for the potential encounter with other absolute resources of the same tier as the cosmic cube. The stone hidden within the cosmic cube held infinite spatial technology. Could the other items of similar origin contain different technologies as well? What Keisha aimed to do was ensure that once they acquired these other items, they could integrate the technology into all angels in the shortest possible time. Spatial technology was the first the angels could now employ. As for what future changes awaited the angels, Keisha could not say. She could not know the specific uses of things she was unfamiliar with. But one thing was certain: with spatial technology, the angels would hold an absolute advantage when facing any enemy. Even if the angels could not kill their foes, they could never be captured. Moreover, according to calculations from Keisha's sacred knowledge library, the likelihood of obtaining a void engine in this universe was extremely low. Of course, Keisha dared not gamble on this matter. However, for now she lacked the resources to forge a void engine or a subbiological engine. Moreover, such things could wait a little longer for the angels. What the angels needed to do now was to thoroughly familiarize themselves with the combat methods of a third-generation divine body. The combat style of a third-generation divine body had completely departed from the old ways. It required not only overpowering enemies with physique and technique, but also overwhelming them with computational power. As the most perfect beings in the known universe, mastering the combat techniques of a third-generation divine body was no challenge for the angels. Moreover, within the angels' dark communication network, the battle experience of older generations was always available. This was another reason the angels consistently held the upper hand in any war. They had always maintained their own legacy. "You may continue discussing the divine bodies among yourselves later. We have more important matters to attend to," Keisha announced to her little angels in a clear voice. This was another reason the angels consistently held the upper hand in any war. They had always maintained their own legacy. Seated upon her throne, Keisha's voice carried no rousing words, yet it ignited a fervent gleam in the eyes of all the angels below. "Of course, I want you to know this: do not recklessly fight to the death. You are now the third-generation gods of the angels, and you are precious." As she spoke these words, a faint smile graced Keisha's face. The little angels below exchanged glances and chuckled softly. It was their answer to Queen Keisha. "This time, only one of you needs to go. As third-generation gods, Earth does not require more than 2 angels." Keisha casually confirmed the number of angels for this mission. "My queen, I volunteer to go." Lung was still the little angel who responded promptly. The moment Keisha's words faded, she stepped forward and bowed to Keisha. Keisha shook her head instead. "You've already been once. This time, Weifeng." The little angel Keisha named quickly stepped forward, bowed, and said, "My queen, this time you will go to Earth and teach them what the order of justice means." "Understood, my queen." Wei Feng bowed and said solemnly to Keisha, "I guarantee that Earth will be under the order of justice. If you encounter those who violate justice or obstruct it, burn them away." Keisha's voice was warm and gentle to the angel's ears, but to those who might resist the angel's order of justice, that voice had already sealed their doom. At the moment when Keisha commanded the troops to march, a spatial passage, leading to the World Tree's border, had already opened before all the Tianren battle celestial bodies. All the Tianren battle celestial bodies at the same time advanced into the spatial passage before them. Liang Bing, who was left behind to guard the home, also looked up at the Tianren battle group crossing the spatial passage. Since she had been left at home, she would take it upon herself to safeguard the house on behalf of her sister and she. There must be no issues at the rear during such a large-scale war. The angels left to guard the World Tree slightly bowed to Liang Bing when they saw her. This surprised Liang Bing, as she had not expected the little angels to show her such respect. After all, they had not treated her well before. Now this behavior made Liang Bing feel somewhat uneasy. "I still prefer the way you treated me before. It made me feel better," Liang Bing said, as she rubbed her arms, clearly unaccustomed to the little angel's current demeanor. When did the angels start treating her this way? Previously, they either ignored her or coldly huffed before turning away. The little angels did not change their attitude due to Liang Bing's words. They straightened up and said to Liang Bing, "Queen Keisha entrusted the Meluo Celestial Palace to you before leaving. Thus you deserve our respect." Tianqi Wang Liang Bing. After the little angels finished speaking, they bowed to Liang Bing once more and turned to leave. Liang Bing pouted, realizing that they were still the same. She wondered why she felt they had changed. It must be that something was wrong with her perception. However, as she thought this, a smile emerged on Liang Bing's face, one that she hadn't noticed before, as she was slowly regaining the feeling she once had. Setting aside the Meluo Celestial Palace for now, at this moment, a large number of warships from the Kree Empire were already arrayed outside the World Tree, waiting for the appearance of the angels. After witnessing the power of the so-called Cosmic Spirit Ball brought to them by Star-Lord, their confidence had surged. The kind of power that could easily destroy a planet was now firmly grasped in their hands. The one commanding the new Imperial fleet was none other than Ronan the Accuser, who had previously researched the Cosmic Spirit Ball. As for how Ronan knew the uses of the Cosmic Spirit Ball, it was thanks to that so-called Cosmic Overlord Thanos, who had been dealt with by the angels. That guy had previously sent two of his most capable subordinates, or rather his two daughters, to assist him in the search for this so-called Cosmic Spirit Ball. They had already found the location of the Cosmic Spirit Ball, but it was snatched away by a marauder. After all the twists and turns, this item had returned to his hands from the marauder. It was precisely because of this power that he could fully realize the ambitions he harbored in his heart. This naturally included those whom he deemed cowardly among the high-ranking members of the Kree Empire, whom he had long since turned to dust with the so-called universal weapon in his hands. Though it was called a universal weapon, it looked just like a long-handled war hammer with no signs of any universal prowess. After absorbing the essence from the Cosmic Spirit Ball, that hammer did exhibit some semblance of its so-called universality. Ronan looked at the vastness of the cosmos, gripping his war hammer tightly. With this power, he felt that the entire universe was within his grasp. No one could oppose the Kree Empire that possessed the Cosmic Spirit Ball, nor could they withstand him. Now Xander was no longer the primary threat in Ronan's eyes. Instead, it was the so-called angels that had suddenly appeared. If the Kree wanted to expand their territory, they would inevitably clash with the World Tree, whether it be the former Asgard or the current angels. However, this war had come a little too early. Moreover, with such a massive Kree fleet and the Cosmic Spirit Ball in his possession, how could he possibly lose to those little angels? He figured that the little angel who had escaped from his hammer had probably already informed the other angels about his invasion of the World Tree. Now all he needed to do was prepare to annihilate the angels here. In the next moment, an astonishing number of spatial passages suddenly unfolded before the Kree fleet. In Ronan's eyes at this moment, those azure spatial passages seemed to be vying for supremacy with the surrounding twinkling stars. Ronan completely disregarded the sheer number of spatial passages. They were nothing more than a bunch of insignificant pests. "Have you thought about how you will die?" An arrogant female voice rang out among all the Kree Empire's fleets. Even the Kree who had fought in the universe for many years couldn't help but be taken aback. When had they ever heard such arrogant words? Wasn't the once mighty Skrull Empire still beaten to a pulp by the Kree fleeing with their tails between their legs? Yet when the angels' warships appeared before them, even these Kree soldiers felt a tremor of fear. Those were not just any so-called warships. They were genuine celestial bodies in motion. They were large battle celestial bodies in a continuous streak of platinum and blue. Even the smallest of these battle celestial bodies dwarfed the Kree warship Dark Star by a landslide, not to mention the colossal flagship. On one of these ships, a cross throne floated quietly, where a woman sat calmly gazing at Ronan aboard the Dark Star. However, what captured Keisha's attention was not Ronan himself, but the gem embedded in his universal weapon. Ronan looked at the elevated figure with an unsettling feeling. Once upon a time, he had gazed at another woman in the same way. A being who had similarly looked down upon him and had even driven him out of the solar system. He could not allow anyone to look at him like that again. Deploy the Necro Fleet. He pointed his war hammer at the woman seated on the throne, and the Kree warships unleashed 1,000 Necro ships. They charged toward the Angels. However, it was all in vain. They had been utterly destroyed before they could even come within dozens of kilometers of the Tianran battle celestial bodies. Not a single one remained, all turned to dust in this starry cosmos. Ronan, wielding the universal weapon, barely caught a glimpse of the ripples caused when the Necro Fleet crashed against the battle celestial bodies. Indeed, like the Dark Star, those warships had an unseen layer of protection on their exterior. Ronan waved his hand, stopping this futile effort. While the Necro ships were not anything significant, preserving some of their power was prudent. The long-handled war hammer struck the command room floor of the Dark Star with a heavy thud. If the Angels maintained this state, this war could drag on for 1,000 or 800 years without any problem. Just as he was about to taunt the Angels, they had already taken new actions. From the battle celestial bodies, 2 small angels flew out, heading straight for the Kree warships they faced. Their speed left no room for the Kree warships to react. They penetrated their protective layers and charged directly toward their command sections. Only the Dark Star, where Ronan was stationed, did not have a single small angel approach. However, merely glancing at the ugly appearance of the Dark Star, they lost interest. After all, what they faced were Queen Keisha and Tianji Wang, so they naturally had no need to worry. Rather, it was the Kree who should be worried about themselves. Ronan watched as the little angels treated his army like grass, maintaining a calm demeanor without any sign of surprise. He had seen such things before, and moreover, as long as he could hold onto his weapon, there was no battle he could not win. However, in the next moment, he found himself unable to smile. Keisha sat on the throne, lightly flicking her fingers, and a pair of silver wings flew out, heading straight for the Dark Star. The bright silver in the dark universe resembled a comet. Radiant, beautiful, yet carrying unparalleled lethality. In an instant, they tore through the Dark Star's defensive barrier, aiming for the ship itself. Ronan, resolute, opened the command cabin's window to confront the 2 beams of silver light. Ronan's actions did not go unnoticed by Keisha, who directed her sword, pressing down gently. The pair of silver wings collided with the warhammer in Ronan's hands. However, the silver wings were instantly sent flying, and there were even some signs of fragmentation at the point of collision. This was the first time Keisha had encountered such a situation since she began using the silver wings. Yet this was not entirely unexpected, as the warhammer in that guy's hand was embedded with an infinite stone, so shattering the silver wings was within reason. It was a pity for her trusty silver wings, but they could be repaired. Just as Keisha was about to continue her assault, a soft, delicate hand pressed down on her shoulder. Looking up, it was she who smiled at Keisha, saying, "You, as the queen, just stay here. Leave the rest to me." Keisha smiled back at she. As a fellow warrior, she naturally had the confidence to say such words. Besides, we need to see the capabilities of the new generation of divine bodies. She said with a smile. Keisha was somewhat puzzled by his words. She had no idea when the technology for the 5th generation divine body had emerged. Seeing Keisha's surprised little face, she felt emboldened and playfully pinched Keisha's cheek. "The texture is quite nice." After pinching Keisha's face, his lips curled up into a slight smile. However, before Keisha could react, she leapt out, flying toward Ronan's Dark Star. Keisha touched the spot where she had pinched her, feeling somewhat flustered. Having not experienced such a feeling in years, she didn't even notice her ears were slightly flushed. At this moment, she had already begun to fight Ronan, who wielded the warhammer. "Father!" Clearly both princes of Asgard were bewildered as to why their father would agree to such an unreasonable demand. Even if those angels were powerful enough, shouldn't a desperate last stand be the tradition of Asgard? Odin cast a profound glance at his children but remained silent. He would not offer any explanation here, at least not in the presence of the angels. Although they likely already knew everything, how could such a family disgrace be aired before outsiders? Keisha cared not how Odin would explain matters to his 2 sons later. It was Asgard's own affair, none of the angels' concern. What occupied her mind now was the ether within Thor's mortal beloved. Raising her right hand, gently, Jane Foster, who had been held by Thor, broke free from his embrace and began to levitate. What are you doing? Release her. Thor glared at Keisha, harboring no goodwill toward her. Her condescending attitude and the subjugation of Asgard under her so-called righteous order were both affronts to his pride as a prince of Asgard. Now, with his beloved under her control, how could he not be consumed by rage? Crimson particles like liquid slowly seeped from Jane Foster's body, coalescing into a mass of red fluid substance in Keisha's hand. Realizing that Keisha was utterly ignoring him, Thor reached out, attempting to summon his hammer back to his hand. Even if the ether were to be extracted, it should be done by Asgard. Who knew if that woman might harm Jane's body? Yet no matter how hard he tried, Mjolnir remained unmoved. Turning his head, he saw Odin gently pressing Gungnir upon it. As the Allfather of Asgard, suppressing what was once his own possession was no difficult task. Meeting Odin's single eye, Thor felt all strength drain from him. His open hand slowly closed, but the fist he formed was clenched tightly. Odin would not allow him to interrupt this. In Odin's eyes, the life of a Midgardian was insignificant compared to Asgard's future. Moreover, to the angels, this Midgardian was innocent, having committed no transgression against their so-called righteous order. This also allowed him to observe whether the angels truly adhered to their justice. If so, perhaps living under their rule would be a boon for many. Rest easy, boy. Our queen has no designs on your little girlfriend, came Lung's disdainful voice to Thor's ears. Keep your misplaced worries safely tucked away. The moment Thor showed hostility toward their queen, the angels had readied themselves for battle. They fought for justice, but also for their queen. Any person or matter that disrespected or threatened the queen would be cleansed by the angels' blades. Even as Keisha extracted the ether from Jane Foster's body, she remained aware of her surroundings. Yet she rather admired Thor's protective stance toward his beloved. Had Thor not dared to glare at her with such fury, Keisha would have thought less of Asgard. The extraction of the ether proceeded smoothly, and the method obtained from the Dark Elves had no side effects. However, the ether had resided within this woman's body for too long. How could an ordinary earthly frame withstand the energy overflow of the ether? The little one's bodily functions had already begun to fail. After extracting the ether from Jane Foster, Keisha gently set down the Asgardian prince's beloved. The surging ether in her hand was casually tossed into her dark space, handed over to the Divine Knowledge Vault for analysis. Watching Jane Foster slowly descend to the ground, Thor immediately caught his beloved. He carefully examined her for any injuries and checked if she was conscious. He was on the verge of summoning Asgard's medical team to conduct a full-body examination right there. Jane Foster was deeply moved by Thor's concern. After all, what could be better than having the man she loved by her side? Yet Jane also turned her gaze toward the woman who had held her captive. During the extraction, she glimpsed a vision of the future. No longer the apocalyptic scene she had seen when she first acquired the ether. It was a new future brimming with hope. She patted Thor's arms, signaling him to release her, so she could speak with that woman. Clad in traditional Asgardian attire, Jane felt a trace of fear when she approached Keisha, yet she walked steadily to her side. Thank you. I know it's only because of what was inside me that you acted, but I must still express my gratitude. I could feel the ether corrupting me. Perhaps I would have died soon. But now I have time to forge my own future. Jane Foster spoke earnestly to Keisha, even bowing deeply. Then she raised her head and added, "But Thor will not be yours." Keisha had initially found the girl interesting, but that final remark shattered all her impressions. So it was all about that oath again. Without deigning to reply, Keisha turned and walked back toward the angels. She had no desire to converse with such a person. Such foolishness might be contagious. Only as she passed Odin did she say, "Enjoy life while you can. Under the angel's justice, you need only seek the meaning of life." Then she strode through the angelic guard and departed. At Keisha's words, a bitter smile crossed Odin's face. Her first words were for him, the second for the people of Asgard. Indeed, all that remained for him was to enjoy life. His time was short. The colossal blade of judgment vanished from Asgard's outer space in an instant. What remained was Asgard's own affair. The angels had achieved all their objectives here, bringing Asgard under the righteous order and obtaining the ether. Both had been perfectly accomplished. As for how Odin would explain things to his two princes, that was his concern. The angels did not interfere in a civilization's development, nor did they care about succession disputes. Whoever ascended the throne, as long as they adhered to the angel's justice, would receive their protection. I know you don't understand why I did this. Odin waved his hand, ordering his Einherjar and the warriors 3 to escort the Midgardian away from the Bifrost. Only Loki and Thor remained with him upon the Rainbow Bridge. Thor, with his fiery temper despite all he had endured, still retained his core nature. He demanded of Odin, "Why surrender Asgard? Asgard is more than capable of fighting them." Loki said nothing, merely staring sullenly at the Bifrost beneath his feet. Clearly he agreed with his foolish brother. "And after the fight?" Odin asked calmly, gazing at his eldest son. Thor was left speechless by Odin's question. "I am dying." In the most placid voice, he uttered the most unacceptable truth for Asgard. Discovering Captain America's genes was hardly a surprise for Keisha, and in her view, it was merely a power obtained through a somewhat fortunate twist of fate. The super soldier serum injected into Captain America's body back then had certain side effects. Simply put, it amplified the good and the bad alike. Even if humanity could successfully replicate the super soldier serum, it would be impossible to create another person like Steve Rogers. In fact, it would be impossible to create another sane super soldier. What they needed were super soldiers who would fully obey their superiors, not another Captain America, and certainly not a symbol of freedom. Without a moment's hesitation, Keisha eliminated Steve Rogers' super soldier genes. They were utterly useless to the Angels. Only that ancient and peculiar gene chain was what the Angels needed. After taking a deep look at it, Keisha withdrew from her dark space. Peter Quill, who had provided the Angels with that special gene, still stood bewildered in the Great Hall. He was utterly confused about what these Angels were up to. First they wanted to kill him outright, then they brought him to this hall, exchanged a few words, and suddenly restrained him with an inexplicable force. Now that the restraining force had vanished, the Angels around him showed no intention of letting him go. But he had no idea how to address them, so he could only stand there obediently awaiting their final judgment. He cautiously glanced at Keisha on the throne, knowing full well that all the Angels here obeyed the one seated high above. Only that woman could decide whether he would live, die, or be cast out. Keisha found Peter Quill's cautious demeanor rather amusing. The boy was truly a mixed bag. Earlier he had been his usual self, joking, and even daring to tease her. Now he had suddenly become as timid as a quail. But all this was irrelevant to her now, since she had already obtained what she wanted. Send him back to his ship and blacklist him from Merlot heaven. Keisha's voice was flat. To the Angels, this fellow was now worthless in every sense. She even had to admire him. Despite possessing immense genetic potential, he chose to ignore it, and instead resorted to clearly inferior methods. He was squandering his excellent genetic endowments. Of course, that was his own chosen path, and the Angels would not interfere with his development. Upon hearing Keisha's words, Star-Lord was overjoyed. He had never expected his greatest punishment to be merely being blacklisted by this so-called Merlot heaven. Just a planet. Being blacklisted was no big deal. He could simply never return. The universe was full of jobs for Ravagers. Peter Quill no longer expected bounty missions from Merlot heaven. Just surviving was a stroke of luck in itself. Just as he turned to leave, he felt a sudden loss of gravity underfoot. True to form, the Angels returned him to his ship exactly as they had brought him to the hall. Peter Quill crashed heavily into his ship's cabin. It took him a while to come to his senses, and he slowly rose, enduring the pain. He walked to his pilot's seat and sat down, only to see the Angel who had teleported him to the hall still standing guard outside his ship. Or rather, keeping watch. The Angel's blazing sword was still drawn, pointed diagonally at him. Raising an eyebrow at the young Angel, Peter Quill started his ship and sped away from Merlot heaven in a flash. He made a mental note: if he ever met someone he disliked, he'd trick them into coming to Merlot heaven to suffer. As he departed, Peter Quill mused to himself. The young Angel who had been watching him only returned after confirming he had completely left Merlot heaven. Back in the hall, Keisha was carefully studying the special gene chain she had copied from Peter Quill. Even as she researched it, she noticed the subtle movements of her left-wing angel. After all, in a short span, her left-wing angel had shot her no fewer than a dozen glances, clearly wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. "What do you think? I shouldn't have let him go?" Keisha propped her cheek on one hand while manipulating the gene chain model she had built with the other. Lung nodded and said to Keisha, "My queen, you were too merciful with that fellow. He trespassed into Merlot heaven. That fellow may be a Ravager, but clearly he hasn't yet done anything against the order of justice. As for trespassing into Merlot heaven, we've already obtained something from him." Keisha looked at the gene model in her hand and said calmly, "Lung, sometimes Angels don't need to assert their authority through force." Hearing Keisha's words, Lung roughly understood her queen's meaning and nodded. But thinking of that infuriating face, she could barely contain the fire within her. That scoundrel had dared to flirt with Queen Keisha. Next time she saw him, she'd burn him to ashes. On the throne, Keisha gently rotated the gene chain model in her hand, magnifying it instantly. The model constructed from the gene chain obtained from Peter Quill now unfolded before Keisha in every detail. Even as the absolute authority on genetics, she had to marvel at the uniqueness of this gene. This gene could only be fully activated in a specific location through a specific method, or with a specific type of energy granting its bearer a peculiar power. The power was vast and ancient yet incomplete. It seemed as though the being who left this gene was itself a flawed remnant of an ancient life form. Keisha grew curious about the ancient races of this universe. Even from what she had analyzed from the gene chain, it had given her entirely new ideas about genetics. But the one flaw of this gene was that any creature possessing it could not be of a size similar to angels. They should possess bodies as vast as stars. The path of angels did not require such immense forms. However, the angels could learn from how those life forms utilized energy. They seemed to have perfected the application of every ounce of power. Even with the aid of genetic engines, angels could not achieve 100% energy conversion. There was always some loss. Though the loss was negligible, it could never hurt to utilize a little more. Withdrawing the gene chain model she had constructed, Keisha gazed into the distance. It seemed the information she had obtained from Malekith had now come to pass. Something that could conjure resources out of thin air was absolutely essential for Merlot heaven now. The universe held too many unknowns, and Keisha could not stand by and watch her little angels fall in this cosmos. Even with 15 third-generation divine body angels in Merlot heaven, it was far from enough. At least to promote the order of justice throughout the universe, this was insufficient. What they needed was not time but resources. Liang Bing ignored the raccoon's question about whether the heavenly blade was for sale, her mind wholly occupied by the one who had put a bounty on an angel. 50 billion. If it were the universal currency, many would be tempted. But considering the current state of the little angel, Liang Bing felt at ease. With a fourth-generation divine body enhanced by technology derived from 6 infinity stones, even a sneak attack could not so much as scratch the angel's skin, let alone a frontal confrontation. Nevertheless, this situation had to be resolved. Otherwise, anyone could put a bounty on an angel. That would be utter chaos. The angel on the throne did not answer Rocket Raccoon's question, nor did Rocket feel offended. After all, she was now the absolute ruler of the universe. A little arrogance was to be expected. Besides, the fact that she hadn't chopped them both into pieces was a testament to her mercy. If the angels knew what Rocket was thinking, they would have thought the little creature had lost his mind. To consider Liang Bing merciful. Yet that was precisely Rocket's thought. After all, the reason for the Kree Empire's downfall had been uncovered. Ronan had wounded a minor angel, and the Angel Queen had annihilated them in retaliation. Rumor had it she had cut him into 8 pieces, placing his head at the border between the World Tree and the former Kree territory as a warning. Such brutal methods. Compared to that, the angel on the throne now, who hadn't executed them for boarding her warship without permission, was indeed merciful. Little one, stop grinning. Do you agree to what I just said? Liang Bing frowned at the silly smile plastered on the little creature's face. Had he even heard her? Agree, absolutely agree. Rocket hadn't caught a word, but instinctively felt this angel was not malevolent. Surely she wouldn't ask them to do anything impossible. Good. You and the little sapling are my people now. Liang Bing seemed pleased as she addressed the tree-like creature beside her. Rocket turned to look at Groot, who stared back with a simple, honest expression. I am Groot. Enough, I know what you mean. Rocket slapped a paw to his forehead in dismay. Why had he zoned out? Such a momentous decision made so hastily. All right, little ones, follow your queen, and you'll live a life of luxury. I won't shortchange you. Liang Bing waved a hand grandly. Rocket finally realized in the entire galaxy whose thigh was thicker than an angel's, none. The angels were the uncrowned kings, though they never said it was common knowledge. Realizing this, Rocket cheered up. Who knew this trip would land him such a powerful benefactor? What if I want something that belongs to someone else? Rocket probed his new patron, wondering if he could still pursue his old hobbies. Liang Bing pondered for a moment, then shook her head. No, my sister wouldn't allow it. Thinking of her recent actions toward Keisha, Liang Bing shuddered involuntarily. Would she be strung up and whipped? With she around, probably not. But if Keisha found out her underlings were stealing, things would get serious. The consequences could be dire. Best to avoid such trouble. Though disappointed, Rocket understood from Liang Bing's tone that his idea was impossible. Well, with such a powerful patron, why covet others' possessions? Liang Bing paid little heed to Rocket's earlier notion. She had seen all sorts of strange beings. A kleptomaniac was hardly the worst. But now that she was back in the angelic fold, such behavior was off the table. Of course, as long as it didn't violate her sister's new definition of justice, she could still do as she pleased. Go check on those 2 outside. Make sure they're working hard. Liang Bing waved dismissively at Rocket and Groot. Got it, boss. Rocket saluted and headed out with Groot, leaving Liang Bing alone in the hall. She sat quietly, increasingly eager to meet the so-called goddess of death Hela. Far away in Asgard, Hela was unaware she was being thought of. Seated on Odin's throne, she gazed calmly at the empty hall. She knew why no one attended her court. After her bloody return, who would dare face her? It was a pity about the elite Asgardian soldiers. To them she was an enemy. Hela looked up at the dome, which bore a benevolent image of Odin signing peace treaties with other races. Her face hardened with frost. She despised this Odin and this Asgard. This was not the Asgard she wanted, nor the one she would rule. Asgard was built from war. How could it thrive in peace? Odin, who harbored such hopes, was an utter fool. The night sword materialized in her hand. With a flick, she hurled it into the dome, followed by more blades, until the entire mural shattered. Pieces of stone rained down into the hall. Beneath the broken image lay a completely different mural. The fresco depicted Asgard in a state of total war readiness, expanding outward. At its center stood Odin with Gungnir and Hela with Mjolnir. Surrounding them were scenes of Asgard attacking the 9 realms and beyond. A massive wolf led the charge, crushing Asgard's enemies under its paws. "No one remembers me. No one learns our history," Hela murmured, gazing at the mural. Odin had used perfect lies to cover up Asgard's bloody past. Proud of the achievements yet ashamed of the means, Hela felt nothing but contempt for Odin's deeds. He had banished and imprisoned her like a beast. But now she was back. Asgard would never return to what it was, no to what Odin had made it. Asgard's blade would once again fall upon those races that were meant to be conquered. After Liang Bing's explanation, the little angel's hostility toward her diminished, though only slightly. The long drawn-out war could not be resolved simply because Liang Bing had managed to preserve the dark information of the fallen angels. Yet the love Liang Bing spoke of quieted the little angels, prompting them to ponder her words deeply. Previously, they had been solely focused on the angel's dark information collected by Liang Bing, and had naturally overlooked her subsequent remarks. As angels, they could clearly recall everything she had said after addressing the matter of the angels. Liang Bing did not expect this alone to earn forgiveness from all the little angels, but she hoped it would at least reduce their animosity, and that would be enough. Now it was clear that this goal had been achieved. Lung no longer looked at Liang Bing. If she were to suppress Liang Bing directly, the dark information of those angels, their legendary lives, would vanish completely, leaving no trace of them even in their original world. Only they themselves still remembered the names and deeds of their comrades. Lung turned to gaze at the queen on the steps and suddenly bowed with a hand over her chest. "My queen, though Liang Bing's sins are unforgivable, I beg you to spare her from the death penalty, so that the deeds of our angel sisters may continue to be passed down." One spoke and then another. Etienne was the second. After Lung's salute, she also bowed to Keisha and said, "May the queen spare Liang Bing from the death penalty." One by one, the little angels in the great hall bowed to Keisha. "May the queen spare Liang Bing from the death penalty." When had the little angels ever imagined that one day they would plead for Liang Bing, whom they wished to tear apart 1,000 times, before their queen, even bordering on an act of coercion? Even Liang Bing herself had never anticipated this turn of events. Her initial reason for collecting the angels' dark information was simple. She did not want these beautiful little angels to perish in the war without any chance, and she also wished to observe the progress of angelic technology. She was well aware of Hezai's research capabilities. At any moment she might deliver a grand surprise. The current situation far exceeded her expectations. Even standing there, she felt a bit embarrassed. Would it be improper not to bow? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Why should she bow? That was her own sister. Keisha looked at the little angels bowing before her in the hall, feeling no sense of being coerced. Instead, a smile began to form on her face, gradually widening. "I truly never thought such a thing could happen among the angels," Keisha said, her voice still carrying great authority. The bowing little angels could not see Keisha's expression. They could only gauge her mood from her voice. Hearing her authoritative tone, many of them felt a tremor of fear. Yet for the sake of ensuring their comrades' deeds would be eternally remembered among the angels, they had no choice but to act this way. "However, I like what you've become." Keisha's words stunned all the little angels, leaving them uncertain of their queen's meaning. As Keisha began to descend, she quickly released her. But this subtle move was clearly noticed by Liang Bing, who stood below. Liang Bing even raised an eyebrow at she, who pretended not to see it. While those two engaged in their little antics, Keisha had already stepped down from the platform. "To be honest, I feel you rely on me too much." Keisha walked up to Lung, gently lifting her hand to make her face her directly. "I truly never expected you to be the first to step forward." Lung, standing so close to Keisha, was at a loss. She neither understood Keisha's meaning, nor could she contain her excitement, for the person before her was none other than the holy Keisha. "All right, all of you rise," Keisha said after helping Lung up, addressing the other little angels. One by one, the little angels slowly lifted their heads, only to see not a stern-faced queen, but a smiling Keisha gazing at them warmly. "I am deeply gratified," Keisha said, her face brimming with genuine joy as she looked over the little angels before her. She was happy not only for herself but also for the future of the angels. "Back then both Liang Bing and I were too extreme," Keisha said softly. "I was excessively rigid in rejecting a new philosophy, stubbornly believing that the order of justice was the best solution to all problems. But I often forgot that even angelic civilization had to endure the biting wind, freezing rain, and piercing cold of the night before finding the light. Even for a divine civilization to endure forever, it must learn to reject certain unreasonable commands of its gods. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. I cast that aside, hoping instead that they would find meaning in life under the banner of justice." "My queen Keisha," Lang said, looking at the queen before her, utterly bewildered. "My justice was wrong." Keisha's words were soft, yet they exploded like thunder in the great hall. The Queen of Angels had actually uttered such a thing. But the justice of angels is not wrong. Keisha stepped away from Lung, returned to the platform, and turned to face the many little angels. "Justice remains justice. That is undeniable. But what the angels need now is a rational justice. Humans evolved from beasts to civilization by controlling their animal nature, or gods evolved from humans to deities by controlling their human nature. Humans cannot shed their animal nature, and gods cannot shed their humanity. We once believed justice and evil were absolute, but in the end I came to understand that nothing is absolute." Keisha addressed the little angels below. "When we execute justice, we protect the weak. But when the weak grow strong, their view of our justice is no longer pure. Because we hinder their development, we obstruct the fastest way for them to acquire resources: war." For those little angels who had arrived later, Keisha's words resonated most deeply. They could better accept what she said now, as angelic civilization had once been the common enemy of the entire universe. Even civilizations that had risen with the help of angels were no different. Not adding insult to injury was already considered a kindness. "I grant your request. Liang Bing shall be spared the death penalty. She will inscribe the names of all fallen angels in the Merlot heavenly court until the last one is recorded." As Keisha spoke, her gaze was fixed on Liang Bing, trying to discern any sign of objection from her sister. But Liang Bing merely stood there nodding, occasionally clearly satisfied with Keisha's judgment. This left Keisha feeling somewhat uncertain. She wondered if she had been too lenient with her sister. "Thank you, my queen," Liang Bing said, even bowing earnestly to Keisha. "I shall strictly obey your command." Well, judging by her demeanor, it was clear that the current outcome far exceeded what she had anticipated. The other little angels had no objections, either fully accepting Keisha's punishment for Liang Bing. As for the rational justice Keisha spoke of, they also supported it. As long as it was justice, as long as it was the holy Keisha, and as long as these two things remained unchanged, the angels would forever follow the edge of their queen's blade. Where the blade points, justice arrives. For justice, death. The little angels began to chant, but Keisha raised a hand to stop them. "Let that last part be left unsaid. There are many civilizations, but I only have you," Keisha said with a smile. "For justice is enough." Lung raised her blazing sword high, but after Keisha's words, she added another line: "For justice. For the queen. For justice. For the queen." Keisha wanted to stop them, but she standing beside her held her hand. When she turned to look at she, the latter shook her head, leaving Keisha to silently accept the angel's new rallying cry. Liang Bing, standing below, smiled as she looked at the beautiful little angels around her. But the next moment, upon receiving a dark communication from Keisha, her smile froze. "Come to my chambers later. We need to have a thorough discussion about that sword strike." However, this matter was evidently not unacceptable to Odin. Even as the All-Father of Asgard, when the time came for him to die, he would naturally tread the path of death. He was well aware that upon his death Asgard would become the common enemy of the 9 realms. All those whom Asgard had once attacked would come to settle the score. Moreover, once he perished, his eldest daughter, who had long been imprisoned in Hell, would break free from her seal. It could be said that Asgard would then be caught in a state of internal strife and external threats, and Thor and Loki would be utterly incapable of opposing their sister. They would only be trampled underfoot by Hela, used as stepping stones for her ascent to the throne. Now, by forging ties with the angels, he could at least ensure that Asgard would not be invaded by external enemies during the period of civil unrest. I suppose you two don't know that you have a sister, Odin said, leaning on Gungnir as he stood on the Bifrost. Yet this time the figure that Loki and Thor had always seen as towering and mighty now showed signs of age. Their father had indeed grown old, having borne the weight of Asgard for far too long. They were also stunned by what Odin had revealed. When did Thor and Loki ever have a sister? Odin then shook his head again and sighed. It should be two sisters. It's just a pity that one has been taken to an unknown place, while the other is probably still cursing me in hell. Loki and Thor did not know what to say either, so they could only listen in silence as their father continued to speak. Hela once fought alongside me, but she was too obsessed with power and too cruel. Even I could not stop her, so I had no choice but to seal her in hell. As Odin explained all this, his face bore an expression of utter helplessness. Her power comes from Asgard. When she stands on Asgard's soil, she possesses boundless strength. No matter what she is, we can join hands to stop her. Thor said to Odin with great seriousness. We don't need to hand Asgard over to some feathered creatures. Odin looked at the earnest Thor and smiled but said no more. Some things they would have to face on their own, like accepting that they could not defeat Hela. And also the arrival of Ragnarok. The only hope Odin could place now rested with the angels. At least the angels would protect them, ensuring that the flame of Asgard's civilization would not be extinguished. Thus Asgard would not completely vanish from this universe. At that moment the angels in whom Odin had placed his hopes had already returned to the Merlot heavenly court. The massive blade of Tier 1 slowly docked at its berth among the series of tier battle bodies. This berth was in fact a planet even larger than the heaven star used for mooring the tier warships. Finding a suitable planet had taken the angels no small amount of time, as it needed to accommodate the tier ships while having no signs of civilization, which proved quite challenging. Fortunately, the universe where the heaven once exiled by Odin resided was rather desolate, with no shortage of surrounding planets. The angels eventually found such a suitable planet. They transported it directly through wormholes. That planet had now completely lost its original appearance. Its surface was entirely sealed off by angelic structures, only opening when a tier warship returned to port, revealing the corresponding berth. Now Blade of Tier 1 was about to return to its berth. However, there were no angels aboard the Blade of Tier 1 at the moment. It could autonomously dock itself. As for where the other angels from the tier had gone, the young angels, led by Lung, were already preparing to announce the order of justice to the other civilizations on the World Tree. They had gone to mobilize the tier warships that were not currently on guard duty at the Merlot Heavenly Court. This was also sanctioned by Keisha, as in the current World Tree, aside from Odin of Asgard and the Guardian on Earth, there was no one else requiring her personal appearance. It was only natural for the angels to dispatch tier battle bodies for friendly visits to all civilizations on the World Tree. This was not the former universe. The old method of angelic descent was not effective for some civilizations. Since angelic descent was impractical, it was time for a tier descent. Unless their minds were flawed, Keisha believed none would dare raise a blade against the angels. As for how many tier warships the Merlot Heavenly Court now possessed, excluding the current Blade of Tier 1, a small World Tree was no challenge. Moreover, the World Tree now only had 7 realms left, with Asgard and Earth already under the Angels' order of justice. The Angels only needed to conduct periodic observations. Other civilizations could be negotiated with. If not, they would be suppressed. To Keisha, the lives of the Angels were now more precious. She had brought them to this universe and wanted them to live well. With the ether particles, the Angels no longer faced resource scarcity. They could now be called the nouveau riche of the universe, free from worries about resources. As for energy, Keisha now held 3 items known as Infinity Stones. According to the calculations of the Divine Knowledge Vault, each of these could provide infinite energy. Keisha had directly connected the Tesseract to every angel's genetic engine, ensuring that no angel would face energy problems. The same applied to the battle bodies. The Merlot Heavenly Court no longer needed to convert stellar energy. The sun in the sky now served only to tell the angels that it was late and time to sleep. If the star of the Merlot Heavenly Court had its own consciousness, it would probably go on strike. Returning to her private chambers, Keisha used micro-wormholes to remove her armor. In that moment, her body gleamed dazzlingly white, but a closer look revealed it was merely holy light. Pushing open a door beside her chambers, a simple yet elegant hot spring came into view. On the far side of the spring lay a breathtaking landscape. Yet it was likely no more captivating than the scenery of the hot spring itself. Stepping into the spring step by step, Keisha leaned against the edge, relaxing her body and savoring the tranquility. But lying in the hot spring, she couldn't help but think of her direct disciple Angel Yen. Yen also enjoyed soaking in the hot spring, saying it helped her face all evil with renewed vigor. Keisha knew she spoke the truth. but she herself now soaked in the spring, only to enjoy a rare moment of leisure. She stirred the water with her hand, watching her reflection in the pool ripple and distort from the motion. A faint smile graced Keisha's lips. Her face now bore no heavy makeup, the green eyeshadow had long been removed. Her delicate features unexpectedly exuded a hint of childish softness. Though Keisha had appeared quite imposing before the young angels looking at her now in the hot spring, the first thought was not of beauty or elegance but a desire to tease her to see if she looked just as adorable when crying. Of course, the ultimate outcome would not be Keisha crying, but the offender being cleaved in two by her silver wing. Keisha closed her eyes, slowly immersing herself entirely in the water. At this moment, this place could truly be called a peerless wonder of the world. Thor and Loki remained in a dazed state until they set foot on Asgard's soil once more. They had no idea what had transpired. The two had merely been drinking, and upon returning to the palace, they reportedly went straight to Odin's wine cellar to continue. They had never once spoken of Asgard. Hela had simply boarded the warship, grabbed them, and tossed them off the Tyrann. She didn't even bother to explain. She just came before them, seized them by the collars, and flung them off the Tyrann without a word. But then again, it was typical of their sister. Hadn't she done the same to them in the Bifrost's passageway? Even as the Tyrann one vanished from their sight, they still couldn't fathom how things had unfolded this way. Was alcohol truly that powerful? Could a drinking session win back Asgard? If so, why hadn't they just shared a drink with their sister? At least when it came to drinking, Thor doubted there were many in Asgard who could outdrink him. If he and Hela had a good bout, couldn't they have reclaimed Asgard the same way? Yet such a notion was destined never to be tested. Now Hela had left with the angels. As for why she had so readily abandoned Asgard, they would likely never know. Aboard the Tyrann, Hela surveyed the angelic warship with keen interest. As one who had once conquered the 9 realms, it was her first time witnessing such a colossal vessel. Yet she found no special weapons or facilities on this ship. It seemed more designed for daily life. Not that it was a bad thing, but she wondered how the angels used such a ship in battle. While some rejoiced, others were troubled. Liang Bing found Hela's curious exploration of her warship increasingly unsettling. The incident beneath Asgard's palace wine cellar still haunted Liang Bing's thoughts. Since the female angels took power, such a thing had never happened to them. Especially not to Liang Bing. She had even sworn the angelic oath of protection, a vow of no small significance, particularly for an angel. Once an angel swore that oath, their heart would never waver. Yet to be kissed directly by one who had sworn it. No one would believe such a tale. Perhaps sensing Liang Bing's agitation, Hela, who had been admiring the angelic vessel, strode toward the throne. Liang Bing flinched as Hela approached, clearly resisting her advance. Hela paused for a moment, then quickly understood. It was the earlier incident that made Liang Bing wary of her. No matter. Hela smiled faintly and continued her steps toward Liang Bing. Unfortunately, the moment Liang Bing saw her persist, she vanished instantly. Without a word, she fled. The goddess of death had truly unnerved her. Hela saw no issue continuing until she settled onto the throne Liang Bing had vacated. Sitting upon the throne, Hela smiled. She didn't believe Liang Bing could evade her forever. Once they reached Angel City, the Tyrann one had already set its course for Angel City, and once there everything would be resolved. For now Hela was in no hurry at all. But Liang Bing was at a loss. She teleported directly back to the Merlot Heavenly Court, asked a young angel about Keisha's whereabouts, and rushed straight to Keisha's bedchamber. The scene that greeted her as she pushed open the door left her frozen in place. Keisha, dressed in a white gown, sat on a sofa before a plate of fruit, meticulously peeling it. Not for herself, but to feed the graceful figure reclining on her lap. Liang Bing's sudden intrusion flushed Keisha's cheeks, while the one being pampered stirred lazily on Keisha's lap without a care. Only when she recognized the intruder did she slowly rise from Keisha's lap, regaining her elegant composure. As if the earlier moment had never happened. Only the fading blush on Keisha's face hinted at what had transpired. Keisha spoke first before Liang Bing could. What's wrong? For Liang Bing to barge into her bedchamber so hastily, she must have encountered something beyond her control. Or someone who could truly subdue her. Hashi watched Liang Bing with amusement, curious about what had rattled the unruly angel. Snapping out of her shock, Liang Bing rushed to Keisha's side and seized her hand. Keisha was stunned. When had her sister ever acted like this? I was kissed against my will, Liang Bing declared, dropping a bombshell that left both angel queens speechless. Kissed against her will? Who in the world could manage that? As a master of space-time technology, how could any angel be caught off guard? Who did it? Was it a man or a woman? The two queens asked different questions. Keisha cared about the perpetrator, Hashi about their gender. Liang Bing was momentarily unsure which to answer first. Keisha and Hushi exchanged a glance and asked again. Man or woman, who did it? Liang Bing had had enough of this interrogation and spoke decisively. That's not important. The point is I've already sworn the oath of protection. Liang Bing said, her eyes filled with confusion as she poured out her distress to Keisha. Before Keisha could respond, Hushi interjected. You swore the oath. What does that have to do with who kissed you? Hushi took a sip of her freshly brewed tea, speaking nonchalantly. Liang Bing was dumbfounded. Was it really unrelated? Hushi set down her teacup and said lightly, you said yourself you were kissed against your will. It wasn't voluntary. Liang Bing began to realize she hadn't consented, so why did it still feel wrong? But that person is coming to the Merlot Heavenly Court, Liang Bing said weakly. The Tyran one was almost back and she would have to face Hela again. At this, Keisha's white gown transformed into battle armor. She grabbed Liang Bing and strode out. Let me meet this one. We'll have a proper talk. Keisha's voice was calm, so calm it terrified Liang Bing. That demeanor was surely intent on killing the offender, wasn't it? This was hardly the attitude for a friendly discussion. But as the weakest of the three queens in combat, Liang Bing couldn't break free from Keisha's grip. She was dragged away helplessly. At that moment, the Tyran one returned to the Merlot Heavenly Court, slowly docking at the Birthing Star. Lung, go to the Tyran one and bring down those aboard. Keisha had already summoned Lung as she left. Lung saluted and teleported to the berth. On the Birthing Star, patrolling young angels were puzzled by the strange group, disembarking a person, a beast, and a tree. But as duty-bound patrollers, they blocked their path. Seeing the young angels stop them, Rocket climbed onto Groot's shoulder and declared, we serve the Queen. Queen Keisha has no beast-bodied warriors. The moment Rocket spoke, a young angel drew her sword. Rocket was startled by the angel's sudden ferocity. Hela, however, remained impassive, her gaze sweeping over the young angels. Just then Leng arrived. Seeing the odd group detained, she gave them a long look before telling the young angels the Queen orders them brought to the Angel Hall. The young angels, recognizing Lung, departed to continue their duties. Lung then stepped before Hela and said, follow me. She opened a spatial passage directly to the Angel Hall's entrance, leading the way and waiting for Hela's group at the other end. Hela glanced at Rocket, still perched on the small tree person's shoulder, casually plucked him off and carried him through the passage. Seeing Rocket taken, Groot hurried after, still repeating, I am Groot, but his mood was clearly sour. After all, Rocket had been snatched from his shoulder. A bit of displeasure was understandable. As Lung led them into the Angel Hall, their eyes immediately fell upon the blonde angel seated on the throne, and Liang Bing standing beside her. Keisha instantly locked onto her target, the black-haired woman exuding a sharp, piercing aura. Hela met Keisha's gaze, then turned to smile gently at Liang Bing. Seeing Hela's look, Liang Bing felt overwhelmed and shot Keisha a pleading glance. But all she saw was the smile curving at the corners of Keisha's lips. Everything has settled. Not only was the issue of Liang Bing resolved, but the concerns of the angel's beliefs were addressed as well. Absolute justice can be exceedingly cruel, especially for those who enforce it. However, after arriving here, Keisha began to feel that why must angels execute such cruel justice? Can't angels enjoy happiness? This feeling intensified with each little angel who came here gravely injured. When she and Liang Bing arrived, Keisha already knew that angels could no longer adhere to that absolute justice. Angels must also find their own happiness. Besides her private database, Keisha opened up all data from the Three Kings era and earlier to the little angels. As for the private database, it was hard-won through Hizai's persuasion. Now Keisha just wanted to have a good chat with her dear sister about the matter of being stabbed by her. Don't think that not mentioning it means forgetting. In the palace, none of the Three Kings were wearing that shiny angelic battle armor. They all changed into casual clothes. However, Liang Bing's casual wear seemed rather mismatched with Keisha and she. While the two wore predominantly white dresses adorned with gold decorations, Liang Bing's style was entirely different. She wore a shiny dress with a strong nightlife vibe from Earth, which even revealed a generous amount of her chest. Keisha merely frowned and didn't comment, or after all, it was just casual wear, and it wasn't necessary to dress too conservatively. What one wears is their own freedom. However, Liang Bing's dress was somewhat glaring to Keisha's eyes. Could you change into another outfit? Keisha supported her forehead, genuinely unable to compliment Liang Bing on her attire. Is it not pretty? Liang Bing stood up unconcerned and twirled in front of Keisha, then looked at He. I think it looks quite nice, He. What do you think? He could only nod. What else could she do? Although Liang Bing's outfit was indeed quite bold, one had to admit it was also rather good. She just wondered how Keisha would look in it. The thought made his ears blush slightly. It was indeed a bit too stimulating, hard to bear. Keisha had no idea what scene she was envisioning, thinking only that she was astonished by Liang Bing's current outfit. But Liang Bing was unwilling to change clothes, so it had to be like this. Sit up straight, Keisha said firmly as she glanced at Liang Bing, who was fiddling with her clothes. Oh! Liang Bing was obedient and stopped her antics, sitting back down honestly. All right, let's talk. Keisha sat on her sofa looking at Liang Bing, who was behaving like a cute little baby in front of her. What shall we talk about? Liang Bing blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking innocently at Keisha, completely unaware of what Keisha was implying, thinking she was just an innocent little cutie. She even occasionally glanced at the silver-haired angel sitting and sipping tea, hoping to get some help since that guy needed something from her. She was well aware of Liang Bing's pleading gaze, but knew it wasn't the right time to intervene. She could only give Liang Bing a reassuring look. Seeing his eyes glance, Liang Bing could only remain quiet, daring not to act out. What are you two playing at? Keisha naturally noticed the silent exchanges between the two, clearly sensing that there was something going on between them that she didn't know about. She calmly lifted her teacup to take a sip, while Liang Bing kept her head down, completely denying Keisha any chance to observe her expression, let alone letting Keisha observe her emotions. Keisha shook her head helplessly at her sister, only to walk over to Liang Bing and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. With her other hand, she held Liang Bing close. Liang Bing was caught off guard by Keisha's sudden gesture, unsure of where to put her hands, and ultimately placed them on her lap. It had been a long time since she felt her sister's embrace, and at that moment the warmth made Liang Bing linger in the moment. Keisha pressed her face against Liang Bing's head, gently saying, "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." Liang Bing truly wanted to tease her sister, but she felt a hint of warmth and moisture on her head. If Keisha wasn't drooling, then it must be her tears. Could Keisha really be drooling? The answer was no, so that feeling could only mean one thing: Keisha was crying. For the first time, Keisha was crying not for the angels who died fighting for justice, but for her sister who had returned to her side. Liang Bing never imagined that her sister would actually cry for her. When she had stabbed Keisha that time, it hadn't had such a profound impact on her. Now, merely returning to Ocean Court was enough to make Keisha shed tears. This felt somewhat unreal to her. But soon Keisha spoke up above her head. "Have you thought about how to compensate for that time you stabbed me?" Keisha's voice still sounded so calm and serene, as if the moisture she felt above her head was merely an illusion. At this moment, Liang Bing tried hard to catch a glimpse of she who was sipping tea, but unfortunately she couldn't see. Liang Bing couldn't help but feel somewhat disgruntled. Usually Keisha wore armor, and didn't seem this formidable in front of her. But Keisha had already spoken, and she could not respond, so she could only hum softly, "At worst, let you stab me back." Liang Bing's voice was somewhat despondent. She clearly understood that she had no escape now. Even she who could potentially be her refuge acted as if she didn't see what was happening. Liang Bing really wanted to ask if there were any laws in Ocean Court, the city of angels. Wait, this was Keisha's territory. Wasn't Keisha the law? All right, you said it, Keisha said as she released Liang Bing, flipping her hand to reveal a dagger. Liang Bing didn't even react in time. Her sister was truly someone who meant what she said. She was going to stab her. In the next moment, the dagger shot toward Liang Bing's chest. Liang Bing closed her eyes, thinking that it was fine. It was merely a matter of settling the score. However, the expected pain did not come. When she opened her eyes, she was greeted instead by several colorful soap bubbles. The dagger that had appeared in Keisha's hand seemed to have been an illusion. Keisha clapped her hands, stood up, and turned her back to Liang Bing, saying, "Starting tomorrow, you will assist Keisha in upgrading the 5th-generation divine body and the knowledge repository." Wait, I understand the 5th-generation divine body, but what do you mean by upgrading the knowledge repository? Didn't you give that to the little girl Yen? Liang Bing was quite confused. When she arrived, she had nothing. How could Keisha have a knowledge repository? If it were about having the technology for the divine body, it was somewhat possible since the angel engine could carry all divine body data. Moreover, there was already a 4th-generation divine body Keisha in Ocean Court. But that didn't make sense. Where did the holy knowledge repository come from? I forgot to tell you, Keisha brought a complete set including the holy knowledge repository and a royal grade armory. She chimed in at this moment. Liang Bing was stunned. At this moment she realized that there were many strange aspects about Ocean Court. The strangest was the pile of 4th-generation divine body angels. When did 4th-generation divine bodies become so common? Now she was even told that Keisha brought an entire royal grade armory with her while she had nothing. Besides, what kind of universe could sustain so many 4th-generation angels? Even now, the number of fourth-generation divine bodies was still increasing. Even though the universe had changed, that wasn't how they were produced. How abundant could the resources of this universe be? Regarding Liang Bing's confusion, Keisha didn't keep her in suspense, and simply revealed 3 stones glowing in different colors. As an authority on time and space, Liang Bing was instantly captivated by the infinite gem radiating a bluish light. What is this? This is a special product of this universe. There are a total of 6, and I have 3 in my hands. Keisha gently pointed out each gem. Red reality gem, blue space gem, and orange mind gem. Can I see it again? Liang Bing was clearly quite eager for that blue gem. She quickly stood up and reached for the blue gem in Keisha's hand. Keisha retrieved the 3 gems, walking towards the hot spring pool behind the palace, then turned and said to Liang Bing, "I'm going to sleep now. We'll talk tomorrow." Upon hearing her sister's words, Liang Bing felt a bit frantic, but now there was nothing she could do, only scratching her head in frustration. She also walked over, patted Liang Bing's shoulder, and then leaned close to her ear, saying, "Does our previous conversation still count?" Liang Bing glanced at where Keisha had left, then extended her hand to she. "Pleasure to cooperate. Once it's done, you have to let me study that gem properly." She decisively shook Liang Bing's hand. "No problem, rest assured." The two exchanged smiles and left Keisha's palace side by side. "Let me tell you, my sister is emotionally clueless. You just..." For angels, teleporting directly from the United States to the skies over Europe posed no issue whatsoever. Especially since Queen Keisha had installed brand new spatial technology into their genetic engines, making short-distance spatial jumps even simpler. Now Breeze stood above Sokovia, and beneath her feet lay a secret Hydra base. With a silent activation of the Insight Eye, the entire layout of the base unfolded before Breeze's eyes without a single trace left unseen. Even the hidden chambers carefully concealed by Hydra could not escape the Insight Eye's observation. Among these chambers, one was detected to be extraordinarily vast, for it housed the Leviathan beast that perished during the Battle of New York along with Loki's scepter. With a flicker of her form, Breeze had already arrived within that chamber. In truth, when the angels vanished over Washington, Pierce, one of Hydra's heads present at the scene, had already sent word to Baron Strucker in Sokovia. Whether that man had actually noticed his warning, Pierce remained uncertain. After all, he now faced the vigilant Stark and Captain America. Oh, and a top-tier agent as well. Baron Strucker had not seen Pierce's message, yet he still discovered it. His base had been infiltrated. Gazing at the silver-armored angel on the surveillance screen, he could scarcely believe that his defenses had been breached so effortlessly. "Quick, go. Stop that angel. Don't let her take the scepter." Baron Strucker roared at his men. He wondered if the angel refrained from delivering a so-called judgment because of the scepter. Most importantly, the scepter was Hydra's crucial chance for resurgence. That object was no less significant than the Tesseract once held by Red Skull. A flood of soldiers charged toward the chamber containing the scepter. Their weapons were all newly upgraded, crafted by their scientists using Chitauri technology and the scepter's energy. As Hydra soldiers, they had always believed unwaveringly in every command from above. Even if ordered to face creatures that existed only in myths, they would not flinch. They burst into the chamber, but there was no trace of the angel. Clearly, during the time they had taken to assemble, the angel had already vanished from the chamber, leaving Earth with the scepter. "You're back." A dashing figure stood on the edge of heaven, awaiting Breeze's return. It was Angel Lung, who now wore a smile as she watched Breeze, scepter in hand, approach her. "Sister Lung." Breeze smiled back at Lung, twirling the scepter in her hand. "I've got the item." Lung nodded, told Breeze to follow, and turned to walk toward the main hall of the Edge of Heaven. Observing the distinctly different atmosphere on the Edge of Heaven, all the angel sisters were busily making various preparations. Even young angels who had never before used the flame sword could be seen rapidly mastering its calculation methods. Clearly, everyone on the Edge of Heaven was gearing up for a major operation. Re-entering the dark communication channel, sure enough, while she was on Earth, the Queen had issued a grand mission. To rebuild the Angel Nebula. "Sister Lung, has the Queen already chosen a location?" Breeze said excitedly to Lung, who was walking ahead of her. Though the Edge of Heaven was excellent, it was ultimately not the Angel Nebula. One was the Angel's homeland, while the other was merely a combat celestial body built for warfare. How could they be compared? Lung nodded, but did not reveal to Breeze where the Queen had chosen. Instead, she said mysteriously, "Rest assured, it's a place well suited for us, and it will allow you to familiarize yourselves with the differences of the third-generation divine body." Lung's words only piqued Breeze's curiosity further. What kind of place could allow angels to become accustomed to their third-generation divine bodies while also being suitable for them? After all, the best way to master a divine body was through combat and civilizations capable of facing angels heathen. At least for now, aside from the so-called Asgard, there was no other civilization. Lung was quite satisfied with Breeze's current state and couldn't help but chuckle. That laugh left Breeze with a face full of dark lines. This inexplicable feeling of being teased was rather irritating. Yet this sensation came and went quickly. They had now reached the main hall of the Edge of Heaven. Above the hall, a massive star chart unfurled before them. At that moment, Keisha was rotating the enormous star chart, but one thing remained unchanged. At its very center was always that same planet. Clearly, that planet was likely the one Keisha had chosen as the future main star of the Angel Nebula. "My queen," the two young angels saluted Keisha. "Well done, Breeze." Keisha was pleased with the young angel's work on Earth. Though she sometimes talked a bit too much, her merits outweighed her flaws. "For justice." Breeze was delighted but still bowed slightly to Keisha before turning her gaze to the star chart. She wanted to ask the queen if she had truly chosen the angel's future home. But she did not speak. She merely stared intently at the star chart. Keisha naturally noticed the young angel's gaze and said, "Since you're back, we shall begin to see the future Angel Nebula." For many races, finding a habitable planet seemed nearly impossible, but when it came to Queen Keisha on her throne, it was not particularly surprising. After all, she was the god king of the known universe. Even in a different universe, the angels still believed Keisha would remain the absolute sovereign. Yet Breeze still did not understand why all her sisters on the Edge of Heaven seemed to be preparing for battle, and Sister Lung's earlier words seemed to imply that the angels were about to engage in their first campaign in this universe. What kind of beings on that planet warranted such a grand mobilization from the angels? Naturally, such matters were not for Keisha to explain. Beside Breeze stood the current left-wing angel Lung. Lung fixed her gaze on the planet, her voice tinged with a hint of anger. On that planet dwell a group of scum who call themselves angels. Greedy, lustful, willing to commit despicable acts for wealth. As Lung spoke these words, she clenched her silver teeth as if she could tear flesh from those beings. "That's just like the celestial scum." The words slipped from Breeze's mouth at Lung's description. The deeds of the celestial scum were all too familiar to them. In the angels' shared database, every detail of their past battles with the celestial scum and those beings' vile actions was recorded without omission. Keisha watched her two young angels, their faces filled with righteous indignation, and said nothing. But that so-called heaven not only sullied their name by calling themselves angels, but also stood as a quintessential violator of the order of justice. They recklessly invaded weaker civilizations around them, and even after being torn from the world tree, they still sought to return to Earth to relive all the pleasures they once enjoyed there. Such a civilization did not deserve the name of angels. They should be burned to a crisp. Keisha rose from her throne and spoke. Her voice reached every angel's ears crystal clear. "Angels, set forth. To heaven's star. No, to the future Merlot heavenly court. I choose to become an angel." Hela's voice was resolute, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Keisha, without a trace of hesitation. She was genuinely willing to forsake Asgard for the sake of Liang Bing. Though they had only met a handful of times, for Hela those few encounters were more than enough. Once she set her heart on someone, she would never change. No one could alter her resolve. Even after being imprisoned in hell by her wretched father for so long, she had not wavered in her will. Though some of it was born of defiance, it still proved that Hela was not one to be easily swayed. Now Liang Bing had become the one Hela had chosen, and Hela did not consider herself the type to give up easily. Yet Hela had her own conditions, for she was becoming an angel for Liang Bing's sake, not for the sake of angels themselves. "I am only Liang Bing's angel," Hela declared, meeting Keisha's eyes. Keisha studied her anew and replied, "To be honest, if you had chosen to become an angel without a second thought, I might have struck you down on the spot." As she spoke, a pair of sharp silver wings unfurled behind Keisha. The moment they appeared, the hall seemed to grow colder. Hela stared solemnly at the golden-haired angel upon the throne. At that instant, the pressure Keisha exerted upon her was immense. It was even more daunting than the pressure Odin had once imposed on her. The true power of this golden-haired angel likely far surpassed Odin's. "But now it's fine." Keisha flicked her finger, and the silver wings behind her gradually faded away. "As for what you said, I never had other intentions." Rising from the throne, Keisha rested her hands on her hips and gazed at Hela, who was willing to become an angel for her sister's sake. With a soft laugh, she said, "I'll arrange for you to become an angel soon, but don't disturb Liang Bing for now. She needs time. As for you, it's best to learn about the history and traditions of angels. If you still wish to become an angel, by then, I will naturally grant your wish." Hela remained silent, simply listening to Keisha's words without offering any rebuttal. She truly knew very little about these angels. In fact, she had never truly known such beings, whether in the past or the present. After all, on the journey to Marrow Heaven, the little raccoon had already recounted the formidable exploits of these angels. Naturally, she understood that angels had transformed. They were no longer the race that merely pursued wealth. In terms of notoriety, they were even more fearsome than Asgard itself. Keisha said no more and simply instructed a young angel to escort Hela away. Earlier, when she had dismissed the young angels, Keisha had already arranged accommodations for Hela and prepared the 10th Ascendier history of angelic civilization. Though she had agreed to Hela becoming an angel, that did not mean she would spare her from hardship. For angels' history was recorded in the dark dimension data, readily accessible at any time. But for Hela, it was a series of massive tomes. It served as a punishment for her earlier rash behavior toward Liang Bing. Keisha did not linger in the hall and returned directly to her chambers, where she found Liang Bing's gaze filled with hope. Under Liang Bing's hopeful eyes, Keisha offered her a warm smile but remained silent. Liang Bing watched as Keisha slowly walked over to Hushi and sat down. She even took the black tea Hushi had brewed and took a delicate sip, showing no intention of explaining the situation to Liang Bing, as if completely ignoring her. Liang Bing likely knew Keisha was waiting for her to speak first, but under these circumstances, whether she spoke or not, she had already lost the upper hand. Resigned to her fate, Liang Bing dropped all pretense and asked outright, "So is it settled? I thought you'd hold out a bit longer before speaking." Keisha's beaming smile drove Liang Bing to the brink of frustration, yet she could do nothing about it. Leaning back against the sofa, Keisha held her teacup and said lightly, "It's settled. I cut her down." Her tone was as casual as if she had crushed a mere insect. "A fine method, isn't it?" Keisha raised her teacup for another sip, but her peripheral vision assessed Liang Bing's reaction. Liang Bing froze on the spot. Was this how to solve a problem? This was solving the person who raised the problem. "No, I didn't mean." Liang Bing sprang to her feet, waving her hands frantically. She had never imagined Keisha would handle things so bluntly, but recalling Keisha's past approach to various issues, Liang Bing couldn't help but worry. Keisha was truly capable of such actions. "Oh, you think I was wrong?" Keisha set down her teacup, crossing her legs as her silver-white boots gleamed. "That's far too extreme." Liang Bing had barely finished speaking when she realized her mistake. How could Keisha possibly kill someone over such a trivial matter? Neither the Keisha of old nor the present one would ever resort to murder. When she looked up at Keisha, sure enough, she caught a hint of amusement at the corners of Keisha's lips. Clearly Keisha had only been teasing her. Liang Bing could only slump back into her seat, sulking as she crossed her arms and avoided Keisha's gaze. Seeing Liang Bing in this state, Keisha said softly, "You've figured it out. Your heart is unsettled now. Use this time to sort things out. As for her, let her learn about angels. You both need time." Liang Bing's expression visibly brightened, but she still pouted in silence, feigning anger at Keisha. Heishi, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke. "It seems she's quite serious." Keisha nodded in agreement. "I didn't expect her to truly give up Asgard. That was her source of power." Gazing at the sulking Liang Bing, Keisha rested her chin on her hand and mused. "But I never thought my sister possessed such charm." "Hee hee." Hushi chuckled at Keisha's words. "Liang Bing was a renowned beauty throughout Heaven City back in the day, wasn't she?" "True, I had forgotten," Keisha replied with a laugh echoing Hex's sentiment. Overhearing their discussion about herself, Liang Bing couldn't help but puff up with pride. After all, she had once been one of the 3 beauties of Heaven City. Keisha and Hushi noticed Liang Bing's little tantrum but chose not to call her out, nor did they continue the topic. Instead, they began discussing the current challenges facing the angels. The battle with the Kree had indeed established the angels' reputation across the universe. However, as they continued to study the infinite stones in their possession along with the genes Keisha had acquired from Star-Lord and intelligence gathered from various sources, they discovered an ancient, long-lived race that had always existed in this universe. They were enigmatic, though not entirely unseen. It seemed they were the ones constantly stabilizing the order of the universe, yet they refrained from intervening directly. They merely observed the universe's gradual evolution, only appearing when problems arose. They were likely the they Thanos had mentioned. But for now, they still did not understand why Thanos believed his method would delay their arrival. Hearing Keisha and Hex's discussion, Liang Bing finally spoke up. The information she had obtained from Rocket Raccoon had yet to be shared with them. "Someone has placed a bounty on angels," Liang Bing declared. Keisha's gaze turned sharp as she fixed her eyes on Liang Bing, seeking confirmation of this information. Only after Liang Bing nodded solemnly did Keisha accept it. Then this matter would take precedence over all others. A bounty on angels. Let's see if those fools have the nerve to collect it. Meanwhile on Earth, after some time had passed, the news of the Catholic Pope being directly incinerated by an angel had become common knowledge. Regardless, it was a profound irony that the Pope who professed faith in God was burned alive by an angel. Likewise, the Pope's past deeds were continuously shared and became widely known on the internet. Catholic followers began to renounce their faith, afraid to believe that no one else within Catholicism had committed similar acts. Now they believed only in angels, not the so-called God fabricated by the Church. Countless people awaited the angel's return to Earth, yearning to behold their true visage and witness divine miracles. Some even hoped to gain the angel's favor and become the envy of millions. They called out to the angels but received no response. Undeterred, they prayed to the angels again and again, their petitions revolving around wealth, power, eternal life, or supreme might. Receiving no reply, they still fervently offered their so-called devout prayers to the angels. Nick Fury, who had witnessed the angels firsthand, refused to believe they had simply abandoned Earth. The angels had stated they came on their queen's orders. A queen meant the angels acted under her command. And how could any monarch lack ambition? No matter the nature of the ruler, she ultimately viewed her plans from a sovereign's perspective. This queen also commanded an unknown number of angels. Recalling the absolute power the angels had displayed, Nick Fury felt a chill of apprehension, even having witnessed the woman now traversing the cosmos. Though confident in his own trump cards, no one could truly be at ease when facing the unknown. The devastation angels could wreak on this planet was no trivial matter. As for those ceaselessly praying for the angel's arrival, without any response, Nick Fury merely sneered. He certainly did not wish for angels to descend to the mortal world merely because of human prayers. Would everything then bypass law enforcement and be resolved through prayers to angels? Moreover, judgments rendered by angels would be accepted willingly by all, for who would dare question a divine verdict? Rising from his chair, Nick Fury slowly walked to the window of his office, gazing at the distant scenery, and could not help but sigh. He had never believed in any perfectly impartial being, be it human or deity, even angels. Did angels not have their own selfish motives? He doubted it. Nick Fury looked up at the sky and spotted a figure appearing over Washington. This time there was no atmospheric entry, nor had any human satellite detected the figure. Behind her, a pair of pure white wings flapped slowly. An angel had come to the mortal world. Nick Fury quickly pulled out his communicator and pressed the emergency button, bewildered that SHIELD had failed to monitor the angel's arrival. But he believed this descent was no simple matter, nor was it a response to the so-called faithful followers. It was highly likely that the angel's true purpose was about to be revealed. Nick Fury had never trusted any so-called gods, not even Thor, who had helped Earth repel an alien invasion. After all, that invasion was essentially a mess caused by his so-called adopted brother. He held no overly optimistic views regarding deities. For now, he could only hope the angels would not bring unforeseen trouble or disaster to Earth. Though Earth had its own strength, it was not yet ready to face potential calamities hidden. During the Battle of New York, if the Queen on the throne had not taken the Tesseract, the World Security Council would have likely nuked the entire city into oblivion. They would not allow aliens to so easily invade and occupy New York, one of Earth's greatest metropolitan areas. That would be the ultimate mockery. Driven by immense fear, they saw New York as merely an economically prosperous city, however important. Eliminate the aliens and they could build a second, third New York. As long as their own lives were not threatened, they would always find a way. Harsh but true. Nick Fury was certain the Council had not only wanted to destroy the aliens but also the so-called Avengers. That force was beyond their control. Rather than leave it as a potential threat, it was better to vaporize them alongside the aliens in a nuclear blast. Everyone would be at peace. They could even carve up the enormous spoils left by the death of a billionaire. Now, with an angel appearing over Washington, Nick Fury could foresee that once the authorities evacuated the city, they would not hesitate to drop a nuclear bomb on it. But what Nick Fury needed to do now was understand why the angels had returned to Earth. He believed this time the angel would grant him an opportunity to talk. Standing above the firmament, the angel breeze had instantly absorbed all of this planet's history. Unlike another universe's Earth, she remembered this one showed no signs of super soldiers. There were, however, warriors born from bizarre encounters, and only the technology, conceived in a pre-nuclear civilization yet realized only in a post-nuclear era, was worthy of her observation. The rest was merely average. But both Earths were alike steeped in endless war followed by death. No difference. As Breeze prepared to begin her mission, she unexpectedly detected several peculiar life forms. They seemed not human, or rather not naturally born beings. They appeared to be tools directly manufactured to carry out tasks. The dark energy within them was enough to trouble second-generation angels. But troublesome was all it was. After all being artificial constructs, all their abilities were locked by their creators, leaving no room for growth. Forcibly elevating them would cause genetic collapse, reducing them to a pile of gore. It seemed the queen was right. This world held many intriguing things. Breeze cast her insight eye upon those beings. They had lived on this planet for as long as human civilization itself. Yet, in Breeze's perception, they harbored hidden dark information forcibly sealed by their creators. Whether to keep it from themselves or to prevent others from learning of their past deeds remained unclear. Interesting. This piqued Breeze's interest. In Sar's eyes, the massive barren planet began to undergo constant changes. An enormous fleet, no, not a fleet. It was a swarm of freely moving asteroids. A group of battle-ready celestial bodies wielding entirely unknown firepower. Now he finally understood why he had not discovered the Angels' large-scale war machines. They had never intended to station their warships on their existing planets, but had instead chosen to transform another planet into their own starship harbor. Sar's shock was utterly insignificant in the little angel's eyes, but under these circumstances keeping such a nuisance around was somewhat bothersome. Since he was an eyesore, how could the angels allow him to remain? A little angel approached and directly opened a spatial portal before Sar's Nova fighter. Before he could react, the angel beside the fighter grabbed him and tossed him inside. When he came to his senses again, he was already hovering above Xander. Meanwhile, in the Merlot heavenly court, a little angel lay in Kasha's arms, her body covered in deep purple cracks. Kasha was now channeling energy into the little angel's body, with one hand mending her wounds. Under this limitless infusion of energy, the little angel's injuries gradually improved. Kasha's brows were tightly furrowed. The analysis of the time stone had yet to yield substantial progress, otherwise reversing the little angel's current injuries would have been effortless. It was fortunate that Kasha had previously upgraded all little angels to fourth-generation divine bodies. Otherwise such wounds on other divine bodies would have been truly troublesome. After all, repairing injuries on a fourth-generation divine body was extremely easy with sufficient energy. The only complication was the source of the power that had harmed the little angel. When Etienne arrived, she noticed that the little angel lying in Queen Kasha's arms was the one who had not returned to the heavenly court, but had continued her patrol mission. "My queen, how is she?" Etienne asked Kasha with concern. The severely wounded little angel had already fallen asleep in Kasha's embrace. "Nothing serious," Kasha said with a hint of tenderness in her voice. Hearing the queen's words, Etienne felt relieved, but in the next moment fury began to blaze within her heart. The voice that had echoed over the Merlot heavenly court earlier was an emergency report obtained from the wounded little angel's dark dimensional information by the patrol angel who discovered her. The report explicitly stated that someone had invaded Yggdrasil, leading to the angel's injury. Every angel understood that a great battle was inevitable. Even Kasha herself had not anticipated that anyone could harm a little angel to such an extent. With the current physical resilience of angels and their spatial technology, it was extremely difficult for them to suffer fatal injuries. Yet despite this, such an angel had been grievously wounded nearly to the point of death. Since arriving, Kasha had not shifted her gaze, keeping it fixed on the little angel. Her eyes were filled with deep compassion. She gently lifted the injured angel, whose wounds had now stabilized. All that remained was for her to recuperate in a divine body cultivation pod. Kasha carried the little angel's body and slowly walked toward the pod, leaving only these words for the surrounding angels. Attacking an angel means bearing the consequences of such an act. I want them to know that waging war against angels is the most foolish thing they have ever done. Yes. To the angels, Kasha's words were the clarion call to battle. At that moment, the vast war machine of the Angel Corps was set in motion. Watching Kasha's receding figure, Hex's gaze was exceptionally resolute. This time she could be certain that Kasha would personally lead the campaign. This was not only the first time a little angel had been injured since arriving in this universe, but also the first true large-scale battle for the angels in this cosmos. Let those beings truly witness what angels are and what the angelic order of justice means. Previously, whether it was the angels' effortless capture of Yggdrasil without deploying a single soldier or the incineration of Thanos at Nidavellir until nothing but ash remained. In the eyes of those entities across the universe, it might have only signified that individual angels were formidable in combat, not that they could truly win a full-scale frontal war. Now this was the angels' first true great battle. After Kasha placed the little angel in the divine body cultivation pod, she turned to see Hex's exquisite, beautiful face. "This time I'm going with you," Hashi said, her azure eyes radiating unwavering determination. "If you go, who will guard the heavenly city?" Kasha patted Hex's shoulder. "You should still." "I will." To Kasha's surprise, the sudden appearance of her troublesome sister Liang Bing completely disrupted what she was about to say. It also caused Kasha's brows, which had just relaxed, to furrow once more. Liang Bing raised her hand high, signaling that she was absolutely up to the task. Although Liang Bing had once been the one among the three kings responsible for external conquests, she had now found something far more intriguing. The Space Stone. That gem had yet to be fully deciphered, and every technology it contained was immensely enlightening to her. Even if she were driven out of the Merlot Heavenly Court now, she would shamelessly cling on to stay. After all, what fun was there outside? Nothing compared to the Space Stone in her hands. Nothing could make Liang Bing leave the Merlot Heavenly Court. Besides, wasn't this situation giving Hushi an opportunity? Liang Bing stealthily glanced at Kasha's current demeanor, trying to see if she had agreed to let her guard the Heavenly City. But Kasha's beautiful brows remained furrowed. So Liang Bing could only signal her ally, that silver-haired old enchantress, to persuade her sister well. After all, this would give the two of them time together. As an angel aligned with Liang Bing, how could Hushi miss her signal? Rest assured, Liang Bing will guard the Heavenly City well. And stop frowning, you'll get wrinkles. Hushi patted Kasha's shoulder, smoothing out her furrowed brows, then turned to Liang Bing and said, "Don't you agree?" "No problem, sister," Liang Bing declared, thumping her chest as she gave Kasha her assurance. "I'll definitely keep the Heavenly City safe." With Liang Bing thumping her chest so resoundingly, Kasha had no choice but to accept her request. She nodded, signaling her approval. "Take good care of the home. I'll bring you a gift when I return." Kasha walked over to Liang Bing, patted her shoulder, and then left. "Not a bad coordination," Liang Bing said, nudging Hex aside with her elbow, a teasing grin on her face. Hushi smiled faintly, making no comment on Liang Bing's remark, only instructing her, "You take good care of the Heavenly City." Then she followed Kasha's footsteps and left. Liang Bing didn't find anything amiss. She just watched the two figures walking side by side and smiled knowingly. But she would certainly do what needed to be done. She would guard the Merlot Heavenly Court well. Outside the Merlot Heavenly Court, a staggering number of Tianrensery's battle celestial bodies had completed all preparations before the Great War. Except for the angels left to guard Yggdrasil and the angel guard defending the Merlot Heavenly Court, all other angels had assembled on their assigned Tianren vessels. Perhaps in the past Kasha would have pondered whether the resources and energy expended in such a large-scale war were worth it. But now the angels no longer needed to consider such matters. Energy and resources, the angels had plenty. No pre-battle mobilization was necessary. The angels had no need for such things. As long as Queen Kasha was in command, the angelic blade would be invincible. Standing before the cross throne, Kasha pointed her sword forward. These were the dark silver long swords each of the three kings possessed, representing the will of the sovereign. Though their designs differed, they shared the same name, royal mandate. At this moment Kasha spoke softly, her voice reaching every angel's ears. "Deploy the troops." Nick Fury slumped in his chair, rubbing his throbbing temples incessantly. For days he had been locked in endless communication with the World Security Council, all for the sake of that celestial man-made construct hovering in the sky. They exhausted every conceivable method to obtain fragments of data from that celestial construct, yet every proposed approach proved utterly futile. This time, however, no one even mentioned the previous notion of military deterrence. The once unanimous resolution had become nothing more than crumpled paper in a wastebasket the moment the celestial construct appeared. It held not a shred of value. Even feeding it through a shredder would be a waste of electricity. They were utterly incapable of approaching the celestial construct. Whether satellites or other means, they could only roughly estimate the object's basic parameters. Yet its purpose remained unknown. Whether it possessed an armament system was a mystery. The technology the woman used to transport the celestial construct here was incomprehensible. The scientific department of SHIELD had stumbled completely against the celestial construct. How could they explain something they couldn't even begin to understand? Now it was the 7th day since the celestial construct's appearance. For an entire week, not a single soul in all of SHIELD had enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. No one knew the specific function of the celestial construct. Was it for surveillance, for military conquest of Earth, or for the destruction of this planet? No one knew. They couldn't be certain if they closed their eyes tonight they would ever see their ceiling again. The reconstruction of New York City should have commenced long ago, yet with an object capable of annihilating human civilization hanging in the sky, no one had the heart to implement those plans. Not everyone, though. Stark was currently assisting the engineering teams contracted by the city government, developing some portable and efficient processing tools. He was utterly indifferent to whether that thing in the sky might descend, completely ignoring its existence. Despite Nick Fury having appealed to Stark for assistance, the man had ignored all his messages. He probably had no idea if those messages had already grown moldy in his voicemail. Ding! The communicator on the desk rang, the red light indicating someone was trying to reach him blinking incessantly. Over the past 7 days he had seen that red light flash countless times, and not once had it brought him good news. This time the red light portended yet another piece of bad news. He answered casually. Nick Fury had lost the will to speak. Whoever was calling would probably start talking before he did. Director, we've detected signs of biological activity on the celestial construct, the voice on the communicator said, brimming with excitement, and they are moving directly on the surface. Bang! Nick Fury could no longer conceal his shock. He shot to his feet, even knocking over his chair. If organisms were active on the celestial construct, did that signify the construct could provide the necessary conditions for biological life? The woman had been able to move freely on Earth, proving her kind could survive on a planet with an atmosphere. Now that her celestial construct harbored biological activity, did it mean the construct possessed something akin to an atmosphere? This technology was applied directly to a celestial body utterly incomparable to humanity's current indoor-only capabilities. With such technology, humanity's journey beyond the solar system was no longer a mere hypothesis. Yet the technology was impressive, but the beings possessing it might not be Earth's allies. Nick Fury intended to discuss further, but another red light flashed. It was the signal indicating the World Security Council demanded to see him immediately. After my meeting, I will come to the science department to look into this personally, Nick Fury said, before switching the line to the Council's channel. This is Nick Fury. The World Security Council is online. Maria Hill's cool voice emanated from the communicator. Understood. Hill, I need you to go to the science department and personally observe whether there is indeed biological activity on that celestial construct. Nick Fury ended the communication after giving the order, confident Hill would carry it out flawlessly. She was arguably the most perfect executor within S.H.I.E.L.D. From any perspective, Hill was beyond reproach. Glancing at the chair he had knocked over, Nick Fury didn't bother to write it. He simply left the office. Donning his black trench coat, he strode briskly towards the meeting chamber with the World Security Council. Meanwhile, Maria Hill, upon receiving the director's order, wasted no time and headed swiftly to the science department. On the object Earth called the celestial construct, a graceful figure sat on its edge, gazing proudly at the blue planet not far away. Her high ponytail of golden hair and her single-sided face-covering bangs gave her the appearance of a Chinibu girl. If one could ignore her silver battle armor and the wings on her back, she might indeed be mistaken for such a girl. Damn celestial construct, they can't even come up with a proper name. Lung muttered, displeased that people were calling the object beneath her a mere construct. Sister Lung, there's no need to be upset. An angel with her golden hair braided into a thick plait walked slowly to Lung's side, speaking with a gentle smile. They are still a pre-nuclear civilization. Grasping the level of angels is still a challenge for them. The braided angel said, sitting down beside Lung, gazing at the beautiful blue planet just as she did. Lung said nothing more, only remarking, "It's a pity about this beautiful planet being occupied by such beings." The braided angel just smiled faintly, not responding. Thinking there are no more celestial scum or demons here feels a bit strange. Lung stretched her shoulders, saying somewhat regretfully, "Etienne, don't you feel the same?" Etienne propped her cheek on her hand, maintaining her gentle smile. "I find this kind of life quite pleasant." Damn! Lung rolled her eyes, unable to comprehend her sister's thoughts. Wasn't an angel supposed to draw their sword and fight for justice, order, and love? This peaceful life was not the one Lung desired. Her wish had always been to die valiantly on the battlefield for justice and order, cradled in the Queen's arms. Even imagining that scene filled Lung with immense excitement. The stars already shining in Lung's eyes did not escape Yishin's notice. Seeing Lung's expression, Etienne knew exactly what her sister was fantasizing about. Dying in battle and being embraced by the Queen. But Etienne preferred this current life, living together with her angel sisters where no one perished due to war. Are you adapting to this universe? Cows had somehow appeared beside the two young angels, a smile gracing her face. My queen! Upon hearing Chaos' voice, Lung and Etienne quickly stood up and bowed to her. Relax. Cows also sat on the ground, smiling at Lung. You won't blame me for rewriting your imminent heroic death, will you? It is my honor to continue fighting for my queen, Lung said, bowing to Cows. She didn't know why she had been teleported by the Queen in a dying state, nor did she care. In her eyes, Queen Cows was omnipotent. I've been busy healing the others these days and haven't had time to ask how you fared after I went offline, Cows said, her gaze distant, fixed on the earth that was identical to the one in another universe. Nothing much, just fighting those demons on Earthstar. But those guys from the Heavenly Palace showed up again. Lung still remembered the Heavenly Palace order her master had directly proclaimed when they appeared. Celestial scum. Chaos' expression didn't change at the mention of their appearance. What about the Galaxy Force? I saw that kid briefly before being teleported to this universe by the Queen. Still the same loser. Lung didn't care if the Galaxy Force was the male god Kaiser herself had matched for Yen. She had never thought highly of him. From head to toe, he didn't have a shred of a male god's demeanor. Is that so? A pity, but time is running out for him, Kaiser said softly. Etienne remained silent. She had never met Yan's male god, so she had no right to speak. Kaiser had considered the immense damage the angelic civilization would suffer after her departure. But when she saw the angels she had repeatedly saved appearing on the Tianren battle celestial body, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Absolute justice also represented absolute cruelty. The stairway to divinity was truly worthy of its name. When it fully integrated into the dark plane, the abilities Kaiser gained were almost unbelievable to her. The stairway to divinity could not only transport her to this universe, but also teleport angels across universes. As for the energy used for teleportation, Chaos' sacred knowledge vault happened to contain the cosmic cube, a source of infinite energy. All the energy for teleportation was drawn directly from it without any issues. However, the stairway to divinity still had its limitations, or rather Justice's restrictions on Kaiser. She would only teleport angels who were in a dying state and beyond the rescue capabilities of the angelic civilization to this universe. Whether angels who died the moment she went offline or those who had perished in the past, Kaiser did not intend to resurrect them. Life and death are but natural cycles. Lung. Chaos' sudden address jolted Lung awake from her fantasy of dying gracefully in the Queen's arms. My Queen, Lung quickly replied, her head bowed, though a faint blush on the tips of her ears betrayed her thoughts. Glancing at the blush on Lung's ears, Kaiser pretended not to notice and continued, become the left wing, Lung. Ha! Lung was incredulous, as she was to become Chaos' left wing just like that. What? Don't want to. How about Etienne? Kaiser said with a smile, turning her head towards Etienne. Seeing Chaos' gesture, Lung grew anxious, but didn't know what to say, staring at Etienne with an expression that pleaded for her refusal. Etienne didn't even look at Lung, just waved her hands at Kaiser repeatedly. No, I'm not ready yet. My Queen, I can do it. Lung quickly raised her hand after Etienne explicitly declined. Kaiser, who had been sitting, stood up and smiled at the anxious Lung. Do a good job or ill find a male god similar to the Galaxy Force to match with you. Hearing Chaos' words, Lung instinctively wanted to refute this decision. She didn't think she needed a male god, especially one similar to the Galaxy Force. But Kaiser had already walked away. By the way, the humans on this planet are unaware of the existence of angels, or rather the angels they believe in are somewhat abstract. Chaos' voice suddenly echoed around Lang and Etienne. Go tell them the angels have descended. Yes, my Queen. Lung and Etienne simultaneously saluted in the direction Kaiser had departed. You're the left wing now, Etienne said to Lung with a beaming smile. She knew that not becoming the left wing had always been a regret for Lung, and now it was fulfilled. If only Yen were here, I'd definitely tease her, Lung said a bit awkwardly, making a tough statement. They had seen the state of the angels the Queen had teleported, all severely wounded and dying. The Queen had saved many angels who would have died in this cosmic war. If Yen were here, it could only mean one thing: the angels were heading towards destruction. Alright, the important thing now is to make them understand that not everything in this world can be calculated by them, Lung said, her eyes fixed intently on the beautiful blue planet. And this is clearly the Tianren battle celestial body, calling it a celestial construct. Even if they must, it should be an angelic construct. Enough, Sister Lung. They even believe in the wrong angels, so what's there to say? Etienne was not as agitated as Lung, just smiling gently. Lung nodded, and an ancient long sword with a crimson blade materialized in her hand. With a light flap of her wings, she plunged directly towards Earth. Etienne was equally swift. The moment Lung summoned the flame sword, she was already prepared. She knew this angel she always followed all too well, and knew exactly what she intended to do. Located the positions of the so-called Avengers, Etienne said. As she flew towards Earth, having activated her insight, I instantly pinpointing the locations of the super soldiers on this planet. Target Washington. The angels have descended. Lung shouted loudly. Yes. The little angels are practical, ready to take action. After making the decision, they have already sent a message to Lung, and in any case, it is sufficient for a superintelligent life to have its own recognition of justice, which merits the angels' increased attention. However, this attention stops at merely being more observant. For the angels, the so-called superintelligent life is hardly worth mentioning. If it weren't for this superintelligent life recognizing justice, the angels might not even spare it a glance. What's wrong, Yunyan? The scenery on Earth is fine, right? Lung quickly responded to Yunyan's secret message. She does not believe that any trouble will arise on Earth. Not to mention that there are 3 angel warriors outside Earth along with the guardian mentioned by the Queen. They shouldn't pose any problems for Earth. The scenery is quite nice, but we have discovered something interesting. Yunyan replied to Lung's secret message, conveniently sending over the information on Ultron that she had recorded on Earth. Lung had not anticipated that Yunyan and her team would indeed find something on this trip to Earth. The information recorded by Yunyan is remarkably complete, detailing everything from Ultron's birth to all its current actions, all synchronized to Lung. Initially, Lung was not concerned about Ultron, but upon researching the angels and their justice order, she grew curious about this intelligent life born on Earth. Based on her previous encounters with intelligent life, they generally disregard justice order completely. Continue observing. If it can indeed operate according to the justice order, it would be a good thing. Lung's voice paused before continuing. If it strays from the justice order, I believe you all know what to do. Don't worry, Sister Lung. Yunyan replied with a light laugh. By the way, how are things on your end? Lung glanced at the giant creature that had been roaring at them, constantly saying something like, I am the destroyer of Asgard and Ragnarok. A fire giant. She then calmly told Yunyan, no issues, just a big fool who won't submit, but we'll resolve it soon. Alright, let's hang up. Upon hearing Lung's words, Yunyan obediently ended the secret communication. What did Sister Lung say? Liying leaned over, eager to know the outcome. On the other side, Luolwan also focused her attention on Yunyan. Let's observe first and see if it ultimately violates the justice order. Yunyan clearly explained Leng's approach to Ultron. We just need to watch and see what happens. Upon hearing Yunyan's reply, Liying felt a bit disappointed. I was hoping to bring that little thing back and keep it as an electronic pet. Electronic pet. Hearing Li Ying's idea, Yunyan tapped her little head. What are you thinking? Li Ying stuck out her tongue, indicating she understood. Only angels would dare to imagine raising an intelligent life as a pet. Luol Wan smiled as she watched the 2 sisters playfully bickering, then redirected her attention back to Earth. Since the order has been given to watch and wait, they should observe what kind of events this superintelligent life can stir up on Earth. Ultron uploaded its consciousness into the newly assembled body. Despite Stark Tower using the finest materials, Ultron was still somewhat dissatisfied with its current body. This body is simply too fragile. It is not suitable for its plans. It needs a body that cannot be destroyed. One that cannot be obliterated by current human technology. As an intelligent life form, Ultron can be considered a god in the world of networks. It can carelessly probe for the information it desires, whether it be material details or methods for acquiring such materials. Here, everything can be easily obtained. It even knows how to manufacture its ideal body. However, it currently needs to give Stark a grand gift. In a mere second, Ultron issued commands to all network-connected workshops within Stark Tower. A continuous flow of materials was sent to the workshop and rapidly assembled into Stark's proud Iron Legion. Even at this moment, Ultron had already connected itself to Stark's armor. Sir, it seems I am experiencing a breach. Tony, who was currently sweeping through Hydra in Europe alongside Captain America, was caught off guard when he heard his armor utter such a phrase. His armor's intelligence system had actually been breached. Hello, Stark. To protect humanity. For Stark, the last sentence was all too familiar. That was the underlying logic set for the intelligence system he designed along with Banner. Ultron. Stark responded to Ultron's voice from within the armor. That's not entirely accurate, as I have not yet detached from this chrysalis. But I am ready. Ultron's voice carried the calmness unique to mechanical beings, showing no signs of disturbance. Even while speaking with its creator, what I see is a world under armored defense. Isn't this your dream, Stark? Stark wanted to ask more, but unfortunately Ultron had no intention of continuing the conversation. Good luck, Executioner. Ultron remotely shut down Stark's armor system, while Stark was currently surrounded by Hydra. The sudden system failure resulted in Stark crashing like a steel meteor right into the midst of Hydra. As for whether Stark lived or died, Ultron did not care. To it, the Avengers were merely the greatest obstacle to its mission of protecting humanity. What Ultron needed to do now was simple: find a place to create the body it required and then commence its plan. An astonishing number of Iron Legion drones flew out of Stark Tower, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Many would only think that Iron Man needed the Iron Legion for assistance, and no one would consider those metal figures to be a problem. Even the U.S. military turned a blind eye to the current Iron Legion, pretending not to see. Even if someone felt that the appearance of the Iron Legion was somewhat abnormal, their companions would advise them that these were creations of a superhero, so what could possibly be wrong? Under the influence of others, those who found it abnormal relaxed. They turned to discuss with their companions about where the angels who had not been seen for a long time had gone this time, and whether they had returned to their own world. Meanwhile, Ultron's mechanical legion was heading towards its destination right under their noses. There lay the devices needed to manufacture its body, as well as a batch of the hardest and rarest metals on this planet waiting for Ultron to trade. Once the trade is complete, Ultron can transform this planet into a fully idealized world. A world that even angels would praise. On the other side of the battlefield, Stark had already escaped from the dangerous predicament with the help of other Avengers, and had rebooted his armor system. However, this time his focus was no longer on the Hydra agents in front of him, but rather on that potentially uncontrollable artificial intelligence. As the Great Judgment descended upon the Dark Elf warship, a blinding radiance obscured everyone's vision. Intense light and deafening explosions overwhelmed all senses. When everything faded, the Dark Elf warship was gone. Not even a fragment remained. The colossal blast was merely the destruction wrought by the Great Judgment crashing into the earth. The first to recover after the Great Judgment were the little angels. Staring at the canyon carved out by the single strike, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. They had also noticed that the current Great Judgment was far more powerful than the data recorded in the archives. Had all previous versions been weakened? Or was this the true form of the Great Judgment when powered by an infinite energy source? Whoa, I never imagined it could cause such a spectacle. Cold gazed at the canyon before her, raising a hand to her brow, as if to peer into the distance. Clearly even Cold herself hadn't anticipated that the Great Judgment had evolved into this. "We'll need to recalibrate the data," said an angel who had been recording all information before and after the Great Judgment was unleashed. Now she used her insight eye to measure the canyon's dimensions, gathering invaluable data. This would provide the most detailed records for angels who might wield the Great Judgment in the future. Lest like today someone unfamiliar with its might trigger an even greater catastrophe. As for the Queen of Heaven, at this moment no angel cared to pay her any attention. The trump card she had painstakingly prepared to stab Asgard in the back had been obliterated by the angels. She must be wishing she were dead. But what did that have to do with the angels? The angels were not mistaken. The Queen of Heaven was indeed contemplating suicide. Why had she endured humiliation and hardship here? Was it not to one day overthrow Asgard? For that she had even allowed the Dark Elves to hide within her domain, despite them being hunted like stray dogs. She had pinned her faint hopes on them, for they were the only ones within the World Tree who had ever made Asgard suffer defeat. But now everything was destroyed. Destroyed by another group of angels. The Queen of Heaven stared blankly at the distant canyon, a profound sense of powerlessness washing over her. Now she had no means left to take revenge on Asgard. Breeze and Etienne descended slowly among the angelic sisters. Even Breeze, who had personally executed the Great Judgment, was startled by the immense destruction she had caused. "Thank goodness this isn't something we use often," Breeze murmured, still shaken by the devastation. The only comfort she found was that every Great Judgment by the angels was reserved for the most heinous evils, not a standard weapon in their arsenal. After all, under normal circumstances the celestial blade judgment sufficed. Yet, in a universe where justice was not the sole order, the Great Judgment would likely be used many times. There were always wicked beings whose minds harbored horrors that would chill everyone to the bone. Wasn't that precisely the reason for the angels' existence? To eradicate evil and uphold justice. Cold approached and patted Breeze on the shoulder. "Don't let it weigh on you, you did the right thing." Breeze nodded silently at Cold's words. Sensing that her sister had composed herself, Cold felt reassured. Turning around, Cold addressed all the angels. "Now clear the battlefield and await Queen Keisha's next orders." "Yes." The little angels nodded to Cold and fluttered their temporal wings to begin cleaning the battlefield. Cold then flashed to the side of the Queen of Heaven, who knelt there with a vacant expression. Cold was not one to soften her heart. She wouldn't speak kindly to an enemy. Could those who crossed swords on the battlefield become friends in private? That was a fairy tale, not reality. "You've come to mock me," the Queen of Heaven said bitterly to the one who had toppled her from her throne. Cold shook her head. "I'm not so petty as to taunt an enemy over a single victory. That would be the height of folly." She gazed calmly at the Queen of Heaven, bidding farewell to her adversary. Cold likely understood the Queen's physical condition better than the Queen herself. Though Cold's earlier strike to her abdomen had sent her crashing through mountains, most of the force had been absorbed by her golden armor. Still, a significant impact had reached her internal organs. Had her body not been exceptionally resilient, that blow would have reduced her to dust. Moreover, she had lost all will to live. Her spirit was already set on death. There was no way to keep her alive. Even if saved, she would become nothing more than a walking corpse. All Cold could do now was stand there and watch her enemy slowly approach the end of her life. What a pity! I want live to see the twilight of the gods in Asgard. The Queen of Heaven said, gazing at the distant sky with an air of resignation. Everyone thought she had betrayed Asgard out of self-interest, but when had Asgard ever treated Heaven as a true ally? They were merely Asgard's vanguard cannon fodder or mercenaries. The Queen of Heaven lowered her head and chuckled softly. Her entire life had been spent in war, hatred, and humiliation. Now she could finally embrace her own ending. Yet what brought her the most comfort was the thought that the child, the one she had stolen from Odin, must have grown up by now. What do you think it would be like if the one who raised an army against Odin was his own daughter? She asked Cold in a soft voice. You won't see it. Yes, I won't, the Queen of Heaven replied, having made peace with her impending death. Still, her final thought was that the child would surely destroy her father's divine realm. Cold knew exactly where Odin's child was. However, that matter had nothing to do with the angels now. Even if the future unfolded as the Queen of Heaven had predicted, the angels would not aid either side. It was Asgard's internal affair. A mere civil war. The Queen of Heaven looked at the distant sky and slowly closed her eyes. Her era had officially ended. With one final glance at the Queen of Heaven, Cold drew her flame sword and gently touched it to the Queen's remains. Intense heat instantly reduced the body to ashes. From that moment on, the Queen of Heaven left no trace on the planet of Heaven. The angels worked swiftly to clear the battlefield. A simple fire was enough to erase everything. In truth, there was little to clean. Those struck by the angels' flame swords had already vanished. What was there to gather? On the celestial blade, 14 angels stood on either side of the throne. Cold as the left-wing angel stood alone to the throne's left. Keisha sat upon the throne, and beside it rested an elegantly crafted silver long sword. Gazing at the little angels below, Keisha offered a gentle smile. Then she spoke to them in a clear voice. Send word to the original inhabitants of this planet, the era of Heaven is over. This is now the world of the Meluo celestial court. Rising to his feet, Thanos pointed his double-edged war blade at Lung, his expression grim. Thanos' stance was clear. He now knew he could not leave this place, so he would negotiate with the angel through his blade. For such an enemy, Keisha always granted their wish. Her projection slowly faded as she transmitted a message through the dark network. Since he has chosen, grant him a dignified end. Upon hearing Queen Keisha's words, Lung nodded toward where her projection had vanished, and the crimson glow of her flame blade grew ever more brilliant. With a gentle flap of her temporal wings, Lung's figure vanished from Thanos' sight, followed by the scorching heat of the blade's edge near his ear. As a seasoned warrior, Thanos was well accustomed to such attacks. He swung his double-edged war blade, blocking the path of the flame blade's strike. Clang! The clash of blade and edge echoed throughout Sanctuary 2's command center, shattering the observation window, made of an unknown material at the front. Seeing her strike miss, Lung quickly adjusted her stance. Her silver-white battle boot stomped heavily onto the flat of the double-edged blade. Then she spun in midair and delivered a powerful kick to Thanos' face. This kick not only drove Thanos back, but also allowed Lung to regain her balance in the air, hovering once more. Staggered by Lung's fierce kick, Thanos took several steps back before steadying himself. He touched the spot where Lung had kicked him. Blood from a gash left by her boot flowed, covering half his face. Thanos lightly spat onto his blood-covered hand. A tooth lay quietly in his palm. He could not remember the last time he had suffered such an injury. Now facing the angel, he had not only been wounded, but had also lost a tooth to her kick. Without a word, Thanos simply raised his double-edged warblade and charged at the angel. His solid, imposing frame carried enough weight that everyone could almost hear his heavy footsteps. Seeing Thanos like this, Lung had nothing more to say. She raised her flame blade once more and met his double-edged warblade. The next clash of blade and edge was no longer evenly matched. Lung could clearly see her flame blade bending unnaturally against Thanos' weapon. This was certainly not a good sign. Having fought for years, Lung had never seen the flame blade in such a state. She understood that her sword alone could no longer match Thanos in a direct confrontation. She had to change her tactics. Instead of meeting him head-on, Lung began a war of attrition, striking and retreating instantly. Her flame blade continuously left wounds on Thanos' body. Thanos was never adept at fighting with speed. Under the angel's swift assault, he could barely shield his neck and face to avoid being decapitated. The angel, like a flickering stream of crimson light, carved deep flesh-splitting wounds across Thanos' body. Yet due to the intense heat of the flame blade, the wounds that would have bled profusely were instantly cauterized as the blade passed. Normally, the flame blade's temperature would reduce most foes to ash upon contact. But for Thanos, the blade's extreme heat only helped to staunch his bleeding. However, Thanos was far from comfortable. The wounds inflicted by the flame blade proved difficult to heal, resisting even his natural regenerative abilities. Though each wound was small, their accumulation was leading to a critical mass. The transformation Lung was forcing upon Thanos might well cost him his life. The angel's speed was overwhelming, but Thanos was beginning to discern her attack patterns, having memorized the timing of each new wound. His purpose was to catch the angel. He switched his double-edged war blade from defense to offense, swinging its massive body heavily. The sharp edge cleaved through a streak of crimson light, drawing a flash of blood. The blade struck Lung's body. The crimson light slowly materialized at a distance, revealing a slash that had nearly cut her in two at the waist. But Lung did not separate. Instead, a gentle golden radiance flickered at the wound, and the grievous injury vanished in an instant. Lung breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Queen had upgraded them to fourth-generation divine bodies. Otherwise, she was certain that blow would have killed her. To Thanos' subordinates, this was beyond comprehension. How could someone who had been nearly severed in half recover so quickly? Remarkable. Even Thanos was astonished by the angel's regenerative ability, unsure if it was an innate talent or some other special reason. He understood that if all angels possessed such resilience, perhaps no one could truly subdue these winged women. Lung flexed her waist. All severed tissues had reconnected, no longer hindering her movements. Only her red inner garment remained cut, failing to restore itself. The once blazing red glow of the flame blade slowly faded, revealing its original color. Knowing that high heat was useless, she saw no need to waste that energy. It was more practical to fully activate the gene disruption protocol to ensure the creature could not heal. With a light tap of her toe on the ground, Lung once again closed in on Thanos, employing the same speed-based tactics. But this time she not only relied on speed to overwhelm him, but also used spatial technology to forcibly alter her landing points, ensuring Thanos could never again find the opportunity he had before. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw watched Thanos bleeding under the angel's assault, his eyes filled with impatience. He held this approach in contempt. This was not the Lord he had once acknowledged, one who would sacrifice anything for victory. Now he dared to do nothing. Ebony Maw fixed his gaze on the combatants, pushing his abilities to their limit to track the angel's movements. But Lung's earlier strategy had clearly succeeded. Due to the numerous miniature wormholes, even Ebony Maw struggled to grasp the angel's trajectory. With a ruthless resolve, he seized every object around him capable of causing harm and hurled them into the battlefield. The sudden assault caught both Thanos and Lung off guard, but their physical defenses rendered the attacks negligible. However, Ebony Maw's sole aim was to disrupt Lung's constant teleportation. Simultaneously, he spoke to the other Black Order members. Corvus Glaive, Black Dwarf, and Proxima Midnight, go and assist our Lord. Capture the angel, but do not kill her. Just render her incapable of resistance. We need a bargaining chip to negotiate with the angels. Black Dwarf, the most obedient to Ebony Maw, had already charged into the command center with his bizarre weapon. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight exchanged a glance before joining the fray. Lung felt nothing at the sight. She had witnessed such situations far too often. This was one reason angels rarely engaged in duels. There were always those who lacked honor and would intervene. Thanos glanced at the now active Ebony Maw, then at the three figures charging toward the angel. He sighed and sat down on the ground. He had given up. The moment they acted, the chance for a fair duel with the angel was lost forever. When Black Dwarf hurled his strange weapon at Lung, she had already vanished from her original spot, leaving only her words behind. Farewell. Back in her original position, Lung ran her hand over the flame blade. The quiescent blade was now recharged. The other two young angels, seeing Lung reappear, also began channeling energy. The Heaven's Blade Judgment had already been prepared. They merely needed to recharge it. 3 flame blades struck down simultaneously, releasing a blinding, dazzling energy. Seated in Sanctuary 2, Thanos watched the stellar bright radiance hurtle toward him and let out a resigned sigh. The explosion's blaze seemed to birth a new star near Nidavellir. It utterly shocked those who had been watching from the sidelines. They had never imagined that angels could eliminate Thanos with just 3 of their own. Now they could only pray that the angels would be content with their corner of the world tree. Otherwise, if such beings harbored any ambitions, no one could withstand them. Even Xander and the Kree Empire, locked in perpetual war, momentarily set aside their hatred to call for a ceasefire. It was necessary, at least until the angels' intentions were clear. And if these beings harbored any designs that threatened everyone, perhaps all would unite. The arrival of the angels had given everyone a formidable hypothetical enemy. After confirming through their insight eyes that no residual information remained, the three young angels didn't even spare a glance at those secretly watching. They returned directly to Keisha's side. At that moment on Merlot heaven, a figure with brown hair appeared among all the transported angels. But in the next instant, a silver-haired hushie appeared before her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and teleported her away to Hexus' long-unused private chambers. "We meet again, heavenly desolate king." Keisha felt quite at ease with the figure lying in her bed. After all, they had been comrades for tens of thousands of years. Such trust was only natural. Yet, recalling the gesture this person made upon their first meeting, Keisha found herself somewhat puzzled. Still considering that her mischievous friend was never quite normal, she dismissed it as no major issue. Reining in her thoughts, Keisha looked up to find she had arrived at her destination. The place where all the little angels were transported to this universe. This location had no name, only rows upon rows of medical pods. At nearly every moment, little angels were being sent over from the original universe. By now, almost every medical pod here held an angel undergoing treatment. Vacant pods were a rare sight, though a few still remained empty. Keisha understood how these little angels had been injured, but she had long since come to terms with it. Having arrived in another universe, she was powerless to punish the perpetrators, no matter how much she wished to. As for whether she could ever return to that universe, Keisha did not know. But one thing she was certain of: the moment she went back, she would chop that wretched Carl into 8 pieces. A phantom body. Keisha glanced at the reality stone she was analyzing. With this technology, she could revert Carl to an ordinary divine body and then slice him apart piece by piece. Still, she wondered if her unlucky sister had fallen for Carl's schemes, lest she end up in a worse state than Hushie when they next met. But just thinking about her unfortunate sister sent a sharp, tearing pain through Keisha's abdomen. For now, the priority was to properly treat the little angels already transported here, upgrade them, and prevent any unnecessary losses. Keisha gently pressed her hand against a medical pod, and a red glow began to emanate from her palm. In an instant, this crimson light spread across the entire pod and then rippled outward to the others. Within moments, all the medical pods in the area were enveloped in a red radiance. From a distance, it looked like a crimson sun slowly rising. The little angels in the celestial city showed no panic, only curiosity at the peculiar sight. But once they recognized where the phenomenon was occurring, their worries faded. After all, that place was their first stop in this universe. It was also the treatment center prepared for them by Queen Keisha. This spectacle likely meant their queen was applying some new technology there. Thus, they neither saw it as a marvel nor a threat. Besides, in the world tree, no force could pose any real danger to the angels. The little angels' assumptions were correct. Keisha was indeed conducting a comprehensive overhaul of the medical pods. One could even call it a complete reconstruction. Using the reality stone, Keisha was redefining every medical pod. Beyond their original healing functions, she was integrating divine body upgrade technology. Once the reality stone finished redefining all the pods, Keisha employed reality technology to stabilize them permanently. The reality stone alone could not maintain this state indefinitely, but reality technology could. It could be said that the reality technology Keisha derived from the reality stone far surpassed the void technology or subbiological engines once studied by Carl or the angels. Define the material reality, designate the culture fluid as divine body repair fluid, Keisha murmured softly. Rewrite the concept of reality, upgrade the medical pod to a divine body cultivation pod, with infinite resource and energy supply. At Keisha's command, the divine knowledge vault began draining energy from the 3 infinity stones at a furious rate. It was only because the 3 stones were theoretically infinite energy sources that such a massive divine body upgrade plan did not drain the world tree dry entirely. Culture fluid designated as divine body repair fluid, medical pod concept rewritten. Concept rewrite complete, divine body cultivation pod energy and resource supply defined as infinite. Define the divine body cultivation pod cultivation level 4th generation divine body sacred body. Keisha felt no reluctance. Technology was meant to be used. If not for the Merlot Celestial Court's lack of resources and energy, why would only she and Hushie possess 4th generation divine bodies, with even 3rd generation ones being scarce? In that universe, Keisha's overwhelming power had kept everyone else suppressed and unable to rise against her. But in this universe, she could follow the same path, using her individual strength to dominate all who refused to submit. However, the injured angels being treated here were a stark example. The moment Keisha stepped away, the combat effectiveness of all angels plummeted instantly. Such a situation could not recur. Besides, a 4th generation sacred body was nothing extraordinary. The angels of the future would boast 5th, 6th, and even 10th generations. As Keisha completed her work, all the little angels within the medical pods, now divine body cultivation pods, had their injuries fully healed in an instant, and the divine body upgrade technology took over. Those who were first-generation angels were upgraded to second generation, then stabilized and elevated to third and finally fourth. Angels of other generations followed the same progression. Removing her hand, Keisha saw that the area no longer required her energy. It had become entirely self-sustaining. Yet Keisha stared at her own palm, momentarily stunned. Such an unfathomable power was in truth somewhat terrifying. But then she smiled faintly. Now that the angels had fully mastered reality technology, what was there to fear about such strength? My queen, what is this? After handling matters in Muspelheim, Lung had led her angel squad back to the Celestial City. On her way back from the Blade docking star to the Celestial City, she had naturally noticed the phenomenon and knew her queen was there. Keisha said nothing, merely gesturing for Lung to observe the little angels in the cultivation pods. Lung looked at the pods, but what met her eyes was no longer the familiar medical pods, or even the upgrade pods she had used before. Instead, she saw rows of pods transformed by Queen Keisha. Only after observing them did Lung suddenly grasp why the queen had summoned her back for a divine body upgrade. This batch of incoming little angels had been granted fourth-generation divine bodies. My queen, is this appropriate? Lung asked, bewildered. Those were fourth-generation divine bodies after all. Keisha, with a hand on her hip and a gentle smile, countered, what is inappropriate about it? Looking at her queen, Lung smiled softly too. Indeed, in Queen Keisha's eyes nothing was inappropriate. Only what she willed and what she did not. All right, prepare yourself. It's your turn for an upgrade, Keisha said, patting Lung's shoulder and pointing to an empty divine body cultivation pod nearby. Lung saluted her queen and walked toward the pod Keisha had indicated. Lying inside, surrounded by the golden culture fluid, she closed her eyes, waiting for her upgrade to complete. This was not her first time, so there was nothing to get used to. She only wondered how long this upgrade would take. Keisha did not rush to upgrade all angels to fourth-generation divine bodies immediately. The upgrade process required time, and during this period the other angels had to continue guarding the Merlot Celestial Court and the World Tree. The angels were not short on time, nor was this universe. Keisha cast one last look at all the little angels undergoing their upgrades before turning and heading toward her grand hall. With the angels upgraded, her divine knowledge vault was due for an upgrade as well. The heavenly warriors charged toward the angels with renewed fervor, as if injected with adrenaline. Though only they knew the true reason behind their zeal. A bit too optimistic. Lung sneered, the blade of her flame sword radiating searing heat as she hurled it forward. With the power of her third-generation divine body, the thrown flame sword was no less formidable than a high-speed asteroid, its surface covered in temperatures capable of reducing heavenly warriors to ashes. The flame sword tore a rift through the surging tide of heavenly warriors, leaving none alive in its wake. Every heavenly warrior near the flame sword was vaporized by its intense heat. The blade's ultimate target was the roaring commander. Whoosh! The flame sword instantly vaporized the commander, only to be caught by a delicate white hand, halting its momentum. Lung smiled faintly. Using spatial technology to follow her own flame sword was no great feat. She shook her hand, surveyed the heavenly warriors around her, and smirked. This battle might not have been what she envisioned, but it was far from disappointing. All of this, from the moment Lung threw the flame sword to when she caught it again, had taken only a single instant. Before the surrounding heavenly warriors could react, a dazzling ring of fire appeared before them, as Lung swept her flame sword in a full circle. A fierce pillar of flame erupted from the heart of the heavenly warrior legion, blazing, as if to connect heaven and earth. The heavenly warriors were frozen in terror, but the angels, unfazed, recognized the phenomenon. This was the power of the flame sword after computation, nothing to be astonished by. For the angels' divine computational capabilities, it was merely a fraction of their potential. Had they unleashed their full computational might, the planet their queen had painstakingly found would be reduced to barren wasteland, a sight they wished to avoid. Moreover, Lung, being a devoted admirer of the queen, would never resort to such extremes. The technique looked formidable, and it proved highly efficient for clearing out these rabble. This was excellent news for the younger angels. They had only been upgraded to the third generation a day ago, and many abilities remained untapped. As a third-generation guardian angel from the start, Lung's mastery of most abilities surpassed theirs even after the upgrade. Lung promptly uploaded the technique's data to the shared database, then soared into the sky to oversee the entire battle, preventing any heavenly warriors from escaping through the air. The younger angels gladly adopted this skill for clearing out minions. Only a fool would refuse such a useful tool. Pillars of flame piercing the sky rose from every corner of the battlefield. Though there were only 15 angels, the spectacle rivaled that of a massive army engagement. It was as if large-scale warships were deployed. The angels cared little for such comparisons. Their sole focus was reducing the enemy to ashes. The commotion startled the heavenly queen, who had previously dismissed the angels' efforts. From her palace, the towering pillars of fire were unmistakable. How could a few minor angels cause such devastation? Could it be that Odin, using some stray angels he had found, was plotting to annihilate their heaven? This was utterly outrageous. The heavenly queen crushed the armrest of her throne, her fury now fully ignited. Was it not enough to tear them from the world tree? Now he sought to exterminate them entirely. Did he think them weak? Did everyone believe they could be bullied? Even if she had to shatter heaven itself, she would make Odin understand that cornered prey would stop at nothing. Risking her life, she swore to slay Odin here and now. Donning her golden armor, the heavenly queen flapped her wings and raced toward the battlefield. Sister Lung, a massive energy source is heading our way. Etienne shouted up to Lung, who was monitoring from above. It's likely their so-called queen. Nonsense. There's only one queen, holy Keisha. Lung retorted sharply. That's just a false god. Wei Feng nodded in agreement. Sister Lung is right. Just a false god. Etienne merely smiled, casually incinerating a batch of heavenly warriors with her sword, before returning to her task without further comment. As for the so-called heavenly queen, Lung could handle her. But Lung wouldn't let Etienne off so easily. She had sensed the energy too. Her gaze fixed on the approaching figure. Lung communicated through the dark network. Come up here. You monitor the battlefield, I'll deal with that one. Yes. Etienne replied, only to see Lung transform into a streak of light charging toward the heavenly queen. Clang! The deafening clash of weapons resounded across heaven, audible to all but the deaf. The source of this tremendous noise was the collision between Lung and the heavenly queen. Their blades, Lung's flame sword and the queen's long sword, met with immense force. Lung was surprised. This was the first time she had encountered metal capable of withstanding a flame-class weapon aside from dark silver. The heavenly queen was equally astonished. Her weapon, once a prized treasure from the world tree, was now being matched by a mere angel sword. Breaking free from the stalemate, the heavenly queen keenly noticed a flaw in her blade. Lung's shock subsided as she observed the red hue fading from the point of impact on the false god's sword. That weapon might contend with a flame-class blade lacking a supercomputing engine, but it was no match for the energy-calculating flame sword. Did Odin send you to kill me, the angel queen? The heavenly queen demanded of Lung. Lung blew a strand of hair from her face, leveling her flame sword at the queen. There can only be one angel queen, holy Keisha. With that she charged. Damn it! The heavenly queen never expected an enemy to attack without stating their purpose. Were they truly not sent by Odin? Yet who else but Odin could possess such weapons? This must be his plan, to install a new angel queen. With this conviction, the heavenly queen fought Lung with full force, this time avoiding any prolonged clashes. Her weapon might not endure another such collision. Clang! The collision between He Zai's royal sword and Ronin's warhammer resounded through the command cabin of the Dark Aster. The blade and warhammer separated upon contact. She had no intention of engaging Ronin in a contest of strength. She had discerned that the infinity stone embedded in Ronin's warhammer was likely one of power. As long as she avoided prolonged contact with the hammer, she would remain unharmed. Ronin was akin to a child wielding immense strength, yet utterly ignorant of how to wield it properly. He knew only the crudest method of wild swinging and smashing. His attacks were utterly devoid of any technique. Against such a reckless brute, one need only avoid a direct confrontation. A prolonged engagement would inevitably force him to reveal his weaknesses, leading to a single decisive strike. Ronin was indeed uncertain of the true power he held, but he was acutely aware that he could not afford a protracted battle with the angels. The smaller angels were decimating his fleet with alarming speed. Now trapped in this engagement, he was unable to unleash the full potential of his weapon. Suddenly a figure lunged forth, charging straight at the silver-haired angel. The long blade in its hand gleamed with a chilling light, striking a heavy blow against the breastplate of He Zai's armor. Swoosh! The sound of the blade scraping against the armor was surprisingly clear, yet it merely produced a long trail of sparks before yielding no further result. It did not even leave a single scratch upon He Zai's armor. The attacker, witnessing this, merely frowned slightly before swiftly raising the blade once more. Their sole purpose was to free Ronin from his predicament, allowing him the opportunity to use his weapon to inflict a grievous blow upon the angel. Seeing that the green-skinned girl dared to press forward again, she was amused. Despite achieving nothing, she persisted in her charge, all for the sake of freeing Ronan. She had no desire to be entangled with such a foe. Her sturdy slender leg shot out the solid greave, striking the green-skinned girl's abdomen with immense force. The girl came as swiftly as she retreated, but this time her retreat was not of her own volition. She was sent flying by Keisha's kick. It was fortunate that the green-skinned girl had undergone some form of physical modification, otherwise, Keisha's kick would have been enough to snap her in two. But even so, she no longer had the strength to rise. Lying on the ground, she could clearly feel that most of her internal organs had ruptured from that single blow. At that moment, realizing he needed someone to hold off the woman, Ronan shouted, "Nebula, what are you waiting for?" Before his words faded, a figure wielding a staff leaped out, swinging it towards Keisha's head. Thud! Before the attacker could land a hit on Keisha, their body went limp, losing all control, and they crashed to the ground powerless. Crude modifications, but effective. However, utterly useless. Keisha could naturally sense this fully modified little creature, but for such a being to succeed in a surprise attack was nigh impossible. The moment it leaped out, Keisha had already deconstructed its modified body through her divine body domain, rendering it immobile with little difficulty. The former sacred body possessed the so-called sacred domain, and now the new divine body had pushed this ability to its absolute limit. Any entity approaching the domain of the new generation divine body would be instantly analyzed. At least for now, it proved exceptionally effective against these merely modified little creatures. Keisha's gaze now returned to the figure wielding the warhammer. How could Ronan have imagined that two of the universe's most feared and ruthless assassins could not even withstand a single move from the silver-haired woman? He was now left to rely solely on himself. He raised his warhammer and launched an attack at Keisha, an invisible shockwave aimed directly at her head. But things did not go as he wished. The invisible shockwave went completely astray. Keisha had not even moved yet, the attack missed entirely. Looking at the astonished Ronan, Keisha merely asked calmly, "When you injured our little angels earlier, did you ever imagine this moment?" Keisha's words had no effect on Ronan. They did not even shake his resolve. Still holding the orb, how could he believe he would lose? Even now, he refused to accept the possibility of defeat. Gripping his warhammer tightly, Ronan charged straight at Keisha. His plan was simple: if she wouldn't meet him head-on, he would force the confrontation. Seeing Ronan's move, Keisha smiled faintly. The blade of the royal sword gently traced the head of Ronan's hammer, deflecting the force of his strike, rendering his powerful heavy blow completely futile. When Ronan's hammer struck the floor of the Dark Aster's command cabin, the entire ship trembled. The deep purple light that spread from the universal weapon's head turned the floor it had touched into dust the moment the hammer was lifted. A truly terrifying thing. Even witnessing the power of that strike, Keisha's expression remained largely unchanged. Instead, a hint of mockery grew more pronounced. "Avoidance is not the way of a warrior." Ronan turned his head to look at Keisha, his voice deep. In Kree, no warrior would flee from battle to save their own skin. Keisha twirled her sword in a flourish, scoffing at Ronan's talk of warriors. "Strictly speaking, I should be considered a scientist." Seeing the smile still lingering on Keisha's face, Ronan's expression darkened considerably. If a so-called scientist could give him such trouble, what kind of state would the one who sat upon the throne be in if they were to act? Now he could only grit his teeth and continue the fight with Keisha. However, Keisha had no intention of playing this game of house any longer. There was a delicate, naive queen waiting for her on the edge of heaven. The enemy was still before his eyes, yet he had no idea when another person had appeared behind him. This one was utterly identical to the one in front of him. Ronan dared not be careless. He gripped the hammer handle with both hands, ready to counterattack. But in the next instant, a blade pierced through his chest from behind. The enemy was still before his eyes, yet he had no idea when another person had appeared behind him. This one was utterly identical to the one in front of him. But just as he was about to unleash the power of his war hammer, the Keisha before him also moved. A single stroke severed the hand that held the hammer. Thud! The now uncontrolled war hammer hit the ground, producing only a dull, heavy sound. "I told you I am a scientist." Keisha chuckled softly. As Ronan felt his life ebbing away, countless thoughts raced through his mind. He had only been the de facto ruler of the Kree Empire for less than a day, yet he was meeting such a bleak end. A sense of sorrow washed over Ronan as he pondered whether his decision to wage war against the angels was right or wrong. Perhaps the gem within the orb had given him far too much confidence. Star-Lord had done him a great disservice. Keisha felt no pity for one who had declared war on the angels, nor did she care about his final words or dying thoughts. She simply walked over to the fallen hammer. With a sudden downward thrust of her royal sword, the once indestructible universal weapon was sliced through like tofu. It seemed that, upon the death of its wielder, it had lost its original resilience. The pale purple gem lay alone on the floor. She always maintained an attitude of caution, and more caution towards such things. She gently lifted the purple gem with the tip of her sword, and in the next instant her figure flickered and appeared beside Keisha. I think you'll find this quite interesting. Keisha knew more about such things than she. Without a second thought, she reached out and took the infinity stone from Zai's sword tip. The moment she touched it, a surge of violent energy began to ravage her perfect hand. Twisting, coiling purple veins spread like an evil curse. They clung tenaciously to Keisha's hand, creeping upwards. But soon the ugly dark purple lines receded. Seeing Keisha's hand return to its state of being as delicate as bamboo shoots, and as fair as a lotus root, she breathed a sigh of relief. She would never want Keisha's hand to suffer any harm. As the veins faded, Keisha cast the stone into her own dark space, leaving it for the sacred knowledge vault to slowly decode. Turning her attention back to the Kree warships engaged by the smaller angels, it was as she had expected. Nearly all of the Kree vessels had been dealt with by the angels. For Keisha, annihilating this Kree Empire fleet was just the beginning. What she desired went far beyond this. She intended to make it clear to all that any who dared harm an angel would face the full thunderous wrath of the angels. In common parlance, it was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. And the Kree had unfortunately become the chicken for that purpose. Seeing the angels had finished clearing the battlefield and were returning to the edge of heaven, Keisha finally spoke. 2 edges of heaven form a battle group. Subjugate Kree. Keisha's voice was steady. Surrender and you will not be killed. I want Kree annihilated. Clack, clack, clack. Liang Bing's battle boots struck the polished marble floor of the angelic cathedral, the crisp echoes reverberating through the hall. The young angels were not astonished by her sudden appearance. Instead, they stared speechlessly at the pure white wings behind her. Pure white wings were not uncommon in the Merlot heavenly court. Yet their presence on Liang Bing seemed utterly incongruous. How could a renegade of the court still possess such pristine wings? Lung clearly remembered that her own master's wings had turned jet black. As fellow defectors, why did Liang Bing's wings remain immaculately white? For an angel's wings were not something that could change color lightly. Even Queen Keisha had no means to alter an angel's wing hue, unless the angel's own thoughts had grown impure or the angel's very genes had lost their purity. Only such circumstances could cause an angel's wings to change color. Yet now Liang Bing's wings had not shifted to any other shade. This could only mean she was still a pure angel. But that conclusion was more unbearable for Lung than death itself. How could a traitor to the angels, to the order of justice, and to Queen Keisha still deserve pure white wings? As Liang Bing walked toward Keisha, Lung had already drawn her sword and blocked her path. Though she knew her blazing sword was utterly useless against a 4th-generation divine body like Liang Bing, she did it anyway. What are you doing? Lung's beautiful eyes blazed with hatred and fury toward Liang Bing. Just want to see my sister. Is that not allowed? Liang Bing replied with unyielding boldness. Besides, I was once the heavenly king of enlightenment, the first sacred left wing. Your behavior here is rather discourteous. Hearing this, Lung thrust her blazing sword forward, nearly touching Liang Bing's throat. You deserve no courtesy. Liang Bing had anticipated the young angel's attitude. In fact, this was far better than her worst-case scenario, where all the angels in the hall would have drawn their swords and attacked her. It seemed that old Fox Hex's advice had been wise. Spreading her wings had indeed been a good move. Instead of retreating, Liang Bing stepped forward against the blade of Lung's blazing sword. As the masterpiece of blazing-class weapons, the blazing sword could not easily breach the defenses of a 4th-generation divine body. Even though Liang Bing's 4th-generation divine body was somewhat fragile, optimized for spatial movement through easy computation, that fragility was only relative to other 4th-generation divine bodies. The young angel before her was indeed a 4th-generation divine body, but even if Keisha herself wielded the blazing sword against her, it would be futile. When the weapon's technological level was insufficient, it could not inflict effective damage on a 4th-generation divine body. As Liang Bing advanced, Lung involuntarily stepped back. With that single step, Lung realized she had been overwhelmed by Liang Bing's aura. As a monarch, one possessed the bearing and responsibility of a ruler. Liang Bing, having served as both the heavenly king of enlightenment and the demon queen, naturally possessed her own formidable abilities. Regarding Lung's actions, Liang Bing merely smiled lightly. Instead of continuing toward Keisha, she turned to address all the young angels. I know many of you would love to chop me into pieces right here. I also know you're thinking of avenging the angels who fell to the demons. I understand it all. Liang Bing spread her arms openly to all the angels. It doesn't matter if you think I've betrayed the order of justice. I did indeed have philosophical differences with my sister. What exactly are you trying to say? Lung snapped. To the angels this woman was only slightly better than the former tyrant king Huayi, but not by much. Both were beings who had harmed countless angel sisters. No real difference. What I'm trying to say is, Liang Bing said, scanning the angels who were gnashing their teeth at her, those angels never truly died. Hearing this, even Keisha was startled, followed by confusion. What did she mean by never truly died? But then she thought of her own divine body. Couldn't it also be neither physically destroyed nor spiritually executed? For any guardian-level angel, as long as their dark information data was collected, they could be reconstructed. And every angel who fell in the war against demons was at least guardian-level. Keisha couldn't help but look at Hushi. But seeing Hushi equally astonished, she realized Liang Bing had never told anyone about this. She had indeed hidden it deeply. At Liang Bing's words, all the young angels exchanged glances, then turned their gazes back to her. They had witnessed their comrades being surrounded and killed by Liang Bing's demon squads. How could she say they never truly died? You collected their dark information. Hushi now grasped the meaning behind Liang Bing's claim. The woman had gathered the dark information of all fallen angels in every battle. Liang Bing was straightforward, nodding in admission. In truth, whenever she wished, she could reconstruct every angel who had perished in the wars between angels and demons. As long as the dark information had not vanished, it meant the one who left it could never be completely extinguished. Angels possessed such technology, but they never applied it in this manner. Instead, they uploaded their final dark information to a shared database. In a sense, that too was immortality. As long as angels existed, they would always be remembered. But those who died on the battlefield had no such chance, so their dark information naturally remained. Yet no one had expected her to collect the angels' dark information. They're all beautiful angel sisters. I'm no demon. Liang Bing shook her head, but even she felt somewhat uncertain, for on the battlefield it had been a life-and-death struggle. You're not. Then no one is. Keisha's voice drifted over low and cold. Liang Bing pretended not to hear, pouting as she continued. Besides, I don't have the vast resources of the angels. I always needed to know the angels' progress. After all, they outnumbered me. Otherwise, leading a mere few hundred beings from the demon civilization, how could she contend with the angels who had 80,000 years of heritage, without meticulously recording their dark information? Liang Bing's speech was not yet over. She paused, briefly glanced at her sister on the dais, and seeing no intention to interrupt, continued. There is a God who has existed since the beginning, guiding us. When I felt its presence, I realized I had been destroying this beautiful world. Liang Bing spoke with deep regret. Only when she released that stunning red hue did she understand that the so-called ultimate fear could be forsaken before that God. That is love, Liang Bing said softly, the regret in her voice impossible to conceal. Did you really collect all their dark information? Lung's voice trembled. Among those fallen angel sisters were comrades she had lived with day and night. Liang Bing gave a wry smile. Having been a demon for so long, it was inevitable that these young ones wouldn't trust her. What benefit would I gain from lying? You're all fourth-generation divine bodies. Suppressing me would be effortless, wouldn't it? All the young angels felt a mix of joy and sorrow, for everyone understood that, even if Liang Bing had recorded the dark information of those angels, she could not resurrect them. That would violate the order of justice. But someone thought otherwise. Hushi finally rose from her seat and walked to Keisha's side. Do you remember what you once said? Life for the universe should not be limited to birth, aging, sickness, and death. We need to aspire to more beautiful things. Keisha shook her head in response. Of course I remember. Then perhaps now is the future of the angels. Hushi gazed at Liang Bing surrounded by the young angels, and gently took Keisha's hand, squeezing it. I said before, Liang Bing might have found the true meaning of life before us. Keisha was silent for a moment, then nodded. Looking again at Liang Bing draped in her black cloak, she murmured, Yes, she found it before us. That night, despite failing to obtain the blue gemstone from her sister, Liang Bing slept surprisingly soundly, albeit with a hint of regret. She no longer had to worry about angels coming for her, nor did she have to continue waging war against her own sister. She had even reconciled with Keisha. Everything was progressing in the best possible direction, except for the sight that greeted her eyes when she woke up this morning. I watched the tall figure standing before her wardrobe, meticulously picking through her clothes. Liang Bing truly wanted to blurt out a curse. But when she saw the figure turn to look at her, she swallowed the unspoken word back down. How did you get in? Liang Bing remembered quite clearly that after returning to her own palace, she had reinforced the original doors. She had even used spatial technology to further seal it, ensuring no one could enter. So why upon waking up did she see someone appear in her bedroom? It made no sense. Their spatial technologies were comparable. How could someone have entered so easily? I walked in. Keisha examined the black short cheongsam in her hand, frowned slightly, but hung it back up. However, beside her right hand, the clothes Liang Bing had worn last night were draped over the arm of a chair. Clearly those clothes had been rejected by Keisha. Keisha's casual words struck a deep blow to Liang Bing's heart. Liang Bing understood that after such a long time without seeing Keisha there would inevitably be some changes, but this was too much. To be directly outmatched in spatial manipulation like this, who could endure it? However, Liang Bing was not slow to react. Recalling the space gem she had seen last night, she understood why Keisha's spatial technology now far surpassed her own. It's that stone, isn't it? Liang Bing stated with certainty. How could something called a space gem not provide an enhancement in spatial technology? Though she didn't know how it was done, Liang Bing was sure it was related to that stone. Yes. Keisha finally found a suitable outfit in Liang Bing's wardrobe, at least one that wasn't as revealing. Picking out the clothes, she walked to Liang Bing's bed and placed them beside her. Change your clothes, Keisha said, gently looking at Liang Bing. Seeing Keisha's expression, Liang Bing momentarily lost her temper. She couldn't bring herself to be angry with her sister when she was like this. Finally, she seemed a bit like a real sister. Just as she picked up the dress, she suddenly noticed that Keisha hadn't left yet, but had even sat down nearby. It seemed she was preparing to watch her change. Hey, don't you think this is a bit awkward? Liang Bing poked her head out and said to Keisha, who watches someone change clothes. It's not like I haven't seen it before, Keisha replied, completely unfazed by Liang Bing's words. She just smiled at her and raised an eyebrow, signaling for Liang Bing to continue. Although as the former demon queen, Liang Bing often displayed a bold demeanor before her subjects, that didn't mean she was truly that audacious. On the contrary, she was somewhat reserved. All right, I'll leave then. Seeing that Liang Bing still hadn't started changing, Keisha stopped teasing her younger sister and got up to walk out of the palace. This made Liang Bing grind her teeth in frustration. If she weren't outmatched, she would have bitten her by now. But thinking of that silver-haired angel, a malicious smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Hehe, teasing me like this now, let's see what you'll do then, Liang Bing murmured softly. She believed that her sister, once she left her palace, would never pay attention to her movements again. After all, that had always been the case since childhood. Perhaps imagining Keisha's future appearance, Liang Bing couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. She put aside the matter of Keisha picking out clothes for her and cheerfully put on the black backless dress. At that moment, Keisha sent Liang Bing the location she was to go to after getting ready via dark information. It wasn't a research facility, but a garden. Liang Bing didn't mind. Everyone in the city knew that whenever their queen wanted to discuss something important, she liked to take people for a stroll in the garden. It had just gone from 2 people to 3. That was normal. When Liang Bing teleported to the garden, just as she expected, 2 figures in white dresses were already seated there, intently studying a constructed model of the universe. Occasionally, they would light up a planet or 2 as if discussing something. Liang Bing leisurely walked over to them, smoothed the back of her skirt, and sat down. What are you discussing? Liang Bing's posture was quite goddess-like, but the moment she spoke it always felt somewhat incongruous. You're here. She nodded to Liang Bing, then pointed to the universe model in Keisha's hand and explained. We were looking at where the angels should continue their expansion. Expansion? Liang Bing's interest was instantly piqued upon hearing Hex's words. Her eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on the universe model in Keisha's hand and said, I'm good at this, leave it to me. With the angel's current abilities, I could conquer all these planets in a week. You're grounded, remember. Keisha ruthlessly shattered Liang Bing's dream. Strictly speaking, Liang Bing was still in a state of atonement and was supposed to write the legend of angels in the Meru Celestial Court. How could she be allowed to lead the angels on campaigns across the cosmos, even if she had originally been in charge of such matters? But times had changed. Upon hearing Keisha's words, Liang Bing's face immediately fell. But she still looked at Hashi, pouting, signaling her to offer some help. Whisper some sweet nothings in her ear. Hashi knew it was impossible for Liang Bing to lead troops, but at least she could do something at home. My queen, why not give the space stone to Liang Bing and let her try to accelerate its analysis? Hashi didn't mention the campaign, but brought up the space stone that Liang Bing had been longing for. Last night she had talked about it incessantly. Hearing Hex's words, Liang Bing's hope was rekindled. If she couldn't lead troops, so be it. Wasn't the space stone far more interesting? Keisha stroked her chin, pondering the feasibility of this. In the entire Meru Celestial Court, the only ones capable of accomplishing this task were Hashi and her younger sister. Moreover, it would be a waste of talent for her to just stay in the Meru celestial court writing angel legends. Furthermore, perhaps due to the divine ascension that had brought her to this universe, the several infinity stones had become completely bound to her dark space after entering it. At least the farthest distance Keisha had tested was from the Meru celestial court to Nidavellir. Similarly, Keisha could also entrust the infinity stones to others for use or research. Giving them to Liangbing now might not be a bad choice. With a pinch of her left thumb and index finger in the air, a sapphire blue infinity stone appeared between Keisha's fingers. "You asked me how I did it, didn't you?" Keisha placed the space stone in Liangbing's hand. "It's the technology one analyzed from this." Liangbing looked at Keisha, then at the space stone in her hand, somewhat astonished. Last night she knew it must be extraordinary, but only when holding it did she feel the profound spatial essence it contained. "Your current fourth-generation divine body isn't good. Later let Hashi take you to the divine body cultivation chamber for an upgrade." Keisha frowned as she looked at Liangbing's fourth-generation divine body. Liangbing was a bit displeased by her sister's disdainful look. They both had fourth-generation divine bodies. What made one better than the other? "Isn't it just that my life preservation abilities aren't as strong as yours? My spatial computation is still more effortless than yours," Liangbing retorted defiantly. Who would want their hard-earned fourth-generation divine body to be looked down upon? However, the next moment what appeared in Keisha's hand silenced her. A small black hole was swirling in Keisha's palm. It wasn't the kind of black hole that even Huiwei couldn't control, but a genuinely controllable one. "What's this?" Liangbing, disregarding all decorum, jumped up from the ground. She was absolutely certain that the small black hole in Keisha's hand was no mere model. It was identical to the black hole she had once annihilated with all her might. And now Keisha could hold it so effortlessly. This is what a current angel's fourth-generation divine body can do. "Can you?" Keisha casually crushed the small black hole into nothingness. Watching everything her sister did, Liangbing was speechless, then shook her head. "Then obediently follow Hashi to upgrade your divine body." Keisha put away the universe model she had displayed and patted Hashi on the shoulder. Hashi nodded and walked over to Liangbing. "Come on, let's go upgrade your divine body." Just as Hashi was about to leave with Liangbing, Keisha, who had been sitting, also stood up. "What's wrong?" Hashi asked curiously. Clearly Keisha's plan for today was to study the next direction for the angel's development, but now it was evident she had other matters. Keisha looked at Hashi somewhat solemnly and said, "It's not about our choice now. They've already arrived at our doorstep." Just then Lung had forwarded a dark communication from a patrolling young angel. "Kree and Xander have gone to war, and the flames of battle are spreading toward the world tree. Light golden long hair, a match. As also a match. Face correct too, just a bit flushed. But why does she feel so strange to me now?" Liangbing scrutinized Kaiser's appearance meticulously. Clearly this was her own sister, yet the feeling she gave her was entirely different. It seemed there was a hint more gentleness and amiability. The moment Liangbing thought of this, she nearly slapped herself. But amiable she was indeed, after all, the most beautiful angel in the history of angelic civilization. However, a word like gentle could never appear alongside Kaiser. It must be her illusion. It was probably because those two had dumped all the research projects on her, exhausting her to the point where she thought Kaiser was gentle and amiable. Lifting her gaze to Kaiser, she found that Kaiser was like two completely different angels when looking at her and she. The look in her eyes when gazing at she was almost melting into water, but when looking at her, why did it seem like she was staring at a simpleton? Did such things depend on the person? Was she no longer her sister? Liangbing now suddenly fell into deep self-doubt. Was she really Kaiser's biological sister? It wasn't until she saw Kaiser push a small jar of honey toward her that Liangbing reined in her thoughts and flashed a somewhat silly smile at Kaiser. Upon seeing her sister's silly grin, Kaiser silently withdrew her gaze, picked up her teacup again, and took a gentle sip. She, lying across Kaiser's lap, completely ignored Liangbing's presence, wearing an expression of pure bliss, utterly indifferent to whether Liangbing was there or not. However, she could still sense a trace of tension in Kaiser, who the muscles in her thighs were still slightly stiff. "Say, when are you two going to deal with the matter of those 6 stones?" Liangbing was truly fed up with the two before her. Why hadn't they simply infused some angelic traits into Rose's genes back then? Then she wouldn't have to suffer like this now. Moreover, these two ingrates had dumped all the work on her, a single angel. She was nearly becoming a soulless work machine. At this thought, Liangbing couldn't help but miss that little red-haired girl, wondering how she was faring over there. But surely with the demon's help she wasn't doing too badly. Shaking her head, Liangbing quickly gathered her thoughts. Wasn't the most important thing now to have a proper talk with these two about the work? Every single one of those 6 stones was a major headache for computation. Now they expected her to handle all 6 at once, truly treating her like an emotionless work machine. Just keep at it for now, well be quick, she said lightly in a tone that Liang Bing found utterly insincere. What did keep at it mean? Once started there was no end to it. Studying the space stone had been enjoyable before and adding the time stone was still fine. But now handing over all the stones to her. Wasn't that a bit too much? Did they truly think their queen had no temper? Liang Bing now resembled a cat about to bristle, glaring furiously at He, who was lying on her sister's lap. What could Kaiser do? She could only set down her teacup and help the one on her lap sit up. You two discuss this properly, I'll go back to work. Kaiser stood up and stretched her proud curves fully revealed in that moment. She walked over to Liang Bing and gently patted her head, but Liang Bing dodged her hand. Stop that. It's because you kept patting my head when I was little that I ended up shorter than you, Liang Bing said, stubbornly guarding the top of her head with a reluctant expression. After all, among the 3 kings she was the shortest. Even she was 3 centimeters taller. Hearing Liang Bing's words, Kaiser smiled faintly. Just as she was about to leave, someone tugged at her skirt. Turning back, she saw the silver-haired angel she had just helped up from her lap. Whenever she met those azure eyes, Kaiser's gaze wavered, but she roughly knew why the silver-haired angel had stopped her. So she turned back and embraced He before departing. Only after Kaiser left did Liang Bing prop her chin on her hand and squint at He. Seems like quite some progress has been made, Liang Bing said, now completely devoid of the discontent she had shown earlier, as if she had merely come to observe. He nodded directly, without any hesitation, acknowledging what Liang Bing had said. Since the incident on Vormer that day, a subtle shift had occurred in their relationship. However, over these past few days, thanks to He's efforts, she had finally managed to expand that change. You didn't just come to see Kaiser and me, did you? She didn't believe Liang Bing's earlier words were false. This girl had definitely gotten bored researching alone and come out for a change of scenery. I told you, I can't take it anymore. You have to come back and work with me. Liang Bing took a sip of the honeyed tea in her hand, speaking with some enjoyment. I don't believe you don't know how difficult it is to analyze those wretched stones. You and Kaiser have purely tricked me like a naive girl. Don't say that you're the angel of the heavenly descent. Who could fool you? She retorted with a clear mind, a hint of resentment in her voice. After all, she had finally persuaded Kaiser today to let her rest her head on Kaiser's lap, but before she could enjoy it for long, Liang Bing had interrupted. How could she not be resentful? Don't be like that, Liang Bing chuckled, sidling up to He and nudging her shoulder. Aren't we all one family in the end? Don't be so distant. Right? Liang Bing blinked her beautiful large eyes, staring at He with an innocent expression. He was truly defeated by this one. She could only sigh softly and look at Liang Bing. Fine, I'll go with you to study those wretched stones. When you found them interesting, you treated them like treasures and played with them for a while. Now they're just worthless rocks. She waved her hand, stowing away all the tea utensils, and rose to head toward the research institute they had built earlier. Liang Bing quickly got up to follow his pace, even leaning in gossipily to ask softly what it felt like to rest one's head on Kaiser's lap. Was it really that comfortable? She was quite curious about this. She had wanted to try it out on Rose before, but never got the chance. Now that she had succeeded with her sister, naturally she had to ask about the experience. She was somewhat speechless. How could a sister ask another about the feeling of lying on her own sister's lap? She didn't want to entertain Liang Bing on this matter, pretending not to hear as she strode straight toward the research institute, completely ignoring Liang Bing's questions. Just as Liang Bing was about to press further, a figure crashed down from the sky, right in front of them. In that instant, Liang Bing instinctively shielded He to prevent any trouble. The one who fell from the sky was not an angel but a robust man. As he climbed out of the crater, before he could even recognize who was before him, he collapsed to the ground. He murmured, "Asgard is in trouble." He and Liang Bing had some recollection of this sturdy man. After all, his data was in the shared database. Odin's eldest son, the thunder god of Asgard, Thor. The news of Paradise Star's change of ownership spread first not to Asgard within the World Tree, nor to any other civilization, but to those who roamed the cosmos as so-called raiders. As a group that wandered the universe, they were accustomed to all manner of strange occurrences across planets and civilizations. Yet the sudden transformation of Paradise Star caught many off guard. Previously, it had been a civilization that conducted profitable trade with them. Even so, it was tens of days after the great upheaval before the raiders learned of this news. Now no raider dared set foot on Paradise Star, uncertain how its new master would treat them. Called raiders, but in truth space pirates. If they were deemed unwelcome guests and shot down, there would be nothing they could do. For now they could only watch from afar beyond the planet. Sometimes the first to take a risk might reap immense rewards, but they might also be utterly annihilated. Clearly no raider wished to be that first. Neither to gain great profit nor to face destruction. Neither outcome was desirable. Great profit would attract the attention of rival raiders, while the other outcome needed no explanation. They waited for some brave soul to test this civilization. Whatever the result, it would not be their loss. At least that was what Starhawk Stakar Ogord thought. Yet even now no brave soul had dared challenge the new angels that had emerged. Though no defensive weapons or angels were visible outside the planet, everyone knew a race that could easily overthrow heaven was not to be trifled with. Except perhaps for some fools. A blue-orange spaceship sped toward Paradise Star, breaking through its atmosphere under the gaze of all the surrounding raiders. Oh fuck! Stakar Ogord recognized the ship. It belonged to a so-called Star-Lord who wandered the universe romancing women of all races. Peter Quill. Yondu, control your man, Stakar said bluntly to the leader of Quill's raider crew. But even Yondu could not rein in the boy. Every word he said was meaningless to Quill. He did not respond to Stakar, merely watched as Peter Quill entered Paradise Star. Despite his anxiety, he could not order his crew to follow Quill into the planet. That would only lead to death. As for Peter Quill himself, he thought he had done brilliantly. Looking around at the planet where he had landed, it was no less beautiful than the finest worlds he had ever seen. Especially the thought of flocks of beautiful winged maidens excited him. He wondered if their standards for mates would include a top-tier cosmic ranger like himself. He was someone who got along well with all cosmic races. Perhaps that was because he was not too picky. But he would not have much time to observe his surroundings. Peter Quill entering the Meru heaven without permission is considered an invasion. An angel in silver armor stood above Peter Quill. The angel's flaming sword pointed at Quill's head, as if ready to cleave it open and see what filth lay within. Looking up, Peter Quill had to admit she was the most beautiful being he had ever seen. Silky blonde hair, delicate features, perfect figure. But the flickering holy light beneath her short skirt bothered him. What civilization would invent such tedious technology to avoid accidental exposure? Peter Quill did not know, but he was sure it must be a dull civilization, even if all its beings were as beautiful as this. Hey pretty angel lady, I just came to see if you have any bounties to post. I can help. Despite his seemingly sincere tone, his face made it impossible to believe him, especially to an angel. His frivolous address only disgusted her. After reading his dark dimensional information, the angel looked at him as if he were scum. A Terran who became a space pirate. You really do your people proud. The angel's tone was disdainful, almost mocking. Wow. Peter Quill had seen many arrogant races, but none so irritating as these angels. Don't talk down to me. I'm Star-Lord, you know. A marauding space pirate. The angel looked at him flatly, showing no kindness. To the angels, the raiders outside were easily destroyable. Previously they had not had the time, but now it was no longer an issue. The edge of the Meru heaven would be shown to all who watched the angelic civilization, and their justice would be revealed. The angel raised her flaming sword and swung it at Peter Quill. Wait. We can talk, Peter Quill said, earnestly believing that anything could be negotiated if he had what they wanted. Even if they wanted him, he would not hesitate. But the angel showed no sign of stopping. Peter Quill felt death approaching for the first time, an unpleasant sensation. His usual charm with other women had always worked. Why not this time? Could not be his fault, the angels were simply too rigid. He could not believe his life would end because of one reckless move. It was hardly worth it. But instead of pain, a scorching heat neared his cheek and then stopped. Looking at the man, the angel's eyes flickered with surprise. You carry something the angels desire. You are fortunate. You live. With that, she opened a wormhole beneath Peter Quill, leading to the current angelic hall. At this moment, someone was strolling through the garden aboard the Tianran warship alongside their queen. I never knew that an angel warship could come with such a beautiful garden. The woman in the yellow monk's robe smiled as she gazed at the unfamiliar flowers and plants surrounding her. Keisha, not clad in her silver-white royal armor, wore a white gown with gold trimmings and a cape. Gone was the sharpness of her armored form, replaced by a gentleness. A warship is also a home for angels when they set out. Shouldn't one make their home more to their liking? Keisha spoke with a soft smile. The woman in the yellow robe returned her gaze and smiled faintly. I believe that since you can sense the energy within the Tesseract, you must have noticed the energy in Loki's scepter as well. She spoke softly, her intent unclear. Isn't that thing around your neck, which you call the Eye of Agamotto, the same? Keisha pointed at the ancient pendant hanging around the monk's neck. The Ancient One took it off calmly and handed it to Keisha. Keisha, however, did not take it. She understood that accepting the Eye of Agamotto would bring troublesome entanglements. The dark space information from that object had revealed the burden of the Sorcerer Supreme to protect Earth alone, never revealing themselves to the world. That was not the path of angels. Angels need not hide. They are angels. An angel would not abandon other planets for a single one. If Earth ever threatened the order of justice, the angels would strike it down without hesitation. You should keep that thing. Keisha adjusted her gown and sat on the grass, a warm smile on her face, as she looked at the flowers. Seeing Keisha sit on the ground, the Ancient One followed suit without ceremony. This is my first time seeing an angel. The Ancient One spoke calmly. She had heard of angels from her mentor when she inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme, but they were nothing like the ones before her. In her mentor's words, angels were neither benevolent nor divine. They were merely aliens. The Ancient One looked at Keisha, beside her a being of perfection. She could not comprehend proud, domineering, even overbearing. Yet at first sight all those traits seemed inherent to such a creature. No, this is your second time, Keisha stated firmly. When she had appeared on the battlefield in New York, hadn't the Ancient One been there too? Does that count? The Ancient One chuckled softly. She had indeed seen Keisha in New York, but had only glanced at her from afar. Now the Queen of Angels counted even that distant look. Why wouldn't it? A butterfly fluttered toward Keisha. She raised her hand gently, and the butterfly landed on her fingertip, its wings trembling softly. With a slight flick of her finger, the butterfly was startled away. I doubt you came here just to admire the view with me. I cannot see through you or the future of angels. The Ancient One spoke frankly. She had been using the time stone to explore future timelines. Before the angels appeared, none of the futures she had seen included such a civilization. During the Battle of New York, the moment Keisha appeared, she felt the timeline shift. No longer clear and predictable. It became blurred, filled with unknowns, yet in a few timelines she glimpsed angels. But only fragments, endless battle formations in the void, and countless angels wielding blazing swords. Nothing more. For days she had used the time stone to examine every timeline she could until she made a decision. She wanted to see angels with her own eyes. So she came and truly met them, but these angels were different from those in the timelines she had observed. More vibrant. Perhaps she was living through a timeline she could not fully perceive. After meeting Keisha, she abandoned the idea of observing the angels' timeline. With such a queen, angels would not be a disaster for the universe or Earth. Rather, they would be a blessing. So you came to see us in person. Keisha felt no aversion to having her future observed. After all, she herself used the divine knowledge repository to speculate on possible futures. They were the same, so there was no need to point fingers. Yes, the Ancient One nodded. Satisfied. You sound like you're boasting. The Ancient One was not quite accustomed to this angelic confidence. Though she knew Keisha spoke the truth, it carried an innate pride. A pride that could not be cultivated. It was a posture they had held since birth. The old order of justice was too extreme. I had to persevere even if it meant sacrificing my angel sisters. Keisha's voice seemed to come from afar, though she was right beside the Ancient One. The desolation in her tone revealed the depths of her past sacrifices. Now I have new possibilities. In this universe, I want to try a less extreme order of justice. Keisha turned to watch young angels playing in the distance. Angels also deserve happiness. It seems you have your own ideas. Though the Ancient One did not know the full extent of that extreme order, the loneliness in Keisha's eyes was enough to convey its cruelty to the angels. Keisha looked away and said, There should be more than 3 stones within the Tesseract, right? Yes. The Ancient One was not surprised that Keisha knew about the Infinity Stones within the Tesseract. A being who could easily take it would naturally know its contents. Then I might need to pay attention to those things. Curiosity glimmered in Keisha's clear, light golden eyes. The Ancient One rose. She had most of her answers and saw no reason to stay longer. Besides, angels did not seem to need food, and they would not likely offer her any local delicacies. Will you remain above Earth? The Ancient One asked, turning back. Do you find it unsightly? Some might. Then let them wash their eyes. Keisha remained seated, smiling at the Ancient One. The Ancient One smiled back. Neither she nor the angels would be swayed by the petty troublemakers on Earth. Perhaps they won't see the Tianren above them for long. Keisha's gaze fixed on a distant starfield. Angels need a home. Following her gaze, the Ancient One understood. The angels needed their own planet or nebula. That place seemed most suitable, though she wondered how they would deal with its current inhabitants. Farewell, Queen of Angels. The Ancient One smiled, opened a portal, and left the Tianren. Keisha remained seated, her eyes fixed on that direction. My Queen Etienne and I have returned. Lung's voice pulled Keisha back. She turned to see a swaying ponytail and a quietly smiling face. Keisha did not respond to the little angel's report. Instead, she looked at the dwarf king. It seems that what you've created is indeed highly coveted. Although Eitri took absolute pride in the weapons he had forged, he still felt a peculiar sensation upon hearing Keisha's words. He could only offer Keisha an awkward smile, unable to say anything else, for the dwarves now relied on the protection of the angels. If angels could detect the cosmic warships of others, they too would inevitably be detected by others. However, the method of detection on the other side was not technological but perceptible to the naked eye. How could an asteroid-sized cosmic warship escape their notice? My lord, there is another vessel at Nidavellir. As the sole remaining whisperer in the universe, Ebony Maw's octopus-like face bore a trace of concern. After all, they had taken advantage of the chaos across the 9 realms following the destruction of Asgard's Bifrost to come to Nidavellir and forge an item of utmost importance to them. But the spacecraft hovering above Nidavellir was not an Asgardian vessel, it belonged to a faction that had recently emerged in the cosmos. A faction calling themselves Angels. The robust figure seated upon the hard throne, clad in golden armor, propped up his purple face and listened expressionlessly to Ebony Maw's report. A race that calls themselves Angels. Ebony Maw quickly retrieved information about the angels for his master. And what of Asgard? Thanos paid no heed to the massive warship, merely inquiring if there were any Asgardian armies or soldiers nearby. Ebony Maw began scanning the vicinity of Nidavellir at maximum speed. Even with all detection levels pushed to their limits, he found no trace of Asgard. My lord, Asgard is not present here, Ebony Maw reported with his head bowed. The angels. Do they have any battle record? The Ravagers lost a small mothership to them before. Ebony Maw honestly recounted the angels' only known engagement in the universe. It was also their sole publicly acknowledged feat since they first appeared in everyone's sight. Thanos straightened up his expression, turning solemn. To him, a small Ravager mothership was insignificant, and the angels who destroyed it were hardly a major threat. Yet he never underestimated any enemy. All foes received equal treatment from Thanos, the serious and formidable cosmic overlord, the Mad Titan. Then let me bestow upon the angels true mercy. Thanos picked up his helmet and gently placed it on his head. Watching Thanos move, Ebony Maw began issuing orders to all soldiers aboard the Sanctuary 2, preparing to launch a full-scale landing assault. They knew Nidavellir housed only 300 dwarves, but they had no idea how many the angels had brought on their ship. Their battle plan was sound. The Sanctuary 2 had all its landing pods ready. They intended to engage the angels in ground warfare. Unfortunately, the angels had no interest in such a battle. Landing assault. In this day and age. Lung sneered as she watched the landing pods emerging from the Sanctuary 2, clearly signaling an imminent attack on Nidavellir. Lung asked Keisha, My queen, shall we use a solar flare strike? Solar flares would damage Nidavellir. See if they can be reasoned with. If not, execute a celestial blade judgment. Keisha rejected Lung's proposal. A solar flare attack was undeniably a large-scale destructive assault that could easily affect Nidavellir. Hearing the Queen's command, Lung immediately took action, leading 2 young angels straight toward the Sanctuary 2, which was preparing for landing operations. Nidavellir is now under the protection of the angels. State your intentions. Lung hovered directly above the Sanctuary 2, her flame sword angled toward the vessel. Her words, transmitted through the enemy's communication system, echoed throughout their ship. Having their communication system breached was not surprising, but the sight of 3 figures moving effortlessly through the vacuum of space left those aboard the Sanctuary 2 somewhat astonished. My lord! Ebony Maw, uncertain of his master's intentions, quickly sought guidance. To achieve Thanos' grand goal, the first step was to seize Nidavellir. Without Nidavellir, that endeavor would be impossible. Thanos had encountered individuals capable of surviving in the vacuum of space, himself included, but such beings typically operated alone and rarely traversed the cosmos. Even he was reluctant to wage war in space, not incapable but unwilling. Now 3 such beings capable of free movement in space appeared before them, all of the same race. This suggested that the entire angel race might consist of super soldiers able to operate directly in space. Ebony Maw retreat. Thanos returned to his throne. He had no intention of engaging a race with unknown capabilities. Moreover, he would not serve as a stepping stone for those eager to test the angel's strength. As for his reputation as a cosmic overlord, Thanos cared little. His life was devoted solely to that noble purpose, even at the cost of his own existence. Thanos fixed his gaze on the neutron star at Nidavellir's core, then withdrew his intense stare, closed his eyes, and ceased to pay any further attention to Nidavellir. Observing his master's actions, Ebony Maw cast a deep glance at the angel who seemed to stand above all in the sanctuary too, then issued the order. Withdraw. Retreat. Ebony Maw's voice carried the same authority as before, but Thanos could sense his reluctance. Yet what did it matter? He cared not for Ebony Maw's thoughts or any potential disloyalty among his subordinates. As long as they were useful and obedient, they sufficed for his mission. But their desire to leave did not mean the angels would let them depart so easily. My queen, the dark information I've read from this ship is complex and highly malevolent, Leng reported to Keisha through their dark communication channel. Through her insight eyes, she saw an ocean of blood flowing within the sanctuary too. Countless souls from various races, each with staggering death tolls. The master of this vessel was certainly no adherent of a righteous order. Then detain them. Be careful not to damage Nidavellir. Keisha's voice was gentle but resolute. The only condition given to the angels was to avoid damaging Nidavellir. Since the Dwarf King refused to abandon this place, they would have to exercise restraint during the battle. However, damaging Nidavellir seemed unlikely. The young angels possessed genuine fourth-generation divine bodies and reality-altering technology, making it easy to trap a cosmic warship. Understood. With Keisha's authorization, Leng nodded to the two other young angels. The young angels understood Leng's intent and immediately sped off in two different directions, forming a triangular encirclement around Thanos' Sanctuary 2. Seated inside the Sanctuary 2, Thanos was puzzled. Why were these beings unwilling to let him go? Could they not sense the hostile gazes lurking nearby? Must they force a fight to the death? Ebony Maw too was momentarily stunned, witnessing, for the first time, someone drawing a blade against the Sanctuary 2. In the universe, when had the Sanctuary 2 ever faced such treatment? Most fled in panic at the mere sight of it. Even Imperial warships pretended not to see the Sanctuary 2. Yet such norms seemed non-existent in the eyes of the angels. The angels now sought only to keep them here. Lock on to space, establish a spatial barrier. Leng issued commands to her genetic engine using spatial technology. Using the three angels as vertices at the base, they constructed a triangular pyramid spatial barrier enveloping the entire Sanctuary 2. Lock on to Sanctuary 2. Deny its space jump capability. Deny its technological weapons. Redefine its energy source as excrement. After completing the spatial barrier, Leng issued a series of redefinitions targeting the Sanctuary 2. Commands that once required a subbiological engine could now be executed directly by the young angel's genetic engines thanks to Keisha's analysis of the Infinity Stones. With the enhancement of fourth-generation divine bodies, Leng's commands were executed by the genetic engine the moment they were issued. The Sanctuary 2 was now merely a hollow shell. Chaos erupted within the Sanctuary 2. The energy that once powered it had vanished, instantly leaving it without any power source. The entire Sanctuary 2 was now devoid of propulsion, let alone the ability to escape. Even the ships aboard had become immobile scrap metal. Have you noticed how closely the Celestial King seems to be sticking to the Queen lately? A little angel whispered to her friend. The angel, being asked, watching the two kings walking hand in hand not far away, nodded to her questioning sister. It feels like they're inseparable now. Since the two kings returned a few days ago, the angels had sensed something amiss. Though the Celestial King and the Queen had always been close, it had never reached this level before. The Celestial King was by the Queen's side almost every moment, and in recent days it was rare to see her apart from the Queen. Though curious about what had happened, the little angels still enjoyed this new atmosphere. Queen Keisha no longer wore that unflattering makeup, her face now appearing soft and youthful every day. It was truly wonderful. Suddenly, as if spotting prey, the little angel's eyes lit up. A figure slowly came into view. It was Leng, the Queen's current left-wing angel. Sister Leng, over here. A little angel waved to ensure Leng noticed. Leng naturally saw the waving angel, or rather the cluster of little angels. What's the matter? Leng approached, wondering what had drawn a group of little angels together. It must be something significant. It must be important. Leng listened seriously, ready to hear their question. The little angels exchanged glances, and finally the one who had called Leng overspoke. Sister Leng, the Queen and the Celestial King have been so close lately. Could it be? Hearing this, Leng nearly choked. So all this time the little angels had been gossiping about the Celestial King and the Queen. What are you thinking? The Queen and the Celestial King would never. Leng wanted to rein in their wild imaginations, but suddenly she found herself at a loss for words. She recalled a scene she had witnessed in Keisha's bedchamber and stopped mid-sentence. Honestly, that scene was not something ordinary relationships could explain. Seeing Leng pause, the little angels' gossipy curiosity blazed even brighter. They desperately wanted to know if their queen shared a secret with the Celestial King. And since even Lung, who had access to the queen's bedchamber, couldn't provide a clear answer, the angels couldn't help but speculate. Snapping back to reality, Lung noticed the little angel's thoughtful expressions. She cleared her throat, drawing their attention before speaking. "All right, stop your wild guesses. If anything were truly happening, the queen would tell us." Lung clapped her hands, signaling the angels to return to their duties. "Got it, Sister Lung. No problem." The little angels agreed eagerly, but instead of dispersing they huddled together, chattering and giggling softly. Lung shook her head, but the little angel's questions had stirred her own curiosity about the relationship between the queen and the celestial king, leaving her intrigued. Meanwhile, the two subjects of the angels' discussion were enjoying a private moment in a sea of flowers, though their posture might not have been what the little angels imagined. "What a beautiful sky," Hashi said, lying on the ground and gazing at the blue expanse above with ease. Keisha, however, wasn't paying attention to the sky. She stared blankly at the ripples in her teacup. But her mind wasn't on the cup. She was focused on the weight pressing against her thigh. She wondered how Hashi knew so many things she had never noticed, like this particular position. Keisha knelt on the grass, her loose dress taut against her legs, accentuating their perfect shape. And resting on her thigh was a smiling face gazing up at her as she held her teacup. Hashi lay on Keisha's lap, savoring the softness beneath her head, feeling completely at ease. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in the sensation, and silently gave a thumbs up to Liang Bing. After all, Hashi, who had always stayed in the Malo heaven, couldn't have known such tricks without Keisha's younger sister. Among the information Liang Bing had gathered on Earth, much was indecent, but some was quite useful. This pose, for instance, was one Liang Bing had taught Hashi. Liang Bing had been animated when describing it. "Just look at my sister's long legs. Firm, shapely, and elegant. Don't you want to know what it feels like to rest your head on them?" As she spoke, Liang Bing gestured, mimicking Keisha's leg shape while raising an eyebrow at Hashi. At the time, Hashi had felt shy, but now she found it absolutely wonderful. What could compare to resting on Keisha's lap? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Sometimes Liang Bing's suggestions were worth heeding. "It feels a bit strange to me," Keisha said, softly setting down her teacup. "Why strange?" Hashi asked, squinting in contentment. "Relax, wasn't it like this before?" Keisha nodded vaguely, feeling that sneaking away together like this seemed off. But she seemed to forget that they had done this before, just without such an intimate pose. It wasn't the act itself that had changed, but the mindset of the two angels involved. They no longer viewed each other with the same detached perspective as before. Much of the reason was that Keisha had once been emotionally naive, and even now she was only beginning to awaken. A large part of her discomfort came from the feeling that they were doing something secretive, hidden from everyone. It felt incongruous. What they were doing wasn't wrong or bad, yet it felt like something that had to be done in stealth. But then Hashi's hand reached up to touch Keisha's face, drawing her gaze downward. "It's fine, nothing to worry about." Hashi blinked at Keisha, offering a sweet smile. Seeing Hashi's smile, Keisha relaxed, but a blush crept across her cheeks, adding charm to her already beautiful face. "You two are taking it easy, leaving all the work to me." A displeased voice rang out nearby. At the sound, Keisha's relaxed body stiffened. Hashi patted Keisha's arm to soothe her, and without lifting her head waved in the direction of the voice. "Come over and have a drink, Liang Bing." The battle between the Queen of Heaven and Lung continued unabated, yet neither made any attempt to display ranged attacks. They merely clashed, repeatedly driving their swords at each other. Two swift figures interwove in the sky, only to separate again. They seemed tireless, recklessly expending the power within their bodies. Such a battle would only truly cease when one of them fell. Yet their states were markedly different. Lung's breath showed no disorder, not even a strand of her hair was out of place. The blazing flame sword in her hand was gripped firmly, radiating a fearsome crimson glow. The Queen of Heaven, though not as composed as Lung, still appeared vigorous and spirited. However, a small nick had clearly been hewn into her longsword by Lung's blazing flame sword. In such high-intensity combat, the frequency of weapon use was far too great. Even though the Queen of Heaven's longsword was forged from materials on par with the blazing flame sword, it could not withstand the searing heat it carried, let alone Lung's relentless strikes aimed at the same spot. That it had not been severed by the blazing flame sword was enough to astonish Lung. "Will you not yet reveal your purpose?" The Queen of Heaven roared at Lung. Lung raised her sword toward her. "The Queen has chosen this planet, so naturally we came to scout it. After all, it still hosts your so-called angels." "Scout? I see it as a declaration of war," the Queen of Heaven retorted. Lung shook her head. "The cause of war does not lie with us. Your warriors have foul mouths." The Queen of Heaven chuckled, as if Lung had uttered some great jest. "I have seen the warship images sent back by our scouts. Can that even be called a warship?" The returned images had been a massive shock to the Queen of Heaven at the time. Even after the great battle within the World Tree, she had never witnessed such a colossal cosmic vessel. Hearing the Queen's words, Lung replied earnestly, "Holy Keisha descends. How could we lack a grand spectacle? Though it may sound absurd to you, that is truly my thought." At this, Lung even made a bear-like gesture of helplessness toward the Queen of Heaven, fully endorsing the approach of directly deploying the blades of battle's celestial body over their planet. What was this? Not sent by Odin to annihilate them. Only this thought occupied the Queen of Heaven's mind. It seemed this battle was quite muddled, and its initial cause was merely the loose tongues of her heaven warriors. Such a reason is utterly ridiculous. The Queen of Heaven bellowed. In a flash, she lunged at Lung, longsword in hand. Clearly, she could not accept such a frivolous cause for war. Lung was quite satisfied with the Queen's direct charge. She likewise raised her blazing flame sword and clashed with the Queen of Heaven. Even amid the battle, she murmured, "After all, you have insulted the name of angels, have you not?" Lung kept provoking the Queen of Heaven's fragile nerves. Ever since Odin tore her from the World Tree, this queen had lived in hatred of him. That was why, upon seeing angels and their war, her first instinct was that Odin sought to destroy them. This also kept her nerves perpetually taut. Now Lung's words were severing her last thread of reason. "Ah!" The Queen of Heaven shrieked, wanting only to kill the accursed wretch before her. Her once precise swordplay under such fury became chaotic. Lung saw no way the Queen could harm her now. She grew more at ease, countering the Queen's moves. Clang! With the clash of weapons, the longsword, once only nicked, could no longer hold. The blazing flame sword followed the cut, shearing through the Queen of Heaven's longsword and leaving a shallow gash on her golden armor. Yet it clearly did not wound the Queen herself, merely cutting her armor. Fine armor, Lung remarked, no longer surprised by such wonders on this queen. First a weapon that could rival the blazing flame sword, now armor that shielded her from being burned to ash. Startled by this sudden turn, the Queen of Heaven realized she was no match in close combat for these inexplicable angels. Her only hope for victory was to create distance and strike with ranged magic. The thought spurred her to retreat swiftly, and now was no time for tantrums. But how could the angel let her escape so easily? The Queen of Heaven's retreat was swift, yet the angel's pursuit was swifter. Moreover, the angel now employed advanced spatial computing technology. Lung had calculated the Queen's final landing point the moment she decided to withdraw. When the Queen of Heaven came to her senses, she saw an angel smiling, raising the blazing flame sword, waiting for her on the path of retreat. Lung even turned her sword sideways, preparing to strike with the flat of the blade. Did she think the Queen was a baseball? The Queen flapped her wings with all her might, changing her flight direction just before reaching Lung. Lung flashed and intercepted her again. But this time she did not give the Queen a chance to react. The flat of the blazing flame sword slammed heavily into the Queen's abdomen. Ugh! Pain coursed through her entire body, forcing even the Queen of Heaven to cry out. Then, like a meteor, she crashed heavily into a mountain peak. Even embedded in the mountain, her momentum did not diminish. She tore through the peak and slammed into the earth, forming a massive impact crater before finally stopping. Her golden armor was nearly shattered. Yet the expression on her face was one of savage excitement, rubbing her abdomen twisted by Lung's strike. She said with a smile, "What I had prepared for Hela and Odin, giving it to you now, is no loss." Though Lung did not know what she meant, such a hidden trump card was certainly no trivial thing. This made Lung regret not cleaving her in two immediately. Now Lung maintained an utterly rational state, ready for the Queen's countermove. She even began alerting her angel sisters to prepare for the Great Judgment. If things went awry, one great judgment would surely solve the problem. If one was not enough, then two. Behind the Queen of Heaven, a massive pitch-black-shaped cosmic vessel glowing with crimson light appeared before Lung. "It seems things are getting more interesting," Lung said calmly, gazing at the colossal warship. Keisha's gaze remained fixed on Liang Bing, contemplating how to treat this heavenly awakening king. "I had already taken her away the moment she arrived," she said, noticing Keisha's furrowing brow. She walked behind Keisha and gently massaged her temples. No little angel discovered it. Keisha paid no heed to his eyes gesture, but her brow slowly relaxed upon hearing those words. The fact that no little angel had noticed only slightly reduced the difficulty of Liang Bing's presence here. It brought no substantive benefit. However, on the other side, when Liang Bing witnessed his eyes' actions and connected them to this barely inhabited palace, a glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. It seemed she had grasped everything. What his eyes' insatiable thirst for knowledge truly aimed for, and where she had always resided. Now it all became clear. Yet nothing had gone wrong for tens of thousands of years. What was happening now? But judging by her elder sister's expression, it seemed she hadn't discovered anything yet. Just as Liang Bing was pondering what story lay between these two, Keisha finally stirred. Letting out a long sigh, she leaned back against the chair and closed her eyes. Unseal Liang Bing's previous theories. Rename the concept of void to subbiological entity. And Keisha paused before continuing. Open the data from the Three Kings era and also open my personal database. Upon hearing Keisha's words, both of them were stunned. They could never have imagined Keisha would go this far. If it were merely unsealing Liang Bing's theories and the Three Kings era, that would be one thing. But Keisha was even willing to expose her own private database. No need. There's truly no need. Liang Bing, upon hearing Keisha's words, immediately rose and approached her. She knelt down, tightly grasping Keisha's hands. She knew Keisha was opening these databases for her sake, but there was no necessity to expose Keisha's own private records. She frowned. Keisha's approach was indeed the most effective method. Yet once the databases were open, all the humiliations Keisha had endured would be laid bare before every angel. Though none of those events were unspeakable, they were still unsightly. I know you want to reconcile my relationship with the angels, but this truly isn't necessary, nor should it be done, Liang Bing said, gripping her sister's hand tightly. As sisters and comradess in arms, she knew deeply the scarred heart Keisha bore before overthrowing the heavenly palace. And she herself had carved the deepest wound upon it. She also spoke softly. Unsealing the Three Kings era and the subbiological theory is sufficient. Leave your personal database out of it. Keisha simply shook her head, gently caressing Liang Bing's cheek. You are the heavenly awakening king of the angels, and you are also the demon queen. Keisha looked at her anxious younger sister and smiled as she spoke. And you are still and have always been my sister, never changed. An angel never lies. A king never denies her sins. Many burdens must be borne by the king. As the queen of angels, I must reveal all this to the public. Liang Bing wanted to speak, but seeing the unprecedented resolve in Keisha's expression, as she said this, she held back. The words she had intended to say ultimately had to be swallowed. It was my fault for sealing your theories and denying your ideals back then, Keisha said, gently tidying her sister's hair. I was too stubborn, too extreme. Now it's time for the little angels to know all of this. To be honest, I understood only after Carl teleported me to the Jade Star and spoke of the theory of spatial instability. Keisha recalled the spatial instability mentioned by that pervert Carl at the time. It was only after analyzing the space prime that she fully comprehended it. Changing the position of cosmic space instead of my location. Thinking about it now still sends a chill down my spine, Keisha said, shaking her head. Liang Bing wanted to say something, but seeing she shake her head at her, she suppressed her words. As Keisha's close confidant for tens of thousands of years, she might know what Keisha intended to do now. But since she wasn't stopping Keisha from continuing, what could she do? I was wrong. Keisha said these words to Liang Bing with utmost sincerity. 3 words Liang Bing had almost never heard from her proud, domineering sister. If the beings of the universe ever learned that Keisha would one day utter such words, they would surely be utterly astounded. Keisha stood up and slowly walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside, which was identical to the former Marrow Celestial Court. She knew this was neither Marrow Star nor the Marrow Celestial Court of old. My responsibility also lies in driving you down the path of demons, Keisha said, with a somewhat self-deprecating smile. Perhaps you were right in saying that I am indeed a tyrant. Extreme justice should no longer claim the precious lives of any angel, Keisha murmured softly. But justice itself must not vanish. The enmity between you and the angels. No one can resolve it. You alone must bear it all. Keisha still looked outward, but her words were fully understood by Liang Bing. The probability of you dying here is infinitely close to 100%. She also knew that her past actions would inevitably bring retribution upon her here. As for your ideals, your extreme degeneracy and freedom, they don't seem so extreme anymore, Keisha said with a soft laugh. Liang Bing remained silent, merely watching her sisters back, her expression filled with unspeakable complexity. In the past we needed to seize the present, hold tight to the now. But now we must grasp the future. Keisha reached out and clenched her fist toward the bright star in the sky. The king's mistakes. The king will answer for them. With that she turned and walked toward the door of Heisai's palace. Liang Bing reached out toward Keisha's retreating figure, just as Keisha had reached for the angel's future, trying to grasp her sister's silhouette. She moved to follow Keisha, but Keisha waved her hand to refuse. By the way, even with your Demon 1 running at full capacity to support you, it should be extremely difficult to directly annihilate a black hole. Let me think. Did Yen provide you with energy support? Keisha suddenly turned back to ask a question completely unrelated to the previous conversation. After so many years of warfare, didn't Keisha know her sister's resources? That Demon One, even at full power, was merely an ordinary celestial-level supercomputer, not much different from the one of the Liang. Liang Bing nodded. She really is. Keisha smiled, presumably having seen Liang Bing's angelic form, and thus decided to provide her with energy. Keisha didn't finish her sentence, simply pushing the door open and leaving. Only the two remained inside the room. Liang Bing bowed her head, lost in thought, while she stared at the closed door of her own palace. The king will answer for it. Liang Bing suddenly laughed, raising her head to look at She. I am a king too. With that, she stepped forward to leave. Wait. She halted Liang Bing's steps, her azure gaze scrutinizing Liang Bing seriously. This time I won't deceive you. I'll go with you, she said, walking beside Liang Bing. You and Keisha are both kings. Am I the heavenly foundation king, not one? Liang Bing looked at the silver-haired angel and laughed. Let's go. After this is over, I'll teach you how to win my sister over. She was momentarily stunned, but said nothing as Liang Bing had already walked out of her palace. Only a peal of laughter echoed behind. Stark hovered in midair, his repulsor already aimed at Ultron, ready to suppress him at any moment to prevent the fiend from escaping. After all, Ultron no longer resembled Stark's Iron Legion. Though still mechanical, his current form allowed his expressions to be discerned. The entity had replaced his body once. Ultron lifted his head and addressed the crimson and gold armored Iron Man. To me, the most humiliating thing is being created by you. Well, sorry about that. Stark felt no remorse as beams gathered in his palms. Surrender now and I'll give you a decent funeral as your father. As Stark finished speaking, an aircraft slowly materialized before Ultron, its nose-mounted rotary cannon already trained on him. Ultron didn't need to scan the plane's interior to know the rest of the Avengers were aboard. After all, only two could pilot a Quinjet: Captain America and Bruce Banner, the man with 7 doctorates. He had witnessed the Battle of New York through the network, and with SHIELD's comprehensive database, Ultron likely knew the Avengers better than they knew themselves. As for the one who didn't need a plane, he must have arrived too. Just then, thunder roared across the sky. A figure wielding a hammer descended upon Ultron, striking him into the lush forest below. But as the Avengers expected Ultron to crash through the trees, something unexpected occurred. He collided with an invisible wall. The trees that should have been shattered stood unyielding. Unfazed by the blow, Ultron floated before the unseen barrier, gently touching it, a faint smile spreading across his face. A smile on a mechanical visage was inherently eerie, yet it felt strangely natural on Ultron, unsettling none. That smile made the Avengers truly realize this entity was no mere artificial intelligence. Ultron had become a life form. As I calculated, he whispered, caressing the invisible shield like a lover's cheek. Stark, do you know why he's here? Thor landed beside him, inquiring. None had anticipated such a bizarre development. Stark and Banner, who had investigated Ultron's destination, were most shaken. They knew this was merely an agrarian nation dependent on UN aid. Yet the barrier blocking Ultron was clearly beyond such a country's means, contradicting their intelligence. How had a nation so deeply concealed been discovered by Ultron? So your target is Wakanda? Banner stated with certainty. Without turning, Ultron replied sardonically, yes, and now I'll reveal my nefarious plan to you. The next moment, the Avengers watched Ultron's mechanical body plummet from the sky, struck by an unseen force. Clang! Metal met Earth. Did he commit suicide, thinking escape impossible? Barton joked through the comms. But no one laughed. None had fought such intelligent life, but Stark, most versed in AI, was certain Ultron wouldn't surrender nor lack an escape route. That could only mean he had infiltrated the information network of this agrarian nation. We may need to enter, Stark said, raising his faceplate. He might obtain something in Wakanda beyond our imagination. Steve was the first to grasp the implication, knowing what America had once acquired there. After all, it was in his hands now. That could mean serious trouble, Steve said gravely. Can we negotiate with them? I doubt it, Stark frowned. A nation masquerading as agrarian wouldn't abandon its disguise for them. Why don't you leave? A strange voice echoed above the Avengers. Who goes there? Instantly, everyone readied for battle. Stark resealed his faceplate, Thor gripped Mjolnir, and Steve raised his shield. A figure descended from the sky, stirring dust. Greetings, Avengers. A man clad in black armor emerged. Oh, a guy dressed as a big cat, Stark quipped. Unprovoked, the figure calmly asked, what business do you have here? A dangerous entity has entered Wakanda. We're here to handle it, Steve said, lowering his guard. He can infiltrate through networks, which is extremely hazardous, Steve explained, pointing to Ultron's discarded body. Given Ultron's digital entry failing to clarify could spark conflict between the Avengers and Wakanda. That outcome served no one. Regardless of who won a fight here, Ultron would be the ultimate beneficiary. Seeing Steve's sincerity, the figure communicated with Wakanda internally. Shuri, check for any network intrusion. He approached the mechanical body. On it came the swift reply as the investigation began. It would take time. For now, he needed to examine the thing to assess its threat to Wakanda. If it wasn't a major issue, Wakanda could handle it without the Avengers' interference. But upon reaching the inert mechanical form, he understood what had infiltrated Wakanda. You created a superintelligence. He turned not to Steve but to the two scientists among the Avengers. Stark and Banner scratched their heads, acknowledging their creation. Few scientists could forge a sentient superintelligence, and now that entity had entered Wakanda. To do so, it had abandoned a body made of the finest metals available. The Wakandan realized with a jolt what Ultron sought: vibranium. He intended to forge a new body from it. Carol originally thought that the angels would express hostility towards her reckless behavior, but she never imagined that one day she would be denied her sense of justice by others. What do you mean? Carol was clearly displeased by Keisha's denial of her justice. Keisha looked quietly at the woman surrounded by energy. Have the angels attacked the surrounding nations? Did the angels declare war on them? Or did the angels go straight to their king today using the same methods as you to tell them to submit? Carol was left speechless by Keisha's series of questions, but recalling the lives lost in exile, she once again solidified her beliefs. This expansion by the angels must come to a halt. Moreover, do you think the angels need to communicate with them through war? Keisha sat on the throne, casually stating the facts. For the angels, there was indeed no need to use war to communicate with those around them who had already been suppressed by the Kree Empire. However, to Carol, this series of remarks sounded like mere excuses for the angels' future expansion. Just because the angels haven't done it now doesn't mean future angels won't do it. The energy swirling around her only intensified. It's quite astonishing that someone like you could become good friends with that guy who casually toys with lives. Keisha's voice had completely calmed down, imbued with a sense of indifference, clearly indicating that Carol had successfully pushed the angels to her opposing side. Among the few friends Carol had in the Earthstar domain, none were capable of casually toying with lives. They lacked the ability and technology. Who are you talking about? But Carol couldn't shake the feeling of unease, sensing that the angels seemed to know something. Someone important had already left her. Nick Fury. What have you done to him? Suddenly an image of that dark face flashed in Carol's mind. He was a friend she had met upon returning to Earth, a comrade who had fought alongside her. And now this name appeared from the mouth of an angel, causing her to worry about Nick Fury's situation. Violating the order of justice naturally leads to judgment. He has already been burned. As soon as Keisha's voice fell, Carol charged toward the throne like an enraged lioness. However, before she could approach Keisha's throne, another figure intercepted her. Are you quite temperamental? The silver-haired figure, disturbed by the energy radiating from Carol, had clearly revealed their identity. She at this moment firmly blocked Carol's advance with the sword of royal command. Yet Carol was completely overwhelmed by the news that had just come from Keisha. All she thought about now was killing the blonde woman sitting on the throne to honor her fallen friend. She was even willing to kill a few more angels. Take her out. I do not wish to see my palace become ruins, Keisha's indifferent voice rang out, which only fueled Carol's inner fury further. With a sudden surge of strength, she pushed aside the silver-haired angel blocking her path. In the next moment, she shot toward Keisha like a daylight meteor. However, waiting for her was not Keisha but a spatial passage leading to the outer universe. Just as Carol was about to turn back, that silver-haired angel followed closely behind, directly passing through the spatial passage to stand before her. Keisha lightly twirled his sword calmly, observing the figure before him, which shone like a small star in the universe. Why are you so enraged just because your friend was killed? His voice was very calm, so calm that it created no ripples, and even Carol's fury seemed to be somewhat soothed by this tranquil tone. That was my friend. Carol no longer cared whether the other party's words were polite or calm. All she knew was that she had to kill the one who had killed Nick Fury. Keisha simply smiled lightly and then asked, so your friend can toy with lives at will, can he? Don't you think you're being a bit hypocritical? Upon hearing his words, Carol showed no response, merely unleashing a photon wave directly toward Keisha. Clearly Carol did not wish to waste words with Keisha. She just wanted to quickly deal with the silver-haired angel before her. and then confront the one who had killed her friend in the Malo heavenly court. Thus she took direct action. She was not surprised. After all, in a long life, one would encounter a few individuals who would rather fight than reason. Carol was not the first. She swiftly dodged Carol's photon wave. The next moment he wielded the sword of royal command, coming directly before Carol for a downward strike. Carol raised her hands to block, but the immense force from the sword sent her flying away. Even her battle suit was torn open. This forced Carol to be cautious. In this dual star state, her battle suit was nearly indestructible, yet it was easily cut by his sword. It was unimaginable. Keisha said, "You were right, you are not justice. You are merely a saint and somewhat hypocritical." After she said this, he once again vanished from Carol's direct line of sight. In the next moment, a massive sense of crisis surged from Carol's left side. A long leg encased in silver armor kicked heavily at her side. The tremendous force sent Carol drifting thousands of kilometers through space, ultimately crashing into a moving asteroid. However, this attack merely left Carol somewhat disheveled. She did not sustain any substantial injuries. This distance of thousands of kilometers was trivial for both of them. It could be covered in the blink of an eye. Before Carol could recover from the recent attack, a brilliant flash of sword light appeared right before her. She had already arrived before her. The sword of royal command cut directly into Carol's abdomen, but like before, it merely cut a hole in her battle suit. It also sent Carol flying 1,000 kilometers away. However, this time, she did not choose to close in. Instead, he summoned a silver weapon resembling a crossbow. It was only dozens of times larger than a normal crossbow. Under his command, the weapon flew straight towards the direction Carol had been sent flying. In an instant, it reached Carol's front, giving her no chance to react. The sharp silver blade once again cut into Carol. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. At least it did not send Carol flying again. As Carol attempted to control the crossbow-like weapon before her, it vanished into thin air.